got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dave Roberts can hardly watch. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Buehler. Got him swinging! That's it! It's a World Series win for LA! They've done it! They finished the job and give Los Angeles the parade it's been waiting for!
And the fires and the riots and everything else. Good morning, Metroplex. The Thursday edition of Shan and RJ is live and coming at you here on no longer your home of the defending World Series champion Texas Rangers. The Dodgers finish it out in the Bronx.
Wow, that is a video, a coaching video that every coach of a 9-year-old,
3-time Emanski's right in that inning.
At least it was one of the most wild and probable innings that you will ever see from a Major League Baseball team. And now you've got the Dodgers, who were, they were up 3. They were going to win the series anyway, regardless. They were going to win it in Game 6 because Yamamoto was on the hill, but they just do it in a very improbable fashion. For an entertaining 5-game series, we had a lot of drama.
Yeah, you always remember 1 and 5.
Right? Yes, you will. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Dodgers really dominated Game 2 and 3, and then New York dominated Game 4. But 1 and 5 will be remembered for a long time, especially with those two organizations. Because you don't come back from 5-zip down against an ace.
Bobby tweeted, it's the second time in baseball history a team blew a 5 or more run lead in a single inning, with all of the runs being unearned. The other was also in the World Series. The Yankees were pitching and the Dodgers were hitting. Second inning, Game 2, 1956.
Yeah, it's just poetic. They're repeating everything. I do. It is weird to look at Garrett Cole's stat line from last night and see him walking 4 and there are 5 runs allowed, but it's like, it did nothing to contribute to his ERA just because of what a disaster that was. But it did just feel a little bit like, all right, this is This is destiny at this point. If you're just folding like this is the Dodgers. The Dodgers are meant to win it here. There was too much working in their favor, too much Freddie Freeman magic, too much right into the World Series. They lose, Fernando Valenzuela, who had been on the broadcasts for them and had gone on that legendary run, which was the last time Yankees and Dodgers played, and they won the World Series then. And so it felt very much like this was destiny. This is where it was heading.
Take us through the inning.
All right, so you get a leadoff single from Kike Hernandez. That was the first hit of the game for L.A. It was in the fifth inning. Cole had been tremendous. Then the next guy gets up, and he hits a relatively routine fly to center. It was more of a line drive, but shallow. And Judge comes in on it, and at first you'd think, did he lose it in the lights? But he didn't lose it in the lights. He just took his eye off because I think he was trying to see where the runner is, or is he going to be able to double the guy up at first? I don't know. I have no idea what it was.
Someone said it was Judge's first error of the year.
Yeah, he had played it. I mean, he's not a great center fielder, but he was like, if he got to the ball, he caught it. And then, so now it's all right, first and second. Whatever, errors happen. First, second, nobody out. Next ball is a grounder into the hole between third and short. Volpe grabs it and throws to third. Fine, whatever. But it was a bad throw.
Bad throw.
It one-hops Jazz Chisholm, who, and I think the runner may have kind of distracted him, drops the ball. Okay, bases loaded, nobody out. Strikeout of Lux, strikeout of Ohtani. Mookie Betts comes up, weak roller to first, and Garrett Cole doesn't cover. To which Aaron Boone said, oh, he must have been tired.
Oh,
he was gassed.
Anthony Richardson.
Yes, he was gassed.
Can he take himself out for a pitch?
So they should have been out of the inning. Cole would have done that. Would have been a masterful job to get out of that inning. In only about 10 extra pitches at that point.
Yeah.
Well, now it's 5-1. Nobody out still. Or sorry, 2 outs now. Freeman.
2 outs. Keep that in mind.
2 outs. So 5-1, 2 outs, bases loaded. Freeman's up. And he hits a base hit to center. That's 2 runs. Now it's 5-3. And then 2 strikes. And then Teoscar's up, 2 strikes again. And he gets one up on the outside corner, and he golfs it out to center field, a double. And now it's tied.
Garrett Cole on not covering first base.
I took a bad angle to the ball. I wasn't sure really off the bat how hard he hit it. I took a direct angle to it as if to cut it off. I just didn't know how hard he hit it. And, by the time the ball got by me, I was not in a position to cover first. So, neither of us were, based on the spin of the baseball and him having to secure it and just a bad read off the bat.
Okay, I mean, if that's the way it was, that he was trying to get to the ball initially in the batter, then that's not covering. But, I mean, that's one of those things where it's you would have liked to have had it either a slower or a harder hit ball.
And then the Yankees recover and take the lead. They're up 6-5.
They take the lead. They get up 6-5, and then in the 8th inning, New York brings in Canely, who has been very good in the playoffs. He just couldn't find the plate, and that was that for them. They get the bases loaded. They have to bring in their closer. And then a couple of sac flies, and all of a sudden, the Dodgers have a 1-run lead with 6 outs to go. Wild.
Yeah, I will say that was the biggest. While there's drama, obviously related to just that meltdown in the 5th inning, for such a series with such big hits and memorable moments, for it to be like the last 8 runs were either unearned or sacrifice flies feels a little bit like, oh man, this is a little depleting. You mentioned Judge as his first error all year. That's the first error he's had in 2,000 innings of playing center.
Wow.
He's never had an error in center field.
Wow. Now, everyone on the shows today, they're going to ask, was this a choke?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's weird because a lot of times you get errors where you're just throwing the ball all over the field. Like you ground it to short, you throw it into the dirt. They can't. This was like, these were so routine. All these plays were very routine.
Yeah, rank the routineness of the 3. Volpe's is probably 3rd.
That's third. Judge's is clearly the most routine one. I mean, that's a catch. every center fielder who's 11 years old makes that play. Like that is the most routine. And then Bassick will tell you that the one to first was very, very. You do this in spring training over and over and over again, and every player at 9 years old does this and knows to cover first.
And then I know you were tweeting Cole is going to stay out there. I thought I couldn't believe Cole kept going. Another inning, and then another inning, because I thought he was totally, completely gassed after all the drama took place. He stays out there, and then the Dodgers use a combination of 7 relievers to get 23 outs with Walker Buehler in the spotlight.
They had to, because obviously Flaherty gave them nothing. He gave them an inning and change. He gave them absolutely nothing in this one, and that was. I think a lot of people expected that. That's why the Yankees were such heavy favorites last night. I mean, that was the biggest discrepancy in the money line of any game in this series, because you had Cole going, he's an ace, and then you had Flaherty, who the second time through, really has gotten beat up. So that was very expected. But what wasn't expected is that you have a Major League Baseball team having a complete failure of doing anything routine.
Boy, this is what the third game of this postseason where the Dodgers had to go essentially 9 innings with bullpen game.
Yeah, they did one last 2 nights ago.
And I mean, so it's like 3 or 4 this year or during this postseason run where their bullpen was just incredible, the way they carried them all the way to a victory, which goes to show Stephen A. Smith maybe doesn't know what he's talking about when he's then saying this awful Dodgers bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Yankees did okay against them in the series, but they were tremendous. And think of this: how good LA is. Glasnow wasn't even healthy; he didn't even pitch.
Yeah,
Gonsolin. Kershaw doesn't give you any. He's the Aaron Judge of pitchers, but
because that's the thing. From far away, you would say, why do the LA Dodgers not have enough starters?
Yeah.
From a distance, you'd be like, all the money, all the wins. Why don't they have starters? Why are they running out in these past couple of games?
Urias, who's been on the suspended list.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine how much better this team actually is than what they put out in the postseason because of the pitchers that they lost?
Yeah, and then when Soto gets there next year, it's going to be even more ridiculous.
And that is why they are already favorites for next year. No surprise, Freddie Freeman wins the World Series MVP, 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Bobby, if you could find, I'd like to know the last World Series MVP who put up numbers this good. Who would you think off the top of your head?
How good were Seager's numbers last year?
I don't think they were like this.
I'm gonna have to look.
I'm gonna guess. This was insane.
It was. He was fantastic. He was in on everything too. Every rally, every game.
Yes.
Like game 1, he was the main reason they won. Game 2, home run. Game 3, home run. Game 4, home run. Game 5. Big single to keep the rally going.
An active streak of 7 consecutive World Series games with a run batted in, tied for the 3rd longest stretch in history. Has collected at least 1 hit in each of his 11 World Series games. He becomes the 12th player to win a regular season and World Series MVP. 10 of the previous 11 are in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, this was one where it felt like right after game 1, it was, this dude's it felt like this is exactly where Ted was MVP, even before he then went on that run where it was like the next several games. And you mentioned him coming up to the plate when it was 5-1, and he gets that single and drives in the two. It felt like with him walking up, it's like, this is gone. Like, this will be 5-5 right when he steps up here. Anyway, he's just got this, he had this aura about him this entire World Series run where it just, every time you saw him up there was, you could almost sense fear on the Yankees side.
Tolo Ted just tweeted, entering the bottom of the 4th, the Yankees had a 95% win probability. Here is the MVP with Kevin Burkhardt afterwards on Fox, talking about this and wanting more.
After everything that you've gone through this year, how special is this whole thing, winning it all, the MVP to you?
This is everything. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be here without the support of everybody in these shirts tonight. It's been a grind these last 3 months, but this organization, Stan, Andrew, Brandon, Doc, my teammates, my family, it's been a lot, and this is it right here. Not this, that one, that one. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
And now the fireworks have been set off in Los Angeles. I woke up this morning to LAPD trending, and normally you'll get one incident that's gone viral, two incidents. I could not keep up with it. You got Nike stores being looted. I don't want to get into the looting. Tim Walz didn't allow it.
They're terrible.
We'll get into that next Wednesday.
The fires, the fires of the cars, fans being dragged on the sidewalk. It's like you said the other day, and we've been talking about for years here on the show. What is wrong with these people in California?
I get it. I don't know.
What the hell is wrong with these people?
I don't know. They want to fight. They want to claw, stab, loot.
And at what age are you saying, like, because you're in college, right? You want to go and carry the goalposts down Broad and throw it into the river. You get to my age, and you're like, I'm not going out and getting stabbed. No. That's what I think. I'm not going out into this madness. If I'm in Los Angeles yesterday at the age of 42 with two kids, I might go out on my porch.
Right.
I might go out on the sidewalk. I'm not going to seek out the craziness like when you're in college. Like, what's the age cutoff for the riots?
I hit it a long time ago because my buddy invited me. He's like, "Do you want to go to any of these games?" Like I would have to pay for them. And they were expensive, and it was not the cost.
Yeah, it was the show.
It was the it was the fear of getting stabbed in L.A.
Shut up.
That is what would have prevented me from going.
I got your answer, by the way. The last time we saw numbers like this, that would be 1928. It was Lou Gehrig. That was the last time anybody hit at least 4 home runs in the World Series in 5 games or fewer.
Seagers weren't close.
Seager hit 3 home runs, but he had 6 RBIs. He had half the RBIs.
Ooh. Where are the Rangers in the odds to win the World Series next year?
That is a good tease. 877-881-1053, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Is Deron Bland finally back? Are we going to get fooled again? And the makeup of D's nuts in Frisco. Inside the Star. It's Shan, RJ, and Bobby trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys Falcons this Sunday on this radio station. Good morning to the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for being a Tolo. The Payload with Peyton Russell is coming up at 6:40.
He's excited.
Let's start with the injury news. Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, Linval Joseph, and Zach Martin all missing practice for injuries. And this is Deron Bland missing while coming off IR?
Because he has to. If they don't bring him off IR this week, he is on IR for the rest of the season. So even if he's not ready, if he has a setback, and they want him to play at all this year, they have to bring him off. And so he was still with the rehab group. He was still on the resistance cords. Micah Parsons wasn't even, I don't think Micah Parsons was even out there in the first 10 minutes. And so while they had other guys doing rehab stuff, Micah wasn't even out there. So it feels like Micah is still off, which those high ankle sprains, when they're really bad, especially for guys that, bend the corner like that, it's really difficult for them to come back from.
Does it feel like Bland is closer than Micah?
Yeah, but I mean, Bland clearly has had a setback.
Yeah.
Like he was on track to play.
What was his injury again?
It was
Achilles,
no.
Bland?
It was the broken bone in his foot. It was and it was something where he was initially thought, the outlook when you would talk to people at the Cowboys was 4 to 6 weeks, but they thought it was on the 4 weekend. Like they thought it was on they thought Pittsburgh was in their head, they thought Pittsburgh was a good game to target as he'll be back for. We're a month past Pittsburgh essentially at this point, and he's still not back. Yeah, this is something where he clearly, they wouldn't have activated him if they thought he was still a ways off. They activated that window, and something clearly regressed during that process.
And Zach
Martin looks hurt on tape. Zach Martin is
You've been saying that for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, or that's what I'm hoping. I mean, he definitely looked hurt against Detroit just because he looked like he had no power. But San Francisco wasn't great either. And so he's gotten banged up a couple different times this season. He's dealt with a shoulder. There was a knee, I think, at one point. He's had like 3 different injury designations. And that's with him getting veteran days of rest almost every week. He's starting to, it feels like he's starting to reach that point of his career where guys start to break down. Because he was always steady every game, every snap for the first 8 years of his career, it felt like. And I mean, it's year 11 now. He's mid-30s, and every year it seems like something's stacking up. But he popped up on the injury report again with a shoulder issue now.
Rico addressing Tempgate. He said, my temperature was 102.4. There were some risk factors that they explained to me. I wanted to play, but with the risk factors, they had to pull me. Brandon Aubrey and the jury put someone away for 65 years.
Ooh,
so,
wow.
Felony assault. I think I saw strangulation, a repeat strangler in there.
This is a bad dude. Defendant Daniel Rincones, guilty on 1 of 2 charges and sentenced him to 65 years in prison. The case was presided over by Judge David Hagerman. The lengthy sentence was attributed by the jury to being a repeat offender after being arrested in July 2015 and found guilty in February 2019 for aggravated sexual assault. His ex-wife, who was the victim of this, said, Tarrant County heard me and have helped me make it possible to protect others from an evil man. And so Brandon Aubrey, a hero out there again, sending people to what he does. All he does is sentence to 65. He sentences the Cowboys offense to 65-yard field goals, and he sentences bad dudes to 65 years in prison.
This lucky guy.
Who? Aubrey.
Getting on a jury where you get to put someone away or not put someone away, depending on whether they did it or not. For a good fella, I mean, I want to get on a jury.
You're scared to go to New York or Los Angeles.
Not New York,
for
Los Angeles.
Championship celebrations. You wouldn't think that the person you put away could get out or have friends, find out you were on the jury, and you put them behind bars for life.
As soon as you get put behind bars, I'll be wagging that finger in front of you.
Oh.
Yeah, you ain't going to get me, pal.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Slater, when she was an investigative reporter before she was doing sports, she helped put some dude away in jail with a report she did, and that guy has still routinely threatened from behind jail, like, when I get out of here, B.
What?
Yeah, she's talked about it.
By the way, you know me. The guy's innocent. Every
that's right.
I will find a way to make sure.
Yes.
Because I'm a technicality guy.
Oh my God, they'd be there for 4 more days trying to convince RJ.
The defense would do anything out of that $6 that you get a day.
Defense would do anything to keep him on.
Yes. Hallmark moment taking place as Trayvon Diggs and reporter Mike Leslie from Channel 8 make up.
I got something for you, though.
Yeah. you saw some of these were sent to the station, too, right? Yeah.
What flavor you want? I got ranch. I got banana pudding.
I'll go ranch. I'm not a banana guy.
All right, here you go.
Which one's you?
I'll go with these.
Yeah?
Banana pudding.
You see a fan sent some of these to the station, too, man.
Cheers.
Hey.
All good.
My bad, man. If I misread the play, I appreciate you apologizing. I'm sorry, too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Good.
So all that taking place right in front of everyone, like right at the podium?
Yeah, it's a nice, like you said, it's a Kodak moment. And he stepped up there. He brought it. It's a genius move from whoever came up with it. Trayvon's people, Cowboys PR, whoever came up with it. It was a great move. It was brilliant. It gives him a big victory in the eyes of people. Because I think looking completely petty or sensitive, this makes him look like, I'm bigger than it. It was all just emotional and I can come back. Because he certainly did not sound, talking to Micah Parsons, like he was going to come out there with a gift.
Well, people were expecting maybe from Jerry Jones a couple of weeks ago. Trayvon explained things more. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. I apologize for that. I let that moment get the best of me. In terms of his tackling, I know I'm not Cam Chancellor, but when it's time to make a play, I do the best I can, the best of my ability. And you heard Leslie in that audio say, I apologize for misreading the play. He explained that what he interpreted was him jogging. Trayvon said it was him slow playing a potential cutback from Kittle. And Diggs actually thinks he saved a touchdown from being scored. I took the highest angle. Yeah, I don't think that my effort was a problem. Tackling isn't my strong suit, but it's not my superpower, but I can tackle. So that was Diggs and Mike Leslie.
I didn't have a problem with the way he played the play at all. In fact, it was last night when we were doing Cowboys crosstalk. Jim Jeffcoat, we were talking about it during one of the breaks, and he's a coach, a former coach. Like, he coached at the University of Colorado and stuff, so he still watches a lot of tape, and he went back and watched the game, and he was like, yeah, that's not the game you pick on Trayvon Diggs, because he showed up on tape. Like, he gave a ton of effort and was actually holding the edge most of the game, and that's exactly what it is. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get caught in over pursuit. He's trying to kind of figure out the angle and figure out the moment to be able to take Kittle down, because Kittle's a great athlete. Kittle's a big player, and he's going to cause a problem for somebody like Diggs if Diggs is over pursuing.
He's not a lumbering tight end. I mean, he can break away from you.
Ask Donovan Wilson, yeah. He did it routinely in that game. So
877-881-1053. That's a good moment. It's a good moment for both sides.
It's a good moment. It's it was an A+. Bobby's right. It's an A+ for Diggs. You get that out there. Leslie was he's right. It was a misread on his part. There's a lot of things, and I think that's what I liked what Trayvon said. Like, of all the things you pick on that, like, that's what you took from that play. That was just a misread.
All right, Stephen A. Smith. I was pretty stunned that he went here yesterday on ESPN. I don't think we have the original clip. RJ, you go ahead and set this up. This is in reaction to Jerry Jones on With Us Tuesday.
Yeah, so remember, he talked to us about the scholarships. He says, talk about the salary cap and offseason and trades, and he goes, you can only have so many. He said, he said you can only have so many 5 scholarship guys. You want to have a lot of 1 scholarship guy or guys on 1-year scholarships, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the way I interpreted it is, it's Jerry's way of saying you have a finite number of scholarships.
Yeah.
So if you give one guy 5, that means if you want 15 other players, you've got to divvy up 15 or whatever. And that's how I took it. So I understood the point. It didn't make sense because they don't use scholarships, but I get it. You're using, it's the same thing as using a salary cap. Well, Stephen A. Smith took that to say that Jerry is kind of losing it.
Let me look into this camera. I'm not joking.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. I'm getting very concerned about Jerry Jones. That makes no sense. I know of no player that has received 5 scholarships.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What do you mean? Like a school giving you 5 scholarships. They give the scholarship to the one player. He's not making sense now. Now it's bad enough the team has looked the way that it's looked, that him being negligent in the offseason in terms of making certain moves, and I get all that, and you know how fond I am of Jerry Jones. But I'm hearing the kind of things that he is saying, and now it's leaning towards not even making any sense. I'm getting
But what is the point
concerned.
of saying that?
I don't. That's the point. We First of all, we don't know the point, and secondly, what he's saying, I can't make sense out of
It's
it.
like a little bit like a freebie too, and it's like these people are working. I'm just very confused.
Doug, you see what you feel?
100%. He's got to get off the radio too. He does it twice a week. This is the second time we've seen him problems on radio, but he got mad at the host at the time. How dare you ask me these questions, Jerry? And you're right. The team stinks. There's no second receiver. They can't run the ball. The defense isn't very good. Very concerned about.
We got to get to a point where we
He's
start.
right.
We got to get to a point, Molly, where we start holding children accountable. Get your father off the air.
Strong. You might not. You talking?
You
like,
ain't going back to Frisco
I was
for
gonna
a
say,
sit down.
No. You talking like that? That's not going to be received well over there. That's that because that's.
I mean, you're calling him Joe Biden.
That sounds very
Yes.
When we talk about,
let's just stop playing games. We all know it. Like look, I'm giving him respect of having the balls to even go here. But you're trying to suggest that he's Joe Biden.
What have you guys always said has been in the 14 years is the number one rule with interviewing Jerry?
Don't get personal.
That would be considered personal by the Cowboys, I think. What he did when he started, especially that tagline at the end. At some point, the responsibility is on the children. That's not going to be invoking. That is not going to be received well.
Yeah.
I get what Jerry was trying to say. I think Jerry just made a poor analogy. He was trying to come up with one, and it was just an awkward one.
So look, again, let's be real. There's been a lot of moments where Jerry Jones doesn't make a ton of sense in terms of his Jerryisms. I find it odd that ESPN chose to really hunker down on this one versus circumcising a mosquito and glory hole and all the other stories and all the other analogies. Now, is it a very important topic if Jerry Jones is not sharp enough upstairs to be the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys? Of course, that is a very important topic. But you better be sure. You better be sure. I would think, that's the type of thing where I approach it like, I better be damn sure before I go there. Because to me, and I know we're in a world now where no one cares about sensitivity and offending people. I would think when Stephen A. sat down with him for 2 hours in Frisco, he would have been able to gather whether Jerry Jones still had it and was sharp. Is Jerry going to have moments of slippage? Of course. I would never have. I used to do funny little call-ins with my dad, but I decided years ago, I don't trust him live. If we're going to do this, it's going to be a pre-record, as he just turned 88 yesterday. So happy birthday, Pops. But you better be sure. You better be sure. And Stephen A. wasn't sure. Jerry Jones had a cognitive slip from that sit-down interview just a couple of months ago to right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that does he have his little, like you said, his Jerryisms where they don't? Yeah, but I mean, that's honestly sounded that way for 20 years. Yeah. Even going back to the 90s, at times he would say stuff where it's like, what?
And how much does Jerry's slippage really matter in terms of what he really does with the football decisions? That's another follow-up.
The slippage would be on when he's speaking on the radio. None of us really know how detailed he is in terms of what his role is with the organization. None of us really know.
Right.
It could be he's the figurehead. He comes on radio because he likes coming on radio.
Yeah.
Look, I am fluent in dementia-ese. Okay. I don't think he has it. Okay. I don't think he has it. Is he slipping? He's 83 years old.
Yeah.
That's what happens, right? But does he have full-on, dementia? No. We're years from that.
When and can you ever start charging your roommate's partner? What are dinks? And what is Peyton handing out instead of candy tonight for Halloween? It's the Thursday. So it's the payload next on Shan and RJ. But
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every Thursday at this time, and it is time to talk about a little Halloween, baby. That's right. Spooky season is finally here. At least in my house, it's been that way since, my goodness, Labor Day, I think, you know. The decorations go down tomorrow, Sean. I've put my foot down. I said, Mackenzie, November 1st, get the decorations out. I'm tired of looking at, you know, a skeleton as I'm walking downstairs every morning.
Have they been bothering you?
A little bit. Because she put, you know, I said she put a little bit out at first, and every week she's added on to it. So now, I mean, we have signs, you know, pictures up of, you know, where if you like, it's like hologram, where like if you look one way, it's, you know, normal picture. If you look the other way,
you know,
skeleton.
This is very old man Grinch behavior from you. One of the things I love about my wife, she's very festive.
Yes.
You want your house to be festive.
Not this way, though.
You don't want her to be...
This is a haunted house. You walk in here, it's a haunted house.
It's a long time to have Halloween decorations up if it's been Labor Day. That's 2 months.
Labor Day, that's 2 whole months, and it gets worse.
But I do think it's funny that you're saying that after 2 months, I'm putting my foot down.
Yeah, well, you know what's going to happen?
Christmas decorations next weekend.
Exactly.
I'm fine with Christmas. Christmas, I'm fine. Thanksgiving, you can celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't care if you put, you know, the whatever it's called with the cornucopia or whatever that you throw out
Fruit
there.
of the Loom.
Yeah, Fruit of the Loom. But
so you're not like a adult costume person in celebrating Halloween?
I will do it for one day.
Yeah,
I will do it for maybe the week of.
Okay,
but 2 months is excessive. But hey, we finally made it.
You should do a walkthrough video today. Create some social content and let us see if it's as bad. We're gonna judge it. It better be haunted house-esque.
Yeah.
It better be extreme for all this complaining and whining you've been doing.
all
You
right.
should tonight sit there before they all get taken down tomorrow and do a little walkthrough of the house.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Maybe the haunted house was a little offensive.
Oh, he's backtracking.
But sure, you know, I'll send the pictures out, the video stuff. So we'll see. We'll see though. It'll be your judgment. But look, tonight's the night that I finally. I'm not walking around in my costume getting candy anymore. You know, I am now handing out candy for the first time.
Oh, baby.
I am, you know, I'm now in a house, you know, not my parents' house or an apartment. I'm at my own house.
You are in a house.
I rent, but, you know, same thing. And so the neighborhood's full of kids, right? So it's like you got to have candy. But me and my girlfriend Mackenzie, we're not just handing out candy. We are handing out toys as well. Silly bands. Do you guys know what silly bands are? Now, Caitlin, will you do the honors and go in there and hand the guys the silly bands? I brought you guys props.
Are these the ones that you
the wristbands
poke holes in?
No.
Are these the ones that make her dance?
Is that a slap wrist thing?
No,
a slap
these are
bracelet?
just so you'll see them. They're kind of formed out into some kind of object. Like you can have different themes or categories or whatever, and then you just wear them around your wrist. But the thing is, you don't just wear one or two. You wear like 25 or 30 of these things, and they go all up and down your arm. So we have, I think Mackenzie bought like a 2,000 pack of these things.
Does it say 2010? This was made in 2010?
These are old. These are old. They've been around a while.
Where do you see 2010?
On the back, right there.
Do they expire? I hope they don't expire.
What are they going to do? Melt on your wrist? Caitlin says these are her favorite things ever.
Yes, she was upset that I didn't give her one. So
you can have mine, Caitlin. No, actually, I'll give this to Ollie. So what do you do with them?
You just put them on your wrist. You collect them, and like you don't just wear like a couple. You wear like 25 or 30, and they go all up and down your arm. Like that's the cool thing kids do. I mean, they were popular when I was a kid, but this was, 2005, 2006. I was wearing these things, and now Mackenzie's bringing them back, and she said, "Well, we can't just hand out." Candy. We got to throw in some toys as well.
Isn't this just different shaped jelly bands? Like the girls that used to wear the 50 jelly bands up their arm?
I don't know. I think it's a nice little change up. It's extra thought. Good for you guys.
I just didn't know if do kids really nowadays, do they want the toys, or do kids still expect it's just strictly candy for Halloween? Because you have the people that are trying to be funny and give out pretzels and
better than old man Bobby over here. Last night he was tweeting out, "Here's where you go the link for peanut allergies."
It's legitimately that's what he's talking about.
It's like a PSA for like hooks and knives and the candy.
I dare someone to try and sue me because I give them Snickers.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's talking about giving out toys, which we'll do in Neighborhood Watch. That's included in Neighborhood Watch.
I'm giving nothing but peanuts out to the kids. I'm going to survival of the fittest thing here.
So you're not judging because we're giving out the toys as well.
You're giving out candy?
It's great.
Yeah, it's candy and
it's fantastic.
Is it okay? Great. I hope the kids love
will
it.
love this.
Our neighborhood is full of kids, so we expect them to hopefully all be gone. But yeah, me and Mackenzie will just sit at the end of the driveway in our lawn chairs and have some candy and the silly bands. Now,
so you're doing what I'm doing. You're not. You're going to be outside in the driveway setting up shop.
I'll be in the driveway, yeah. But I'll be doing the bare
minimum. I'm not getting up to the door. I'm just going to. I got a card table and a chair, and I'll just be in the front of the driveway.
It's too much work to do the whole. Every time you hear a knock and a ring of the doorbell, you got to walk up. But the lights will be on. So
now, what time? I want everyone to text what time it starts in your neighborhood, because in my old neighborhood, I felt like it was freaking 7:45 p.m. before people would come to the door. I need this as early as possible. What is the sweet spot? Give me a 30-minute time in which the trick-or-treating starts in your neighborhood.
5:30 is usually going to be the earliest person coming to the door, and then 7:30 is probably peak, and then tapers off around 8.
So according to the map they gave us, it starts at 5:30.
5:30.
5:30 is when it starts. It goes till whenever.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm on the map. I start the house. Got to do it. 5:30 till I assume somewhere around 8:30.
No, I'm assuming you can just turn your lights off whenever. That should be like the sign of, hey, we're done giving out candy. You turn the lights off. Don't go to houses that don't have their lights off.
That's my move. Okay. Turn off the lights. Now, what do you do if you're planning on being out and about? I guess I'll be the only one not sitting at home to take Oliver for his first real one. And then how do you balance that with having candy to pass out if you get home a little bit earlier, or if people come to your house before I leave the house? I have to hand out candy too, even though I'm leaving the house.
If you're there, I mean, if you're there and you have candy to hand out, I mean, generally you would do that, but it's just a social contract.
Because people are how do I let people know I'm not ignoring their knocks and that I'm out and about? Should be like a sign that I put up or something, because I don't want to
out trick-or-treating, please take one or whatever. Now because if you don't say how many to take, somebody will pour the bowl in their bag.
And you act like they're not going to do that if you say take one. These little thieves, they used to do that in my old house. Little crooks. I sit there, I'm looking at my DFW security camera, and they're just pummeling over the bucket. Yeah, of course it's understood. Don't take the whole thing, but
well, hopefully your new neighborhood, is a little different now, Sean.
Oh, it's a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, they can't just run to the next house. They've got like a mile between houses out there on the giant estate.
So be safe out there tonight, y'all, especially if it's going to rain and storm. As you saw the storms coming in.
That's my secret hope.
It rains out.
You called him a Grinch, and you're like, please, dear God, rain on the children.
That's my secret hope, to wipe this whole thing out.
All right, it's the payload
Cancel
every
it.
Thursday at this time. And our next story here, Sean, they were roommates.
Is it calling for rain tonight, though?
No, I think it's going to end maybe. Tomorrow, I think it's supposed to rain all throughout the weekend. But yeah, I think that's what Pete Delkus said, or whoever I listened to.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, it's payload every Thursday at this time. And Sean, this next story, they were roommates. We have two roommates here. Some drama in the apartment.
This is such a great topic.
So you have two roommates here. One has a partner that stays over at her place, and you have another roommate who's single, doesn't have a partner. So it's a little different, when the one roommate that's, taken has their partner stay over all the time.
Yep.
But, both roommates pay equal rent. They pay utilities.
Mm-hmm.
The roommate with the partner has their partner stay over a little too long, and the single roommate's like, yo, after a couple days, they got to start coughing up some money, So after what day do you step in and say something? Because yes, technically after 2 or 3 days, it's like, okay, you've used enough water and you've used electricity. You can make it an argument, a point that they deserve to cough something up, or at least maybe clean up, have some kind of offering. At what point, Sean, do you step in and say, yo, here's my Venmo. Let me know how much you're going to
Well,
send.
it's not days, like 2 or 3. You're really being a stickler.
Mm-hmm.
It's weeks. Now, I had a roommate. There was five of us in college, and one of them basically had a living girlfriend. Now, a couple of factors come into play. Number one, do you like her? And number two, what you just mentioned, what does she bring to the apartment? What does she bring to the table? Is she going to cook? Is she going to clean here and there? Is she going to walk in with a 30-pack? Is she going to bring in this, bring in that? Or is she just going to be, a bum? Is she just going to be a cash croucher?
Take up space.
We love the girl a ton, so I never thought like, oh my gosh, she's just living off of us. So I never thought about charging. But if you don't like them, if they don't do anything, what do you do?
We ran into early on when I was like younger. My sister was married and she had a place and she wanted me to move in with them and split the other room, take the other room. I was like, all right, that's fine. So my other sister just below me, she had moved out of my dad's house and she had this period of 3 months where she needed to save money. I was like, you can come stay with us, save up money or whatever. They were then trying to break up the bills of
give someone a water bill, give someone the air conditioning bill,
a third for them, a third for me, a third for her. I was like, no, I've been paying half when you guys have had 2 people contributing because you're just saying you're one unit together. So if you're gonna she's getting kind of break. We're trying to make her save money. You're not gonna split this up as a third. That was the beginning of the end of my relationship with my sister. But
wow.
We had in college, 2 of my roommates basically had their girlfriends stay over every night. It never even crossed my mind to.
Did you like them?
One of them I did. One of them I didn't care for.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. The room was paid for.
Right.
They were paying for the room. The room was being paid for by him anyway. So it never even crossed my mind to charge.
Need the stories on this from the Tolos.
Because technically, after it depends on your lease or whatever, but you could breach the lease if you have they call it a subtenant after a week or so. Technically, because if you really hate the guy, the person, the partner, you could bring up the lease to the property manager or wherever, and say, hey, look, they're violating the rules. They have to pay up here, or you rat them out. But then that could cause issues and stuff. So
yeah.
And I kind of had this issue in college, and it was an issue because the girl was great, but I had it was me, my friend, and then 2 random roommates. One of the random roommates had their girlfriend come over and stay. She had been there for a few months, moved in because they went to the same school, so it wasn't like a here and you go here and there. But she was living there basically, and we were just joking around. Because I didn't want to be up front, be like, hey, you're going to cook, clean, or whatever. Yeah. I was like, hey, yeah, if you want to clean up or whatever, if you're here while we're in class, you can do that. And so she would clean up.
You can do that.
I grant you permission to clean.
But man, she started to use my pots and pans, and she would cook bacon. One night she was cooking bacon. I was like, what is that scratching noise? And it was my pan. And she was flipping the bacon with a fork. She was moving around with the fork, and so she washed it. The next day I went out there, it looked like a cat had been clawing at the pan for days because it was all scratched up. I threw it away. I was like, man, can't use it anymore.
You threw the pan away?
Threw the pan away. You got to let everyone.
What's the matter with you? You get mercury poisoning,
Wait, do you only... Does everyone... No one will flip bacon with a fork? You only use tongs? Is that the only thing you use?
No, so I used tongs, but she was scratching it. She wasn't it was scraping.
Yeah.
You can be gentle with it and flip it over, but yeah, it was just a huge issue. I was like, well,
hang on, you threw the pan away?
I had this pan for like 10 years. It was my old pan, so I was like, yeah, let's get a new one. But I was like, I'm not gonna use this pan if it's got scrape marks all over. I was afraid of like, metal being in my food and all that. But
Mom, Dad, I need a new pan.
All right, there it is, the payload. Well done. Thursday edition with Peyton Russell here on Shan and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. We want to hook you up with another free ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. The World Series is over. Let's reset all the legacies and what it's going to mean and how guys are going to be labeled after the Dodgers win it all. We'll do it here on the home of the Rangers.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. also Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The pitch. Hernandez, fly ball, left center field. Judge going back, chasing after it. He's not going to get there. And one hops up the wall. Mookie scores. Here comes Freddie. Teoscar Hernandez has tied Game 5.
The Los Angeles Dodgers stun the New York Yankees in the Bronx and win and end the World Series. That was the call on Dodgers Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Were you suffering? You're pretty giddy this morning for your childhood team losing in heartbreaking fashion.
But there's a benefit to that. It puts you out of your misery early.
Okay.
You know, so me and my old man, we would always. He was always he always taught me, if you're gonna lose early. Get out of the way. You know, you don't want to get emotionally invested and get your hopes up.
Okay.
You know, you want to get everything out.
So
of the
the
way.
biggest heartbreak for you was probably Game 1.
Yeah. That was a crushing loss if you're New York. But you know, also
Freddie Freeman, by the way, winning World Series MVP.
Absolutely should have. I wonder who even
Beeler.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. We had a big start, obviously, and then the save.
Bueller, whatever.
Yeah. I don't even know if anybody could even come up with a second guess. I mean, that is how much he was the dominant force in this series.
So you were not moaning and groaning loud enough for your neighbor to
oh God, no.
threaten you again.
Oh no. Yeah, we were just sitting there watching. Honestly, I was really stunned. Like, that was the whole thing. That was like, there's no way that was
I switched
real
it
life.
off in the living room, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go and enjoy the rest of the night with my family. This is done. Then Amanda takes Ollie upstairs to go to sleep, and I'm like, all right, this is a 90-day or some reality show we're supposed to be watching. I'll switch it back to the game while she's putting him to sleep, and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
All chaos takes place. If she doesn't take him upstairs to sleep, I don't know that I watch what happens with the 5-run lead being blown.
It really is mostly my fault here, because I started the game and I was doing my BetQL show.
Well,
and as soon as the show was over, you know, I was able to see it on the you know, in the office. But as soon as the show was over, I go back in the living room
office,
and that's where the 5-run lead happened.
So you jinxed it by changing
It really is my fault.
your viewing location.
It really is my fault.
I'm excited for this exercise.
All right, let's do it.
We are the show. What are we the show of now?
We're the
Wales. Wales.
Yeah.
Legacy defining, public relations, and statues.
Yeah.
All those?
Yeah.
All right. We define the legacies now. Let's start off with Freddie Freeman. Just instant, quick hit thought in your mind what that World Series now does for Freddie Freeman. Was it absolutely lock him?
Lock
into
first
being
ballot. First ballot.
Okay.
First ballot.
I
Locks
agree.
him in.
You think of him as all-time clutch now as well?
I mean, you've got to. You also had to put in all-time tough. I mean, he should not even have been in these playoffs. That's how bad his ankle was.
Yeah.
Now, it got better, obviously, as the series went on, and you know, I mean, he led that a triple in Game 1 for crying out loud. But he's all-time tough too.
Yeah, they talked about, Brett Boone talked about professional hitter, like how he's just he's just perfect the way that his plate approach and everything else, and that's kind of been his reputation throughout. I think this does shift him as people think back on him as just October legend, and like it'll almost become a footnote what he had been as just one of the better hitters in Major League Baseball for years.
What the hell is that?
Oh, that's
35
the truck.
West.
Yeah, it's an Everman. That's the truck that flipped over this morning off the bridge. It was on an overpass, and I don't know if it jackknifed or what, but it just flipped over upside down.
Crap! Wow, look at that traffic.
Jeez.
My gosh. Okay, Dave Roberts.
I didn't notice Dave Roberts doing anything. I mean, he worked the bullpen well last night.
I mean, I don't know if that really matters. How will Dave Roberts now be viewed? Because this is a guy who, before this may be the most interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you got the keys, you got everything handed to you. You're sitting here, just don't screw it up, and you have not won enough championships that you should have. You're the Atlanta Braves all over again, the Duke Blue Devils. You should be winning more, and every year it feels like in the offseason they might be running Dave Roberts out. How does that change things for him now?
He feels like he's on an Eric Spoelstra trajectory where it's like Spoelstra early on was just like, you're overseeing all this talent that's ridiculous, and that eventually I think people are going to come around to the idea of he's a pretty good manager. Just like people eventually came around to Eric Spoelstra's a pretty good coach.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good comp right there with Spoelstra. He's
I don't think Roberts is ever going to be respected as much as Spoelstra.
No. I don't think he will. But like, I think people will look at him like,
is he a really good manager?
I think he is a good manager, but like, I don't think he's like a difference maker. Like
right,
Joe Madden, Bruce Bochy.
Yeah,
I think of them as like, okay,
because a lot of people just look at this as the genius is upstairs in the Dodgers front office. They hand you the piece of paper, follow it. You're judging too much by the numbers. That was the knock on Dave Roberts.
Dave Roberts and Aaron Boone, because of who they manage for, if they're deserving of credit, they'll never get the full credit they deserve. They're never. Yeah, Dave Roberts could win 3 more championships, and he'll never get the Bruce Bochy credit.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah, I mean,
This basically buys him 3 more years of job security.
Essentially, yeah.
He pushed all the right buttons with the bullpen consistently throughout the playoffs for them. I don't know. I feel like managers a little bit like what makes a good referee, and it's like, do I notice you even? Like, I don't know that I notice.
Yeah.
A big part of it's also going to be just probably personality management, especially with Shohei in there.
I don't think
it's arrogant ass.
I don't think it's going to elevate Dave Roberts that much. My opinion. Shohei Ohtani. This is the Tyrese Halliburton of World Series winners. He was clearly compromised. 0 for? Like, what? I thought I saw 0 for 7 at one point last night. But
for the entire postseason, his numbers and Judge's numbers for the whole playoffs are about identical.
But Bobby, cover your ears, unplug the headphones. You're not going to be happy with this. I don't think anyone's going to remember Shohei struggling or not really contributing to them winning the World Series whatsoever. They're going to remember first year, championship, 50-50 club, and all the other things that he's not going to be punished for these numbers. Unless he goes to 2 more, 3 more World Series, starts being Bonds or A-Rod in the wrong clutch way, and they're like, remember what you did that first year? I think he's going to be looked upon as, hey, you didn't just tag yourself with the group project. Shohei Ohtani, World Series champ.
Probably right, and that's probably the problem with legacies is that it's because he did nothing in the World Series. He did nothing in the playoffs. His first at bat was, I think it was his first, maybe his second, was a 3-run home run, and that was 30% of his entire playoff RBIs on that one swing. And that was 60, playoff.
So his
at-bats
numbers
ago.
before he got hurt were not good.
No, they're bad.
Things are
I
also
guess
going
this is
to
the World Series. It wasn't very good.
Things are also going to change for him dramatically because of whatever happens with him on the mound.
Right? Yeah, look, and Peyton brought this. I think it was Peyton.
What I'm trying to say is, no one's going to sideswipe him and be like, "You were on that team." I don't think people are going to do that.
I don't think they will either. But like Peyton brought up, and then in the group chat that we had, if you were to Google his playoff numbers, it doesn't give you his playoff numbers.
Oh yeah,
right.
They're shadow banning.
They're shadow
his
banning
numbers.
them. Yeah. So,
and did anyone follow up to check that was actually true?
We did. Yeah,
and
we looked.
accurate?
Yeah.
So what are you suggesting? That Google doesn't want Shohei Ohtani hate?
I don't think it was Google. I think
whoever.
It was MLB at bat.
It was MLB at bat.
Yeah, it was the MLB at bat.
But they changed it a few days after people called them out for it.
All right, we are defining the World Series legacies after the Dodgers won it all. Aaron Judge, did he do enough last night to get out of the doghouse? The big home run early, the catch against the wall, but then the huge error to start things in center.
I don't think he did anything. I don't think he did enough. I don't think that will change anything. So
you think they'll be waiting to boo him his next postseason at bat if and when he strikes out?
Waiting to boo? No. What they'll be waiting for is that when they go into the playoffs again, whenever that may be, they will be like, "Well, we got to see it from him." It's like we don't think that he is. They're just going to expect him to fail. They're expecting the 20 strikeouts and 40 at bats.
The drop in center erased the home run.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because he had a chance. Like if he let's say he catches that ball in center, they're probably going to Game 6, and then you have a chance to rewrite everything. All your playoff legacies, you got a chance to, because he was starting to catch on a little bit. You got a chance, and he blew it, and that's where he's going to sit now.
He's the Dak of baseball.
I don't even. That's
Dak
overselling
didn't win MVP.
Dak. That's overselling. Yeah, he should.
Not even close.
Choker, that's his that's going to be his reputation right now. You look at it.
Bonds, A-Rod, same
58
thing.
career playoff games. He's hitting 205, which is 80 points below his career average. His OPS is like 760. He's not showing up in the playoffs.
Giancarlo. Venezuela.
Playoff Stanton. That's big time. Big time.
So next year, when they're both introduced for Game 1 in New York, who gets the bigger applause?
Opening day.
Opening day. Judge or Stanton?
Judge.
Assume Judge. But
okay.
He's like, if you were to ask a Yankee fan, who do you want up? They all would want Giancarlo.
So now people are not ready to kick him out of the city. This saves that.
I think they understand he can't run. He's very limited. He's going to be a poorly aging DH.
Ugh.
But boy, don't throw him an off-speed pitch in a playoff game.
By the way, you mentioned him poorly running. That reminds me of him getting thrown out at home. That's probably jumping back when we're like, who's the other MVP candidate? It might have been Teoscar Hernandez with the throw out at home, and he had like 5 RBIs. That may have been the other guy.
The combo of Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman. This will not get Boone off the hook if they're struggling the first quarter of next year, halfway point.
Right.
They'll want him fired, right? They want him fired for moving Stanton down in the lineup.
Right.
So Boone and Cashman.
I think it gives Boone a year extra. Cashman too. Cashman's got to get credit for getting Juan Soto. But if he lets Soto walk.
Soto afterwards again did I'm open to the world.
I'm open to the world.
I'm open to everyone. Start your bids.
I'll play anywhere. But a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, I don't know that this changes either one of their legacies a ton. I think it just confirmed for people how they thought about them, which is Cashman. It's like, yeah, you got the checkbook and you can go out there and you can get all these players, but you can't win it the way the Dodgers go out and spend and win. Like you're unable to. And Boone, he was hit by a lot of the
more.
No, I know, but I'm just saying in general, as a Cashman over the last 20 years, how the return on the amount that you guys have spent has not gotten back to you. But with Aaron Boone, I think people felt like the things that you did poorly in this playoff run are the exact things we've always thought you did poorly.
Who am I missing on my legacy list that you had? Is there anyone else screaming out to you who wins or loses big time?
Well, Cole's legacy, I think it went up
It went up.
Yeah. Oh, he was really, really good in this postseason. He allowed 2 or fewer runs in every game.
Not covering will not overshadow and haunt him.
I don't think so at all because he never should have got.
Staying in there was gutsy.
Yeah, and it never should have gotten there. He really was pretty dominant last night when outside of the errors that were made.
And Bob, what is your Will Smith stat?
5 straight World Series titles for Will Smith. Not the same Will Smith.
So you said we lost to Will Smith and we gained to Will Smith.
Yes, so we had catcher Will Smith who did it in 2020 with the Dodgers, and he was on this team in 24. And then in between, we had the reliever Will Smith that won with 3 straight teams. So we've gotten a Will Smith title every year for the last 5 years. So that's the key in the post-COVID era. You got to have a Will Smith on your team.
Will Smith.
All right, speaking of fair or foul, RJ has cooked up a Dallas Cowboys edition. Fair or foul, another Tolo ticket giveaway, and the biggest local segment in radio, Bobby, with the Neighborhood Watch. It's all coming up here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We have another free ticket hookup for you, turning it on, leaving it. That's what TOLO stands for. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
Cowboys, Falcons, Sunday in Atlanta on this radio station with the pregame, the play-by-play, and the color. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, will join us at 8:40 this morning, and then the post-game show as well. Here is the commercial-free Expressway with RJ Choppy and a little Cowboys fair or foul.
All right, number one, Sean, Bobby, Paytone. They should have let Dak and CD play out the year under their old deals. Fair or foul? By the way, it's a baseball term, fair or foul.
I picked up on it. No, foul. You're going to end up, they're going to commit to it. They were going to sign them. That was what was going to happen. I don't think Dak playing like this makes them necessarily walk away because they clearly are afraid of this quarterback purgatory. So,
but what they should have done.
Yeah, but if they wait, they're paying more.
No, what if they don't pay them?
Oh, just walk away.
Rephrase the question.
So they should have let them play out the year under their old deals.
You're just assuming that they pay
anyway.
The anyway. What if they don't pay?
Oh, so this isn't like they're following the route. This is what should they have done, regardless of what
so
they
like
actually
with
were.
Dak, they would have let him play out the deal. Now they still would have had guaranteed money or cap money responsibilities next year if they let him walk.
Yes, yeah. So look, no, it's still foul because I mean you're talking about quarterback prices always go up. They're going to be on the hook for stuff financially that they wouldn't be able to weather if Dak left. And CD, as much as he hasn't had a great year yet, I don't think anybody's thought like, oh, CD's regressed or CD's not going to be good. I think they think he's in a funk.
I mean, is he in a funk? Am I the only one not thinking that CD Lamb is balling? Am I the only one?
He played better against San Francisco in the second half, but no, I don't think he's come anywhere close to being the guy he's been the last 2 years.
Okay. I want you to answer this because I think you're going to be completely opposite of Bobby in what they should have done. How many wins you think they're going to have this year, you said yesterday?
6.
All right, so let's say they go 6-11, and neither of them have been re-signed throughout. What are you doing? 6-11, they continue to play like this.
6-11, they're picking 10th, 8th, something like that.
Yeah,
maybe earlier.
I mean, why are you even hesitating? This is like out of the RJ Choppy handbook.
If they're 6-11, then you move on. Yeah, you just move on from the players. CD would have had another year, so you would have traded him. You would have traded Micah.
Yeah.
and you would let Dak walk.
6-11 was the 6th overall pick last year.
Yeah, you're getting the second best quarterback this year in the draft probably, because they're going to have a lot of players above them because they're not perceived to be a great draft. Yeah, you move on.
Man, it's so. Oh, gosh. I'm probably moving on. I did not foresee things would have been this bad, so I'm not going to act like I didn't want to go ahead and give Dak his money because of the purgatory fear. But with the way that this has played out, if it continues to be as bad as I think, then I'm moving on. I'm drafting different. I'm signing even Lamb before Dak, but you want to blow the whole thing up and you want to start over, go ahead and do that. So fair.
Yeah, now if you sign Lamb and let Dak walk, I mean, at least you're giving the next quarterback a target.
Yeah, like they tried to do for Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to give him weapons.
Right, absolutely.
They didn't do that for Bryce Young, right? But they tried to do that for Caleb. No, I'm not re-signing the quarterback.
Okay.
We start over.
All right, next one.
And I guarantee you what, it's going to be like 85% of the fan reaction.
Sure. Fair foul. The Cowboys should have promoted Al Harris.
By the way, real quick, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with you, but I do have to ask. I mean, this year Dak's play says what to you?
He's been bad. Like, I mean, this is the worst football he's ever played.
Yeah.
And so to me, I don't take 7 games typically and say I can apply that to what I've seen consistently, especially within the context of everything that's clearly toxic about everybody being on 1-year deals and trying to figure out who's going to be here next year. I think that's
because a set of logic would tell you you're this far in and you're playing this bad. You can't elevate the offense to not look terrible. That's your answer to not being the guy good enough to win it all.
Why was it different though? We've got a much larger sample size over the last decade where it has been elevated. And so to me, I don't take a 7-week. There was a stretch from 17, the middle of 2017 to the middle of 18 where he was really not very good. And that's the only other stretch we've seen like that throughout his career. And he came out the other side of it and was fine.
Well, 2 things. Number one, his great stretches have never really had him thought of as a top 5 quarterback. He's had stretches of it, like he's playing like an MVP, second MVP last year. And then obviously the playoff failures. So it hasn't been good enough for anything in the postseason.
Sure, but just in terms of the ability.
And it hasn't been good enough for us to be like, all right, he's cemented himself like on a higher up tier. He goes on these runs. He has these flashes, 2 very, very excellent seasons. It just feels like it feels like we're getting to the point of having enough sample size.
Yeah, but I think that's a disagreement on what the sample size says, I think. Because I think it says that he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. That he is a top probably 5 to 8 quarterback in the NFL, and that this is a bad stretch where he's played really poorly. I would personally, instead of saying, I'm going to take this 7 games and now change what I've seen for the previous 8 years, I would instead say, I would like to see what it looks like when he has somebody working with him who views offensive football more similarly to him. Because right now he's got a coach that I don't think they see things the same way.
Okay, but why? But to use your own point back at you, why was it good enough and fine last year for a second in MVP season? Mike McCarthy was the play caller and everything was fine and good last year.
So the first 6 games of the year, things looked different.
Yes.
I think a lot of it was McCarthy getting out of the way the last 10 games of the season.
Okay.
Just when you talk to people and hear about how things were done over there.
Yeah.
And then I think this year there's been a emphasis on, hey, let's play tighter. Let's go back to the timing-based system of get the ball out quickly because we don't trust these young offensive linemen to block up for us and we don't have veterans that can step in.
Okay.
Fair foul. Cowboys should have promoted Al Harris to DC in-house versus hiring Mike Zimmer.
I mean, obviously, looking back on it, the Zimmer hire has not gone well. Like, he hasn't been good enough. At the time, given the information you had, fair. You've never seen Al Harris design and run a defense. He's never been asked to do it before. We don't know what kind of overall concepts he would have. Zimmer had shown within the last 2 years when he was hired that he could run an NFL defense that could specifically challenge some of the San Francisco stuff. So, no, I think that's like hindsight 2020.
Yeah, fair now, foul then.
Okay.
I would have had a problem if you chose Al Harris over Mike Zimmer. Obviously, now I would rather have had Al Harris.
Agree.
Sorry, Mike.
Fair or foul? The Star in Frisco is too nice.
Foul. That has not. I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Because like the Chiefs have like a awful.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it Xavier Worthy that walked in there this year?
Yeah.
And he was like,
it's old.
This is where y'all practice?
Yeah.
This is the locker room?
It's old. It looks like an old 80s office building. It's not nice at all. But no, I think that, yeah.
There's a lot of teams that have new facilities. Right?
I think, maybe they have 3 Super Bowls because they practice in dingy, home space. And maybe also because they have Patrick Mahomes and he's been really great for the last, up until this year, like the last 16 games. But no, I think it's more the quarterback thing.
Foul.
Agree. Fair or foul? The Cowboys should hire Ben Johnson over Bill Belichick if they decide to move on from McCarthy.
Woo! Here's the thing. Okay, Bobby's thinking about it. Here's the thing. I think we dumb down the elevation of coordinators to head coaches way too much. Ben Johnson is looking like an offensive genius. Is Ben Johnson a head coaching genius? If Ben Johnson is a tremendous offensive advantage for your football team, can he still be that while being the head coach? Obviously, if you're Jerry Jones or any owner, I want Ben Johnson calling my plays while he's the head coach. How much of a problem is that going to be? We just go, oh my God, he's got a great defense. Oh my God, he's got a great offense. And we totally flush, except for Eric Bieniemy. Where is he?
He was in Washington. I don't know where he is now. I think he's unemployed.
Wow. Except for Eric Bieniemy, we always go, oh my God, top 3 unit, head coach.
UCLA, yeah.
Okay. It has nothing to do with how you Jason Kidd this thing with the personalities. Mike Zimmer is giving me a lot of Bill Belichick hesitation. I've been all in on the hype, the storylines, trying to be the Jerry Jones of radio here with stuff to talk about. Can these guys just not... Is Belichick just too old and outdated for the league? That is my humongous concern. From a football intelligence, toughness, cut the fat, get rid of all this crap, the podcast and the BS, yes, I would want Bill Belichick. But is that workable, feasible, possible in today's National Football League? I don't know that it is.
You can't tell a player you can't have a podcast in today's NFL.
Yeah.
So
you can, but they'll be like, what? No.
Here's the only hang up with Ben Johnson specifically.
And he bad interviews last year.
He pulled
even though Albert Breer did report, great topic from RJ later. Albert Breer reported he wanted the Bears job. The Bears job was the one that Ben Johnson wanted, but there was some DC stuff, Bobby.
He pulled a little bit of a Josh McDaniels, where they're on the way to go scoop him up or do, and he ended up just go, hey, turn your plane around. Never mind, change my mind. And that's, like I said, Josh McDaniels, and we've seen Belichick tree. The coaches are smart. They're X's and O's smart. They know football. We've seen that before. They have ridiculous problems managing culture. The 49ers, the Shanahan-McVay coaches have the X's and O's skills, and they've shown that their coaches generally know how to manage culture pretty well. That they've hit with Kevin O'Connell. Mike McDaniel's teams aren't playing well right now, but nobody complains about Mike McDaniel's culture in Miami. They generally have hit on that front. So Ben Johnson's a great coordinator. I don't know, given that would make me just wonder, is he ready to... Would he be ready for the Dallas Cowboys if he can't even make up his mind? But turn your plane around. I don't want to interview with Washington. I changed my mind.
So which one's your answer?
I would prefer rolling the dice, I guess, on Johnson, just because I know he's innovative right now. Like Belichick, I don't know that what he does works outside of New England right now.
I don't know that it works outside of New England either. I like the question with Ben Johnson, like you said, about the offensive. How does that affect his defense? How does that affect his game management? Will offensive coaches care about the defense? Will they call a game differently because of the defense,
right,
to protect them?
Complementary football.
There's a lot of questions that go in there that you don't know, but we are definitely in the age of you want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the cool kids club.
I want a former player. That's what I want.
I want the stories. I want the headlines. I want the weekly interview.
I don't know if you want the weekly interview with Bill.
Well, just to say,
yeah,
I don't want it, but I do want it. My heart wants Bill. My head is probably saying Ben Johnson, but my heart, my radio heart, wants Bill Belichick. You'll be able to sit there and say that you had Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones on weekly, and
Great.
the stories, the coverage, the
great.
headlines. It'd be like drafting. This would be our Manziel retribution.
Absolutely.
When we got our hearts broken, mine shattered, sitting there, sitting there on draft day, waiting for AT&T Stadium to explode when Manziel's name is called. Damn. Well, not really damn.
What could have been? Instead, we got.
It would have been a fun 2 years.
Instead, we got a Hall of Fame guard.
I know.
That was a boring.
So
right?
my heart is saying Bill, my head is saying Ben. RJ Choppy, fair or foul in the home of the Cowboys?
All right, last one, Sean and Bobby. The Cowboys draft magic is over, and they won't be happy when Will McClay eventually leaves, but they also won't be sad.
Completely foul. When he leaves, I don't know what they're gonna do. They run their current front office personnel structure that they use, and the way that they evaluate players is unique to the way other people do it across the league in terms of their structure, the way they build their board, everything else. It's not, nobody else in the league does it the same way. Some of it you can't get into just because of it's sort of proprietary. It's stuff you find out. But basically, the way that they cross-reference each other, the way that they work to gain information when they're on campuses and find things out, the way that they huddle up together or have them work directly with the coaches to find things out. They have a whole process that's different from the rest of the league. But yeah, I think it's when you look, I looked this up once. I need to do it again. I looked it up, I think last year, where if you compare everybody in Will McClay's drafts and you take what player did they take at their pick, look at the player taken directly before at the same position and directly after at the same position, there's like one miss. Where Mozzie. Since then Mozzie's probably included in there, but Taco. At the time it was Taco and maybe one other. But otherwise they got the better player out of the ones that the rest of the league was valuing. So they've hit generally, and I think this draft is going to be a hit. It's just a raw class. The 21 or the 22 class with Tyler Smith, they got Tyler Smith and Jake Ferguson and Deron Bland. Where 2023 and 2019, they happen every now and then. They get those bad drafts, and statistically, you're going to get those just by luck of the draw, no matter how good your process is. And that's why it's ridiculous to put everything on. Don't miss a single draft class because we're counting on you.
What do you think?
Oh, I think it's foul. I think Will's fantastic. I think Will is if you're going to... And look, it's not fair because we don't know the other guys in the markets that do what Will does.
Yeah.
I would be hard-pressed to find 5 better in the entire league. I think he's that good. And again, I don't know the other team because the draft is such a crapshoot. And the Cowboys have done a great job of, like, most teams close their eyes and throw a dart at a board. That's basically what the draft is. The Cowboys, I think, draft with one eye open, and everybody else has both eyes closed.
He doesn't have GM as his title, but assuming the person who runs personnel.
He's the director of player personnel.
Yeah, Will is thought of around the league as a personnel director, whether that title's general manager or director of personnel. Will is thought of as like a top 5 personnel leader.
Who would be on that? The San Fran guy, the Detroit guy?
Veach would be on there. Ballard would be on there. Like, those are other guys.
Ballard?
Yeah, Ballard is thought of as a really good evaluator.
Wow, man, they win so many games. He's the only great personnel man that goes 7-10 every year.
Quarterback matters.
Yes, it does.
Dallas Cowboys, fair or foul? Here on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Let's hook you up before the watch.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Gabriel Iglesias on January 31st at WinStar. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Are you really what your record says you are? One of the all-time quotes, maybe the guy who has produced the most all-time quotes in the history of the NFL, Bill Parcells, said it. We'll examine it at 8. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, live at 8:40. Let's hit the neighborhood.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, are you guys ready for the I-30 Classic? You ready for a chop?
Yeah, man.
You love it, huh?
Kennedale versus Arlington Martin.
It'd
Not
be
even
classic
close.
if there wasn't traffic at 5 a.m. That would be classic for me.
That'd be great for you. Yeah, that's tough. You are going to have to...
Never have I pined for 6:35 in my life so much. I can't wait for next year.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. When you said that yesterday during a break, you were like, God, I need 6:35. I was like, wow, that does seem like just a ridiculous thing somebody would say.
Because that's been my number one most hated highway while living here. And now I can't. I don't know what they're doing on 30 every morning. I have to get off of it. I hate it.
They're all getting in line to go attend the I-30 Classic is what they're doing, Sean. That is tomorrow night. Every Friday during the high school football season, Pat Doney over at our partner station, NBC5, he hosts Big Game Friday, which is he's out there for the evening news reports, doing reports live from the biggest Sean thinks is not very serious at all. Food allergies based on what he was saying at 6:40 today.
I'm just joking.
City of Louisville. I saw this yesterday. Somebody said, I got my teal bucket out. How many of you are also doing it? I was like, what the hell is a teal bucket?
Yes.
I had never heard of this.
It's the Teal Pumpkin Project.
So the teal pumpkin is apparently an issue of, for kids who have these like severe food allergies that, I can't have peanuts or I can't have almonds or whatever else. The whole idea of it is just to make sure they don't get anything cross-contaminated or whatever else. They've got a separate one up there, a teal pumpkin that's got toys in it like Peyton's handing out or whatever else. Other things that those kids can go grab comfortably and know they're not going to have to deal with any food allergy stuff. So obviously Addison's got a bad tree nut allergy. And so she always gets super anxious about picking through her candy and wondering, reading the labels. And I got to make sure there's nothing in this because a lot of times there'll be tree nuts and something that you're not even thinking of, just whether it's flour or something like that. But if you go, just Google teal pumpkin map and enter your address, it shows you a list of people within a mile of your address who have volunteered and said, hey, we're going to have one. So if you have somebody with food allergies and you're trying to do that, you can just Google that and it'll tell you the safe houses to hit. What do you want to say? Say it. I want you to say it.
I don't want to say it.
Well, you don't think it's legit?
Of course it's legit.
Okay.
Of course it's legit.
So what did you want to say?
I'm more power to the people who do the teal pumpkin thing. I'm not going out of my way for that. I'm just going to hand out candy, and if your kid can have candy, they can have candy. If they can't have candy, then I'm sure there's going to be a nice neighbor down the street that is a part of it.
Well, and that's why. It's because that's why they have it as something you can go find.
Yeah.
It's because they don't expect everybody to just do it, which is why here are the places you can hit.
By the way, there's stories, and I see this on what is this, the Today Show. There are towns that have age limits for trick-or-treaters. What are we doing with age limits?
What do you mean?
If you want to trick, if you're 15,
what do you mean age limit?
They say you can't. A couple towns can't trick or treat after 14 years old. What are you going to card the person?
Right.
Let me see your ID.
What is the age?
As long as you have a costume on, and you don't have facial hair, like a beard.
You said 11.
11.
Cut it off.
11.
How old's Luca?
He's 14. I don't believe he's going.
When's the last time he's put on a costume to go out and knock house to house?
I think 2 years.
Okay.
Julian is going. He's 12. He's going tonight.
What's he dressed as?
I'll tell you what he's going to be dressed. He's going to be dressed as something that hopefully doesn't get him canceled because this kid has asked for the most offensive costumes ever, and he thinks we're dumb. He says he wanted. Can I go as a banana? As an eggplant. He wanted to go as an eggplant. And I'm like, I know, I'm hip to your scheme here, pal, okay? Your entire repertoire is around wiener jokes, okay? I know what we're talking about here.
So what is it?
Honestly, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, he wanted to go. I can't even say it on the radio
don't
what he
say
wanted
that.
to go as.
Don't say
so
that.
we're putting a mask on him. That's it. Here's a mask, go.
Peer group, I think, determines that for you. Like whenever your peer group all kind of settles into it, and that's a different answer for different areas. Okay, we've always got the Facebook community group post of the week and some other things. I've got another new feature that we're going to throw in today because I think you guys always give really good answer on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. So over on Reddit, they have a forum called Ask DFW where Redditors basically solicit like, hey, where can I find this in Dallas? Where can I get this in DFW? I want this. So I figured we could tap into some of these questions and get the recommendations from listeners and then clip it and reply with it. And then it's the fan listeners that are supplying the stuff. So the question today comes from a tourist who's looking for entertainment options next weekend. So they're flying down to see Lincoln Park in Arlington on Friday. It'll be the first time in Texas. That's next Friday, not this Friday. And then they're going to see the Cowboys game on the 10th. So their hotel is like in Grand Prairie-ish between Dallas and Arlington. And they're looking for recommendations, music, venues, entertainment options. So let us know on the fan text. We'll read some of the answers then when we get on the back end. Just entertainment options for a weekend if you're staying around Grand Prairie. All right. Election Day's coming up on Tuesday.
Oh, I can't wait.
How are you guys going to have watching parties?
I'm not having a party.
Watching party.
Oh, I know you are.
I will not be sleeping that night. I'll tell you that.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm coming right in from. I'm gonna make sure those votes are counted.
You haven't been like 100% news consumption guy.
Well, I get my news off TikTok, Sean.
Okay.
You're one of those.
I'm one of those. But no, I watch quite a bit.
Okay.
I watch more than I let on. But I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I can't wait for the coverage.
So we already know who's running for president.
Are you
Senate.
a John King or a Kornacki guy? The Kornacki guy is
Who's Kornacki? Is he on Fox?
No, he's on either CBS or NBC. I can't remember which one it is. He's the touchscreen guy with King.
Oh no, John King.
King's great with it.
John King. When he's up there on that map, to me that's riveting. I'm like, you're a machine.
They're the only one. That's the only network I think that can actually get the touchscreen to work. Like the Fox one never works.
Yeah.
I mean, he's tapping it and it's just like not moving.
Everything John King is spitting out, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's a monster.
Numbers after numbers, not rattled at all. It's like him and Scott Hansen, just the way that they operate.
Don't
within
compare
their
John
jobs.
King to Scott Hansen, please. Don't.
All right, let's take a look at the propositions that are available for voting in the Metroplex.
Okay.
All right. This is not taking a stance on any of these.
Very political.
No, it's not. Not taking a stance on any of these. Just telling you what's out there. Dallas is voting on Proposition C, which aims to increase the annual salary of the mayor to $110,000 a year and council members to $90,000 a year. So if you feel like giving your city council and mayor a raise in Dallas,
you'll
vote yes on Prop C.
Gavin Spittle, I'm going to announce Proposition A. We all get raises here. We're going to vote on it.
Generally,
what the heck?
That's democracy.
Generally, whenever I see like raises, I'm like, no.
Yep. Nope.
No, against.
No,
not for it.
There's a lady in our neighborhood. It's a family. I know the husbands are in the PABs, which is our group chat, and on their front yard it says vote yes for Proposition A or whatever. And I said, what is this? He goes, it's to increase the property taxes for the school. And I said, why the hell would I vote for that? I don't have kids in the school district.
Why would you want to increase the property taxes?
Because they want more money for the school. Which, if you have kids in the school, it's great. Absolutely, right? But I don't have kids in the school.
Yeah.
Proposition R wants to change marijuana enforcement in Dallas. It wants to prohibit DPD from making arrests or issuing citations for marijuana possession or considering the odor of marijuana as probable cause for search or seizure, except as part of a violent felony or high-priority narcotics felony investigation. It would say that enforcement of Class A and Class B misdemeanor marijuana possession in DPD would be the lowest enforcement priority and prohibit city funds or personnel from being used to test cannabis-related substances.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
4, I'm fine, get rid of the enforcement of it, except you should not be smoking and driving.
Yeah, you should not be smoking.
No smoking and driving, but you have it, you smoke it, whatever. Yes, it's about time.
Yeah, about time.
Hutchins, Prop A.
Barbecue?
No, Hutchins, the city, is asking voters to approve bonds of $28 million because they want to build a single building that would house a recreation center and a library. So if you want a rec center and a library in Hutchins, that's on the table for you. It would feature youth basketball courts, cardio, weight equipment, all that jazz, but it would cost $28 million. So you got to figure out if that's what you want to do. Now, the Hutchins said there will be no tax increase for residents because the city has experienced property value growth of $896,290,266 since 2021. So
wow.
They got some cash to spend. Prop A in Johnson County is asking voters to approve a $60 million transportation bond that's going to have 16 improvement projects in Burleson, Joshua, Cleburne, Keene, and Alvarado. Now, here's the thing. If approved, the bond will be funded by about a penny increase in the INS tax rate for property taxes, with an average annual cost of less than $25 to homeowners. But are you going to say, no, I'm not raising my property taxes by $25 for public transportation stuff?
No, I'm good with that.
You good?
Yeah.
All right, Mansfield.
Public transportation in the Metroplex would be nice.
What a novel idea.
Yeah, I know.
Mansfield, the home of Peyton Russell, where he was sculpted. Well, he wasn't allowed to have any liquor.
You call that
Mansfield.
sculpted?
I've seen him with a shirt off. I wouldn't call that sculpted at all.
Come on. What are we doing here? Come on.
Prop A in Mansfield. You can now get take-home liquor if it's approved. So they obviously have liquor available for sale in bars and restaurants and stuff like that, but you still cannot operate a liquor store in Mansfield.
Oh.
It's just beer and wine. And so Prop A, if this is approved, means you are now able to buy take-home liquor, off-site liquor.
Four.
There in Mansfield. Over in McKinney, they're looking
how
to
much would that suck?
Got to bring back those open container laws too.
You talked about whenever you see a raise is on the ballot, you're like, nope, just automatically out. Okay, well, over in McKinney, they're looking to stay in office longer and get more money for it. Prop A would extend term limits from 2 4-year terms to 3 4-year terms. And then Prop B, right on the side of it there in McKinney, voters are being asked to increase the compensation given to members of the city council. They're paid $50 per meeting, with the mayor receiving an extra $100 monthly, if approved, starting on October 1st, 2025. Listen to this inflation. Council members would be paid $750 per month.
Oh!
And the mayor would receive $1,000 per month. So 10 times what they were getting before. That's on the option there for voters in McKinney.
You know, I don't want to reject all raises. I do give props to those people who go on the HOA boards, those thankless jobs no one else wants. I don't want to do it. Someone else is going to do it. Man, props to you. Thanks for taking the bullet.
I want them. I want to be able to.
Well, do something about it. Stop talking about it.
I want to be able to embezzle the hell out of that
All you do is
HOA.
talk about it. You ain't volunteering. You ain't trying to submit. You ain't doing nothing.
Nah, the guy that's in there's got a stranglehold on it. He really does have a stranglehold of this thing. We need term limits in the HOA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, then I'm guessing if you were in McKinney, you would be voting this one down because you'd want to get into office quicker. All right, some of the answers over to the Ask DFW question about places to go, entertainment options over the weekend if you're staying around Grand Prairie. Six Flags, Texas Live, Rick Glassman at the Addison Improv. Bucks Wild is one of the suggestions here. Peyton, I didn't know you were texting in. You could have just said that in my ear. A lot of different Texas Live, Epic Water Park, different areas like that. So there's some of the suggestions over on the fan text. All right, we have...
Only here can you be hitting all the water parks on October 31st.
And it's totally reasonable. All right, Texas Monthly has released... They went and did the groundwork. They went and found the 50 best tacos in the state of Texas. And I was a little disappointed to find that there weren't more in the top 10 that were directly around us here in DFW. That was a little bit frustrating. Over there, they've got 2 spots in DFW that are in the top 10. Ranked 9th is, I don't know how to pronounce this, Mascara's Mexican Grill in Oak Cliff. That's 9th. And the highest ranking DFW spot is Revolver Taco Lounge, which ranks 4th on the list, which I had never heard of, but I guess this place has really blown up. It opened in Fort Worth in 2011, and then it moved to Deep Ellum about 6 years ago. You've been there?
I've been there. I think it was on Netflix.
Really?
It was good. I feel like it was a little bit expensive, as everything is, but it was good. Man, it's hard for me. I have a high taco bar, man, for real. Like, it's hard for me to be blown away by a taco. The meat has to be fresh. It has to be hot, not just getting it and reheating it. How good is the tortilla? Are you putting enough onions on it? Are you putting cooked onions on it? I got a high taco bar.
Are you a corn or flour tortilla guy for your tacos?
If it's my last taco on earth, flour.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
But there's some times where I'm okay with the corn one.
The corn one falls apart so easily a lot of times.
If I'm gonna have a lot of tacos, if I'm starving, I want corn because the flour is more filling. But the flour tortilla,
they're better. They hold up better.
Yeah.
I mean, almost
Texture,
every time you're using a corn.
the big thing. The corn ones almost have like a grittiness that I don't like.
And you almost always have to use 2 of them.
Yes.
Right?
Because they snap.
So
or
you feel like
whatever.
what you're saving, like the corn tortilla is obviously better for you. than the flower, but then you got two of them wrapped up in there. Yeah.
So it's like, is it negligible?
Which, if you want the that is, by the way, I told Jaime, our promo guy, I told him that I was.
Oh, what a stereotype!
Wow,
No, I'm saying I told Jaime, our promo guy, that I don't like the corn tortillas, and he told me that was the widest opinion that I had.
Yeah.
He's like, no, don't ever say that around.
Yeah.
Somebody. The number one, if you want the best taco in Texas, you're gonna have to drive to Midland, like I did, to go see Keller softball play. If I would have known, I would have gone here. It's Analyst Taqueria. That's the number one in the state of Texas.
There it is, the Neighborhood Watch with Bobby Roberto Belt during the commercial-free, every day, the commercial-free expressway with a Tolo ticket giveaway. Are we overreacting to 3-4? Are the Dallas Cowboys actually what their record says they are? Plus some other teams in the league. Babe Laufenberg around the corner as well. All coming up on The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. Get you healthy, keep you healthy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
overreaction. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here. Peyton is in a good mood. He's fist pumping. Choppy's been
Halloween,
dancing
baby.
all morning long. Caitlin is getting it at 8 o'clock here. What the heck is going on? I guess closer to the weekend.
Halloween, man. We're all going to be at a sugar rush tonight.
Are you going to be eating a ton?
Yeah, I've already dipped into the candy that we got. I don't know if the kids are going to have anything.
What's your tax rate for your kids on their candy?
Oh, I don't. I just take what I want.
100%.
Yeah.
He just takes what he wants.
My kids are the worst because they get all the, they want the sweet tarts and stuff, and I look at their bag and I'm like, I don't even want to take any of this. This doesn't even look good.
Are you going to be consuming a lot of candy?
No, because they get sweet tarts and Skittles. They want all the, fruit flavored ones. They don't like chocolate.
Eat all the nuts. Practice makes perfect. All right. Are the Cowboys... We really haven't had a ton of this discussion, but could one make the argument, Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons, Dallas media, Cowboy media, you guys are losing your minds over 3-4? Are you kidding me? And you came in with some playoff odds that you had yesterday, Choppy, and you think the path is going to have to be winning the division, and it is a path that they can take advantage of. Bet Online sent me the odds of all the teams to make the playoffs.
Wow. Before
the season, they had a 66.7% chance of making the playoffs. What is it now?
It's 12%.
12 of making? Okay. So that would be what, 82% miss?
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
20%.
Or 88%?
Yeah.
It's a 20% chance. Right on the dot, Bobby. The Cowboys have an 80% chance of not making the postseason. If you think they'll make it, you can get the odds at plus 300. Right now, no is minus 400. What do you have on your end?
All right, so the Cowboys right now, according to ESPN FPI or whatever it is, their chance to win the division is 3.5%. Their chance to make the playoffs as a wild card is 12%. I think it's. I don't know that they have a path to the wild card necessarily. There's a lot of teams that are ahead of them. They already have NFC losses to Detroit and San Francisco. So those are obviously, and it's the Saints too, but the Saints shouldn't factor in. But look, they've got a much clearer path to the NFC East. You play Philadelphia twice. You play Washington twice. I mean, if you win them, even if you win 3 of 4, I mean, you put yourself in a great spot.
Oh, okay.
And they have their remaining strength of schedule is 43%, which is one of the lowest in the NFL.
Look, the Carolina's not going to win a game.
Probably, probably not. I mean, I don't know how the Bryce Young thing is going to change things for them.
I think they're much closer to the East than they are the number one pick. I mean, the number one pick, like I said, I mean, they might be. I think the Cowboys finish with at least 8 wins.
I'll say 8 wins.
Which means they would be, 7 games from Carolina, depending on how many they win?
So one of Bill Parcells' famous sayings is, and Jerry loves to repeat it, everyone repeats it, you are what your record says you are.
Yeah, and this is an actual Parcells quote. I feel like Parcells has become the Mark Twain of the NFL, where people just default certain quotes or sayings to him, where it's like, yeah, I think Parcells said that.
Mandela rule?
Yeah, exactly. Mandela effect. That's exactly what it is. But this is one that he popularized and he hammered home all the time, specifically here in Dallas. I mean, I assume he said it other places, but I heard it all the time here in Dallas. And it's become something that's kind of carried over for coach speak over the last 20 years. So when you look at the Cowboys being 3-4, Broadus and I were talking about this.
And I disagree with that. I disagree with a couple of Parcells-isms. I don't even know if he's the one who said, once you start thinking about retirement, you're already done. That did not apply to Cole Beasley. We were there covering that training camp. The Minnesota Vikings, the New York Giants, the Pittsburgh Steelers, incredible record of years past, and we all knew it was BS and horse crap. So they were not what their record said they were.
Yeah.
And many of them were undefeated at 7 games in.
And what are the Cowboys in that sense? Because, Chop, you've said if you look at the games they've lost, you might swap Cleveland and New Orleans, but otherwise, 3-4, even with how good you thought the team was totally plausible if you took a look at it. And
Because it feels worse than 3 and 4.
It does.
We're covering them like they're
1-6.
What's that?
Like they're 1-6.
Yeah, we're covering them like they're 1-6.
And so the question is Dallas the exact team that proves you are what your record says you are? That they are a shining example of what that means. That that's a 3 and 4 football team. They're up and down. They're inconsistent. They beat bad teams. They lose to good teams. That's exactly the example of that. Or are they the team that challenges that thought process and says no? Like Dallas is an example of why you should never say a team is what their record says they are, because Dallas is much worse than a 3 and 4 football team. And to me, I say they're the team that shows why that is poor wisdom, because this team should be, to me, probably 2 and 5, 1 and 6.
With the wins that they had not being who are you changing?
So I think reasonably the way the two teams played, they should have lost to the Giants. Giants played a better overall football game than Dallas did.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh game is the one that you can kind of go back and forth on, because they played better than Pittsburgh, but it took a drive down the field and a 4th down throw with somebody on Jalen Tolbert's back to win that game.
Yeah, I wouldn't take away any of their wins. I disagree with you on the Giants game. The Pittsburgh one, obviously, they very easily could have lost except for that clutch drive, but I'm not saying, holy crap, that was a BS win. That was a Washington Bears win that they pulled out. So I think I would say they deserve their 3 wins.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they did. The whole record, what your record says you are. I mean, I get why he says that, right?
Yeah, I get it.
It keeps you focused on like don't worry. You can't. It keeps you with the control, but you can't control the losses that you had.
Yeah.
That you should have, right? Or that you should have won. You can't control that.
All right. 2 things. Tell us on the fan text if the media here, our show, our station, is overreacting to 3 and 4 being way too negative at 877-881-1053. I don't think Tolos are going to say that. Let me throw out some other teams. You tell me, are they what their record says they are?
Okay.
Pittsburgh 6-2.
No, they're a 2-win team.
They're not a 2-win team, but I also don't think of them as a 6-win team. No,
I agree. So Parcells there, it does not apply. We don't agree with. Cincy 3 and 5.
That's a 3 and 5 football team.
I agree.
Well, they are, but they're not a 3 and 5 team the way their quarterback is playing. Like he's having a much better year than 3 and 5, but they're a mess. Like they're organizationally, they are a mess.
Houston 6-2.
No.
Talent says yes. The way they've played and the
I don't
luck
care
factor.
about none of the talent. The way their games have gone.
Their talent's wholly overrated.
No, they should probably be a little closer to 500 with the margins they've played.
Kansas City.
No. Dear God, no.
I mean, look, are they 7-0? No, they're not 7-0.
Okay,
but they're
that's
6. They're a 6-1 team.
Okay,
Yeah.
they're a 6-1 team.
They're a 6.
But the same stuff you ding the Vikings or the Raiders or the Texans right now for of their narrow margins of victory, I just don't understand why that doesn't apply to Kansas City.
Because I just don't understand why you can't understand that they get the benefit of the doubt because they've won like 78 Super Bowls in a row.
See, the difference, we have this fight, by the way, y'all, behind the curtain every single day about the Chiefs, Mahomes, the numbers, the analytics between Bobby and Choppy. RJ, Bobby is taking it for what it is right now. He's judging the reality of the moment. Choppy is judging championship light switch. He's giving them the benefit of the doubt. He'll turn it on. He's the best.
Because we had the same conversation last year.
Yeah, but I don't knock Bobby for saying I'm judging what I'm seeing right now, and I'm going to bet it doesn't turn on. And I also don't kill you too much for saying I just saw it last year, and when it comes to the big 3 or 4 games to decide who makes it and wins the Super Bowl, he will turn it on.
Yeah, and I don't
really kill either of you for it.
Like at the end of the day, I think
I'm smarter than both of you, but I don't kill both of you for
it. Look, are they playing as good as Detroit is? Absolutely not. When we get to the playoffs, who am I going to bet on in that game? And I'm 1,000% going to bet on whoever Patrick Mahomes plays for. And I don't care if he goes to Carolina or Jacksonville, whatever.
So I hate when you apply that thinking to the power rankings. I don't think that's what the spirit of the power rankings weekly is about. So I agree more with Bobby on that. I think Bobby's going to be wrong when he says they won't even make it to the AFC Championship game. Are you what your record says you are? What are the totals saying about the Cowboys?
214 says it's not the 3-4, it's how the losses look.
Yes.
Guys, 817 said not overreacting on 3-4 at all. 214 says be careful with being negative. Jerry might be listening. And the 214 says yes, you'll always overreact with the Cowboys.
Denver 5-3. And we have been very quiet and not given Sean Payton flowers for 5-3.
Yeah, Choppy's been treating Sean Payton like the media's been treating Mike Leslie. Just trying not to say his name.
Yeah, by the way, y'all, all you media members, hang on a second. No. And I'm going to name some names here. From Nick Harris to Pat Doney to all these. You don't like the guy? Whatever. You got content out of his story. Out of his idiocy, you got content. Mention his name in your tweets.
But I thought you don't care about that. I thought you're like, Ari Myrov, I don't care where the content comes from. I just want the content.
That's fine, but he at least will, a lot of times he'll hashtag it, right? Or hat tip it.
A lot of times he doesn't.
It.
That's why people complain at him.
Or he'll link the original story. But anyway, whatever. The media, the local media, you got to credit him. You got to mention him. You got to mention his name. Just because you don't like the guy, man, go spit.
Denver.
What does that even mean anyway? Go spit.
Denver is what their record says they are if you take it in the context of who have they played. They should be 5-3, I think. The problem is that I don't think when you think of a traditional 5-3 team that equals, they're probably going to have a winning record. So in that sense, no.
Denver 5-3, RJ?
I would say no, that they don't match. They haven't really, they haven't beat anybody good. They beat Carolina, New Orleans, the Raiders, the Jets, and Tampa.
Yeah.
That's...
I would agree. They don't feel like a 5-3 team. Philadelphia, who I feel like they've gone under the radar this season. Totally under the radar at 5-2.
Philly's a 5-2 team. You look at the fact that they lose to Atlanta in a game they really shouldn't have. And then the other one where they lose to Tampa really bad, they were missing Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown.
I think that their record does not. I think they're a much better team than 5-2. I think they should be 6-1 or 7-0. Like Bobby said, their losses have been the Atlanta one didn't match up, and then
they were missing a bunch of guys.
Yeah, they feel 5-2 to me as well. Chop, I'm going to start with you.
All right,
Minnesota 5-2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they
I thought you were going to hate.
No, they.
I thought this was going to be your Texans of the NFC.
No, they actually play well and dominate teams. No, they could have easily beat Detroit. They had a nice comeback there. They're up 10-0, and then a nice comeback at the end. I think their record matches.
Don't need to go to you. You and I agree. Absolutely, they are a 5-2 team. San Fran, 4-4. My last team. Are they?
Want me to go first?
Yeah. Whoever has an answer.
San Francisco is better than a 4-4 football team.
Okay.
Considerably better. That's still a really good team.
They blew it against the Rams. They blew it against the Cardinals. They should be 6-2.
By the way, Kyle Shanahan, Babe Laufenberg tweeted this out. He absolutely loves this. Kyle Shanahan, the offensive genius and mastermind, on the idea of halftime adjustments and what really happens.
Honestly, people never do. That's more for movies. We only have a few minutes in there, and guys break up into their stuff, and we review everything that's happened, everything that's going forward, and usually it's hectic and kind of a something show. And sometimes I call the guys up and quickly break it down, and sometimes I have to go to the bathroom, and I tell Fred to call them up.
So there it is. Another person coming out saying the idea of halftime adjustments, get it out of your mind. It's overrated. So around the room real quick, are we being overly negative on the 3-4, one game under 500 Dallas Cowboys with Micah Parsons, Tank Lawrence, Deron Bland out? RJ, overly negative, yes or no?
We're overly negative from the standpoint that we're saying the season is over. If you're saying the season is over.
I'll get somebody else.
The way they've lost means that there's a lot of problems here. A lot. And they can be fixed because they're one game off of last year. They were 3-2 at one point last year instead of 3-4. So I guess it's 2 games off. Overly negative, a touch.
Disagree. You're wrong. They can't be fixed. It is over in terms of serious playoff contention. We're not being overly negative.
No, if anything, I don't know that we're shining enough of a spotlight on this can go sideways really fast.
Not overreacting, because we know what the future holds, and it's going to be really tough from here on out.
The World Series is over, and guess who's friends with those Yankee meatball fans who thankfully were kicked and banned from last night's game? And we have the culprit of Mick Coli. Can you go back and eat there again today like I'm doing right now? That's all next. Then Babe Laufenberg right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, here's the 1-2 to Verdugo. Breaking ball, cut on and miss. Strike three. Ball game over. World Series over. Dodgers win. Dodgers win. Los Angeles is the new champion, and they're going nuts on the field. I don't blame them.
Is that the clip you edited?
Great call, John Sterling.
That was a good call, Peyton. I don't know where you found that, but that was a good call right there.
The LA Dodgers are the World Series champions. That was kind of, but not the call on Yankees radio as the fifth inning. Trying to think of other, okay, where is this going to rank in terms of, blown leads? You got 28-3, Falcons, Patriots, meltdowns, championship meltdowns. You've had David Duvall, all-time, Greg Norman. Does this belong, in that discussion and category?
Yeah, I mean, it's so. I guess they're showing the lines on TV. Could you look at the lines in the NFC Championship game last year?
No.
Wouldn't be that much.
I mean, how much were they up?
They're up
24-7 or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like first half.
I don't know. See, it's so in a single game like that, yes, but obviously the context being they're already down 3-1, so I don't know if that changes. Because with the Super Bowl, it's this is it.
Yeah.
You either win or you lose, and there's 17 minutes of game time left, and you're down what you are. But no, I mean this was bad. It was very reminiscent to the lead was larger, but it was a 3-0 lead for the Cubs when the Bartman thing happened. And Bartman happened, and then it was a wild pitch, and Alex Gonzalez booted a ball at shortstop, and everything started collapsing around them. And then Florida all of a sudden has 8 runs on the board.
It reminded me of the Elvis inning a little bit.
Oh, against
Toronto.
Yeah.
Obviously, Red Sox, Yankees. That was 3-0. Greg Norman, 96 Masters. Falcons, Super Bowl.
This felt a lot like Norman because the Falcons Super Bowl, they didn't make a ton of mistakes. They had a holding call. There was a fumble. But, they were trying to, they didn't even try to bleed the clock. They just kept playing. But they were playing conservative but also aggressive, and they just didn't mesh. Norman made a ton of unforced errors. LA didn't go out there and take that game yesterday. The Yankees made such routine mental lapses. I don't even want to call it. Those were Judge didn't drop the ball. He took his eye off. That's a mental breakdown. Volpe, he rushed the throw, right? He rushed the throw. Cole and Rizzo, those were mental breakdowns.
Yeah.
Those were not
not like a choke.
No, that was just and maybe the mental side of it is the choke.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't drop a fly ball in center field like that. You don't just forget to cover first. That's a severe mental collapse.
I don't know. I guess it falls. I think of it more along the lines of obviously not unforced errors the same sort of way, but in the 2 Mavs Heat series, there were both a game in those series where one team was up 15 with 5 minutes left and then lost. Mm-hmm. And then those teams went on to win the series, so it completely changed the tenor of it. But it feels more along the lines of blowing a 15-point lead with 5 minutes left to me than it does a 28-3.
Thank goodness that those freaking meatball Yankee fans were not allowed in the stadium, even though they said after trying to pry Mookie Betts' glove open that they were going to be allowed back for Game 5.
So they had Game 5 tickets. They were going to be allowed back in, and then MLB is we need to make sure that they don't come back in the game.
Good.
Back in the stadium. So
shame on you, Yankees, too.
And so they took the
glad you lost
tickets away. And then the Yankees gave the tickets to a cancer patient.
Yep.
Make-A-Wish kid, 15-year-old. So he got, or she, I don't know who it was, got the pair of tickets.
A boy.
Got the pair of tickets to the game, which those are prized seats. They were down the right field line, but they're front row. Those are pretty good seats.
It shouldn't be Game 5. They shouldn't be allowed back in there to me. Because it's not just, when you watch it, Mookie Betts is up here. They could have injured his wrist the way they were like bending it over.
It's like standing out of your courtside seats and sticking out your leg to like trip a player running up and down the floor.
Yeah. To me, like the fact that they got their money refunded or whatever it was for this game, and they're probably going to be allowed back in the stadium again next year. That's ridiculous.
And listen to these douchebags with the quote from ESPN. By the way, John Calipari is going to join us live at 9 o'clock this morning. The new head coach of Arkansas basketball. They're taking on TCU in an exhibition at Dickies. So one of the greatest interviews in sports, in my opinion. John Calipari will join us at 9. Choppy lining that up. Listen to these D-bags, what they said. We always talk to our friends about D'ing up our area. We always joke about the ball. We're not going to go out of our way to attack it, but if it's in our area, we're going to D up. Someone defends, someone knocks the ball. We talk about it. We're willing to do this. Said Capobianco. That's the guy's name. Capobianco is the last name. I know when I'm in the wrong, and as soon as I did it, I was like, boys, I'm out of here. I patrol that wall. And they know that.
You want me on that wall. You
need me on that wall. What a freaking douchebag. And guess what other meathead is along with the crew? Rob Gronkowski.
Went to college with him.
On Up and Adams says he knows the guy.
This is actually the first time I'm seeing this live. Okay. And here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove
Don't tell me you know
was
him.
my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club, Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team. And let me tell you, the whole hockey team, they were absolute maniacs. They were undescribable, just how wild animals, yes, how wild these guys were. Him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much. And that describes him perfectly, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty.
Okay,
he is a beauty.
Okay,
and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
I can imagine Gronk and his brothers all just sitting there, too, doing the same thing.
Doing the same thing.
You break his wrist.
Right, yeah.
I'll pry the glove open. You grab the ball.
You gotta have a home field. You gotta have a home field
what
advantage.
you wrote last night made me uncomfortable.
You gotta have a home field advantage.
Describe that term that you used, that you root for, that you're comfortable with.
I want, I want the opponent to feel threatened without threatening them. That's what a true home field is. That was when I was 20 years old. That was exactly the kind of fan I was.
You want them to look over your shoulder, but not to get.
I would never do anything.
Stabbed.
Yeah, I would never do anything to them.
Yeah,
but I want them to feel like, you know what, that idiot, he might throw a beer at me.
So, you would never do anything, which would include grabbing their wrist, pinning it over a ledge, and rip it. Like, that's the point, is that they didn't even meet your definition because they clearly did something.
No, but you got to be a little sly with it, right? You know, like you got to I was always when you're playing, when you're playing basketball, right? You're going up against Shaq in 2001. You know what? You don't want to really hurt him, but you step on his foot when he jumps. I mean, he might hurt his knee. You know, you got to do these things, right? You know, when Mookie's hand goes in the stands, I mean, it ran right into my side. You don't want to pry it open. You got to be more sly with that. You know, you don't want to throw batteries at people, but you want them to think. You want them to think that way. It's in their head. Got to get in their head, right? I'm in your head right now, Bobby. I'm looking right at you.
No, they are Yankee fans are just all-time D-bags. The ones who go to those games, this is a consistent problem with them for 30 years.
Are Mets fans totally different?
Well, they're different. Like, they're different from the fact that they're ugly. Like they have the highest. Met fans have the highest ratio of back hair of any fan I've ever seen.
But what about the men?
Temperament, activity, doing stuff like this.
I don't think they're not as rabid. They're not as rabid. Like Met fan.
Is she a Met fan?
Yes.
She is.
No, she's not.
She threw out the first pitch. She was like their good luck charm for a while.
The whole postseason.
She's like the grimace. Yankee fans generally have the Yankees as like their number one favorite team. Met fans are more like they're Jet fans that watch baseball.
So an all-time inning ending, helping to end the World Series. The Dodgers are not going home. Well, they are going home. They're going home with the trophy. Bobby Belt, we have some developing fast food news that's out there.
Yeah, okay, so we talked a little bit about how these McDonald's breakfasts that I've been bringing into you guys.
Thank you for that.
There's a risk.
Thank you, Bobby.
That there's a problem with the onions. We had heard that there was an E. coli outbreak and that a bunch of people had been hospitalized already. In fact, I think they'd already traced it back to one death. Well, now the CDC has figured out what it is. It's the onions on the quarter pounders. That's what it did. The outbreak led to 27 hospitalizations and 1 reported death of an older adult in Colorado. The CDC has traced it back. They said it was the slivered onions served on quarter pounders and other menu items at McDonald's are the likely source of the outbreak. So now we've traced it back. So if you're not an onion person, you don't have to worry about it. But there are onions on that sandwich you're eating.
So, yeah.
And we're getting closer. It keeps creeping down. The states that the outbreak is in keeps creeping down south.
Oh, really?
I've seen this before.
It was mostly like in the upper Midwest.
So I've actually done research on the McDonald's onions because I love them so much.
I love them too.
And I'm like, how do they do this? How do I recreate this at home? At first, I thought I've seen dehydrated onion where you just put water on it and bam, you get your onions. And then basically you dice them up or you slice them like that's on the... I think the dehydrated might be like on the cheeseburgers, the smaller ones. But the quarter pounder has the thicker onion and you slice them and you just set them in water to kill some of the strength of it. So you put them in water, you set them in there for like 30 seconds, a minute. Obviously, they
didn't kill the E. coli.
Didn't kill the E. coli. So that is the McColi culprit. The onions on the... And I love the onions on that quarter pounder too. Double quarter pounder with cheese.
See, it's like the I feel about their onions the way people talk about their Coke. You know the whole thing about McDonald's Coke that's out there, but it just tastes better here, which I still don't understand. I don't think it tastes any different. The onions, I actually do think their onions are the best. The diced ones or the sliver, they're all great.
They're really good.
And you have other fast food news?
Well, the Taco Bell Name Your Price app is cool. It's live. It's launched and everything. And basically, it just you get to tell them how much you want to spend, and it'll give you a bunch of combo items that will match that exact dollar amount. So if you say you want to spend $8.23, that's what you have. That's what you have left in your account in your app. You say, I have this, and it will, and you say this, and you say also have your favorites on what you like to eat.
Oh.
It will match a combo item that will get exactly to that dollar amount.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What a forward-thinking way to try and take advantage of folks who are bad with their money. The idea of like, this is how much money I have in my bank account. Create the perfect order so I can actually order it. Because I can't figure it out on my own. I would have just pocketed the money, but...
That's fantastic, I think.
No, I actually do like it. It's
good. If only Taco Bell had a good menu like they used to. Just soft taco, hard taco. That's it. Can't get anything else
I
there.
don't like their corn tortillas. I get it.
877, well, the hard taco is a corn tortilla, corn shell, dummy. 877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. John Calipari at 9, Cowboys color analyst on how much we need to worry about Kirk Cousins. Cowboys Falcons preview is next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, look, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
John Calipari, the legendary college basketball coach, joins us live at 9 o'clock this morning here on Shan, RJ, and Bobby. We are joined every Thursday at this time by Dallas Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great, guys. And do you want an easy trivia question this morning or a difficult one?
Difficult.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Okay. I'm going to give you the easy one real fast. No, but I mean, you'll get it. Okay, 1975 draft, Atlanta Falcons took Steve Bartkowski, #1 overall, quarterback out of Cal. Who was the second pick in that 75 draft? I thought this
Randy
was
White.
There you go. Randy White.
Wow, Bobby.
Good job, Bobby.
Well done.
Ken Huff, who was a guard from North Carolina, who I actually played with in Washington. He was the 3rd overall pick. And #4, Walter Payton.
Ooh,
okay, here's your difficult one.
Okay.
Here's your difficult one. Tampa Bay, okay, they have not allowed a punt return for a touchdown in 245 games. It's the longest streak. Cowboys are second at 190.
Oh.
Who did Tampa Bay allow that punt return touchdown to many, many years ago?
The team or the player?
Player. Well, you give me team, but then give me the player.
Okay, so that's
245 games.
how many
Longest
years
streak.
is that?
What's 245 divided by 16?
Devin Hester.
15.
15.
All right, I'm going to have to bring in Peyton.
Desmond Howard.
It's not Devin
Dante
Hester,
Hall.
Bobby. It is a former Cowboy, Patrick Creighton.
Oh.
2009.
Oh. Where do you get
Here we
these
go.
from?
Research, baby. Research.
All right, what has your research shown on the Atlanta Falcons? Well, let's start with the Cowboys offense. Were you expecting more out of the bye week, and what's wrong with it? How does it get fixed?
Well, I don't research Cowboy stuff or game stuff. I just research trivia stuff for you guys.
All right.
You know what's funny? It all starts up front, and we've heard that said over and over, right, through the years of football. And but the offensive line, they can't run the football. In part, they don't have great running backs. We know that, but they can't run. They can't pass protect. So if you can't run it, now play action is no longer really a threat. San Francisco was not concerned about play action because they knew they could bottle up the run. Now, if you can't pass protect, which they're having a difficult time with, both tackles, now we got to keep Ferguson in to chip on his way out. Now that affects all the routes running in behind him. So you get your tight end out in the pass pattern, he's going to pull coverage, and all of a sudden you get holes opening up behind it for in routes and hook routes and all those other things. Well, if you're keeping your tight end in, those backers are dropping in zone. They're just dropping to their area with not having to worry about you. So it just all dovetails. And I'll be honest, I feel sorry for Mike McCarthy. Are we allowed to? Bobby, are we allowed to?
Sure. We can.
I mean, you can't. So I don't want to see him run the ball on 1st and 10 any more than anyone else does. Now we're 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8. What are you going to do now? It's like, well, why did they even bother with that? But you can't pass protect. So you can't if you drop Dak back 50 times, I mean, number one, it's going to be an L. Number two, he probably won't make it out of the game alive.
Yeah.
So it really is a tough deal because you got to have some semblance of a running game, and they really just don't. I mean, it's so funny. We're, 7 games into it, and everyone wants to point to the second half of the Pittsburgh game as the only really half of a football game out of playing, I guess, 14 halves, where you say, oh, we ran the ball pretty good against Pittsburgh in that second half. So it's a real dilemma. The only thing you can hope for, and because I know you're going to, we all think, okay, well, it's not going to change. Cooper Beebe is going to get better, and he's played relatively decently. You got to hope Steele returns to the form that he had a couple of years ago, and you got to hope Tyler Guyton at left tackle just gets better by the week with experience. But, that's just where they are offensively.
Babe, we talked about that the bye week was going to be an opportunity for them to kind of review things and hopefully tweak some stuff and look at things differently. Coming out of the San Francisco game and heading into this Atlanta game, both sides of the ball, what Zimmer and McCarthy are doing, did you see anything noticeably different? Did you say, okay, I see what they're trying to do here, I see what they're trying to take advantage of, or did it look pretty similar overall?
I thought it looked pretty similar, especially offensively. I didn't see a whole lot of new wrinkles. And the funny thing is this San Francisco defense is not the defenses that they've had. They're not as strong at defensive tackle. They're not nearly as strong at defensive tackle. They lost their safety. They've got inexperience at the safety position. Anyway, there's a number of things going on there defensively where this isn't where you say, well, gosh, we played San Francisco, and of course the offense isn't going to look good. Not to say that San Francisco doesn't have a good defense, but again, it's not the defense they had for the last 2, 3, 4 years. So that was a little disappointing that they weren't able to move the ball a little bit better in that regard. But no, it kind of looked the same. And the other part of it, we know they've got one playmaker really at wide receiver. I mean, a true playmaker. So if you can't pass protect and you can't wait for downfield throws to develop, you don't have that guy outside of CD who you can just throw that smoke screen or bubble screen to or whatever you want to call it. Just get the ball out of your hands, let him go make plays. Neither Jalen is that guy. And, teams are going to obviously pay a lot of attention to CD Lamb. So it's tough.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Is Kyle Pitts showing to be a problem? Has he kind of really improved as a player?
He has, and I think just the offense. Well, the offense has changed in two ways. Arthur Smith is no longer the play caller and head coach, and all he wants to do is run the ball. So you're never going to have big numbers as a quarterback or receiver in his offense. Zach Robinson is there now. Another Sean McVay disciple was out there with the Rams. So they're putting the ball downfield, and Pitts is having a bigger impact in the games, clearly. Last week against Tampa was his first 2-touchdown game of his career. I mean, he's 4 years into it. And I think when you looked at Pitts coming out, 4th pick in the draft, the one thing you salivated over was, oh, man, this guy is going to be a tremendous red zone target for us. And, he had 6 touchdowns in his first 44 games that he played. And, again, I think a lot of that was, one, they really didn't have a quarterback. He didn't have a quarterback. And the second part of it was, Arthur Smith's offense is geared to running the football.
Babe, when you look at this Falcons offense, they're very, varied in terms of the stuff that they have, the type of playmakers that they have, and the two-headed running backs there. But Cousins looks like he's really found a comfort zone from earlier in the year, and it is starting to mesh really well with London and Mooney and Pitts and things like that. What is the biggest way to stop or slow down this run that Cousins is in? Is it as simple as you got to get pressure on him?
I think that's true, obviously, with every quarterback. No, I always laughed when they say, the way to get pressure, the way to get Brady is pressure up the middle. Well, that's the way to get every quarterback. Now, the problem is, as we know, Cowboys, as they're presently constructed, and I don't see Micah Parsons playing Sunday. They can't get after the passer. They do not have. They don't have one pass rusher. Odigizua, defensive tackle, is probably their best pass rusher, and he really wasn't drafted to rush the passer. So It's been problematic. Now, the flip side, Atlanta cannot rush the pass. They don't have a guy. Matthew Judon, they traded for from New England at the beginning of this year, gave up a third-round pick for him. He's got a sack and a half. They have 6 as a team. So the flip side of the Cowboys not being able to rush the passer is hopefully Dak has a little more time because Atlanta can't rush the passer.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, with us every Thursday at this time on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What has surprised you the most about the Cowboys season to this point?
Boy, that's a good question. I thought they would be able to run the ball a little bit better.
Okay.
And you remember Mike McCarthy made the declaration when they had the separation of ways with Kellen Moore, because I really felt like it was directed at Kellen.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, we're going to run the damn football.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep. Yeah.
And they can't run the damn football. So I know that's probably disappointing to him, but yeah, I thought they'd be able to run the ball a little bit better. I mean, they're the worst rushing team basically in the NFL.
Yep.
I didn't see that coming. Now, could I have seen them at 20? Right in that number? Yes. They were going to be a less than average running team, but I didn't see them as being one of the worst in the NFL. And really, that's where they are.
Babe, is this game going to have to be a shootout win if they win?
You know, it's funny. I always say you got to play the game that's presented to you that day. And by that, I mean, I can't tell you the number of games I've gone into it and told Brad, boy, this is going to be low scoring. And it turns out 50-48.
Yeah.
Or I said, boys, get ready for a shootout. Get your vocabulary out. And it's 13-10. So I just, you never know how they're going to play out. I do think Atlanta's going to score some points. I don't think there's any question about that. And when you look at their offense, you know, they should be good. Their last 4 picks have all been top 10 picks. Their last 4 drafts have all gone to offensive players. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, who was 4th overall. Now, obviously, they're not getting anything out of Penix right now. He was 8th, but when there's a reason their defense is bad, and there's a reason their offense is pretty potent. It's because they've been spending all their draft capital on the offensive side of the football. So they're going to put up some points. And let me just say quickly, I'm a bigger Kirk Cousins fan than probably most people. And I said at the time, I did an interview, may have been Sally Jenkins, Sean Shreve's probably familiar,
Washington
up in
Post.
Washington, columnist.
Yeah.
And this was when Cousins was there. And I said, and he was on, I think, the 2nd year of his franchise tag. And I said, you can go a long time looking for a guy as good as Kirk Cousins. I feel the same way about Dak here. And Washington has done that. So in the last 30 years, I'm going to throw some names out to you. These are all high draft picks, first-round draft picks for Washington. Heath Schuler, Patrick Ramsey, Jason Campbell, RG3, Dwayne Haskins. Those are 5 first-round picks that never really panned out for him. And you've got a guy in Kirk Cousins up there. What are you doing going to look for something else? And obviously they took Dwayne Haskins, and that didn't work out. But they appeared to have hit on Jaden Daniels. I think we can all agree on that. But, again, I thought Washington was foolish. As much as they bungled everything up there, I think they bungled that too because, again, Cousins, to me, if you told me that's my quarterback, I say, okay, I can win with that. Now, he's got the Dak syndrome. He's 1-3 in the playoffs, and that's what everybody looks at. And, you know, he's got to turn that narrative around. Don't know if it'll happen. But we know what happened with Matthew Stafford. One minute it was, he was just a guy that racks up big numbers but doesn't win. Then he goes to the Rams and he wins the Super Bowl. So if you can get some people around him, I really like that. I like Kirk Cousins.
Great as always, babe. We appreciate it. Have a great call, and congrats on getting us on the trivia this week.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
babe. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst on the D&M Leasing Hotline. John Calipari joins the show of Wales. Final hour, Thursday edition, kicks off with Cal after this.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. And RJ Choppy lining up the 9 o'clock guest here.
Yes, sir. He is a national championship head coach. Now the head coach at the University of Arkansas, going from SEC to SEC. Doesn't happen that often, but he went from Kentucky to Arkansas.
Did you ever think that you'd be hearing or thinking about John Calipari in Arkansas?
I did not. As a fellow Italian, I don't think you see too many Italians in Arkansas, but you got
to ask him. Has he found an Italian
found any good
spot?
Italian food? That's right. Absolutely.
A good Italian spot. And who's been to Arkansas? I'd never.
I have. The
Oh,
state or the school?
You went to the Springs.
Hot Springs a couple times.
Hot Springs.
I love it.
And how is the state and the school?
I think look, I used to drive through it going back and forth to Knoxville.
Well,
the state I couldn't drive through fast enough. The school's great. Because you're in the mountains, kind of, right?
I was gonna say there's a lot of picturesque parts, parts of Arkansas.
But 30 from here to Little Rock, and then from Little Rock to Memphis on 40. I mean, they hadn't paid the road since the 60s.
So there's going to be a charity exhibition taking place at Dickey's Arena, which you call
the best arena in DFW,
and it's going to be number 16 Arkansas against the Horned Frogs. It is going to be a charity exhibition. So we're going to talk to Coach Cal about that, NIL, and a bunch of other things here on the program.
Yeah, he's a good interview. He's always been a great somebody that you want to go check a quote out from.
All right, I think we have him. Coach Calipari joining us live on the D&M Leasing Hotline on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How's everything?
It's okay. I mean, the football team, it's fine.
Yeah, we got to get those Cowboys going. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, we got to get them going. and it's early. They still got a chance. They just got to go on a run.
How is John Calipari fitting into Arkansas?
Well, you won't believe this. This isn't the first time I've taken over a program. So you walk in. I need a Catholic church. I need a Dunkin' Donuts, and I need great facilities, and I'm fine. My wife grew up 2.5 hours north of us, near north of Springfield, Missouri. So she's got family here, and you know what? I'm like jacked about this. It's another place to, make a mark, to get involved in the state where, there are a lot of things that are needed. Where I always say, if you sit in the seat I'm in and all you do is watch tape, you kind of cheat the position. And you're not here. These are all rented seats, and you're not here long. But what do you do with it while you're here? We've taken the team to Pine Bluff. We've taken the team to Hot Springs. We've been up in Little Rock. We have a couple games in Dallas. Why is Dallas? Why are our graduates all go to Dallas? They got more Arkansas graduates in Dallas than they do our own state. I mean, what is going on? But no, I'm SEC. We got like 10 teams in the top 25. It's crazy. You get people picking teams in our league to win the national title. So it's going to be a war. We played Kansas in an exhibition game. These people were 20,000 strong students, and it's 25th of October. And they're like intense, 1,000 students intense. So now we come down there. We're at the Dixie. We're playing TCU, and it's going to be a great challenge. And I'm telling our fans, come on. We're coming next week. We're playing Baylor in American Airlines. But this is Jamie's done a great job at TCU, and they play hard. They're well coached, and we're young. We've had 2 days of practice where I'm a little disappointed because almost like, okay, you beat Kansas. They have their big guy. We have ours out too, but they have their main guy, and there's a little bit of arrogance. And then they see my fangs come out, the hair on the back of my neck grows. I mean, so the last couple of days I've been a little disappointed because of that. But good group of guys. They just don't know. They're immature.
Coach, I used to think of Parcells like this. Are you a guy who almost enjoys the building of it as much or more than when you're, sitting on top for a long time and like Kentucky, the expectation was title or bust? Do you enjoy the build of it as much or more than the other side?
Well, everywhere I've been, I've had to take over programs that hit a bump in the road. And so the building, you're talking about establishing a culture.
Yeah.
Because until you do that, your team can win games, but you're not going to be special. You're not going to be one of those teams. And what that means is they get one game doesn't make your season, like an exhibition game. We're not quite there yet. But the process of doing it, the grind, the daily stuff, the reminding kids of why they're doing what's acceptable, what's unacceptable, what's expected in this program. If you're drinking, smoking, clubbing, chasing, why would you come here? Why would you do that? Don't come here. You come here because you want to be prepared for the rest of your life, both on the court and off the court. How to create joy, how to be a great teammate, how to compete, how to take what you want, how to carve your own niche. When you're with other really good players, I tell guys that I recruit, if you walk in the gym and you're by far the best player in the gym, you're in the wrong gym. Why would you want to be in that gym? You want to go in a gym where you call mom and dad and say, whoa, this is crazy. I just got dunked on. I got to come every day ready to go, or I'm not making it. And that's where you learn to be a great teammate. That's where you learn to compete daily at a high level. That's where the games become an extension of practice. Where you really, really compete, the games are easier than practice. But that takes time to build. So I like both. I mean, we were at UMass, every game on the road the last 4 to 5 years was sold out, and it was the game. Every game at Memphis the last 4 to 5 years was the game. When I went to Kentucky, they had struggled. They had a couple years where they were struggling. And all of a sudden, we have 7, 8 years of ridiculousness. And, believe me, I like that too. The path going there always seems to be the same. There's bumps in the road. They got to touch the fire because, they think, well, I can do this without. Here's the other thing. There's no easy way to what they're trying to do. These kids, they want to be professional. They want to, well, what's the easiest way? That's not the question. The question is, what will I sacrifice that other people, players trying to do what I'm doing won't? When will I spend more time than they'll spend? That's the question. And so, I want to help 25 to 30 more families before I'm done. And, we've had – can I humble brag for a minute?
Sure.
So we've had 80 guys in the NBA. We've had 40, 50 first-round draft picks. We've had 25, 30 lottery picks. We've had 15 top 10 picks. We've had 4 number 1 picks. If you come here, 70% of the players that have played for me the last 70%, if you get a scholarship, 70% of those kids get drafted, and 73% of those get to max deals or multiple contracts in the NBA. But I don't have a magic wand. I'm not a magician. It's the culture. You won't change the culture here, but it can help change you. If you fight it, it takes longer. I've had kids leave too early where they needed to just keep fighting. And P.J. Washington right there, stay 2 years, and you look at him now. Now, how about this one? He's a star on a team of stars. Do you hear what I just said? He's in the best shape. He is a star on a team of stars. You know why? Whatever they ever asking him to do, he does. I told Nico, and I called him and I said, man, you saved my man. You saved him. And you know what he said? Well, guess what? It's a two-way street. He's doing things for us. He guards 5 positions. He fights. He got a toughness to him. And all of a sudden, he stayed 2 years. I've had guys stay 3 years. I've had guys stay 4 years. I've had guys leave too early. Now, they're still in the league, but it's a slug. It's a slugfest from that point.
John Calipari joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Arkansas, number 1 transfer class, number 3 freshman class. This is a recruiting hotbed, Texas. And I don't know that, people think New York City or L.A. or wherever, but can you win without really recruiting the state of Texas? Like, how much time do you have to spend here?
I've been down there a few times already. Julius Randle, from down there, Casey Wallace from down right near where you guys are. I think there's this kid named Tyrese. Let me think of his last name. Oh, Maxey. All right, so we had the Harrison twins. I think the kid De'Aaron Fox wasn't bad either. He's doing all right. And you have, I shouldn't get started on that because then I miss names and Jamal Murray, and I'm not naming, Shea. Is Shea right down the road from you guys? Shea Gilgis? He's right there, right? Well, he's from Toronto, but he's in Oklahoma City now. But yes, we want to recruit the best players from Texas. We want to recruit the best players from the state of Arkansas. I got Malik Monk from here. So yes, and the bottom line is, as long as we stay about them, that they know they're, like the last 2 days, I didn't feel bad or mad holding them accountable. It shows me where they are. And I tell these guys, you're going to make me a cheerleader or you're going to make me nasty at times. Now, I'm not cussing, swearing, throwing balls, but it's a high standard. Like, why are we running again? Just run. You'll know why you're running. Just get on the base. So, I don't mind being that guy. I'd rather not. I'd rather be a cheerleader. But my job is not, look, if you demand a lot, you'll get a lot. If you accept mediocrity, you're getting it every single time. And that's what I tell them. My will's stronger than your will. I'm not changing. This is about me helping you. You want to hurt yourself, I'm not going to let you. And so, and that's why, again, it's important for us that our fans, if you're going to our Mississippi football game, so you're leaving to come up here, I get it. But if you're not, come and see this game. Let these kids know that all of it is important. Dickey's Arena, I think it's tomorrow at 7. TCU, we're both trying to figure each other out. Our team, he's trying to figure out Jamie's a dear friend, was at Pittsburgh, and I grew up in Pittsburgh, so known him, and unbelievable coach. But he's trying to figure out his team. I'm trying to figure out my team. We're playing quarters instead of 20 minutes, so we have more situations. At the end of a quarter, at the end of the half, at the end of the third quarter, we have more situations that we can throw at our kids. And for us, I want them to look organized and fight. That's it. And whatever happens in the game, it's an exhibition game. We'll learn about each other. We'll learn about our team. But let's look organized and let's fight. And then when people leave, I want them to say, no, that was fun. That was fun. And that meant my team was having fun.
Coach, you said you don't have a magic wand, but put one in your hand. What would the first tweak to NIL be if you think there needs to be a tweak?
Well, first of all, we're in this position because of us. This could have been back when they did the first case in L.A. If we didn't fight it and just rolled with it and gave the kids what they deserve, we wouldn't be here where we are right now. The Eddie O'Bannon case. So that being said, now we just need some guardrails. Right now, I want you all to understand, every player on every team is a free agent every year, and there's no salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just say? No, that's what I just said. Now, and then, you know, we coaches have to remember we're talking these transfers and all this. And again, what I'm trying to do with my transfers, if you transfer here, I'm trying to put you in a better position that you were in the year before. That's it. I don't know what that means. It may mean you're a draftable player. It may mean you're a European player, but you're in a better position by coming here than you were the year before. But again, if they were all NBA players transferring around, they'd be in the NBA. So, you know, it's hurt freshmen. Coaches aren't recruiting as many freshmen, including me. I would usually recruit 6, 7, up to 8 freshmen. Yeah. I didn't care about playing freshmen. But the problem is the teams we're playing against, their average age is 24. One kid looked in the stand. He had 2 kids. Hey, kids. I mean, what the hell are we talking about? What are we talking about? So now I have a team of 19-year-olds. Last year we're 19-4. And it doesn't matter the name on the jerseys. The other kid's 25, 24, 23. Your kid's 18 or 9. I got 2 18-year-olds on this team, 18-year-olds. And so you look at it and say, this is costing a lot of American kids scholarships because coaches are saying, you know what, instead of taking a freshman, I'll just go take a transfer because I'm trying to win on Tuesday. I'm not worried about this, that, and now we'll still take 4, maybe 5 freshmen, but they got to be ready to play. And I just think the guardrails, they got to figure it out whether they become employees. I don't know all the answers to that, but there's got to be some organization to what we're doing because it's not going to slow down unless we jump in there and make it slow down.
Coach, you know, you're there at the Arkansas program, and Jerry Jones got a lot of attention this offseason when you got hired over there. People were wondering, ooh, what role did Jerry play? He's a big booster. He's an influential alumni. How much did Jerry Jones reach out and chat with you before and after?
Well, he and I go way back. I love Jerry Jones, and I know when the football teams, they lose, they hate him, and when they win, they love him. But you talk about an investment in Dallas. I went to the Star. Are you crazy? I mean, this is nuts what they've done. We've played games in the stadium. Mm-hmm. You could have 12 buses do circles around the stadium. It's crazy. And so, when we go back, I came down when Bill Parcells was coaching the team, and I hung out with Bill Parcells for 2 days. And that's when I first met him. And he called me in the office, and he and I met, and we've kind of stayed in touch. So he was ecstatic that I was coming here, and I went down to see him and spent time with him. And I'm a big fan. Look, I grew up in Pittsburgh, so you know I like the Steelers. But I also like the Dallas Cowboys. Are you crazy? And they are America's team. And, yeah, they struggle like everybody else. There's more parity in all these sports than ever before. But what he's done for Dallas, you can't, put a measure on it. And, again, you know what's great about him? He's not afraid to be in the mix. He ain't afraid to take bazooka shots. He'll stand up and say, shoot another. shoot another.
Did you see him almost fire those guys the other week? Threaten those radio guys?
Yeah, well, hey, that's when you just like, hey, look, it's great. I've said stuff that I look at and I say, why did I say that? But you still got to defend yourself for saying it. What are you going to do? You can't just say, man, I screwed up real bad. But no, he, look, here's a guy that is passionate, mind always working. When I sat with him, that we were throwing things back and forth, and I'm like thinking, holy cow, this guy's mind doesn't stop. And, but no, he and I've talked to him this season. I talked to him after they had won a game. I hate to call after a loss because but I called him after they won a game, and he and I talked. And but he grew up here. He played football here. He loves the University of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Now, he really loves the Dallas Cowboys, but he loves Arkansas too. So by me coming here and he and I having a prior relationship, yeah, he was ecstatic.
John, you're the absolute best, man. Thank you so much. All time.
Dickies Arena, 7 p.m. Let's go. Let's get our fans there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
John Calipari on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How far away are the Rangers from the new World Series champs? Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. And Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dave Roberts can hardly watch. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Buehler. Got him swinging! That's it! It's a World Series win for LA! They've done it! They finished the job and give Los Angeles the parade it's been waiting for!
Dodgers radio with the call. An all-time meltdown inning as the New York Yankees lose in 5. This from OptaStats. Yankees are the only team to blow a 5 or more run lead, allow 5 or more unearned runs, commit 3 or more errors, commit catcher's interference, commit a balk, all in the same game, regular season or postseason since 1913.
It's a long time ago.
A long time.
That's around the time the Titanic sunk. It's a long time ago, man. That was a wild game, and it was really a kind of a wild series for it to be 4-1. For a 4-1 series, there was a lot of drama. Outside of, I guess, Game 3, the Dodgers really were in control. There was a lot of drama in all the other games for the most part. And it ended, the better team won. The Dodgers were the better team. They were the better team all throughout the year. You could make the case that the series could have very easily been tied at 2 going into last night because of the Game 1 situation. But, I mean, this was going to end in Game 6 anyway. They were not going to beat Yamamoto.
You keep saying that. I mean,
look, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. It's sports.
I mean, Garrett Cole wasn't supposed to lose last night.
Correct. And, but like, look what it took to happen, right? But, the Yankees didn't have a pitcher for Game 6. It was going to be Carlos Rodon, who's got a blister, and against Yamamoto. And they were going to, I think, wipe the floor with them. But, again, yeah, it's baseball. I mean, anything can happen. Then you get to a Game 7, and then all bets are off.
Although Yamamoto in the postseason only had a 3.86 ERA.
Not elite.
18 2/3, 8 runs given up, 3 home runs, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. So Freddie Freeman wins the World Series MVP after the Game 1 legendary moment, the Kirk Gibson type moment. We heard Freddie praise his pops. He said this moment is for him. He threw all the BP. He honed the swing. He's been the number one supporter along the way. And I sent over, I think, is this from ESPN, Pepe?
Yes, ESPN.
This is an ESPN piece and feature on Freddie Freeman talking about how he was almost parentless.
I'm just sitting in that room. The doctor comes into the room. I'm with my dad. And he goes, Mr. Freeman, you're lucky you came to the hospital tonight. If you didn't come in and you went to sleep, you would have most likely died in your sleep.
The doctor said I had congestive heart failure. Freddie actually saved my life that night.
I was this close to being parentless at 12 years old.
So that was Freddie Freeman with his emotional piece on ESPN. He wins the World Series MVP. How far away are the previous champs from the current champs? Texas Rangers and odds to repeat for next year. Well, before we get to the odds, Bobby, how far away do the Rangers feel from a championship type club? Just 1 year removed. Right, we always do this after we watch the latest postseasons. As soon as the Cowboys get 12 wins, they lose early. We watch the rest of the game's Final Four, and we always go, oh, that's what the Final Four looks like. That's another level up. How are you feeling about the Rangers?
Yeah, it kind of reversed on you. So in 23 was supposed to just be the first year where they start showing signs, and 24 was supposed to be the year that they were supposed to compete. And then it happened a year early, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, this is going to start things. And it was just so deflating to see them take a step back in so many different ways at the plate and with the pitching development and all of those different aspects. So, I mean, it feels to me, it feels really far away right now.
Okay, well, so how many teams do you think are ahead of them?
The Rangers?
In the odds. Yeah, how many teams have better odds than the Rangers next year?
I'm trying to go through division in my own mind. Like, at least 8, 10.
I was going to say 8.
8 on the dot. Dodgers at 4-1.
I meant 8, not 10.
Dodgers at 4-1. Yankees at 7-1. Braves at 7.5. Phillies at 10. Orioles at 12. Astros at 12. Mets at 12. Padres at 15. And then at 25-1, Cubs, Guards, Mariners,
the Cubs,
Rangers. I think the Cubs, they're going to bank on big free eight. Maybe they're going to they're bait.
Chicago spends too as a town. They gamble.
Juan Soto is going to get baked into this with where he goes. Like if he leaves the Yankees, they're going to drop from 7-1, right? But if he goes to Houston, they're going to rise. If he goes to the Cubs, they're going to shoot up. So you got to bake in some of these Soto maneuvers.
So there's 8 ahead of them, and then they're tied with 3 others.
With 3 others, yeah.
So that's also Vegas saying they could be
5th.
outside the top third of the league. Though.
Sure. Yes. There's no doubt about that. But they're you have Simeon and Seager and DeGrom coming back and Evaldi, depending on what he does.
Yeah.
You've got a team that just won a championship. They have to protect for that.
Banking on a lot, though. It's still banking on a lot, saying Simeon, that wasn't regression last year, and that DeGrom is going to be there. I mean, it was obviously just coming back from the Tommy John, but there was stuff with DeGrom's, the issues with exit velocity that he was getting hit really hard at the end of the year.
We got a hallmark moment yesterday at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco as Trayvon Diggs made up with Mike Leslie from Channel 8 with these nuts.
I got something for you, though.
Yeah. you saw some of these were sent to the station, too, right? Yeah.
What flavor you want? I got ranch. I got banana pudding.
I'll go ranch. I'm not a banana guy.
All right, here you go.
Which one's you?
I'll go with these.
Yeah?
Banana pudding.
You see a fan sent some of these to the station, too, man.
Cheers. All good.
My bad, man. If I misread the play, I appreciate you apologizing. I'm sorry, too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Good.
Boy, Trayvon hit him with the Spice Adams laugh. Just it's a little. It's a much better photo than it is a video, because the video's there's a little awkwardness with it, I feel like, but no, it's a PR win, slam dunk for Trayvon Diggs.
And by the way, Diggs, Deron Bland, Micah Parsons, and Zach Martin, along with Linval Joseph, all missed practice yesterday for injuries.
Yep, the injuries don't look like they've gotten any better. And this is a thing where it seems like we've been waiting on a lot of those names for 2-3 weeks, where it's like, isn't this supposed to be coming around eventually? So those lingering injuries, and then guys popping up on there like getting Zach Martin on there, and getting other guys who keep popping up with just little nitpicky injuries. It doesn't look like anything's getting any better in terms of your health right now.
All right, I got some other odds and numbers from Vegas. Bet Online. The current favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Kansas City.
It is Kansas City. It's 17-4. Who's second?
Detroit.
They're tied with someone.
They're tied with Baltimore.
Good job. 13-2.
Which one? Because we said 2 different names.
I said Buffalo. He said Baltimore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Baltimore. Baltimore's tied with Detroit.
3 lost Ravens, huh?
Next.
Buffalo.
No.
San Francisco.
Bobby on fire. Did you read my email?
Nope.
San Francisco, then Buffalo. Then I'll just go in order. Green Bay and Houston are 14-1. Philly is also 14-1. The Vikings are 18-1. The Commanders are 25-1. The Falcons are 28-1. Then Pittsburgh, Cincy, Chargers, Bears, and the Cowboys tied at 55-1 to win it all. NFC East, in terms of the favorite, the Eagles are minus 125. The Commanders are plus 125 to win the division. The Cowboys are 9-1.
Oh,
you like that value?
9-1's pretty good. I mean, like, they're for a quarterback that has dominated the division when he plays them. That's pretty good number. That's a pretty good number right there.
I thought that was an interesting quote from Calvin, because Calvin Watkins walked around the locker, talked to people outside of just the press availability after the game. And Calvin came out of there and tweeted that one of the senses he got, though, was still upbeat from the Cowboys locker because they feel like, well, we still got the division games pretty much ahead of us.
Yeah,
and that we don't have to worry.
I could not believe. I was refreshingly surprised how upbeat Micah and Diggs were on their podcasts. It was like two, and I'm not saying this to make fun of them. It was like two championship veterans being like, "Wait, look, we've seen this before." It was like Kobe and Shaq being like, "This is how it's going to go. We're banged up. We got these teams. We're going to be good to go. I would have made a play there. They would have made adjustments. That's what it is. Like a championship light switch mentality." And I was really, really surprised by it.
Is that not sweating, and is that being steady, or is that you're ignorant to the issues you have?
I'm not, ignorant, harsh word, more delusional, yeah.
Is delusional better than ignorant?
Yeah.
I feel like ignorant is unaware of what's there.
Delusional is better than ignorant.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get in a vocab fight. You could save that for Jared Sandler. I think I'd rather be delusional than. Ignorant's a harsh word.
It's a very harsh word. I love being I like being in my own world anyway. Real quick, you talking about betting and stuff? I'll give you a little degenerate pick here, real quick.
Yep.
Right now, you can get Colorado to win the Big 12 at 7-1. Okay.
Colorado win the Big 12 at 7-1.
Their schedule is so easy the rest of the way. They're going to wind up winning all 4 of the games that they have left. And Iowa State and BYU are at the top. You got to have K-State lose a game, though. K-State needs to lose another one, but they got a chance.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Are we joined by Tom Yamansky after what happened last night? Crosstalk with the fellas after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course...
Oh, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Three the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby. I just saw your little poll question. Let's ask.
Oh, what is it?
Mr. SAT over here, Kevin Hagelin. Which is a harsher description of someone who is not speaking realistically? Is the word ignorant or delusional harsher?
Ignorant. That's what I think, too.
Thank you. Clean sweep.
Oh.
Shut it down.
You guys were all
I agree, too,
spoiled
because
by
it
the
makes
public
you
school
sound
system.
you're
so.
stupid.
What's that?
Like, ignorant
There's
is
a
like
negative
close
connotation to ignorance that isn't like really rooted in the word, though.
So you're trying to say ignorant means you just don't know.
Unaware,
You're just
basically.
unaware.
It seems to have been co-opted into something.
Whereas
else,
delusional
though,
sounds like you can't even be in reality.
The polls,
that sounds more
however,
like a mental condition.
Yeah,
to me.
the polls currently say that it's 62% delusional.
Yeah, 59%. Now 55-44 delusional.
Oh, my God.
So you think delusional or ignorant?
Delusional is harsher.
Okay, well, I just voted for you because I don't even know what I said.
What? You
I
gave
voted
That happened
delusional.
like 15 seconds ago.
Are you saying when people vote for the president, they're voting for delusional or ignorant? That's where you're getting the
Holy
numbers
crap,
from?
that's pretty.
Tell
that's pretty damn
tell
accurate.
Kevin and Corey what your outfit's going to be today.
My Halloween costume?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get a trash bag and cut a hole in it. I'm gonna be garbage.
Walk around this garbage.
That is not bad. It's weird that comment doesn't seem to have gained anywhere near as much traction as the comedian
It's
at his
insane.
rally.
It seems like an unnecessary time to do it.
Who?
To say that. to say the garbage thing. Like,
because it wasn't on purpose. Biden said it.
I know. That seems like a bad time to do it.
It wasn't designed.
It seems like a bad time.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a bad
Don't
time.
let that guy talk right now is what I would be saying to everybody.
Yeah. Obama's like, I'm doing all this damn extra
Yeah,
work.
all this extra work.
And you're like, all of them are garbage.
All
You're
the
like, come on, man.
I'm cleaning up the house, and you're just sitting here throwing toys everywhere.
Yes. What is coming up on the program, Corey?
Right out of the gate, if you're a public figure, is it better to just do most things in public? We get into the Trayvon Diggs thing just a little bit there. And then John Machota joins us at 10:20 today. And Kyle Yeomans for the C Block.
Did you guys figure out your dates on the Rangers and everything? Mike, with your World Series champ shirt on? Is it
tomorrow.
1 year ago? What?
Tomorrow, yeah, because the candy was on sale when I came up here. I got
remember
all
that
the,
moment?
What?
So tomorrow the candy goes 50% off to 70% off that they didn't sell.
Great. Just what I need.
And so I bought like, I don't know, 5 bags of candy and started opening them
I
up.
love your Jared is just pouring his heart out, and Mike's
Crying.
Tears.
You know what?
He didn't even turn his mic off. He just left it on.
We do have that audio.
Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
Oh man, is that it? That's freaking amazing.
I did the same thing. I have no. I don't.
It's even better.
Obviously, it's not my turn to talk.
Yeah.
So
It's even better on the fan cam when you see Mike is not even like he's like looking at you, just going like handfuls of
was I
popcorn.
eating?
Look at what?
Okay.
You were opening the popcorn. You had bags of candy, but you were
Okay.
opening the popcorn and crunch.
we would all agree, though, not even
It
close
killed me.
to the craziest fan cam moment that night. That belongs
Oh,
to Eric.
yeah, that was the next day when Eric's waving the towel. When somebody called in, said something rather offensive, and Eric, not listening, looked like he was cheering it on.
Go get Rangers.
I don't even know what was said or what you're talking about.
You cannot repeat it. That's for damn sure.
But he was cheering you with a towel.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, how many instructional videos are you going to make off the 5th inning last night?
Holy moly.
Yeah, it was sad because really
Well,
last
the
night,
Yankees.
look, the Dodgers are the champs. They won the series. But really last night, the Yankees lost. The Dodgers didn't win. If you give any team 3 free base runners and make them get 6 outs, like, okay, we're going to, like, hey, stay on the mound, whoever it is, name the best pitcher in the history of baseball, whoever, Greg Maddux. Hey, Greg, what we're going to do now, maybe not to start the inning, but we're going to randomly, when that person gets out, we're going to say, no, he's not out. He gets to stay on first base, and it doesn't count as an out. And then you do it again, and you're like, no, that guy doesn't count as an out. Everybody advances, and the hitter who got out gets to stay on the base. No, this one doesn't count either. He's going to get to stay on the base, and you have to get 6 outs in an inning against a good offensive team. Even a bad offensive team, they're going to at least score 2 in that situation.
Sack fly, whatever. Even a double play.
Yeah,
gets you
so
out.
that, unfortunately, they lost the game by giving up 5 free runs.
What's your order of egregiousness on those 3? Does it go Judge?
Judge
Cole,
is like
Volpe?
Judge is the most routine of the. I mean, that wasn't a difficult. I mean, now it may have knuckled.
I think it was just
Judge is one.
That's easily number one. The Volpe one. I mean, he was rushed because Kike was close to third, so that was the least egregious. And then
I want to ask you a question about the Cole first base thing.
That was just a mental lapse.
If you go back and look at the play, right, the first baseman is backing up, okay, and not charging. And it wasn't the hard. It wasn't a hard.
No, that was smart not to charge it. He hit it off the end of the bat, and the ball takes a shot to second base. You can see the ball take a different route, and his job is, I have a guy covering. That's your job as a pitcher. I'm not going to take the risk on charging a ball that has side spin.
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure I catch it. I have an easy flip here. Yes, Mookie Betts can run. As my dad taught me, and this is the case, it doesn't matter if Usain Bolt hit the ball. I can beat him. Any human being that has to run 55 feet to 90 feet, they can't beat you. Now, you make it, hey, I give you a 25-yard start and we're running 100 yards. Maybe Bolt will catch me and pass me like the thing they do in Atlanta. But on such a short distance, no human being who's a pitcher should lose the race to a guy who swung a bat and now has to start his run.
Because if you freeze frame it, Choppy froze it, right? And it makes Rizzo look terrible to where he didn't complete the play with where who was running?
Mookie.
The ball,
you think he should have just sprinted
the ball
to
is
first?
right there. He is 85 feet away.
But that's not taking into account the spin.
The spin.
And look at Garrett Cole where he's at compared to Mookie. He's going to win the race.
Right.
Yeah.
But and Cole said he took a bad angle, that he ran towards the ball.
He did. Garrett Cole, are you saying?
Yeah.
Garrett Cole. I do not agree with banana routes to first base. When you're in the major leagues, and I'll go back in my time, Shane Victorino, Jimmy Rollins, these guys that can run are getting down first base. And I was a crappy runner. I was like a 7'1" which is below average. Those guys are like 6'3", 6'5". I have to go directly to the base. What you do is as you get to the base, you kind of have to slow down. And if you don't, just cross it as fast as you can. Get out of the way. Don't stay in the line. But you can push off of the base. As you get there, you're going to slow down a hair. And then just take your right foot as it hits the base and push hard into fair territory.
Banana routes are fine when you're 10 years old. Right?
What's that?
Banana routes are fine when you're 10 years old.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right?
But in the major leagues, go directly to the base.
But how quickly can Rizzo tell that there's spin on it?
Pretty quick.
Okay. But like the FERT, it hits the ground once, then twice.
That's what, I mean, if you think about it, that's how outfielders judge quickly if the ball's hit hard or soft or whatever. They're seeing the swing. They're seeing the sound. Sometimes you can't hear the sound, let's say in a World Series game, but in most games you can. And then he sees that it's off the end of the bat, and he sees that it's not spinning backspin. I mean, their eyes are trained so well that they can tell in 0.1 second if it's a curve ball or a fastball.
Yeah, bad hops are different. Bad hops are different than that.
And also with that, like, he would know, like, by how hard it is, whether or not it's got the side spin. Because if a regular ground ball
going to go faster
on a full swing is going to get on him at first base really quick.
In fact, exit velocity is always harder on ground balls. I won't say always harder, but I was taught this by Dave Raymond. If you look at exit velocity, it's weird, but when the guys hit the ball into the ground, the ball actually is hit harder, and you just hit it like almost not saying straight down, but those balls get to you pretty quick in the major leagues, and that one wasn't, and that one had weird English. And if Garrett Cole, the thing is he did the right thing. Immediately he's going to cover, and then he just quit on it. I will say this. It shows how tired he was in that inning. That was going to be the fifth out of the inning, and he was tired, and he quit on running. He had to run another, 35 feet, and he quit on it.
That was, by the way, 49.8 miles an hour exit velocity on that hit. So,
all right. So tomorrow's the anniversary. Of when the Rangers actually won it. Let's hear the heartbreaking memory one more time, Pepe. Let's just go ahead and
This is for Eric Nadell.
Relive it back.
Give me 1 sec.
No, we'll wait.
It's emotional. If you cry, I understand.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it, and I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
It's just the way
so
he
hard.
says it.
It's so good. There's such a Seinfeldian thing there of just like no empathy.
That's Costanza.
He's Elaine
Kramer.
stopping for the junior men.
Yeah, junior
and then
men.
he's in the hospital.
All right, let's have the
counter
fellas.
was right there.
Yeah.
And what was it you were eating?
Skinny Pop. I really like that stuff.
Hey. We're back tomorrow morning. Mike McCarthy joins the show. The KMC masterpiece is next.
It's Cowboys time.
105.
Let's go.
The Fan.
Thanks to O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the show on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or if you want to report an alien invasion in New Jersey, anyway, that's fine, either way. Or if you want to get involved in the Twitch, on the YouTube, that is War of the Worlds. Orson Welles, I do believe.
I thought you were doing something political.
No.
Like Kevin to start the show off
People
with politics.
from outer space.
What's the first website you look at every morning, Kevin, over the last couple of weeks?
It is a political website. I will admit that. That was not meant as a political.
You go down to 1080 and do your radio.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
All right, let's
start a podcast.
Let's stay in our lane.
Politics
Stick
on the
to
8.
sports. We got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, the famous Mike Bassick, I apologize, and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, feel like we need to start with at least some Trayvon Diggs. And I guess here's my question for you. So I know we have an entire culture where the whole point is to like live your life out on social media because that's why people follow you. That's why you're an influencer and everything like that. So I guess what I saw yesterday, it was kind of making me wonder if you're a public figure, should you just do most things like apologize in public? Because Trayvon Diggs could have apologized in private and everyone, Mike Leslie, had been like, oh, that's so nice. That's so great, blah, blah, blah. But people probably wouldn't have given him the benefit of the doubt for it because they're like, well, I don't know. I know he said that, but I didn't get to see it. And so I thought going public with it and the way they did it with Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie was just, it was really freaking genius. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 10. I'm sure you've heard it or seen it by now, but if not, Diggs makes up with Mike Leslie and takes a couple of cans of D's apostrophe S nuts out of his pockets.
Thank you. I got something for you though.
Yeah. you saw some of these were sent to the station too, right?
Yeah. What flavor you want? I got ranch. I got banana pudding.
I'll go ranch. I'm not a banana guy.
All right, here you go.
Which one's you?
I'll go with these.
Yeah?
Banana pudding.
You see a fan sent some of these to the station too, man.
Cheers.
Hey.
I got to try the banana pudding.
If I misread the play, I appreciate you apologizing. I'm sorry too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Good.
And so,
wait, no.
Okay, we need to talk about the
banana
flavors.
pudding flavor.
I love banana pudding. I don't think I want them in my nuts. Like I don't want banana pudding flavored nuts.
Why not?
That doesn't make sense.
It is 10:03.
But they're your nuts to taste.
For God's sake.
I don't care.
So you can just have any flavor nuts.
It doesn't
you want.
make sense.
Yeah.
Mustard flavored ice cream. I don't want mustard flavored ice cream. Like
there's soy sauce and wasabi out there. Almonds, right? Like not
that makes more sense to me.
No, there are a lot of people that are like, I don't like sushi. You
Bring
know,
up banana pudding nuts, and I want to try them because it doesn't make sense.
Yes, and that's specifically D's nuts. So if we got to find a can of those and taste those,
are they at Kroger?
The banana pudding.
Like I can go to Kroger after.
I think this is a pretty reputable brand.
I feel like this is a very specialized nut.
I feel
those flavors.
You don't think you're finding
Who
that?
thought of this?
You don't think you're finding that at the nut factory out there?
Vending Nut Company.
Vending Nut Company
off of Montgomery there.
Yeah,
I used to live out there in Fort Worth. That's near Dickey's Arena where Arkansas is playing basketball sometime.
But Kevin isn't a huge fan of nuts, so you got him the balls instead.
Yes, I got you sour balls. I got you nuts. I got him balls, and you guys were both happy.
Yeah, we were.
We were out at Buffalo Wild Wings in the Fort Worth.
What's your question, Kevin?
It is 10:04. How did this happen so quickly?
Alec is smiling,
because
so I think we're doing all right.
Trayvon Diggs wasn't happy they lost and got called out on something that might have not been the best thing to call him out on, and he told a reporter D's nuts as he walked back into the locker room.
So what's your point, Kevin?
My point is, I think this might have kind of changed my philosophy.
Okay.
Because you know how you would hear stories about Dirk or even Luka would go visit the Children's Hospital, and he was like, hey, if you could like not tell anybody about this, that would be great. Because he said, I don't want to make it about me. I want to make it about the kids. But with the culture, just in general, shifting the way we disseminate information, do you not think sometimes like this is the way to go, to do every one of your like big gestures like this out in public. So now everybody knows, man, Trayvon Diggs, did you see that apology? That was the best. Is that not now the way we should probably do things if you want the credit?
Yes, and for the Dirk thing, I've always felt this way. If you're serving people like that, you don't need attention for it.
And Dirk didn't seem to give a crap about the credit.
No. I mean, my friend worked at that hospital at the time, Scottish Rite, and he said he would come in and hang little basketball boards on everybody's doors. He would do it specifically after hours. So like that's a real thing. And I think when you're serving people like that, it should that's you being a humble servant to the people you love. You brought up though a long time ago, and you took a lot of heat for this, that you thought that what Tiger Woods did was worse.
Oh, okay.
than Michael.
Don't. Yeah.
But you
that
brought
was
up,
a long
but
time
you also
ago,
brought this situation up that you watched Michael Vick's apologies. You watched him go do things that made up for it, and you saw those things. And the reality is,
tried to. I know some people will never forgive him.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The reality though is a lot of people did forgive him because he made efforts.
Yeah,
and they saw those efforts. And I think it's more about when you've done something wrong, people want to see the effort to do right afterwards. They don't necessarily need to see you do these other things, serving people like that to show off. That feels like you're showing off. This one feels like you're trying to make things right, not just for you, but for people that were hurt.
And so if everyone's going to pick up on what you do already, because like I see what from the 210, Diggs scolded Mike Leslie in public. So yes, a public apology.
Yep. I'm with them on that too.
But it was in public, right? Because of the weird world we live in. Otherwise, it was underground of a building. You know, but it's the world that we live in. Obviously, most, if not all things can be public. So if everyone's going to jump on every single thing you say or do for better or worse, do you not see the appeal of just like, hey, here's a good deed I did. I'm going to let some people know about it. I think you're right. Personally, nobody cares about me that much to like track my comings and goings. But personally, I don't really need it public.
Jess does.
That's maybe. But if you're a public person, no, I'm sure she does. If you're a public person and people are going to have these opinions about you one way or another, maybe that is the way to go.
And there are plenty, like, you know, we used to really love Cam Newton because he never asked for stories to get out. They did.
He did the amazing block party for that kid.
Yeah, and he was always like, I don't know how this story got it. Usually it was the family that they were like, can you believe what Cam did for us? And I really do. There are some people that are like, man, look, they're always doing stuff. They're just, wow. And you know about it because they hired the publicity company to help them push it out there. Like, you know about those things because they are doing it. And there are other people that enjoy their private lives the private way that it is. So I think that everybody just kind of has to go about it their own way. But think about this for a second. Okay. The Cowboys had a lot of bad things happening with the White House and all that other stuff back in the day, right? So what model did they take? They said, you know what? Let's kick off this red kettle thing and show the good things we do too. That way it balances out a little bit. And we're not all bad. There are some bad things that are going to happen, but we're also trying to do good. Pablo Escobar, Kevin. He's sitting there, the inventor of cocaine.
True.
Remember that dude?
Yes.
He made soccer fields for kids.
Yeah, but in schools.
That was a real thing. We were at a boxing event, went into the bathroom, and some people were talking about there's a fighter named Escobar. And they go, not like Pablo Escobar. He invented cocaine. I was like,
it was a really funny moment.
I don't think that is factually accurate.
You know, you can't prove it.
That's true.
I bet you can prove
all the things he
I'll
did,
Google,
though.
Okay.
He balanced it out by
keep talking.
By saying, hey, look, I know I'm doing a lot of bad things, but I'm trying to do it for good causes. The Penguin, Kevin. I'm watching The Penguin now.
That is an excellent
He feels like he's trying to help out some people by being a bad guy in the community, but also trying to help some people out.
So is everybody, do you think, not everybody, because nobody's always on the same page, it feels like. Do you think most people are like, okay, great. The apology was public. He admitted I was frustrated after a loss, which I think is a very human emotion. And everybody seems to be on the same page. Do you think like the fan base, I'm not saying the people in the organization, I'm sure like they don't care anyway. But like, do you think the fan base mostly is like, all right, let's go?
One of my best friends text me last night during the World Series game, and I thought he was going to text about the World Series. He didn't. He's really mad at Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons for having a podcast and throwing Mike Zimmer and Mike McCarthy under the bus.
I agree.
So, at least for this Cowboy fan, he feels like, all right, so now you moved on from the media and you're going to blame your coaches. You're not going to. Now, Micah Parsons didn't play in the game, but it feels like, at least to this Cowboys fan, who's my friend, that Trayvon has now moved on to, like, don't blame us, the players, for the losses. The coaches aren't putting us in a position to succeed. And he's like, hey, at some point, can you play good? And that would help out the team possibly. At least that's a Cowboys fan's perspective right now on Trayvon Diggs.
Do you feel, I know you're not a Cowboys fan, do you feel that way?
I feel like he's just doing I think he's a true Dallas Cowboy, and I think Micah Parsons is a true Dallas Cowboy. They've decided that everybody is somewhat against them if they're not super praising them, and that, yes, it is somebody else's fault. How could it be our fault? It's just we're just unlucky, or we're burnt out at the end of the year, or the coaches aren't good enough. And I think a lot of Cowboy fans, not this Cowboys fan, my buddy, but a lot of Cowboy fans, they love going down that path. It can't be the players. It can't be this. It has to be the coaches have just put together the worst game plan, and our guys are just following this horrible game plan. And if we had a good coach, which we seem to never have, then we would be the champs every year.
And the reality of that is fans really just want people to root for that feel like they're all running together after something, right? Like they want to be like, they're all in this thing together and they represent me and they are what I like. Not all of us are going to be at the same moral standards. Yeah, you know what? I got a cousin that's a little off.
Sure.
But you know what? We're in this thing together. Kevin, somebody said from the 972, kids look up to these guys. So it is good to show how to handle things like a grown-up and professionally.
I like that.
And you know who Dax is? Dax Shepard. He's married to Kristen Bell.
Yes.
I heard him say something
Parenthood
one day. Yeah, I heard him say something one day that really caught my ear about things. He said, you know what? Sometimes parents argue. And then they go and he said, we did this all the time. You argue and then you go have the discussion and come together on how to resolve it behind closed doors. But the kids only saw the argument. So sometimes you got to go tell the kids. And I've done that more often where I've been like, you know what? Hey, your mom and I discussed this. I know you kind of saw this, but we discussed it and we realized this is the better solution. That's another example of, that public figure part of kids are looking up to you.
Now I'm going to pivot over to basketball.
Before you do that, in 1860, Albert Neiman isolated an active ingredient of the coca leaves. So that's where, in 1860, we started the cocaine.
So Albert Neiman, not Pablo Escobar, should get that credit.
Yeah, he died a year later. He might have been doing too much coke.
Or somebody was like, I need that recipe.
Okay, you know what? I cannot rule out either one of those perspectives. Okay, who has the crazier basketball opinion? Is it Bob Ryan, who said that the three-point shot is the worst thing to ever happen to basketball? Then he gave you a history lesson.
This is stupid.
Was not asked for by anybody in the NBA. It was the gimmick of a promoter. That promoter being Abe Saperstein, the impresario of the Harlem Globetrotters. He founded a league in 1961 known as the ABL, hoped it would be in opposition to the NBA. It was a gimmick. The league only lasted a year and a half. The three-point shot was taken elsewhere, then the ABA, and eventually to the NBA. And he said, quote, I have long said that there will probably be a four-point shot in my lifetime. The three isn't going anywhere, and that's the game. But then said it was the worst thing that ever happened to the NBA.
Dumb.
That's option one.
That's ridiculous.
Then,
because everybody loves watching a three-point shot happen. It's awesome.
Not Bob Ryan.
He's dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He said everybody.
Yeah,
all right.
Bob Ryan disagrees, and probably so does all the big guys.
Do you prefer Bob Ryan's opinion or Joe Mazzulla, who has his own spicy opinions about how basketball should go forward?
The biggest thing that we rob people of from an entertainment standpoint is you can't fight anymore. We should just bring back, fighting.
I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against those days in the NBA.
What's more, I mean, you want to talk about robbing the league of entertainment. What's more entertaining than a little scuffle?
I agree.
How come in baseball they're allowed to throw the benches? How come in hockey they're allowed to play? I don't understand. Like,
hockey,
and don't tell me
actually
because,
let him
like,
go
we're
for a
out.
while. How much is hard fouls in the sport? I mean, even if it doesn't rise to the level of fighting, you don't have the hard fouls anymore. You don't have the fear of going inside. You don't have the fear of some of the
Pistons.
other of the opponents.
Yeah. I just don't get why some sports are allowed to clear the benches. They have bats and weapons. We don't. We just have a ball.
All right, let's stop it right there. He also said he would like to see the NBA institute power plays after fouls.
That sounds fun.
Forcing the offending team to play a man down for a specific length of time.
Well, I feel like the Mavs would benefit from that because they're I don't say most. About 5 possessions a game, they are playing 4-on-5 defense.
That was a foul. Didn't you see it? I got destroyed.
I don't know why they took it out. Obviously, it gets the crowd revved up. The crowd loves it. Now, obviously, Rudy Tomjanovich, you don't want a guy getting sucker punched and almost dying. But when Larry Bird and Dr. J square up against each other and start throwing punches, I've never understood. It is, if we're supposed to be entertaining, we're doing this for entertainment. The reason we allow 5 steps now, some dude took 2 steps yesterday in the Oklahoma City game. I'm forgetting who it was. Might have been Williams for I'm just going to shut up.
The basketball team.
But for Oklahoma City. But then he took 3 more steps after pump faking, and they're like, that's a legal play. And they're like, why is it legal? Because it's entertaining to see a guy jump stop, take 2 steps at the free throw line, pump fake a shot, and then take 2 more steps and lay it up. And you're like, well, you know what else is entertaining? When I get hard fouled and then I get up and don't like it and punch the dude in the nose. Like, that's also entertaining too. Like, to a fan, that's entertaining. Not to the guy's nose, but it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Like, so if it's all about entertainment, isn't that entertaining?
Okay, well then my question is, do you think it's more absurd to have NBA fighting, NBA power play, or Bob Ryan saying the 3-pointers are the worst thing that ever happened?
I'm going to say Bob Ryan offended me more.
Okay.
Yep, that's the most one.
I think they should bring back fighting.
Okay.
I enjoyed it as a kid. It was awesome.
I like it.
Go back and watch. Like, if you go back and watch highlights, do you like it when guys just lay on the ground and act like they're dead for 7 minutes, Tony Parker and other people? Or do you like it when the guy gets up and then just punches the guy in the face?
Still
Which
should
one's
be a
more fun?
punishment for fighting, but you should still be
technical foul.
able to do it,
Just don't fight the fans, I guess, is the big thing.
But that's going to spill over if you don't have boards.
Okay.
If you don't have glass walls.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for The Athletic. It is John Mota right here on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you from The Athletic, it is John Mota. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing great. Now, my most important question, are you going to have time to stop at the Dallas Card Show before you go to Atlanta for the game?
That is a really good question. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, and the reason is bad. So I'm a pretty diehard Florida State football fan.
Oh,
and so
dear.
Before the season,
You are dying hard.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And before this awful season started for them, I had already decided to make a trip to Tallahassee when we were in Atlanta, so I would just make the 4-hour drive down and meet some friends there that live in Florida. And so I'm not backing out of my plans just because the team's awful. So I'm actually flying in Friday night. Normally for road games, I fly in like Saturday morning. But I'm flying in Friday so I can drive to Tallahassee and then go to the game on Saturday and make it back to Atlanta on Sunday. So it's not a good reason, and I'm not happy about it, but this is the life we chose.
Now, North Carolina is only a slight favorite to win that game. What exciting way do you think Florida State will find to lose this one?
I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been to a lot of Florida State games in my life, and none have been worse than that experience I had last month at SMU. For them to just get destroyed at SMU, that was a low point for me. So I don't think it can get any worse than that. But I'm not going to rule anything out. But I look at it this way: if I'm going to sit there in the Rose Bowl in 2013 when they win the national championship, being Auburn, I guess I got to suffer through these times too.
That is a fair point. Now, when it comes to the Falcons, and I guess maybe the NFC South in general, we've had a lot of discussions from, how bad is this division going to be to could they get multiple playoff teams in there? And the Falcons are in control of that division with a 4-0 record. So I guess my first question is, are the Falcons good?
I kind of think they might be. And for me, one of the big things is for a couple of years now, especially I don't play fantasy, but other friends of mine and family members do, and so I always am big on Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson, and so obviously they're both very good players, but you're kind of I just always looked at it as, okay, eventually this is going to click. When you have two weapons like that, eventually you're going to have some success, and it's hard to Kyle Pitts now. It's hard to blame him. You have to have the quarterback to throw you the ball, and so this is the best quarterback he's had in his NFL career, and so I think that helps. I think that if you look at the way their offense is, that it's formidable. And I think that I think the Falcons are probably what they should be. I don't think they were as bad as they were these last few years. Now maybe that goes to quarterback play, And you can say Kirk Cousins isn't a guy that's going to get that team to the Super Bowl, but he is still a good quarterback. And so, no, I think they're a really good opponent. I think that they will end up beating the Cowboys on Sunday.
On the Cowboys side of things, did you hear that? You heard it? Mike heard it
no,
too?
I frowned and
Wow.
Mike called you a hater.
Wow. But it's okay. He's close to it all. John, when it comes to what the Cowboys are doing defensively, the turnover numbers are down a lot. Do you have an idea of what's changed there?
I'll tell you what, you have ideas, you watch it, you see different things, you have your own thoughts, but it's always good to have some, confirmation from people that are closer to it than you are. And I don't think I've ever heard Trayvon Diggs more candid and open about anything than he was yesterday when he talked about that, because Trayvon isn't generally someone that really goes super in depth, responding to questions. I'm sure if you told him that he never had to talk to reporters again, he would be just fine with it. But I will say the way he talked about the changes on defense and how, I think we all knew watching the Dan Quinn defense, it was a very aggressive, man. Players are able to have a little, you hear the term all the time now in the NFL, vision defense. You're able to keep, your vision on the quarterback. And it sounds like with this defense, there's still a transition period that these guys are still adjusting to. And the thing that I think of when I hear that is you have a first-year coaching staff that isn't signed beyond, defense coordinator that's not signed beyond this year. Like, it's a tough time to, switch something up like that. And it sounds like, we've seen the growing pains, but I think that's a big part of it is that they were going to make this change on defense. And because of that, there were going to be growing pains that came with it, and we're seeing those. And the problem that you run into is if it does start clicking for them, it might be too late on the season.
And is it that players are resistant to the change of it all, or that players are just not accustomed to, I don't know, not having their eyes in the backfield or things like that? Because I did read your piece that you put up on The Athletic, and it's really good information.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with sports. There's so few things that are ever it's just cut and dry. This is the one thing. This is it. It's always going to be multiple things. Like with this Cowboys team in general, there's not just one thing you can point to. There's a lot of different things. You could skip over the defense and say, I think the defense would be better if this team had any type of a running game, But if you just focus on the defense, I think that, there probably is a little bit of, slow to buy in from some players. Not saying all, but maybe some. And then the other part of it is that it's a big adjustment. I mean, that's the thing about the NFL nowadays is it's like the longer you play, the more coaches you're going to play for. And it's not like all these coaches have something, very similar. Like everyone's going to have their different tweaks on it. And so it just seems like that under Dan Quinn, it was maybe less thinking about what you have to do, just go play, maybe a swing big, also might lead to miss big, but it also would lead to some takeaways. Whereas this defense, I think it's got the players thinking a little bit more, and maybe they're not playing as fast because of that. And when that happens, you're probably going to have less takeaways. With that being said, the best way to get takeaways is to have pressure on the quarterback, and this team's not getting any real pressure on the quarterback. When you don't have Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, you don't have Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon. You're not going to get nearly as much pressure as you would have planned going into the season. So that's a big part of it too.
I've been kind of trying to see how this is. Does this team seem tight? Do they seem tense, like they're not having fun right now? And I know winning is fun and losing is not, but do they just seem like their personalities are a little bit different at the moment?
It's really tough for me to put a finger on that because of the fact that I've seen them where I thought they looked loose even after losses, not right after a loss, but the week after, where you're like, I don't think this is really about coming out of the bye week. I thought they were in a great frame of mind and didn't seem like a team that were nearly as down as media members and fans and such. So, but then again, you lose to San Francisco, and that's the thing. If these losses keep piling up, you can only stay so positive as a human being. So as loose as they might want to be, that's fine. But I don't think that whether it's too loose, too tight, whatever, I don't think anyone has the exact answer on how you could get this thing turned around, other than the fact of you just hope that when you get Micah Parsons back and you get some other players back that it starts clicking. And then obviously, as I'm sure you guys have talked about a lot and most fans talk about and us in the media talk about all the time is you could also make some moves before the trade deadline and try and spark this thing, but you get no feeling that that's going to happen.
When you talk about any potential media members that could have in the past been down on the team, are you talking mostly about Mike Leslie, or is that other people?
No. I mean, I don't know if he's down on the team, really, to be honest with you. I'm not really sure, but I think that generally speaking, most of us in this business are pretty cynical.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
As soon as you see just even a slight little bit of negativity, it's sometimes easy to overdo it on that side, because it's funny. I was telling my brother this the other day, because he was talking about watching the Niners game, and he was like, yeah, they just don't look like the Cowboys just don't look like they just don't look like the same team they've been, just their body language and everything. Like, it's very unlikely they turn this around. And I go, I agree with you. It is very, very unlikely that they would turn this around, and I really don't expect them to. But just like, okay, so I'm from Detroit. He lives in Detroit. I'm like, let's just use the Tigers and Lions as an example here. The Tigers this season started to roll after they sold at the trade deadline. The Lions, if you want to look at the piece that got the Lions rolling to where they are right now, it's right after they traded T.J. Hawkinson. Like, it was like, oh, well, the season's over. They're clearly selling right now. And they started to roll right after it. So it's like a lot of stuff in sports just doesn't make sense. So while I think it's unlikely that this thing starts rolling, you can't 100% say, oh, yeah, no, the season's done. I'm not watching any other games. There's no way that this gets back on the track.
John, you are an optimistic guy. I know that you're saying, oh,
he just said he was not.
No, he is. He's an optimistic guy. We know him. He's putting himself in a category that I think that he's a very happy person who is optimistic. John, when you're covering the Cowboys in Oxnard this year, I'm sure you wrote an article or two or saw somebody who you were very optimistic about that hasn't performed up to the optimism you had on them in Oxnard. I work with two guys here that was telling me all about certain guys that they felt like were going to have good years based off of Oxnard.
I still don't understand why we haven't seen more Wanye Thomas. I'm still in that camp.
Who is somebody who you're like, gosh, I thought they were going to have a better year this year?
So for me, it's tough because every year I cover training camp, there's always some guys that they kind of flash a little bit, whether it be John Stevens or Rico Gathers, or, I mean, I feel like every camp, or I'll say every other camp, there's a receiver that you're like, oh, I think this guy's going to do more. And then you just really, once the season gets going, you're just kind of like, oh, yeah. There's really not really tackling to the ground, and training camp's a bad indicator for, to guarantee regular season success. So for me, though, because of that, I am going to go to the wide receiver group. And I don't know that Jalen Brooks has gotten the opportunities to really show, but I did think that there were times at camp where I thought he played even better than Jalen Tolbert. And when you watch this season, like, Jalen Tolbert to me is clearly the better player. I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more from Jalen Brooks, but then also I go to Brandon Cooks, and obviously the injury is the reason he's not out there. But I really did think that, hey, when he came to the Cowboys, it was a slow start. And then it kind of picked up with him and Dak. And it seemed like whenever Brandon Cooks had some success, the team had success. And I was like, having this full year together, this full off season, I think that this is really going to be a big year for Brandon Cooks. And then all of a sudden he's really not on the field. And, that's another reason why when you look at some of these trades other teams are making and for wide receivers and such, it makes you think, well, why wouldn't you just try and make a move for another receiver to kind of help out the group? Because we don't know when Brandon Cooks is coming back. I mean, we see him out on the resistance cords, but I don't know if he's going to be back next week, the week after, when that's going to happen. And that's been a pretty big blow to that passing game. And so those would probably be the spots. I thought Marshawn Elam would play pretty well and show flashes of, hey, this might be your next DeMarcus Lawrence. But again, injuries stop that from happening. So those would probably be the ones for me.
Will the Cowboys ever get their run game going this year?
I think that there will be a game here or there, like the Pittsburgh game, but not to where all of a sudden it turns the corner and then all of a sudden you start seeing them be, like a middle of the pack run team. No, I don't see that happening. And it's don't get me wrong, they didn't do themselves any favors by not adding more at the running back position. That's the easiest thing to point to for sure. But I don't think this offensive line is good enough for me to think that all of a sudden that thing's going to get going. I think that they'll gradually improve, but I don't see this year all of a sudden where the offensive line is where it needs to be, and probably going with 2 rookies on the offensive line. It was a risk, and it's not meeting expectation, but that doesn't mean that it won't pay off down the line. But for this season, yeah, I have my doubts about that really ever clicking.
When you talk about the potential improvements on the offensive line, obviously you mentioned the rookies, and that makes a whole lot of sense. But also, is it fair to say that you want, if not need, some improvements from Zach Martin, thus compared to what he's done thus far this season as well?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess you could be critical of Tyler Smith for certain things. I guess you could be critical of any player, really, when the team's not playing well. But outside of Tyler Smith, I don't really think anybody on the offensive line is playing great. And so, yeah, that's a tough spot for sure because, I expect Zach Martin to, be in the Ring of Honor one day. I expect him to be in the Hall of Fame.
Sure,
but
for sure.
The age catches up with everyone, and I think that, that's part of the reason they didn't want to give a new deal to Tyron Smith is because they didn't want to be paying for a guy that maybe doesn't have his best stuff anymore. And so they decided to go the rookie route, which is fine. And I think that is a smart play for the future. But for this season, that really hasn't paid off, obviously.
Thank you very much, good sir. Against all my better judgment, good luck this weekend in your college football game. I hope it's close at least.
I appreciate that, guys. Take it easy.
Later, man.
There you go, John Mota from The Athletic right here on 105.3 The Fan. And by the way, Mike, I know you know this. When we always joke about the Dallas Card Show, I'm not doing a bit. I have seen him numerous times at the Dallas Card Show.
Nick Eatman has been there selling cards with his dad. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so it starts today in Allen if you're interested. Bo Jackson's going to be there, by the way.
What?
Yep.
Bo knows.
Greatest two-way athlete ever in the history of sports.
For you guys, I'm going to see if I can get some kind of autograph swag for a piece of time.
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
How to lose a World Series. The Yankees show us in the 5th inning next.
Coming up. Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Dave Roberts can hardly watch. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Buehler. Got him swinging! That's it! It's a World Series win for LA! They've done it! They finished the job and give Los Angeles the parade it's been waiting for!
Meh. Compare that to last year's radio call of the World Series.
You're not dreaming.
It is not even close. But the Dodgers win the World Series, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right. So I'll start off with, I guess if you're a Yankee fan, I guess I'm sorry, but you guys deserve to lose.
Screw them.
Aaron Judge had a fly ball that he took his eyes off of to look at a runner that, what was the runner going to do? The ball was hit 310 feet. Like, he's not tagging up on that. I don't know why he took his eyes off the ball, but unfortunately it happened. Volpe makes a nice play in the hole, and I get it wasn't the easiest throw, but a major leaguer, yeah, a lot of times you throw a ball and you're only going to beat the guy by a step or two. Like, he put Jazz Chisholm in an almost impossible pick. Like, that would have been an unbelievable pick for a third baseman to make on such a short throw.
I thought at first he'd pegged the runner.
No, he just spiked it into the ground and just made a bad throw. I get that there's some pressure on the throw. Guess what? You're in the major leagues. Make the throw.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you pay consequences. And the Dodgers had them pay consequences because then Mookie Betts ends the inning and Garrett Cole, after everything that's happened behind him and the mistakes that were made, then he doesn't cover first base, which then allows Freddie Freeman to come up. And I thought Corey asked a great question right before we came on the air. Did they get it right? Should he have been the World Series
He's
MVP?
making fun of me because when it was 3-0, I just was like making conversation, and I go, yeah, Freddie Freeman's a no-brainer to win MVP, right?
He had a single last night.
Corey looked at me and he goes, you sure? And I was like, whatever, dude.
But the score should have been 5-0 after 5 innings. That game's over. In fact, I'll tell you, when it was 3-0 to start the game, I texted my father and said, with Garrett Cole on the mound, this should be a victory already.
You know what really blew my mind while all this was happening is the stat that you'd thrown out, that this had happened 24-ish times. And no team that was down 3-0 had ever gotten into Game 6. Ever.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, my God, it's going to happen. And then
I
wondered
3 times.
Yeah.
This was the 4th time in the history of baseball it even went to a 5th game. And I thought,
so crazy.
At 3-0, not even 5-0, at 3-0, I thought they're going to push this thing back to LA. In fact, they're interviewing Dave Roberts in the dugout because he has the horrible task of, this is why bullpen days are very scary.
Yeah.
It ended up not hurting them in the end. They won the World Series. But then when your starting pitcher goes out and stinks like Jack Flaherty did, now you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going back-to-back bullpen days. And I'll tell you what, one of the MVPs of last night, I think the MVP of last night was Blake Trinan. For him to go out and throw 40-something pitches and to go through the heart of the order while he's fatigued and end up getting out of that situation, I thought was so big. And then for Walker Buehler to come in and get the final 3 outs. Once again, I think he made more money.
I'm gonna go the Corey. I'm gonna go the Corey route on this. The MVP in my heart for that game was Walker Buehler, who I just keep going back to it. He matter-of-factly looked at the reporter and was like, are you kidding me? An extension? I got to prove I can stay in this league. And then he goes back out there and he was like, hey, he texted Dave Roberts and said, I'm ready to go.
The Josh Spores moment, dude. That's what I'm going to call it forever.
I like it. That was a big moment for him. And I know, hey, financially, he's happy they won the World Series. But he went from being, I'll repeat what I said if you haven't listened to Baseball Nuggets all week, he went from being a 1-year, $10 million contract in the offseason for somebody to just take a risk on to be like, it was there before. Maybe we can find it. And he's still throwing hard enough, not as hard as he used to, but hard enough. And his breaking ball is still there at times. Like, we just have to get it consistent and we could get a steal. Or we end up getting through May and we're like, should we just release him? His career's over.
What do you think's more likely? He breaks somebody's heart or turns back into the pitcher he was?
I don't think he's going to turn back into a top 3 to 5 Cy Young candidate. Okay. But I do think he's going to be a guy that's a number 3 that you're like, I like him. I like him as my number 3, and I think at his age, he has the ability still to get to be a number 2, I think. But you're looking at now possibly a 3 to 5 year contract, and I think around, I could be low on this number, $20 million a year.
Okay.
So maybe 5 for 100 or like 3 for 65. Maybe you get a little bit of a discount giving him 5 years where you get like 2 or 3 million off per year, and you just have to believe that arm is going to stay healthy. And I thought he proved a lot there. But that being said, that's in the future. I move now back to Blake Trinan. After the game, I don't have it on cuts or anything. I'll just kind of say what he said. And this is what it is for LA, because they won the 2 fake championships.
Yeah.
They won the fake NBA championship in the bubble, and they won the fake World Series championship here in Arlington. It counts.
Walker Buehler made allusions to this as well.
But they know Walker Buehler was on the team. Blake Trinan was on the team. And Blake Trinan said on the field, like, I don't know, 10 minutes after they'd won it, maybe a little bit less than that. He says, for us that are still here, that won in 2020, we've heard everything, that wasn't a real championship. And for us to do it now again, this just feels great. That there were fans there, that there was home field advantage, there were road games, there was travel. This was real baseball.
Yeah.
They know what 2020, it is what it is. They couldn't change it.
Sure.
They won it. They won under those circumstances, but everybody knows that the Lakers winning the championship it counts. In the history of the Lakers, in the history of basketball, it counts. In the history of baseball, 2020 counts. But we all know how weird and kind of manufactured that year was, and they just had to put together a weird year to be like, see, we played baseball. See, there was a champion. But we were like, that really wasn't real baseball.
Yeah.
That wasn't the grind of 162. That wasn't the grind of a playoff run that you usually have to have. And they had Shohei injured, and Freddie Freeman was injured.
Yeah.
It was weird. So Blake Trinan, and I didn't hear Walker Buehler, but I'm glad that he alluded to it too.
Yeah.
They all know about it. In fact, Dave Roberts was fighting for his job this year in the playoffs because they're like, yeah, you won that World Series, but you haven't won a real World Series.
And now he has a quarter of the World Series wins in Dodgers history.
Yeah, take that, Tommy.
That's not necessarily.
Oh, I thought that's where you're going with that. I thought you were taking a shot at Tommy Lasorda.
No, that's a fair point. You look at his job security, and it's crazy. They're both in the World Series, but you've heard all kinds of rumblings about Boone and like how safe is he? And then for Roberts, like it felt like they needed to win this World Series.
I'll call out my father. My father was like, well, I don't like the way Aaron Boone. I'll be nice on what he said. I don't like the way Aaron Boone manages his bullpen.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I hear you. It's just such a different game now with how many guys you use and how quick you go to your pen and stuff like that. And I think when you lose, you can say they did a crappy job. And I'm not saying he didn't do a crappy job. There are things I'm like, why is he doing that? And he did it, and they lost. And maybe he learns from that. Think about how maybe long it took Dave Roberts to learn from at times his mistakes where he would just go on the computer printout. Like that's one of the reasons Dave kept his job. I love him. He's my friend, one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life as a teammate. But I think he went so computer program that it did keep his job. That's one thing. If you just do what the computer says, at times teams will just go, we're just going to keep you. And he's a great person, and the guys love him. But I do think in this playoffs, he might have gone a little bit off script on things that he was doing. And he even talked about in the dugout. I do have to think about if we do play again, because they were down 5-0. Like, he has to think about, like, how much do I go after this game? But then he did bring in Michael Kopech, and then he pushed Blake Trinan. Like, if they don't win that game, Trinan, yes, he does have a day off. At that point, game 6, you're like, I don't really want to pitch him. But if I have to be very careful. He was talking about, I thought this was interesting. People don't get this or understand this, and I'm not expecting people to who never pitched before. But he said, I got to worry about my up downs too that I have with my bullpen because, yeah, I can get a guy up because a guy looks like he's in trouble, but I am stressing that guy tonight by, hey, throw 15 to 25 pitches as hard as you can in the bullpen to get ready. And that does stress a guy that, oh, I didn't use him. He didn't pitch tonight. Well, crap, I got him up twice. Like, I kind of did pitch him in the game by getting him up and down twice. So those are a lot of things that it is tough to understand because people say, why do pitchers need warm-ups? Why do they have to, like, it's not like a basketball player checks in. They're like, okay, let's give him a minute and a half to shoot the basketball to see. Well, you're not going to get hurt shooting a basketball. It would help to shoot 10 shots before you check in, and so you have a little bit of a rhythm and everything. They're doing that because there is a violence to throwing a baseball that literally there's no other violence like that in football, and there's no other violence like that. The closest you get to is tennis. And that's why they allow you to warm up a little bit in tennis because of the violence of a serve.
I was looking for the specific quote because it did not get censored on the broadcast. Walker Buehler said, everybody talks S about 2020, but there's not much they can say about it now.
Right.
And so I just really like that.
They all hear it. It's all fake when an athlete of today says they don't hear the media or the fans or whatever. They grew up on social media. You know, the closest that didn't is like LeBron James because he's about our age. But for the most part, all of them grew up on social media. All of them check their phones at halftime. All of them check their phones as soon as the game is over. Honestly, Trayvon Diggs is no different than you are. Like, he's checking his phone every second of his life, too, even in football pads. So we move forward. We move on to 2025. We will definitely break down the winter meetings and everything as well as we can. In fact, I called you, Kevin. I forgot the winter meetings. I didn't know till I talked to my agent. The winter meetings are here in Dallas this year at the Anatole.
See. Perhaps KNC can be at the winter meetings. We'll see what we can do.
That would be really fun. I got to do that here, 2011 or 12 the last time they were here.
Would you rather,
not the last time, but
would you rather do that this year or get Juan Soto's contract?
You mean get Juan Soto on the Rangers?
No, get Juan Soto's money.
I would rather get Juan Soto's money. I don't. That's just.
I'm with
do you want $500+ million, or do you want to do a show at a hotel for 4 hours? I just wanted to see
how much you were in it for the love of the game.
Yeah, I don't even feel like it's a game.
Corey.
They're talking. We would talk to. It would be awesome. We could talk to agents and general managers and managers. Like, I could maybe pull over Dave Roberts for 5 minutes there and be like, "Hey, Dave, can you come on the show for 5 minutes and just talk about winning the championship," or AJ Hinch or something like that? But I will take $500 million over talking to my friends on the radio for 5 minutes.
That's only going to be 4 hours. Like, that money is going to be able to get us more hours.
I could buy the Anatole.
Oh.
I think I could for $500 million.
I would love it if it was Mike Bassett Anatole.
If you can buy an NHL franchise for $500 million, can't I buy a hotel for $500 million?
I would think yes.
Not all the Anatoles in the world.
But that one specifically.
Hold on, that says $156.
Okay.
All right. Well, I got plenty. In fact, I'm going to go see you later. I'm going to go buy that hotel now. I think I can make money off of that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What one sentence would you use to describe the Cowboys QB situation? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Like, this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mickey coming up a little bit later in the show. So right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Here we go! Gridiron gravy, of course. Brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
I'm going to do that right now.
Okay. Now, my question for y'all is one sentence to describe the Cowboys quarterback situation. Lots of people have thoughts already. I don't know if this counts as a sentence from the 817. A mess. And from the 972, we're stuck in mediocrity for 4 more years. From the 817, as Jackson Brown says, we're running on empty. From the 214, the Cowboys QB situation needs to change drastically. That is not going to happen.
So I'll answer first because I was going to ask John Machota a question similar to this when we were out of time. I thought to myself, hey, I get the hope is lost this year for most Cowboy fans that this isn't going to be the year, probably not even going to make the playoffs. But what's the hope for next year and the year after? If they're saying cap-wise we're screwed.
Yep.
they're already screwed this year cap-wise, and Kevin has broke down. You're not even really paying Dak close to his $60 million value yet, and you're already screwed, and you're still paying Micah Parsons' rookie contract.
Same with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's going to go way up next year.
What's the hope if you're a Cowboys fan for not only this year, but the next 2 years after that? I think there's a 3 years here where I don't know how they recover. I don't know how they add enough talent. You only have one first-round pick a year. They don't really try to trade talent to add more picks. You only have one second-round pick every year, one third-round pick every year, and that's without trading it to maybe get a veteran who can help. So I'm thinking to myself, you're asking a question about the quarterback.
Yep.
I get it. But it goes in hand. The quarterback demanded this much money, and the Cowboys said yes to it. I'm not faulting Dak's agent for asking for the most money in the NFL. He got it. But now with Dak, he's not good enough to carry an average team. He's proven that throughout his career. He needs a lot around him to be great, like a lot of quarterbacks.
Sure.
He's not other great quarterbacks. He's a good quarterback. So what's the hope that Dak at a higher elevated number can carry a team that's going to have lack of talent around him because of it?
Yeah, his number will continue to increase while theoretically his body will continue to decline.
Yeah.
And that's just a reality of us as humans. We cook. We do, Kevin.
No, you're right.
Our internal organs by the time we die are different colors than they were when we were born because we've cooked inside. It's a reality.
Oh, no.
I'm with Mike. I wish I was better at understanding the cap and developing a plan to know exactly what their plan is. Yeah, no, I mean, I really do wish I understood it because I do have a feeling that they want to do something down the road, but they're going to need Tyler Guyton to grow up. They're going to need Cooper Beebe to grow up. They're going to need some of these players that they've drafted on the defensive side of the ball to be hits. Mozzie Smith not being a hit really kills their plans for developing a line down the road.
They have to redo that position.
Why? Just because Pro Football Talk said that or Pro Football Focus had him listed as literally the dead last
2 years, 2 years in a row
lineman.
too. That's you need those things to develop. You're hoping that they develop while you're continuing to add to it. Now, if my sentence, Kevin, is going to be somewhere along the lines of doesn't have the tools around, the quarterback doesn't have the tools around him to be successful. That's a problem. He doesn't have the offensive line, has zero run game, and that protects a quarterback, and then that puts him in a bad position. His body's also starting to kind of look a little different.
I just want to throw this out there, and we'll dive headfirst into this at another time. The next 4 years, I know people keep saying $60 million a year, and I hate to be the one to deliver the news
only
to you.
60.
It's not even close to that low.
Oh, what? You said low?
That's right. Here are Dak Prescott's cap hits for the next 4 years. $89.9 million, $68 million, $62 million, and $72 million. So I know people keep saying $60 million because that's what the deal was for. But remember all of the money that they carried over. And you know, we had Jerry Jones on a couple weeks ago. He's like, yeah, it's built into that contract where you can adjust some of the money. And I get it, but adjust it where? Like they just keep pushing down into these void years, into these next years that still hit your cap. And if you don't think Dak's the dude now, you're not going to think that in 4 years. And what are you going to do with all that money?
It's not Dak's responsibility to save this organization.
Absolutely agreed.
That being said, man, how much do guys like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, now they have built-in winners in their organization. They can trust and believe more in their organization. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That they took at times big deals but left money on the table to know that, well, this is, if I take $5 million less per year, that's a $5 million player that we can have on my team. I'm not saying Dak should have done that because the Jones have proved it doesn't matter. They can't win. They're not smart enough to do it, or they don't care enough to do it. One of them's true. It's one or the other. And so I just look at it and go, but Dak has killed this team building-wise, but I'm not blaming him. He got all the money he could possibly get, and good for him and good for his family, but it puts guys that aren't competent at their job in even a worse position running a football team.
Yeah, there are so many other players on this roster that have problematic cap hits as well. They're just not as high because, they're not the quarterback. But if you want to dive into Terrence Steele, Zach Martin, we could go on and on.
And you wouldn't care about those cap hits if they were playing up to what their contract was, but they're not right now.
For sure. And that's the issue, is you have Terrence Steele for another 2 years. You have Zach Martin for another 2 years, unless he decides to retire, at which point you're still going to take a hit on that money. There are so many salary cap clouds looming over the Cowboys that at least if they were 5-2, 6-1, I'd be like, hey, the S storm is coming, but let's let the good times roll. The S storm hasn't even gotten here yet.
The storm clouds are gathering.
That's true.
I know that.
And they're gross.
Jerry Jones will never do this because he said all in. They actually need to be all out next year.
Fair.
And to your point, they need to let everything hit next year. They need to have the worst team possible and let Dak be an $89 million hit and go, we don't care.
I agree.
We're not restructuring this to move money down to do this or that. We are going to take a $90 million hit on our quarterback to try in 2026 or 27 to have a better ability. Load up whatever you can this year. In 2025, just have veteran minimum and league minimum rookies on your team and lose 12 games. Not that you're trying to lose, but you probably will, to try to get your cap in a better position to have a chance, I guess, with Dak. Because you're, like it or not, and I say stuck, you have Dak for 4 more years.
Yes. Because I see people asking, if he agreed to the trade, could you trade Dak Prescott? In theory, you're still going to take a massive hit. And that's why when I see people swoop in and say, that's why I want to trade Micah Parsons for more draft assets, I'm with you. But I don't think there's any chance that this organization views it the same way. We've had the conversation with Stephen Jones. We've had the conversation with Jerry time and again. They do not view things the same way. I think I'm viewing them from here are the actual numbers that are actually happening.
Yeah, it's weird that it is who they are. We know this for 30 years since he lost Jimmy Johnson. He does things. I know he changes. Jerry, I'm not stupid enough to know he doesn't change. But he does things in such a similar way that it's tough to get a different result from the way that he sees football.
Yes. Yeah, look, I'm with you on that, and I know they're going to carry over $20 million, give or take, to the cap. Great, that knocks Dak down to $69 million. And I know that there's hope that the cap goes up. There are some projections that it could go up quite a bit, $15, $17 million. That's great.
Who has a better understanding of that cap than the Joneses, Kevin?
But the thing is, the way they do the cap, and I'm sorry, I know we got other stuff to do, and we'll move on to it.
This is fun.
We can do whatever we want.
Okay.
We're talking Cowboys.
If we're talking about this in real life terms, and I know sports at times, a lot of big time things don't fit for real life. It feels like the Cowboys have a $10,000 limit on their credit card. They are currently at $9,800 and just getting by paying the minimum. And they're not so sure that next year they're going to be able to meet those minimum payments anymore. But they're projecting that their credit limit is going to go up to $12,000. So that should help them be able to kick a little bit more money out of it and ease the way so they don't default or violate the salary cap. And instead of going, you know what? I should probably take a step back and stop buying all of these things and reimagine what my budget looks like. And they're like, no, I'm going to get more money. Let's go for it.
I'm with you. And here's the tough thing is we are seeing in our community, in our Metroplex, Mark Cuban did things a certain way after 2011. And you could say even a little bit before, but I mean, it was just, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And then he said, screw it. It's not working my way. I'm not a big Mark Cuban, good job, Mark Cuban, but let's just look at it this way. He goes, you know what? Obviously, I'm struggling with this. And I'm going to turn it over to Nico. Fine, you guys think I'm going to see. I'll see. I got this guy, Nico, who Michael Finley likes and some other people like. Dirk is telling me to hire Jason Kidd, even though I don't want to do it. I'll do it. You know what? I'll turn over the team to Jason Kidd and Nico, and let's see if it's any better. Like, he was like, I'll take this bold move. I don't think at the time he knew he was going to sell the team.
Yeah.
And he's like, screw it. Let me see. And look at what Nico has done. Never in the history of Mark Cuban did you get a Klay Thompson to come to Dallas. We always heard about it, and it never happened. And we always heard about all of these big moves and trades and these, and then you get Gafford and you get PJ Washington. I'm not saying Mark Cuban did nothing in his tenure as owner / kind of general manager, but you saw the difference Nico has made. It is a major difference from about a decade worth of Mark Cuban kind of running things and shooting things over Vegas Bob and Donnie Nelson and stuff like that. And that's the scary part for me. This is why I've quit the Cowboys, is Jerry and Steven will never take the step back like Mark Cuban did and say, screw it. I'll let a general manager who's honestly has no right, it felt like, being a general manager, do this and see what happens. And look how much better Nico is at it than Mark Cuban, because he's not calling up Papa John and Pepsi and Coke and Budweiser and seeing if they can give them more money, because that's your job, Jerry. That's what you're good at. You're good at talking to CEOs of companies. You're pathetic at this football thing. I know you love football and you played in college, and you did nothing in your life to get any money football-wise to buy the Cowboys. But bold move by you, Jerry. You did it, and bold move by firing Tom Landry and getting Jimmy Johnson. And at that point, after Jimmy left, you've been pathetic at this. Before you leave this earth, try to change something in your life doing this, because you're an ultimate failure doing this by yourself or in your way.
And I see the people texting in. You're right. I should have used the specific language
scholarships
that
not salary
Jerry
cap
used with Shan and RJ. You give one player 5 scholarships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
You give another player 1 scholarship. Look,
you only have so many scholarships.
That's fine. We could use that exact same scenario. Why do we continue to give 3.0 students A+ scholarships and think that because I gave you that scholarship, you'll elevate to the level of A? That doesn't make any sense. Like, no sense at all. But you know why it works? And you know this. I know you guys know this. Because you're not Jacksonville. If you were Jacksonville, you wouldn't be able to get away with this, because people would just stop showing up and paying attention to your product. And you'd be like, holy crap, we have to do a hard reboot or even a soft reboot for a couple of years and then charge forward. But as long as you stay good enough, which I think is behind your idea of why the Cowboys win this weekend, then you're fine, because you have that built-in cachet of being the Cowboys. If you're the Chargers, the Jags, whoever. I don't want to run down too many fan bases.
In a weird
but you
way,
get the idea.
Browns.
As long as you care listening, and thank you for listening, we're not telling you not to listen. As long as you care as much as you do about the Cowboys, Jerry doesn't care. That's the weird part of this relationship you have as the biggest fan base in the world, is as long as you care this much, Jerry doesn't have to care.
This is a great question. I'm going to jot this down for Jerry tomorrow. What would the Cowboys' credit score be? 540. Not good.
Do they use credit? You think he uses credit cards, but probably just paid off by the accountants immediately?
You know what? I guarantee you that those personal finances do not run the same way that they run their salary cap. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, I know we got to go to break. One more thing. That's why Cowboys fans are idiots. Y'all keep showing up. And that's where, Mike, we've talked about this. I disagree with that. I don't think you're an idiot if you're a Cowboys fan, because I'm a Cowboys fan. I know I'm idiotic for thinking that this might be the year all of the time, but I grew up with the Cowboys. I learned sports with my mom and the Cowboys. I taught Brandon sports watching the Cowboys. Hopefully the same thing with Noah. Like, it is ingrained in my life. I don't think I'm an idiot for that. I just think, like, we're destined to be sad for a good while longer. All right, this time, really, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus really sad parlays. We're going to talk about it next year on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, in fact, Halloween. And in case you wanted to know, what does Kirk Cousins think about Halloween? Quote, one of the greatest days of the year. I love it. Going to try to get my work done as fast as I can so I can get home and be part of it. Richard Seymour lives a few houses down from me. I hear he has this whole chili set up and a tent. So I am pumped.
Chili?
Yeah.
Dude,
What if Richard Seymour, he knocks aggressively at the doors?
Sean says, no, that's Richard Sherman. Sean says that like in his neighborhood, there's a family that kind of owns some taco shops, and there's one taco station, and then like another like some station. I always love that when parents are like, "I'm taking care of you tonight." Also, yeah, we're passing out candy, but we're also taking care of the parents tonight.
My kids are old enough. Halloween's over.
Oh,
yeah. Lucy loved sitting and she used to love giving candy out, and now she wants to go out. And Adrian's like, "I'm staying home tonight. You're taking them." And I'm like, "All right." So that's the plan.
All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow in Grapevine. But now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
I am not a parent, so I have no responsibilities tonight other than my civic duty of eating 50-cent corn dogs from Sonic. That is my only
Do they still
civic
do that? That's awesome.
Yes, they still do. I just got the notification from my dad. So I guess that means, hey, go get some for me. So it's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the question of the day coming up here in just a second. Before we even get to that, I want to run some audio real quick from the Pat McAfee show because it just reminded me so much of the famous Mike Bassick. They had J.J. Watt on the show, and they were trying to wrap up the interview, and this is kind of how it went.
Are you on TV this weekend or no?
I am. I will be on CBS this Sunday. You guys got any questions you want? We do a little segment where we toss out a question from the fan. You guys got a question you want answered? Anybody got any burning topics on the National Football League?
Go ahead, Age.
Jage, can you tell us who you're voting for and why?
Okay, that's not... Okay. All right, Jage. We appreciate it. We will...
Yeah, let it go, guys. Sorry, the connection's getting crazy out here.
It just reminded me too much of Mike here in the past 3 weeks, maybe. So I just had to
That's
bring
a good
that
question.
Yeah.
It's a very direct question.
Yeah, straight to the point, and you could tell on the video, you could see he was brewing this one up for a while. He had that look in his face, just like Mike does whenever he's cooking up some fun. He's getting ready to take a load off,
Yeah.
So
you had 4. You could vote for 4 different candidates for president, or you could write in.
Did you put your sticker on and post a picture of it on
No,
social
I didn't put
media?
my sticker on, but I took one.
Okay, good job.
As you should.
One year I kept the stylus. They gave me to vote. That's probably not okay, right?
No.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay. I threw mine in the trash.
There's usually a basket they want you to put it back in.
No, because of COVID.
I just used my finger.
Same.
And
They give you for Dallas. They give you like a poker.
Do you have a paper ballot?
You put the paper into the machine.
Yeah.
You do the computer, and then it prints it back out.
Okay, it made it sound like you were like poking holes in an actual paper ballot
with the hanging chad.
Yeah, that ended in 2000 or 2000.
I do remember that.
All right, so 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. The question of the day is going to be based off of yesterday's interactions I had on Cowboys Crosstalk with Nate Newton, and Jim Jeffcoat was our special guest. And lovely human, by the way. He was absolutely fun to talk to.
Did he tell you that he knows me?
No, I don't think the show attribution came up. Bobby just kept on saying his teammate from the fan. And
that's good.
The thing is, every time we'd come back from break or my name would get mentioned, Nate Newton's my guy. Like that is my dude. and his nickname for me is 6'5". So take for that what you will.
You are not 6'5".
There's a lot of Tolos that have not seen me or met me, so for all they know, I am 6'5".
You got both numbers right. Just you dyslexia.
It's 5'7", actually.
I knew you were going to say something like that.
Yep, every inch matters. That sounded crazy.
Mark yourself saying that.
I don't know about that. That's for me to do. And it evolved.
Somebody else to answer.
Yeah, it is. It evolved for I think the fourth segment. It turned into 6'5", 250. So the question of the day is going to be: what is your favorite nickname somebody has ever given you?
None. I don't
Okay.
like nicknames. They're stupid.
Well, that's my time. Thanks, guys.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
Did you hold on? Wait. Did you have a nickname that scarred you and turned you against nicknames?
I just don't want
Yeah,
to
what
be
did Kenyon Martin call you?
Pal, buddy. No, I never had one.
I doubt that.
You never had a nickname?
Nope, and I'm good with that.
I mean, not
we
my
got to
favorite,
work on
but I
this
feel like
now.
No, we don't.
in baseball, most of the guys would just call me Base.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Majors, but that's my last name.
Corey Mahors.
Yep, Mahors.
How about that?
That one's happening.
That one could stick.
Sean's nickname is Shan because his parents didn't know how to spell Sean. That's true.
Alex,
there are lots of ways to spell Sean.
Well, S-H-A-N ain't one of them. Obviously, nobody gets it right. You ever heard a human say it right when they're like, the Shan RJ show? They're actually saying it right. That's the way your parents spelt it.
What about you, Alec? Did you have a nickname that you were particularly
people would say
fond of?
Sion or Sign for S-E-A-N, but everybody knows that Sean for some stupid reason.
The only way to spell Sean is S-H-A-W-N. Is that what you're saying?
Or U-N.
Or S-H-O-N?
Yeah. O-N.
And see
Oh,
that...
I know Sean.
Yeah, I feel like Sean is S-E-A-N, so I don't, man.
S-E-A-N is like, it's stupid, but everybody knows it's Sean.
Instead of C-N, like
but when you
said.
spell S-H-A-N, no human being thinks that's Sean. They're like, all right, they went with Shan, I guess. All right, Shan. We made up a name.
Oh, man.
To answer your question, Kevin, I think 6'5" is a fun one because it's just totally not correct. But other than that, Choppy calls me Medi. That's a new one. Nobody's ever called me that. And the fact that it's different, because growing up, doing like high school, middle school athletics, you were always just your last name, right? I was always just Medford.
Yes.
And I think our football coach in eighth grade, I think Coach Wynn would always call me Red on Gray because I was always wearing the gray PE t-shirt.
Okay.
That was the only time he ever saw me. He was like, the only time I see you is when you're working out, so you're Red on Gray. Like, that's the only other nickname that's ever really stuck for a long time. So I think Choppy's Medi is up there along with Nate Newton's 6'5".
I did have a nickname for a friend that she did not care for, so we eventually changed it and just called her by a regular name. Her name is Holland, and I would call her the Tunnel because, but I guess it had a different connotation that she did not really love, so I stopped calling her that.
I tried to nickname Kevin Special K for a while because of
K-Dog.
Because of the drug sensation.
Oh, yeah. Now you know where your coat came from. Came from 1860. That's the year.
We've learned a lot about cocaine today.
The guy died in 61.
And then there's my friend, her name's Christina. We called her Chuck. And that one, I have no clue why, but that stuck. She's the one we also convinced Rambo was a real movie.
Huh.
It is a real movie.
No, like, you know what I mean.
I've seen it. You didn't make it up.
A true story.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
In fact,
My
they did
apologies.
multiple
A true
Rambos.
story.
They're all real movies.
Yep, all movies are real.
For the 469, my Pee Wee coach named me Slow Motion.
Okay, there you go. You know what? That's it. There it is. In high school, I had 24 stolen bases my senior year because nobody believed that fat guy's going to run. And so I was I was good at like anticipating and reading a pitcher. And our catcher's grandfather came to every single game, and he started calling me Wheels because of that.
I like it.
And it was kind of sarcastic because I wasn't really fast, but I was doing that. So he was kind of sarcastic, but at the same time, you'd hear him go, "Come on, Wheels, you got it!" And it was kind of fun. So
Can we call you Wheels again?
no.
What do you have against nicknames, man?
What if I end up in a wheelchair one day and then you're like, "Hey, Wheels," and I'm like,
Yeah,
Make
that
more sense.
I would probably.
that feels like something
laugh.
Bobby and Mike
I'd
would
probably
say.
crack jokes
It's like you're a
with you about
prophet
it.
or something. You figured out that he was going to be paralyzed and have to use wheels.
Oh my
No,
god!
you would go from Wheels to Hot Wheels.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah, I like that.
we'll see.
Let's see, from the 817, mine was from 7th grade football. I was nicknamed Moon Pie.
Moon pie.
Do you think that's because he showed his butt a lot?
Maybe.
He was the center, and the quarterback walked up
Yeah.
and was like, "Gross."
Or, yeah,
Kevin,
maybe
you've never
he's
had a
an offensive
nickname?
lineman. Yeah.
I mean, I like you said the sports thing. I used to be called Hageland, but then people would trick it up and they would see me in the hallway and be like, Hageland. And then obviously Ben and Skin went with Hagee and Kevy Kev. So,
K-Dog.
yeah.
Let's see, our guy Jagon and Terrell from the 214 saying that Mr. Glass and Alvin were my nicknames.
Oh.
I like backstories on those.
Yes.
I'm really intrigued
Do you
there.
think there's any chance he had brothers named Simon and Theodore?
That would make me a lot more pleased, and it would make a lot more sense, and I wouldn't need any more context at that point. I wouldn't have to think so hard. I think that would be nice. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. There's a lot of not safe for work ones coming in. I see you, 254. I appreciate your game, but I'm not going to read it. I do want to read this, though, because I love football season. It's my favorite time of the year, right? For multiple reasons. But one of those reasons is the insane parlays that you see come across social media that either change people's lives or they sadly fall because people make bad decisions. You can decide which one this is. There is a bettor who put together a 5-team championship parlay. They have hit 4 legs of the parlay, which started off with UConn winning the NCAA tournament.
You can.
At plus 500 odds.
No.
2 more of those bets hit in June when the Boston Celtics at plus 210 secured the Larry O'Brien. And then the Panthers at plus 700 winning the Stanley Cup.
By the way, that's who the Stars are playing back-to-back in Finland.
This is true. And they also hit on plus 320 odds for the Dodgers to win the World Series. That leaves them with 1 leg left.
Don't say it's the Cowboys.
Mavericks.
This is a $50 slip that would win them $1 million if the New York Jets win the Super Bowl.
Cash out for $50.
At plus 3,000 odds.
Cash out for $50.
So all of that amazing work, you could have stopped with a 4-team parlay. You could have done something. You're like, nah, the Jets have got it.
He's having fun.
And to Mike's credit, this is on FanDuel, so they are offering an early cash out.
Take it.
It's nowhere near $1 million. It is $4,721.
I would take it too. There's no
I would still
way
take it.
the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl.
By the way, if you want to go check out at Bobby Belt TX, he just posted a video of Nate Newton and Jim Jeffcoat talking to Alec Medford last night, and I guess they are calling you Big Al now.
Yeah,
so.
Big Al was another one, but I think there's another really famous radio person that goes by that, so I'm not going to try to infringe upon that.
That's right.
So I'm going to leave that one alone.
Once.
Really?
Yeah.
He has a burger shop in the middle of nowhere, too.
Is his last name Yankovic?
I think that's Weird Al.
Yeah. But that's my time. Thanks, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Can you tell me any Weird Al song?
Just Eat It.
Okay.
Like for
Accepted.
Michael Jackson. For Beat It.
Yep. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
He did like a Virgin one, but what was it like a what?
Surgeon, like a surgeon.
Yeah,
he did
cut for the very first time.
Bye, this American guy, or this Anakin guy. Yeah, that's what it was.
Coming up next. Look, probably more of that. I'm not going to lie to you. But also, we will talk
about the Cowboys.
With our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Let's go.
Are you dressed up in a costume at the Star today?
Somebody just asked me that. And I told them the story that I went to a Halloween party after covering a night game at LSU on Halloween. Somebody said, "What are you coming as?" We said, "Drunk sports writers."
There you go. That's the way to do it.
So
right there.
I'm dressed as a sports writer right now.
You remember the time, Kevin, you and I dressed up like it was as press?
Yes.
And we had the little press things in our hats.
We were old-timey media people.
I might have to put my hat on. That's kind of one of them old-time hats then for
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday.
Absolutely. Now, not surprising, but on the practice report yesterday, no Bland, no Parsons, now no Diggs. Let's start with the first two. You've kind of told us all along. Does it feel like, and obviously we'll learn more today, that maybe don't count on those two playing for Atlanta?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on them being your player of the game or anything like that. Micah's not ready.
Yeah.
And Diggs hasn't practiced since he ended up with the sore foot a couple of weeks ago before the Detroit game. So both of them probably in the rehab group. So I don't think they'll be ready to play.
What are your thoughts on the way that the Falcons have been using Bijan Robinson this year as opposed to the way Arthur Smith used him last year? Have you kind of seen...
I think he's more involved maybe in the passing game.
Okay.
And Mike was talking about not only using him in the passing game, but how he has been very productive as a 3-down back in basically in the blocking scheme. Maybe so he can play on 3rd down. Use him as a receiver. I think he has like 36 catches already, but also being able to pick up blitzes and things like that on 3rd down too. So that's big for a young running back. So yeah, he's a 3-down guy. And if you look at what they've done with Algier too. Those guys together are averaging 112 yards rushing a game. They got 898 right now between the two of them after, 8 games because they've already played their 8th.
Then the other offensive weapon, we discussed him a little bit yesterday, not Drake London, but Kyle Pitts.
Yes.
And their approach, because he's not your typical tight end.
No, he's not. And, Mike had to answer that question about Pitts. And he said, "Oh, you think they might throw him the ball?"
Oh, salty,
clever, right? Yeah,
like Freddie Freeman should probably be the MVP. I don't know.
Yeah, right. And you saw the Cowboys having troubles with Kittle, the way they had tried to play their defense, trying to not only stop the run but create some pressure with extra guys on the quarterback, rushing the quarterback. So. Yeah, if you're doing that, you're giving something up. So, the bottom line is if you're going to send 5 or 6, you better get there. Otherwise, there's going to be a hole in your defense. That's the gamble on, using blitzes. So, yeah, they got to figure out that, when he's on the field and, And if they're using him lined up on the line of scrimmage and going out, out wide when he's lined up, then you better have somebody out there that can handle him, or your zone better be able to handle him and not run across. Because, you can play zone, but if you're not getting pressure on the quarterback, then the quarterback's got the time of day to let guys run crossing routes, and at some point they're going to find the soft spot or clear the zone to be able to throw to them. So, again, it all goes back to the pressure up front. Not only do you need to stop the run, but you better get better pressure on opposing quarterbacks. Otherwise, they'll pick you apart, especially Cousins, since he's just coming off a NFC Offensive Player of the Week performance this past game against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and he had 3 connections of 30-plus yards. So when you're talking about having time in the pocket, obviously he took great advantage of that last week.
Oh, yeah, and especially not only time in the pocket, but time in the pocket for your receiver to be on the right side and catch the ball going downfield on the left side, right? You got to have time for these guys to run these crossing patterns, and too many times without the Cowboys applying pressure, that's been the case, and you can only cover for so long. And at some point, the guy's going to get open if the quarterback has the time to kind of, pick and choose where he wants to go.
Yeah, and it's not like Cousins is moving. It's
True.
not like
No, you know
anywhere.
where he's going to be.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
I
2
think
steps
that
one way or another.
It looks like I'm looking at the stat sheet right now. So he's run 14 times, and I guarantee you none of those were called runs, right? And guess how many yards he's totaled?
6.
11.
8.
Okay.
You had it circled,
pretty close,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, the only time he runs is, out of desperation to get out of trouble maybe, and he's really not getting very far. So he'll stand in the pocket there, and you better get to him, otherwise you're going to have a long day.
Now, Mick, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this statistic or how we're going to solve it. I just needed you to know it because it's now in my brain and I can't forget it.
Wait, I'm going to be ready. Write it down.
All right. There have been 315 running plays in the NFL this year of 15 yards or more. The Cowboys have 0 of them. 315, and we have none.
Gotcha.
Let's get some.
Yeah. I think what's the longest one? 11?
I think it might have gotten up to 13 now, maybe.
Oh, maybe it was an end around, maybe, something like that.
Yeah.
Because I think when Zeke hit the 11-yard run the other day, that was his longest. So the long for the Cowboys is 13 yards by Rico.
Okay.
Elliott had 11, and CeeDee Lamb had a 12, and Turpin had 11. So, yeah, you're exactly right.
It just makes me sad.
You just kind of got to get that running game going somehow, some way, and then you better be able to protect the quarterback. Otherwise, the quarterback's going to be neutered, and you're going to have problems moving the football on a consistent basis. So, part of the running game is not the yards you gain, it's the attention you attain, right? And that backs off their ability to put pressure on your quarterback. Because no, they might run it here on 3rd and 5, and I got to be able to, pay attention to the run, which slows me down getting to the quarterback. And maybe why was it the first possession they were 3rd and 5 and they handed the ball to Whitby?
Yeah.
It was almost like, okay, you better be aware of this, right? And unfortunately, he didn't get any. He was 0, and they punted.
Is there anything in particular, because I know we've talked about most of the offensive line quite in depth, except for perhaps Tyler Smith. We're like, hey, stay the course, buddy.
Yeah.
But what, if anything, have you noticed from Terrence Steele? I know besides just the opposition he's gone up against that have led to some of these struggles for him.
Well, I mean, he's always been better at run blocking than he has pass protection.
Yeah,
I mean, that was always his shortcoming, even though he's been starting or coming back off the, a year, almost 2 years now removed from or a year and a half removed from his torn ACL. And, last year it's like, okay, we understand. This year, I think he's kind of back to where he was, in pass protection. He was always, sort of average at it. And I think that's what we're seeing again against some of these guys that rush the quarterback pretty well. I mean, the sacks that like a Bosa gets or Hutchinson get, it's not all against bad offensive tackles, right? At some point, they've played good guys, but they still get theirs. So, that's a thing that you have to be able to compensate for. And in your self-scouting, know what you're capable of doing. Don't fool yourself, right? Even though I like my right tackle against this guy, well, maybe not so much, and I got to give him some help. Now, you can't help both sides, and you can't help all the time. But at times, in critical downs, and especially distance, you better give them a nudge. You better give them a chip or something to kind of help those guys out, or at least push them to the outside. Do not let them come, looping back in and you lose track of them. And I thought Mike made a good comment. I don't know if it was today, yesterday, talking about, some of the problems they've had on the defensive line, and it's not all the young guys, is the declarations of who you're supposed to pick up and block. And one of the things I think the Cowboys are facing, knowing that this offensive line hadn't played that much together, is like figuring out, okay, who's got that linebacker or who's got this guy? Because that play that Warner made, he came in unblocked.
Yeah.
And so somebody, either the blocking call wasn't accurate or somebody didn't catch it on the run, because not all the times when the line shifts, you don't, oh, no, wait a minute, you got him and snap the ball. You got to be able to know that if that happens, this is where I got to go, and you got to be aware. And I think a lot of that comes from experience, and you've got, a couple guys there that, they're rookies, and other guys trying to play through, injuries and things like that, and you get yourself, their protection kind of breaks down.
And excellent insight as always. We'll present you with more troubling stats that I know you're aware of tomorrow.
And you guys are dressing up, by the way, since you asked me?
Yep. No. Yep. Yeah, I'm dressed up.
I got a yep there.
Dressed as a radio host today.
Yep. That's nice.
A sober one, though.
Going casual tonight, right?
Yeah. The kids are all
Go
dressing
ahead,
up,
Mike.
so.
What do you need to say?
I'm wearing my Rangers World Championship shirt because we're not defending anymore. We're just the 2023 World Champs.
Well,
but there's something to be said for that, right?
We got one, baby.
Come on, Mike.
We got one.
Yeah, that's why I wore it today.
Can't win back to back, right?
World freaking champions.
Right.
Mickey, we might do this tomorrow. Have you ever heard the moment last year when we won the World Series and Jared Sandler is pouring his heart out talking about Eric Nadel, and all you can hear in the background is Mike just opening up bags of food?
He wasn't moved by it.
No, look, we'll get that audio for you tomorrow because it is amazing to listen while Jared's pouring his heart out.
I just think if Mike was a Yankee fan, right?
Yeah, I would have ripped Mookie Betts' arm off.
Or at least his glove.
There you go. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, good sir.
All right, see you.
Go get rushing yards.
You see where the Yankees tried to give those guys tickets to last night's game?
Oh, I thought they gave them to the cancer
rewarding them. They were
people.
rewarding the guys for doing that to Mookie Betts, and Major League Baseball put a stop to it. They're like,
oh, really?
You're not allowing these people to be celebrated for doing that to Mookie Betts. And the Yankees organization was like, we loved it.
What's the big deal? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. My first question for y'all, overreaction or reality? The Bears' playoff hopes died when Noah Brown caught the ball in the end zone.
Overreaction.
Okay.
Because that's a good team they went up against. Now, I guess I'd have to look at the rest of their schedule to kind of figure out exactly what it is, because they're in a tough division. Like that is a reality. That is a very tough division. But they do have Jacksonville, I believe, on slate. Am I wrong? No, they have the Cardinals,
They already
the
beat
Patriots.
Jacksonville overseas, right?
Yeah, they got the Cardinals and Patriots.
Win-win.
Hey, Kevin, guess what?
Not overreaction?
The
Yeah,
Bears,
take your time.
the Bears playoffs have died whenever Jaden Daniels. Because here's the rest of their schedule:
answer.
Cardinals,
division.
Patriots, Packers, Vikings, Lions, Niners, Vikings, Lions, Seahawks, Packers. Like the rest of their schedule is their division, and I just don't think they can overcome that.
Okay.
Wow.
What say you, Mike? We had the
Very quick.
very rare in-answer change. I love it.
Yeah, I guess you're putting it on that Hail Mary, but Corey's putting it on the schedule. I lean more towards Corey's schedule than I do that play. But obviously,
sure. I think it's going to be the win.
Because that would be if they miss it by one game. And it sounds like if you think Minnesota's better than them, let's just say they split with Minnesota, they don't have a lot of easy wins on their schedule besides the two, and Arizona might not be as easy as we think, but the Patriots should be easy. If they miss it by one game, then yes, that would have been their death, but it sounds like they could miss it by more than one game.
Now, this one might be tough to convince you of, so hear me out. NFL overreaction or reality. The Colts have had the most interesting season in the NFL. Now, I know the Colts don't seem like an entertaining team, but consider this. Every Colts game this season, every one of them has been decided by 6 points or less. They are the first team in NFL history to have their first 8 games decided by 6 points or less. Not saying it's going to be great, saying it's going to be close. They played the Texans, lost 23-20 because all of their games are that close. Are the Colts having the most interesting season?
Nobody knows because nobody wants to watch them play football.
This is interesting because when I was looking at this, Kevin,
I don't think people are seeking out the Colts in DFW.
It's going to be a close game.
Do you know how many points they have given up this year?
I do not.
172. Do you know how many points they've scored this year?
I'm going to guess it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 172.
175.
Oh,
that's how close they are to not being good. But yeah, man, I guess it's interesting because of the Anthony Richardson aspect and Joe Flacco. Like Joe Flacco running for 20 yards. Not a single Cowboys running back has run for 20 yards this year.
Or even 15.
Joe Flacco has.
That's weird.
How?
That can't be right.
And then they've had some interesting receivers pop up and Downs and Pierce, and then Jonathan Taylor story. So yeah, I don't know if I know a single one of their defensive players, but they have had an interesting season.
Sounds like you're out on this one. You think this is an overreaction?
Yeah, I don't want to watch the Colts.
Okay. NFL.
At no point do I want to watch the Colts play with who's their quarterback now?
He just said it was Joe Flacco.
I thought they even named another person. I knew Anthony Richardson was out because he doesn't care about his name.
It's smoking Joe Flacco.
Oh, yeah, Joe Flacco. Yeah, that's what I want to watch. Interesting. Yeah.
He has been one of the most boring quarterbacks in the history, except for that one playoff.
I'd rather watch Rhino shield my home.
Shield it!
NFL.
Like painting. I watched it. It's cool. It's a website I went to. You guys told me to go there.
RhinoShieldTX.com.
Yeah.
Go ahead and pull that, Alec. All right.
Easy.
So, NFL overreaction or reality, you saw enough in one game to remind you that Dalvin Cook isn't the answer.
No. Overreaction.
Okay. He didn't run the ball for 12 yards and 6 carries.
I've seen enough of this offensive line to know that nobody's running behind this offensive line.
Barry Sanders.
Okay, you know what? You got a valid point.
You.
Barry Sanders is not playing in the. Nobody in the NFL right now is running behind this offensive line this year.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
It would be better.
Yeah,
I heard you're saying successful.
Not saying
like
great.
If the Cowboys got Bijan Robinson today in a trade, they would be better at running the ball. Would they be great at it? I'm with you. Yes,
I am.
I'm sure.
Yes,
I'm not.
Okay.
We have a dude who's going to have to reluctantly retire at the end of the year. And now we have 2 dudes who are going to reluctantly have to retire at the end of the year. All 32 teams are going to look at Zeke and Cook and go, no, thank you. Rico Dowdle is a backup and a solid backup, but a backup. And then we got Spuds McKenzie Webb as the other running back.
Is that Deuce Vaughn you're referring to?
Yeah, and I think Spud might be taller.
Okay.
Who has the most broken tackles this year? Because that's what it is. You're having to break tackles if you're the running back on this team.
Yeah, and
the most is 16 by James Conner. You think James Conner is making the difference for this team?
I think some of it is broken tackles.
He also has minus 34 tackles for loss. Hold on, that means that he has positive tackles for loss? Or
that is kind of confusing. That feels like more than 16. I think some of it is breaking tackles. I also think some of it, when we talk about the limited amount of run time before you get touched, is because we run right into the spots instead of moving.
If you had the Boise State running back, would you be a great running team? No, I agree with you, Corey. Would you be better? Yes, you would be better. Does that make sense?
All right.
I agree. I'm curious
Nobody ever said we had to agree, guys. I
curious
disagree
about
with
Derrick
y'all.
Henry, too.
Derrick Henry, he would run into people, too. He'd be like, the play is called for this.
But he would smash through them instead
I'm
of fall
I'm
backwards.
willing to concede that, Kevin.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality? Mel Kiper Jr. is right. NFL teams don't have the time to develop a quarterback anymore. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons to go into this. I know Tom Brady talked about it, but the Anthony Richardson thing seems to have kind of been another flashpoint for people. Do you agree that you don't really have time to develop a quarterback anymore?
It gets scary because maybe in a way you look at Jordan Love, and if you do sit him, you get to year 4 and you have to make a major decision on $50 million or more on a multi-year contract after 18 games started.
Yeah.
So
him getting paid was terrible for those teams because they're like, well, crap.
Yeah, so I think that it's tough because you want to have an idea after 3 to 4 years if he's worth, I think, going forward, 55 to 70 million a year.
Yeah.
That's tough if you do sit out a guy for 2 years because year 3, you go, okay, thank God we drafted him in the first round because we kind of have a 5th year built in. But if he has an agent that decides to sit him out, you get into a tough situation, Jordan Love situation, where you're like, we have to make a decision on approximately, let's just go to 30 games played. So sitting a guy out becomes tough on making the major financial decision on him.
You want to take advantage of that cheap quarterback.
Sure.
You want to take advantage of the cheap years on pitchers that you draft, right?
Of course.
I mean, we're seeing more baseball people. Like, that's what sped this up and made it like they want to take advantage of the cheap years of things. Not necessarily the Cowboys, but other teams want to take advantage of those things. So, yeah, I see that. I also think that if you're running your franchise appropriately, you can develop them over a year. I mean, Mahomes had a year. Would he have been the same quarterback if he started that first year? Who knows?
That is true. I just hate.
I think people's lack of patience and understanding of how to build a team is really a big problem sometimes.
I agree with that. The one thing I don't like about when Mahomes' name gets brought up, if he's the only example, I'm not saying he is, but if he's the only example, I'm like, well, then we got to change it up. Because
Jordan Love's another example.
Yeah, Jordan Love is...
He sat, and then he's turned out to be pretty good so far.
But to Mike's point, like they had to pay him pretty straight away, and so it is a fine balance for sure.
I think if you're gonna do that, you kind of have to have a 1 to 2 year window that you can develop a quarterback and then say, okay, it's time to pay him. But you better have your team built too.
Yes, absolutely. NFL overreaction or reality, the Eagles are back. I know I talked about this a little bit the other day. Jalen Hurts, last 3 games, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. They won all 3 of those games, despite the fact that they still haven't scored any points in the first quarter. If Jalen Hurts is not turning the ball over, that has been a huge albatross for this team for a while.
Yeah. Going to go ahead and put him in the MVP conversation? Is that what you're saying if he doesn't turn the ball over the rest of the year?
I don't think he'll go that far, but he could maybe get into a top 5.
I can see that, 5 or 6. Yeah.
So here's the reason they're probably back. They have a good record. This week they play Jacksonville. That's like a practice game. It's like playing Florida State. Then they play at the Cowboys, which should be a very competitive game.
Yeah.
Dak does usually play well against the Eagles. Home against the Commanders. Then at Rams, they're okay. At Ravens, they'll probably lose. They have the Panthers at home, the Steelers, who are all right at home, at Commanders, home against the Cowboys, home against the Giants. If you just start looking at it, they're probably set up for 9 wins easy at 5-2, and so have the likelihood of getting to 10 or more wins.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that answers the question on, are they back? I think they're going to win 10 games or maybe 11. Yeah, that puts them in the playoffs.
Okay, bonus question to go along with this. Mike, I'm going to go to you because you know an oddly lot of things about early 90s as sports.
That is his wheelhouse.
The Eagles are the first team to go 7 games in an NFL season without scoring any points in the first quarter. They're the first team since the 1991 Green Bay Packers. Can you tell me?
Don Mikowski.
I was going to ask either their head coach or one of their quarterbacks. Don Mikowski is correct. His nickname?
Thunder Don. No, Magic Mike.
There you go.
What? It was
Magic
really Magic
Man.
Mike?
Wasn't it Magic Man?
Yeah.
We also would have accepted Mike Tomczak, or I would have asked who their head coach is. Any
In
idea?
91?
In 91.
It wasn't already the guy. It wasn't already Holmgren,
No.
was it? Oh gosh,
You'll recognize the name when I tell
was
you.
it a former SMU coach? No, that's wrong.
Was
Go
it
ahead.
in- was it
Say it.
Infante?
I don't know.
Lindy Infante.
Oh man, Detroit Lions. Right? Didn't he go to the Lions later in his career? Or am I crazy?
There's your bonus. There's your bonus question. All right, let me get one more in real quick. NFL overreaction or reality? The Ravens losing to the Browns is emblematic of potentially a bigger problem. All right, and so
I don't think so.
Okay, and the reason why I'm curious about this is they dropped 3 interceptions. The Ravens do have trouble closing out games like we've seen against the Cowboys. So you say you don't think so. I kind of do think this could be emblematic of their bigger issues of closing teams out.
Well, I'm with you on this. When the Ravens won, they blew the lead against the Cowboys, but held on.
They did.
We know this of Lamar Jackson's career, and I don't know how it changes, is if he is down in the fourth quarter.
It's tough, man.
He's not a good quarterback when you put pressure on him to drive down the field to win the game, because the threat of running is not totally eliminated, but somewhat eliminated. The threat of just handing the ball to Derrick Henry on a 7-minute drive is eliminated. So he has to quickly get down the field to score a touchdown. He's not good at that.
Different topic, Kevin. that I'm approaching here.
Okay.
John Mota, who we had on earlier today. Fantastic interview.
Yes, Mota.
Unfortunately, an FSU fan. He just tweeted out about 9 minutes ago, I've been covering the Cowboys the entire time they've been at the Star since 2016. The fan tours have been at an all-time high the last couple of weeks.
So
He was right.
on Friday,
He said, thanks.
when we had
Thanks for
Jerry
writing that
Jones
story.
on, you're absolutely right. He said, thank you for the publicity. And here's John Mota rolling in and being like, in the last 8 years, this is the apex.
And I do think
that's crazy.
Jerry is a genius. You don't want to, it doesn't matter. Like, nothing's changing. You don't want to lose him as an owner. He's unbelievable at the ownership of a franchise in this aspect of it.
It's just I'm not invested in the Cowboys and I don't care about the amount of profit they make. So
Right.
I do not necessarily want that.
That's the tough thing of, like, other owners look up to him and go, he's the, I don't know, platinum standard of ownership. Don't look at the team on the field or the results. That's not what owners really, in a weird way, owners don't really care about winning. It's there, but it's
get
not
ya.
the reason they bought the team. How many?
Some of them.
Yeah.
I do think some are like, I'll take a loss for a while.
Like, let me ask you this question. I know we're out of time. I'll ask it and Mike likes it.
Okay.
Bye.
Good job, Mike.
Now that's a tease. Coming up next, it is the combination of Mike Likes It as well as the combo platter trick or treat edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then what is your favorite Halloween candy or the best costume you've ever worn? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free chaos?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Capri Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway and show. Plus, enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce draft for just $4. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
The Dodgers a strike away from a championship, from a proper celebration. Start the party, Los Angeles! Your Dodgers have won the World Series!
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the Combo Platter Trick or Treat Edition. Give us a sports opinion first, and then what is your favorite Halloween candy or best costume that you've ever worn? Corey, you said you would like to go first.
I would like to go first because we may not be able to say and continue to say this year defending World Series champs. However, Mike, in your Rangers World freaking Champion shirt, we can continue to say for another year that we are the last AL team to win a World Series. So we still have that in our bag, baby.
That's a good point.
And so I say continue riding on with that because
it's been 15 years since the Yankees won a World Series.
You know who the team was before?
That's forever. Can you imagine rooting for a team that hasn't won?
Yes, Mike, I can.
Miserable.
Yeah.
That's so miserable.
Especially if you're like a historic franchise.
Yes, I can, Mike. I get it. You're talking about the Cowboys.
Oh, I was talking about the Stars.
What's your point?
Thanks, Jerry.
And then I'm not real big on dressing up for Halloween and never have been.
Yes.
But Halloween candy. Adrian got a big bag last weekend. And I said, dumb idea, Adrian. That's going to be gone before we even get to Halloween. And
did your wife say thanks for calling me dumb?
No, I didn't say she was dumb. I said her idea was dumb.
Idea was dumb.
So I looked at all the candy and I was like, there's not enough chocolate bars in it. So last night I went out and I got another bag.
Tomorrow.
And immediately pulled all the Almond Joys out of that bag because that is my favorite. Only on Halloween do I ever eat them.
With the nut or without the nut?
With Almond Joy. Yeah, the
Mounds don't.
Yeah.
Oh,
Almond Joys have nuts.
And Mounds don't. Okay, you know what's funny? My wife is exactly the opposite. When I bought the candy, she goes, I see you went all chocolate. And I was like, oh, okay. So I bought more yesterday, and I go, I took your critique.
And
she
bought
goes,
more chocolate?
oh, no, I didn't try to spite her. I bought non-chocolate candy.
More chocolate.
And she goes, well, I didn't mean you needed to get more. You know that, right? And I go, hey, I bought some candy.
I also have this question. how many of y'all's kids, and when I say this, y'all, not you, Alec, just because you don't know about all your kids.
You all.
But the people out there, the Tolos, Twolos, and Yolos, are donating the candy because Carter and Avery have said they no longer eat the candy they get. They take their candy and then they donate it to shelters and other places. Like, that's what their plan is to do, and they've done this for like the last couple of years now.
Now that you say that, I feel bad. Although I will say every year when we buy Girl Scout cookies, we buy a bunch of extra boxes to donate. So I will use that as my excuse for why we do not really donate the candy, especially because a little bit last year, but more so this year, Noah's like, candy, I'll take it. And then Brandon is around quite a bit, and he just like, he eats things that I didn't even know he knew were there, and then they've disappeared. So I have to admit, we don't usually do that, no.
Yeah, you could save a lot of time if you just go to your local grocery store or Target or whatever and buy 2 bags of candy and go, Halloween's over. You weren't going to get more candy than this walking around. Look, I saved you the walking and everything. And
you don't think that's part of the fun kid experience?
I think it is. I wonder what age it is, the kind of study. Is it 13? Is it teenager, or is it 1 year after? To me, it's either 13 or 14 when kids are like, I'm done with dressing up. I'm done with, I just want the candy.
Yeah.
Well, here, I'll pay $15 at Target or Kroger or whatever, buy candy, and now we're done. Stop walking around and ruining people's nights by 13 and 14-year-olds walking around in a hoodie and a hat and going, trick or treat, give me something.
Because around 16, 17 is when they say they want to dress up and go to a party. Like, they want to go be at a party with their friends.
Like, that's tonight. My 16-year-old is just going to his friend's house for like a Halloween party.
Yeah.
And I don't know what my 14-year-old's doing, to be honest.
If he puts on a hoodie and says he's going trick-or-treating, are you going to tell him not to?
That's pretty much what he's going to do. I think that's what he did last year at 13.
My kid's friend, they've gone to the same lady's house in different costumes for the last 3 weeks. There's this one lady, they just went to her house randomly one day, and she was like, oh, it's not Halloween yet, but here you go. And they keep going back every day, and she's like, oh, this is so crazy. A kid just came by yesterday in a different costume.
I have no candy.
It's getting early for this.
Are you going to be home?
Yeah.
You're a skipper?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lights are off. I'm watching Mavs.
Oh, yeah, you got a big match. And the Jets are on tonight.
You're killing Halloween, Mike.
Yeah,
it's dying in front of our eyes.
Good.
God.
Is it because it's Satan's night?
Oh,
somewhat.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, several people.
But
said that to me.
I just don't want to deal with people, and I don't need them knocking on my door. My dog's going insane. You know what I might do? I'll tell you what, come knock on my door. I might give you, I have 2 dogs. You got a 50% chance of getting one.
See, I see Mike as the kind of person who's passing out packs of cards.
Yeah, what if I just like, here's a dog. Seems to want to be around you. It's barking like a madman and a mad woman because one of them's a girl.
Thanks, Mike. Really insightful stuff there. All right. On the fan text from the 972, the Giants beat the Cowboys in their next meeting. Good Lord. That would be your old Yeller moment for the season. And Snickers is the best trick-or-treat candy or Halloween candy because it's interesting that you made that distinguishment. That's what I'm going to go with. About like, you might not eat Almond Joys all the time, but when it's fun size and they're around,
Halloween
you're like,
time.
yeah, I'll
every
take
year.
I
don't ever buy them at a store ever.
Okay,
but on Halloween, like Milky Way, I love Milky Way. That might be my favorite because I love caramel things. But I will buy like if I'm out somewhere, I might get a Milky Way, but I'm not doing it. I'm not waiting until Halloween.
So I have sports. More question / opinion. I do have opinions on these, but I want you guys to join in. Is that okay? Because I had it for Mike Likes It, but
does that mean you have nothing for Mike Likes It now?
No, I have Nuts. I have D.
It's gonna take a load off.
I have Mavs.
Okay.
I have Oklahoma City.
Okay.
How about that?
What is D?
See, I wrote them all down.
What's D?
No, I'm not going to tell you until we get there. That's a tease. I'm teasing my D. Like fence. I'm talking. It's just shortening it. That's what kids do. That's what trick-or-treaters do. They shorten words. I don't know. OKC. That stands for something. It's not.
Why are you still talking? Just get to the damn point.
All right. Last
It
night.
should just be OC though, because it's Oklahoma City, not OK. It's not another.
We're not litigating this right
That's
now.
true.
We just aren't.
Wimby. I'm shortening it. His whole name's Victor Wembanyama. There might even be more names to it, but I don't know.
Even that's not right. But we've allowed that pronunciation for more than 2 years now.
Said it's so
Be
wrong.
better, and I'll get your name right. So here we go. Wimby going to the Dallas Card Show. Wimby is the hottest basketball card right now.
Yes.
Here's what I still don't get. Is he going to be better than Tim Duncan?
I don't think so.
Like, same team. I know that
totally
same
different skill set.
True.
Because Tim Duncan wasn't shooting threes.
Okay, I got you on that. Wimby can't really create his own shot. Now, he can because, like, he has the height, but he's not, like, you could see against the Mavs, he's not super comfortable with guys crowding him. He handles the ball great for 7'4". But he's not like Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving, like just like shaking you down, step back, create shot, fake step back. Like, he's great. Wimby is great. Tim Duncan's one of the 10 greatest basketball players of all time who led an organization to 5 championships. That organization. Now, here's why I'm bringing this up as a sports point.
I'm going to try to counterpoint you here.
Wimby's cards are 5 times more valuable than Tim Duncan's.
I'm going to counterpoint with this.
Okay.
Tim Duncan never made any sort of pop cultural impact. Like, for example, do you think, and I know this drives people crazy, so just bear with me when I say more or less. Do you think in the history of basketball, Kobe and Tim Duncan are more or less on an equivalent standing?
They both have 5 championships. Okay. They both played in the same era. They both dominated that era. They were arguably the 2 best players of that era.
But Kobe's cards are worth so much more than Tim Duncan's because he caught the attention of people. And I do think that's one advantage that Wemby has over Tim Duncan is he's already caught the imagination of people more than Tim Duncan ever did. I hear your point on the other side. That's going to be my counter.
And caught the imagination in a time when cards for those people are even higher valued right out of the gate.
True.
Like
that is
Tim
true.
Duncan's cards, I don't know if they were ever as high as a rookie card for women.
Yeah, to your point, and I know this is the tough thing about if you want to get into collecting cards, people talk about it a lot. I love doing it. And I look at Tim Duncan's cards and go, you could have one of the greatest collections and spend, to your point, a fifth of the price of Kobe, maybe a tenth of the price of Kobe, and have the same collection, and one guy has 5 titles, the other guy has 5 titles. I'm not trying to take anything away from Kobe. He's arguably a top 10 player too, just like Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan had David Robinson the first championship, but I think a lot of people would say it might have been Tim who was the better player. It was very close. Nobody can tell me those 3 titles. In fact, Kobe was so ticked off at Shaq getting the credit at the time as the best player, like Batman and Robin. Who's Robin? It's Kobe. Everybody knows it's Kobe. Now, after he died, and Laker fans like Kobe more than Shaq because he was just a Laker, I think 20 years with the Lakers. Then it became like, well, Kobe led them to all the championships. Kobe was the best player. Kobe. You're like, no, if you were alive and you were around then, you know it was Shaq. And that was the big beef, is like everything kind of goes through triangle Shaq offense. And then Kobe eats off of that, and Kobe, they might have had the best 2 players in the NBA at the same time. But everybody thought it was Shaq. And then Kobe won 2 with Gasol and Lamar Odom and all that, and got 5 over Shaq's 4. And Shaq's career depleted because he didn't care about his body and care about, being one of the greatest players of all time.
That's
Kobe did. Tim Duncan kind of did, but because Tim was so quiet in doing it and quiet in his after career, it's like I look at Tim Duncan and Wemby, and I look at San Antonio Spurs fans, and I go, You guys seem to be way more into Wemby than Tim Duncan, and you had one of the 10 greatest players of all time lead you to 5 championships.
It is. I'm with you. It is a bit odd,
but that goes along with the, like Mike said, you could get it for a fifth of that price. If that's your player, do it.
And to this point,
collect what you like.
I collect Steve Nash over Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson's cards are 2 to 3 times more valuable than Steve Nash. Steve Nash had a better career than Allen Iverson, but Allen Iverson made a cultural impact.
Sure, man.
Hey, tattoos are cool. Why are they cool? Literally, like, a lot of it goes to Allen Iverson. Like, cornrows. I'm not saying cornrows didn't exist before Allen Iverson, but they became a pretty big fashion statement. I want to get my hair like.
As opposed to Steve Nash's haircut.
Yeah, which was horrible.
The Goo Goo Dolls haircut that he used to have before he went long.
But yeah, to your point, cultural impact or how you are in the culture makes a bigger difference on your card prices than the actual play on the court or on the field.
Sometimes I definitely agree with that. All right, candy or costume?
Small Reese's peanut butter cups are my favorite for Halloween candy. I love Snickers. I love a whole bunch of candy, unfortunately. I wish I didn't. But I think for Halloween, I love the mini Reese's peanut butter cups.
Okay, I'm with you on that. From the 214, I'm 6'6" and went a Cher from Sonny and Cher, and have also gone as the Crow with full makeup. And the Rangers will be back in the the World Series, the playoffs next year. Let's go to the 214. Bo Nix, Pro Bowler. This is a Broncos fan.
He could definitely make the Pro Bowl.
I think so too.
And then they said
6 guys drop out. You pick
That's
3.
true.
Those 3 drop out. You pick 3 more. 2 of them drop out. And then you pick 3 more. And then 2 of those say yes.
And then
so you
they
have to be a
said
top 9 quarterback in the AFC.
Candy corn is the best Halloween candy, which
what are we doing?
Which I know drives some people insane. I like candy corn.
The guys Jolly, who I love following, they actually just they're on YouTube. They're British guys who do a lot of food tasting and they're awesome. They brought Halloween candy back to Great Britain.
Oh, did they?
And they have the kids there try it out. And they thought candy corn was disgusting. They liked certain things, but they were like, these are horrible. And it feels like candy corn has to be something you grow up on. If you don't eat them as a kid,
that's fair.
And you get to be, let's say, 13 to 16 years old, and they give you a candy corn, you're like, why am I eating this?
How many things do you think are like that in the candy space, though? Like those wax bottles or the little dots you take off the piece of paper? Like if you gave that to an adult person, they'd be like, what? What are we even doing here?
Bottles, I loved those.
From the 469, Cowboys finished 5-12 this season, and I once wore an inflatable hippo costume. Oh,
okay.
I like that. Alec, what are you thinking?
Sports opinion, straight up, this World Series sucked. I did not enjoy it. And that's not just Homer, the Rangers didn't make it or whatever. Like, I'm not a high-ranking TV executive. I don't care what America's going to like when it comes to the ratings and whatnot. I want competitive sporting events, and I seriously think the Cleveland Guardians would have put up a better fight against the Dodgers.
Wow.
I really do. Just the way they play small ball, they play aggressive, they never say die. The Yankees just looked like they kind of rolled over and died, especially yesterday with some of those defensive miscues. Those were just mental lapses. Those aren't things that the fighting Cleveland Guardians would have done under Stephen Vogt. So I hate to say it, but this one sucked. Even last night, like, you win on a sac fly. Like, it was just, it was dramatic at times, but it just felt like it was lackluster for the matchup that it was built up to be.
Alec, you remember yesterday kind of Broadus asked me during crosstalk, what do you mean? And I'm kind of like, well, there's times where you're like, do I want to get on that flight, this and that?
Yeah.
John Smoltz in the telecast said, and you don't want to fake pack for the trip back to Los Angeles. And I'm like, wait, what if you did fake pack and you win? Do you go,
like,
I'm going to have to buy clothes in LA because I did not pack for this game 6 plus possibly game 7 situation.
Favorite costume or candy?
See, it's tough nowadays because I've almost essentially eliminated all sugar from my intake. So Halloween is the one time of the year and Christmas a little bit, that I really allow myself to kind of ignore that diet decision. But I'm a big chocolate guy, so usually like straight up Hershey's with almonds, Hershey's peanut butter. But I'd say all-time favorite, the mini M&Ms. I don't know what about fun-size candy.
Like in the tube?
Yeah, in the little tube.
Yeah.
It tastes different.
Agreed.
They're crunchier.
Yeah, they're crunchier. The proportions are better. I don't know what it is, but something makes the fun-size M&Ms taste that much better, and I would go to war for those.
He likes candy coating.
Okay, from the 214, Boise State will win at least one playoff game. And I had a group of 5 friends. We went out last weekend, each as a different Tom Hanks character. Okay, that would be amazing. It would baffle Colby, who said that Tom Hanks always plays Tom Hanks.
Like Denzel and Julia Roberts.
Well, yeah, but then we asked him, what Tom Hanks movies have you seen? And he goes, I don't watch any of those movies.
I learned something about Forrest Gump this week. Do you want to know what it is?
That he had AIDS.
No.
That's Philadelphia.
I mean, that might, it definitely was Philadelphia. One of the executives on the movie said that they needed to cut the scene where he runs across the country.
Oh.
One of the most significant scenes in the movie, right? And like, hey, you need to cut that. Him and one of the other guys said, hey, we're going to go make a deal with the executives. We'll pay for all that with our own salary. We'll pay it out of our salary. But they're going to give us points for the movie.
Smart decision.
Genius.
Smart decision. From the 716 Sports Opinion, Mike should give out Trevor Lawrence cards for Halloween.
I might as well. They're worthless. I can. I honestly, I have enough that I probably have about 100 worthless Trevor Lawrence cards.
It's too late, right?
I think that'd be amazing.
The top loader's worth more.
And favorite candy
Tell you what, if you want
is
some
Crackle.
Zach Wilsons, I guess I'll let you pick, or Justin Fields. What a crappy draft class that was. I guess I was lucky enough not to buy Mac Jones.
That is... Oh, that is very, very true.
There's also another crappy quarterback I'm forgetting in that class.
And then, Mike, this fits in with you from the 972. The best Halloween candy is the 50% off candy on November the 1st.
Tomorrow.
Are you going to bring candy in tomorrow?
I don't want to buy it because I'm trying to be good on eating, and if it's there, I'll eat it, because I'm surprised nobody said Kit Kat. That might be my second.
Kit Kat is good. Now, we got Mike Likes It coming up in about maybe 10 seconds. But first,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a $300 gift card to Cavender's. Yeah. What would you do with your gift card? Well, hopefully call in right now, and you will get the chance to answer that question, courtesy of Cavender's. 877-881-1053. And now, Mike Likes It.
Okay, I want to talk about D's Nuts.
All right.
Corey, during the break, because I was like, what other flavors do they have? And you looked them up, because banana pudding, I'm like, if they have banana pudding, do they have, like, how many crazy flavors of D's Nuts? Because Trayvon Diggs offered D's Nuts to that guy, Mike Leslie.
Uh-huh.
And he decided to take the ranch flavored over banana pudding.
Uh-huh. They have, I've found.
And that's what they're called, right?
Yep. DEE''S. And it looks like maybe like Aunt D or something like that. Yeah. Everyone loves D's Nuts.
I feel like it should be Uncle.
Dill pickle gourmet peanuts. So they have dill pickle flavored. They have extra spicy ghost pepper, but those are sold out. They also have hot cheddar, which would be hot cheese, I'm guessing. Then they have ranch and sriracha, and then nanner pudding.
So that makes less sense to me. That, like, I don't know, it just is weird to me. They don't even have honey roasted. They didn't even go with honey roasted.
Well,
like,
again,
I guess because it's so common, they're trying to go uncommon.
Maybe this is some old ladies, like, she was making them at the house, and the kids were like, or old man, and they were like, man, these are really good. And she had that, Grandma always has some weird flavor, something that she does special that nobody else knows about, right? So maybe that's what it was.
All right, so now I want to talk about Dallas's D. That's what I was teasing. Okay.
Okay.
The Dallas Mavericks. They play tonight against the Houston Rockets. We haven't talked about them much at all today. So I wanted to talk about this. This year, they are 9th in defense for points against, which is good. So I'm saying like 9th best.
Yeah.
Not like last year. It felt like mostly 9th worst.
Yeah.
They are giving up 109.8 points a game in their 4 games played. Now, that to me is good. I'm hoping they stay in the top 10. Sometimes points against like per game, I feel like you just need to look at are they top 10 rather than they're almost giving up 110 points a game. It's crazy the way the NBA is. Last year, Minnesota was the best in the regular season, and they gave up 106.5 per game. So that was the best last year. But last year, even with how good they were the last about 18 to 20 games of the year, the Mavericks in defense, they gave up 115.6 per game, which was 20th. Can you imagine for this whole year if they go from 20th to, let's say, 10th or 9th? Like if right now they're 9th, I know it's only 4 games, but that would be a major improvement, right? Now, maybe not major from what we saw in the playoffs, maybe not major from what we saw the last month or so of the season.
I gotcha.
But for the whole season, if they go from 115.6 and improve it by 5 or so points and then improve to a top 10 NBA defensive team in points against, that would be a heck of an improvement.
Absolutely. I would be very pleased with that.
Now,
I'm sure we all.
Here's the scary part. I just said 106.5 led the NBA last year, right? I know it's early once again, and this is going to change. The Oklahoma City Thunder are blowing away the competition this year. Points against, 94.8.
Wow.
They are destroying NBA teams.
Man.
Destroying. Now, this is why I said I'm going to talk about Oklahoma City, is because last night they played San Antonio. You know, San Antonio, like any other NBA team, they made a run in kind of the third, fourth quarter to cut it from 20 down to like 7-ish. But then they got blown out by 20, and with 3 minutes and change to go. Like, I know it's early, but that San Antonio team, even though they added veteran presence in Harrison Barnes and Chris Paul, it doesn't look like it's going to work out to maybe a 45-win team to figure out how to make the play-in situation. A lot of season to go for them to improve, and obviously they're hoping Wemby, averaging, I believe, like 20 and 12, can become better as the season goes, that maybe he can lead them to wins. Oklahoma City this year in their under 95 points per game against, which means they're just blowing out teams.
That is pretty crazy.
Denver was the opening night game, which I think a lot of people here saw because it was after the Mavericks opening night game where they had the win against San Antonio. The help here is they've played San Antonio, Chicago, and Atlanta, 3 teams that we don't think are going to make the playoffs. So that kind of helps out, like, oh, who have they played? Because if you look at the Mavericks at 109.8, San Antonio, team probably not making the playoffs. Utah, we know, is not making the playoffs. And then Minnesota and Phoenix, 2 teams we know are going to make the playoffs and be a very good team. So just wanted to kind of throw out the Mavs defense after 4 games. Tonight, it's against the Houston Rockets, who right now are 3rd best in the NBA in only giving up 107 points a game.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Outside of the numbers, which I appreciate, what have you thought watching the defense? Like, let's say you had none of these numbers at your disposal.
Yeah.
What would be your takeaway?
Here's my major takeaway, being specific. Kyrie, Luka, and Clay on the court ain't that bad.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's great defense. You do it like Najee Marshall. I think this got overlooked, but after Kyrie missed the 2 free throws, you're like, oh crap, he just put the game in jeopardy. Najee Marshall stole the ball from Anthony Edwards.
Significant steal,
he came into the game to play defense and stole the ball from Anthony Edwards, so he didn't even get a shot up. There's a little bit of a fumble.
His pocket, dude.
But it was like, that was really nice. So you know that you mentioned Grimes. Grimes is a defensive player first the more I watch him rather than offensive player. We're hoping his shot comes around. Najee Marshall is solid, and he is a physical player. And then you have the 2 centers who are really good, and PJ Washington is very engaged. Clay's not bad. He's not what he used to be. I think this is the part. I was going to say this like on San Francisco radio, but it didn't come up. You know how we fell out of love with DeMarcus Ware?
Yes.
Here? Why? Here's the reason. because we watched DeMarcus Ware at his peak, and we're like, that's not DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a Denver Broncos fan, you get DeMarcus Ware, you're like, you guys are insane. Like, he's still good. Well, we're comparing DeMarcus Ware to DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware isn't DeMarcus Ware anymore. I think Golden State fans and Golden State are like, he's not good anymore. Well, you're comparing Klay Thompson to Klay Thompson. We're not comparing Klay Thompson to 2015 Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
We're watching this guy come onto our team, be a 3rd to 5th guy on the team, and go, dude, he is really good. I'm comparing him to Tim Hardaway Jr. I'm comparing him to what we've had the last 3 years. I'm comparing him to Spencer Dinwiddie. I'm comparing him to these guys. And you're like, he is still really good and the best shooter the Mavericks have had in a while, who's kind of a 3-and-D guy. Yes, his defense isn't as good as it used to be. His three-point shooting isn't as good as it used to be, but he's still really good. So my defensive take is Klay and Luka and Kyrie on the court isn't as big of a liability as I thought it might be. How about that for my defensive take?
No, absolutely. We're the KNC masterpiece.
It's over?
Yeah, it's over. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Like everything?
I didn't even get to my other question.
Hey, you know what? You can do it.
No.
You can do
It's
it.
time
Is it
for
a
Corey's Corner.
Is it a take a load off question?
No, it's about Mavericks ownership. Do you think they care about winning? New owners, how much do
Not really.
Yeah, I think that it's about a business venture.
Yes.
But if they win, it's great. They're not like going to be opposed to winning. And they know that in a way they have to win here because it's the Mavericks, not the Cowboys.
Fair.
But to my point, I was just saying, like, hey, owners don't really care about winning. Like, I don't think Jerry cares that much about winning, but it doesn't make them much different than most owners.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next.
The boys are in Atlanta this week.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go to the C block in just 1 second. But, Alec, I do believe you have some spare transactional baseball news for us. Do you care to share?
Yeah, the beautiful thing is as soon as the World Series is over, the
We're
offseason
open
starts.
for business.
We are open for business, and as are the Texas Rangers. We'll get to that here in just a second. But from Jeff Passan, ESPN, the Atlanta Braves are trading outfielder Jorge Soler to the Los Angeles Angels. They will be receiving right-hander Griffin Canning from the Angels in exchange for Soler, and the Texas Rangers have claimed right-handed pitcher Roansy Contreras off of waivers from the LA Angels.
Gotta have arms.
Oh, we
Gotta have
did
arms.
it. We did it.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you, Lucy. I really appreciate that.
Well, let me look up who this person
Now, it's time for the C block starring Corey Majors.
I appreciate that, Kevin. We have two options to start the C block off.
Whichever one does not include talking to Kyle.
What do you mean? He just texted me and said, have them call me back. I'm
Okay.
ready. Finishing up a coach's call, but I'm ready to go. So he's ready to rock.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and talk until they go. Because if I start a topic right now, Kevin, and then he's on the phone, we're not going to be able to finish the topic. Because look at what Mike had 3 days of conversation about owners, and then all of a sudden he can't do it, or governors, because they're governors. Are we good to go there,
Roansy
Alex?
Contreras pitched 2 out of the last 3 games at the end of the year, and they were against the Rangers, so I guess I was
So we
on
know.
Hell
We got an
yeah.
idea.
the call for that. Look, he only gave up 3 runs and got an out on the last day of
From
the
the
year.
972, we're getting Rangers, Kevin. All right, now let's talk with our good friends, our good friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's good. We can talk Rangers if you guys want to. I mean, that's always a great conversation. It gets Mike involved, too, which I like.
Actually, I had a football question for you first. How much of a good decision do you think it is for the Seahawks to invite Randy Gregory in for a visit? And if you had to guess how that ends poorly, which path would you go down?
I'm going to go back to whenever we were doing the joint practice, and we were
I get ya.
broadcasting and live streaming back in Denver, where he was by himself on the Dallas sideline trying to pick a fight, and he wasn't even in pads. Like, he wasn't even participating because he was injured in the middle of the practice. That's what I think would, if there was something to go wrong, it would be the competitive nature of Randy Gregory to just work into the wrong team drill and find his way into trouble that way. But I don't think he gets in trouble because he has an established relationship with Adam Dirty, too, who's now the defensive coordinator there. So I think you know what? I don't think it's a terrible idea.
Okay.
I just only think it's a terrible idea.
Okay, because 2 things. Sometimes he doesn't get in trouble because he doesn't even show up.
Right.
And
exactly.
also, I understood what you were saying when you said joint practice.
Yeah, those are his favorite practices.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
As in Broncos and Cowboys, and I mean, I know it was in Denver, but like, let's.
I'm not familiar with all the strains. I'm sorry. I'll just take your word for it.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Kyle, you have triplets. Like Kevin's been trying to get you to do the triplet book and everything. I know you're working hard on it. How does one do a Halloween costuming for triplets?
It's just all themed the same way. So we're doing Toy Story. So we've got Woody, Buzz, and Jesse, and we're dressing up because I've got 2 boys and a girl. So our heavier boy is Buzz Lightyear. The skinnier, lankier boy is Woody. And then, of course, my baby girl is Jessie. And then me and my wife are putting on the alien costumes. Nice. So we've got like the 3 eyes and the claw, like the different Toy Story references. That's what we did this year. I know in the past I've seen some really creative ideas. We didn't get creative. We have too much of a lack of sleep to have any creativity in terms of the Halloween garb this year.
I did see a dad. He built he had a wagon, and then he built a little cardboard whack-a-mole. And so all the kids, he had three triplets, that's triplets, and he had all of them kind of just popping their little heads out in the whack-a-mole. So, but
is 3 triplets 9 kids?
Yeah, that would be 3 triplets. That would be 9 kids, Mike. That's right.
See, it's funny because you mentioned that. I even know the guy that you're talking about. It's Jordan Flom, I think is his name on Instagram or whatever. But I get thrown his or DM'd his videos every time he comes out with like a new triplet content piece. I get it maybe 40 times in my inbox.
Okay.
It's just over and over and over again because people are like, oh, Kyle's got triplets. I'm sure this will be fun for him to see. But little do they know, I've already seen it 39 times previous to that. And so that one popped up as soon as he posted it, I think like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
And then it's just over and over and over again. I'm sure I'll get it for another week or so. And then it'll move on to his next one. One of his other ones, he was playing shuffleboard with them in strollers. Like he's got them
I've
on
seen
like
that,
his
yes.
driveway. Yeah, he's got like a shuffleboard cut out in his driveway, and he's playing shuffleboard with a buddy of his with the triplets as the pieces on the board.
So you want people to know there's more to you than just being a triplet dad.
Mm-hmm.
I love being a triplet dad more than anything in this world. But if you've seen his content, just assume I've already seen it as well. That's what I'll say.
Stop sending me that stuff, is what he said.
Okay, look, and this is probably going to be a question along those lines, but with 5 takeaways total and 13 giveaways, clearly that's not a good combination, and the Cowboys have the 3rd worst turnover ratio in all of the NFL. Can you help us solve either side of that, whether it's getting more takeaways or having fewer giveaways?
Yeah, I think it's easier to solve the problem of getting the takeaways, of your defense forcing turnovers. And I really just think that's predicated by lack of a pass rush right now. The fact that you don't have your 4 defensive ends, you don't have Micah Parsons, who's really been a disruptive force enough to where offenses have to change their game plan or they have to force things from time to time. And it puts a lot of pressure on your secondary when you aren't getting that pass rush, when you aren't in the backfield significantly. And the Cowboys haven't been. And I think Atlanta's a pretty good indication of that as well. Atlanta is a team that has a great secondary. They've got some really good pieces on the back end, like A.J. Terrell, like I'm already blanking on the safety
Jesse Bates.
name. Jesse Bates, yes. Those guys are good at what they do, but they don't have an electrifying pass rush. And because of that, they probably don't get the turnovers that you would see from those guys out in the secondary. It's the same thing for the Cowboys because without Micah Parsons or DeMarcus Lawrence or Marshawn Neiland or Sam Williams or whatever they're going to employ up front, teams are able to just kind of pick apart this defense. And even though the secondary is not giving up the big plays, more often than not, they're playing off the line of scrimmage, giving themselves a bit of a cushion because they know that these quarterbacks are going to have more time to sift through their wide receiver core, go through their progression, and find them open. That's where the takeaways come from on the defensive side. On the offensive side, I think it's just you got to have a balanced attack. And right now, you're one of the oddly enough, you're one of the best passing teams in terms of yardage per game. But that's because you're not running the ball at all, and you're dead last in terms of rushing yards per game and rushing yards per attempt. So if you can find some balance offensively, I think that helps Dak Prescott not force things and not have to continue to throw the football over and over and over again, because anytime you put the ball in the air, there's a chance for that to go wrong.
I'm glad you brought up the running game. We were talking earlier about the running game specifically, and I said, maybe with some hyperbole, no, but I don't think anybody in the NFL could run behind this offensive line right now. And we kind of discussed it for a second.
And disagree.
Do you have a list of running backs that you think would be more productive behind this line at the moment?
I think you've already seen two of them, maybe three of them, and you're going to face one this week in Bijan Robinson. So I think Bijan Robinson's the most complete back, in my opinion, as a young star in this league. So you're going to see an element of that this week. But the other guys that I would think about are Alvin Kamara, just because he is he's such a creator. Whether he's a ball carrier or a receiver, I think he would have success behind this offensive line, because a lot of times in New Orleans throughout his career, he hasn't had a good offensive line to run behind, and he's still had a phenomenal career up to this point. Derrick Henry is the other one, just because he's a freak of nature, and the size and speed combination is as lethal as anything. I still think he would have success behind this offensive line. And then the other one I would kind of throw into the mix is what Detroit does with Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think David Montgomery would have success, because he's more of a bowling ball, physical back. Is he a great NFL running back? Absolutely. But I need a creator. And nobody on this roster right now in the Dallas Cowboys running back room can create, except for maybe, and the jury is still out, on Deuce Vaughn. I mean, Deuce Vaughn is a creator, but does he have the athleticism? And by athleticism, I mainly mean, does he have the size to be a bell cow running back? And does he have the explosion to be a bell cow running back behind a bad offensive line? We haven't seen it yet. He hasn't necessarily gotten the touches yet. So up to this point, I don't think you have it on your roster. I think there's a couple guys out there, but to your point, Corey, I don't think it's no one, but it's a very, very small list of the guys that could run behind this offensive line the way that they've been playing and run blocking to this point.
Now, we're talking with Kyle Yeomans right here on 105.3 The Fan. I read your big facts piece yesterday on DallasCowboys.com. I have a couple if you want to make any changes to the piece today and update them on the website. Okay. Tell me if either one of these do anything for you. The Cowboys have 10 plays of 10 yards or more rushing this season. Their opponents have 31. Now, if you're like, oh, well, that's pretty good, but I think you can do better. Fair enough. There have been 315 rushing plays this year in the NFL of 15-plus yards. The Cowboys have 0 of those.
Oh, man. Maybe I will add that to the back half of that stat. It continues to drive it into the ground, right?
Yes, that one felt particularly astonishing to me.
They have some work to do, definitely, then, huh?
Yeah, that run game isn't necessarily working in your favor right now.
They're saving Dalvin Cook, so why don't you guys just relax?
No, they're not.
That's what I was told. We were saving Dalvin Cook, so now we deployed him to practice a couple carries. Now we're really going to deploy him this week.
He's going to be active this week?
We're ramping up, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I like that.
I'm going to go on a limb. 10 carries for 25 yards. We're going to bump that average up from 2 yards per carry to 2.5 yards per carry.
I like that idea.
It's improvement.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's all we're asking for at this point.
It's a running back by committee approach, right? So if he has 25 yards and then Zeke has 15 yards, that means they've got 40 yards of rushing. And then, I mean, that doesn't even count what Rico Dowdle's doing, right?
Okay, see, you get it. Now, Dak said something about 2018, and we've been here before, and you just used the phrase by committee. That was the year the Cowboys decided wide receiver by committee. That didn't work. They were 3-4, realized that was a dumb plan, and made a trade. This year, they're 3-4, also have a by committee system, but they're pretty dug in about not making a trade. You don't anticipate the Cowboys doing anything before Tuesday, right?
I don't, and that's not necessarily off of like any breaking news or reporting or insider information. I mean, I really just, from a gut feeling standpoint, I don't know if they do make a move. I was asked on one of our shows earlier this week what move I would make, and I'll ask you guys that question.
Yeah.
If you had one spot to upgrade, what would it be on this Cowboys roster? Because there's multiple spots you could upgrade. Which one would you go for?
I mean, I obviously feel offensive line's very important, but the two players that I'm trying to replace, I want to grow. You know, that's it there. So I guess I would go running back.
Probably, and I don't have a name in mind, but just that feels like the biggest spot for an upgrade. But to your point, you could argue a lot of different spots on the team.
Mm-hmm.
I would degrade the team.
What was that, Mike?
I would degrade the team. I would try to trade, you would hurt yourself. You'd get worse. I would try to trade Diggs. I would see if anybody wants Eric Kendricks. I would see, if anybody wants Osa Odigizua. Now, I'm only getting fourth and fifths and whatever, but they're telling me, at least if I'm trusting the Cowboys' words, we're out of money for the next few years. We don't have any. We have all these stud players that are making so much money. We're out of money. So if I can only improve the team through draft picks, then I want a lot of draft picks over the next 2 years to try to help out these high-priced players.
Sure. And I think that would be a willing, full approach if you feel like this team isn't close enough. If they aren't close enough. Now, I know my opinion on that is they aren't. I don't think they are close enough to making a run at the playoffs and turning things around. In 2018, obviously, they were close enough. They were one move away. They go get Amari Cooper. They make that trade, and they go from 3-4. I think they lost the next game. I think it was like a Tennessee game on a Thursday night. It was like a weird game. So they went to 3-5, and then they rattled off 7 of their next 8 wins. I don't see that. When I'm looking at the film here, and it goes back to the question I just asked, there are so many different problems on both sides of the football that I don't think a change in coaching or a change in scheme or a change in personnel is going to help you to a significant portion to say, hey, now instead of getting beat badly by the best teams in the NFL, like Detroit, like Baltimore, like the San Francisco team, when they get healthy, still one of the better teams in the NFL, I don't feel like you're close enough there to make 1 or 2 moves in a positive manner to take away from what Mike is saying here. Maybe you look to the future. Maybe you look and say, hey, we're not that far off because we have cornerstone pieces to this franchise like Dak, like CD, like Micah. You could have these guys and move into a different direction. You just may have to chalk it up to a loss in 2024 if you're doing so. I don't think they're close enough to make a move in a positive direction. It just depends on what they feel like in a front office sense.
Any chance we can win this game on Sunday?
Absolutely. I think there is a chance. And the reason being is the defense from Atlanta does not scare me the same way that some of these other defenses have played throughout the year. I'm looking at
their pressure is terrible.
A lot of too high shell, and if they were getting pressure, that too high shell could be dangerous for Dak and for an offense. That's not the case because they don't get pressure. They're bottom in the league in terms of pressure rate. So against an offensive line that needs a confidence boost, against a running game that needs a confidence boost, and really a quarterback who's turned it over twice and 2 interceptions in his last 3 games, it's another confidence boost. That's what this could be moving forward. Do I see an easy win? No. I think it would turn into close to what you saw in Pittsburgh. But I still think there's a chance and there's an avenue to win on Sunday and to get back to 4-4.
Sorry, I have one more question. Let's say, and you make a lot of logical points, and I'm with you on all of those. Let's say for some reason you gave up a lot of pressure and you still turn the ball over, even with all of that, and you lose by 17, 20 points. Do you think that makes the next 2 days more complicated in terms of, is there anybody we can send away and pick up some more draft capital?
I think by that point you would have the sample size to where it would make a difference. I think losing in that way would make a bigger difference than winning in that way would be. If you win by 17 and you take care of the football and you show out in a way in Atlanta, I think it's more impactful to lose like that than it would be to win like that this weekend. So I still think there could be some moving and shaking, but just based off of what the Jones family has said, this front office has said, and really the mindset within the building, I don't know if there's really going to be a whole lot of needle moving in terms of the trade deadline so far.
Appreciate you very much. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you next week.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Talk to you soon.
There you go. Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com.
Go get candy.
Yeah. But when do you start taking kids out?
Don't you think that his wife should trick him tonight and say, I'm pregnant and I think I have 3 kids in my belly?
No, I don't think that would. No, I don't know. Maybe he wants more. Maybe he wants to have 6 kids.
Probably not all at the same time, though, right?
I don't know. I mean, get it out of the way, You don't have to go through 6 different pregnancies. That might be an easier approach to it sometimes. But I have no clue. I just asked Adrian, I said, hey, what time does everything start tonight? Because I have no clue when we're
Mavericks
supposed to expect.
Mavericks are at 7:30.
I got you. Thank you, Mike. I don't know when to expect kids to come by our house. I don't know when to take Lucy around the neighborhood. Carter, I got to go drop off. Avery's driving. So I have no clue, man.
We're getting all my Zach Wilsons out. If you accidentally knock on my door, I literally don't have any candy. You are getting Zach Wilson rookie cards.
All right, fantastic.
Fingers crossed, Bo Nix.
We're the Cancy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe more of Corey and Mike's Halloween tips and tricks, but also let's go back to the Falcons, talk about the players from Atlanta that scare you and where the Cowboys might hold an advantage next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch to Bijan Robinson. Already one touchdown. Robinson's going to have two today. Touchdown, Falcons.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's stick with the Falcons and dive back into it. Which Falcons players scare you? While Mike attempts to, I guess, do the dirty bird. And where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Now, Kyle was talking about this, and I will go back to this. I think this is going to be a huge part of this game, especially if it goes in the Cowboys' favor. There are, I believe, 8 individual players across the league who have more sacks than the Falcons do as a whole. They are led by Matthew Judon and Grady Jarrett, who each have 1.5 in 8 games. So this is not a team that gets pressure on the quarterback. Their opposing pressure rate is 14.4 on other QB's dropbacks. That's 4th worst in the league.
I'm telling you, doesn't this feel like in the history of football, these are the games the Cowboys win and the Falcons lose? Like, oh, the Falcons are better than the Cowboys. Yes, no doubt about it. I'm not arguing that. Doesn't this feel like, what was that stupid game where we kicked an onside because the Falcons are stupid and the Cowboys won that game. The Falcons were better.
The watermelon kickoff.
Yeah, like this is why you're bringing up these points, and it sounds like to me this is a game the Cowboys can win. Blocking doesn't matter as much because they can't get to the quarterback. That helps out the Cowboys. The Falcons are eventual losers, and the Cowboys take advantage of losers. And
I don't know. Is this the first game they're playing that the opponent doesn't have a real, like, legitimate, awesome pass rusher? Did it feel like most of the games they played?
It does feel like
there's
that.
somebody on the other side.
Claiborne.
You got Myles Garrett. You got Watt. All these been tough.
Yeah, and Chaz isn't playing.
Aiden Hutchinson.
We lost when we
Chaz Green. Is that what we're
when we had Chaz? Chaz is gone.
I think Darnell Mooney is the one, Kevin, that scares me the most.
Because you brought him up several days ago.
He's got 12 20-plus yard receptions this year, and he's got the most. The rest of the team has 2, like their own 2's the most. And the Cowboys, I think that's the one. I wanted to ask Kyle this, but I feel like that's the wrong way to ask the question. He's the one that will give you the backbreaker play, where they're doing things and you're like, okay, all right. And then all of a sudden, boom, big play happens. They run up on first down, and then they're in the end zone. And it's like, what just happened? What was the big play to Darnell Mooney that set this up? So that's the one that I'm really afraid of offensively.
Okay, and let's go into that a little bit more because it is interesting. The Falcons, despite the fact that, we obviously all think Bijan Robinson is really, really good.
He's really good.
Both offensively and defensively, this is not a particularly effective run team. In rushing offense, they're only 15th. In rushing defense, they're only 21st. Now, I realize both of those are worlds ahead of where the Dallas Cowboys are, but it's not as staggering of an advantage as maybe they've seen against some of these other teams. So a lot of this does feel like it will come down to,
big play,
the passing game for both of these teams.
I think and their play action is a lot different because Cousins, I've seen him a lot in the shotgun, so like his play action is more like a read option. It feels like, because of that's where it is. But I think it's just the run game is effective enough that it makes you have to honor it. And because they know Bijan Robinson and Algier are in that backfield. So they feel like they have to honor that run game. So if they, dude, do you remember that play that the Lions ran where it was like 17 fake handoffs?
Yeah.
And then it was a big play downfield. I feel like we might have one of those lined up against us because everybody's going to be in different directions on it.
Corey, are you feeling like you're going to hear this on Sunday? Mooney, Mooney.
Wouldn't that have been way more effective like 2 minutes ago?
Take some time to set it up.
I was wondering what Mike was chatting with Alec about, and there you go. It was, can you get the song Monet Monet?
Yeah, but change it to Mooney Mooney.
I don't know if they play that at that stadium, but maybe that is what I'll be feeling.
They played that at Reunion Arena a lot.
That is true. They did. Your thoughts?
All right.
I just can't believe that actually happened, and that Mike just zoned out of our conversation for a couple minutes so he could be like, get that song. This is the most important thing.
My favorite part was Mike goes, Kevin is very serious right now. I'm going to interrupt him.
You're looking right at Corey, like really giving a valid point with your serious face and your serious voice.
And you wanted to be like, Darnell Mooney, Mooney.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's what I do.
Kyle Pitts, you have said this to kind of make fun of not just Kavanaugh, but a lot of people in terms of Kyle Pitts is going to change
the world.
Everything. He's going to be a hybrid of Tony Gonzalez and Jerry Rice and unstoppable.
He hasn't been that yet.
No, not at all. And even this year, you can see the difference between like, and okay, I understand why some people had high hopes for him, or a lot of people had high hopes for him.
Absolutely.
Is the first 4 games, he had 8 catches. These last 4 games, he has 21 catches. So clearly, they have incorporated him more and been more efficient with the way that they use Kyle Pitts. And you've seen that the Cowboys can get abused by some tight ends.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Detroit is a perfect example.
Yes.
That touchdown on Laporta, the Kittle play, like that was a significantly big play.
Very true. Bijan Robinson. All right, I told you that the Falcons are middle of the road as a team running. That's partially because they don't run the ball like as much as you would think. Bijan Robinson, 9th in the NFL with 546 rushing yards. I'm surprised that's not higher. You've talked about how much they also use him in the passing game, but 2 of his top 3 performances rushing have happened the last 3 weeks. So much like we talked about.
I traded him in fantasy, of course.
I'm sorry.
But it's okay.
Corey.
Lamar Jackson's been great for
Exactly.
him.
So much like Kyle Pitts has turned it on, it feels like Bijan Robinson has started to crank it up a little bit in terms of the ground game. We already know what he can do on the short pass game.
Yeah, and Arthur Smith loved to run the ball. Like he was like run over pass. He'll run first and second down, and that's changed obviously because Kirk Cousins is a real quarterback. The quarterbacks they had previously were not real quarterbacks, and offensive coordinator changes, and he's from the McVay group. So that's more. He has a lot more passing plays that are more effective out of the backfield as a receiver. Robinson is fantastic. If he gets out to that edge, if he gets out there and he has space, that's where he really can kill you because he can get upfield quickly and he can break some tackles too. So the Cowboys have to be so sound in their defense to not let him bust loose for a big one.
And when you talk about being sound on their defense, I understand what you're talking about with Bijan Robinson. Do you also say sound because you don't, I guess I don't, see any particular way that they just jazz up the pass rush and really dial it up.
No, the pass rush definitely comes from having the talent to do it.
And right now we still do not.
They don't have again, I go back to the teeth, the Jurassic Park theory of they don't have enough teeth right now. In these battles, they have less teeth than their opponents.
Thought for sure, Mike, you were going to ask for the Jurassic Park theme song after that. That scared the crap out of me.
It's a dinosaur.
Yes. No, I guessed. It was a dinosaur, Howard Dean. When the Cowboys weren't getting pressure on Brock Purdy, which was most of the game, he was 13 of 18 for 231 yards. Kirk Cousins has shown, like as much as obviously we've made fun of him over the years, he has shown, like many quarterbacks, if you give him time, he can carve you up. And he had a bunch of lengthy completions last week against the Bucs.
And he's not moving a lot of different places, but
neither is our quarterback.
But they're getting rid of the ball quickly too at times, and so he knows what he's supposed to do. He's a good quarterback.
He is.
Don't get me wrong; he's not great. He's good though, and he's getting rid of the ball quickly enough. And that's where the Cowboys can struggle too. Is if something's happening fast, they don't react that fast sometimes. So I think this is going to be a high scoring game no matter what from the Falcons. Can the Cowboys score? That's the thing we haven't seen. Red zone bad, and then getting to the red zone's bad too.
Okay, so what a disastrous combination that is. You don't get to the red zone enough, and when you do, you certainly don't score touchdowns enough off of that. And then you look at, we talked about him earlier, cornerback A.J. Terrell, Jesse Bates, the safety. He forced 2 turnovers last week. He forced and recovered a fumble on the second play of the game. Then guess what happened? They scored a touchdown. And then he got an interception at the Falcons' 8-yard line in the third. So he started off the game with an impact play, started off the second half with an impact play. And we've talked about the Cowboys are horrible at the start of the game and the start of the second half.
Kevin, I do love the idea of calling a fumble recovery or recumble. Like, I do think that
it does make sense.
You accidentally made that up,
yes.
But I think it could be a real thing forever.
He had a fumble recumble. I think, and you should definitely get credit for both of those. You forced the fumble and you got the recovery, so that's 2 right there. But my point is, with the way the Cowboys have been turning over the ball, with the way Dak has been turning over the ball, and you see a cornerback and a safety in just Terrell and Bates alone who have been able to force some turnovers here. That's another combination that is not my favorite.
Yeah, Dak's going to have to, it's going to be another CeeDee Lamb day, right? Is just do what you can to make sure you get the ball to him quickly and then let him do his thing.
Do you think we can call another play, Mike, that's so good that we make 2 of the Falcons defenders run into each other?
That's what Mike McCarthy does.
That's his play calling.
I saw it happen pretty much twice late in the game. He saved it for late in the game.
That's true.
He was like, I need points
I will
right
say
now.
this. You could ruin the game, but I would try a play where I take my wide receiver, slam him into the safety as hard as I can, run my tight end out to the edge and go, if you call this a pick, I'm going to kill you because I saw this done to us on Sunday Night Football, and they said, no, it is not.
How much negotiating time do you think you'd get with those officials to give them that entire clear message?
I would do like Joe Mazzulla does. I go out there and punch them in the face if they didn't call it right and say, this is how sports used to be.
We used to fight.
All right, so a lot to look forward to Sunday right here on The Fan. Noon kickoff, 9 o'clock pregame show.
Heck yeah, I can't wait.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Cracked in the air to deep center field. Judge retreats. He'll make the grab, but the Dodgers have come all the way back and taken the lead in Game 5. From down 5-0 to ahead 7-6. in the most preposterous way.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you for asking. But I wanted to have a quick discussion between you and Mr. Corey Majors because people are showing off what kind of Halloween candy they got tonight for the kids, and you looked disgusted at the bag of Almond Joy that got brought up. And I know
there's a bag of Almond Joy.
It's for the kids. It's not for you.
Damn, boss has a bag. It's his office.
And I know Corey Majors loves the Almond
Save
Joy.
the kids, Corey.
Yeah, I will save the kids. I will take all of the Almond Joys out of my own kids' bags, and I'll take all the Almond Joys out of my own, the stuff we have at our house to pass out, because I eat Almond Joys one time a year on Halloween.
Which kind of proves my point, Hagee.
They're not good enough for a year round.
And I'm okay with that. Yeah,
I mean, if you like them around Halloween as like a specialty item,
okay,
you know, kind of like those really bad shortbread cookies in the Christmas tin.
Yes,
but you're like, well, it's Christmas, so I guess I'm going to eat some of these now. I get it, but I just don't think that, you know, Almond Joy should be out there or Mounds.
Okay, see, I'm not a fan of either one of those, but
the Christmas tin isn't necessarily always for those cookies, as we've learned, though.
Is it for weed?
Is coconut
Or
considered
sewing
a
kits.
fruit?
What's that?
Is coconut considered a fruit?
I think it's a nut.
Yeah, is it a
It's
fruit
cocoa
nut?
nut, you know, so I'm going to stick with that.
Put the lime in the
Never thought of it that way.
Peanut.
I didn't break down the word.
I think it is a fruit because
Walnut.
it comes off a tree, and we don't like it's fruit that grows on trees.
There's
right?
nuts that come off of trees too, though,
Does it
right?
have seeds?
Guess there are nut trees. Yeah, I think it's a giant
Has
seed.
milk in it.
Man, it's a good thing we all found this job, huh? Because we're not helpful on the
Yes,
regular
it is a
world.
type of
for
fruit.
anything.
It is a type of fruit.
That's why Kevin hates it. He hates fruit.
Yeah, he's always hated fruits.
No, the Almond Joys are disgusting. I mean, you don't like Oreos and you like Almond Joys.
That is a good point.
Oreos are terrible.
A conversation.
There's better chocolate out
This is
there.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite Halloween candy or a favorite costume you ever dressed up as back in the day, maybe more recently? No judgment.
Do we have a favorite Halloween candy? I think it's obvious.
Did you guys ever do a tandem costume?
No.
That'd be neat.
We did the tandem payoff where we were tied together for.
I saw your checks. I know.
And, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's also
my
true. The
my
2-for-1
mistake.
deal is very real.
My mistake.
But we did the stuck on you.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
we did. I went as the late great Bill Walton one year.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I had this big red wig and like an old retro like warm up sweatsuit.
That's awesome.
And I tried to talk like Bill Walton, you know. And you trip balls, of course.
Did you go off on
absolutely.
weird tangents
Yeah,
when
it
you're
was a
like,
lot, yeah.
Trooker, you know, one thing that's always occurred to me, and they're like,
mushroom candy bars only. That's right.
That's
I had to
amazing.
get in character.
That is amazing.
Mountains are tall.
You guys are not from the era of when that Halloween costumes used to have like plastic masks.
Yes,
And the
I am.
string,
Yeah,
that
the
string
on the
would
back,
break
and
like
it
nothing.
It had just a little pinhole to breathe out of. So when you would hustle from house to house, you'd have to take a knee halfway because you were out of breath.
You're
'Cause
sweating
you
the whole time.
You couldn't breathe.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Those
like-
nose holes were not big enough.
And then the costume would always rip along the way. Something would happen where it would rip.
It was basically a plastic bag.
Yeah, it was. It was. I was a Smurf one year like that, like as a little kid.
Oh my God, I want to see a picture of that.
I don't know where it's But that at. plastic mask, you would dehydration would set in.
Yeah.
If it was a warm night, because your face would just be sweating from that plastic on your face.
Okay, then that could be a good spot where sometimes people will hand out like, I don't know, like juice boxes or something like that. How do you feel about the non-candy? Like sometimes people give out pencils or like pennies or juice boxes. You guys are both shaking your head no to that.
I am actually cool. Like we discussed this yesterday. Like I do love pretzels, and I think pretzels can oftentimes pair well with like a chocolate. So if I get a Hershey bar out of your bucket and some pretzels, I'm fine with it. But other
Can I
things,
just pause you real quick? Corey, what are your thoughts about pretzels?
Pretzels are what they serve in hell because they're just dry and they stick, to your organs.
So when you're on an airplane, you think you're on hell.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's nice that there's food in
Even
hell.
in first class with that one dude,
I think they
he
call
was
that
talking the whole
spirit.
time. Spirit.
I'll tell you what, we used to trick or treat in
Frontier.
college for drinks. Like you go from house to house. Yeah, we were neighborhoods.
Oh, that's
there
a
were
good
neighborhoods
idea.
that you'd go from
Buckets
house.
of beer on your doorstep.
Yes, you went from house to house. They'd hand you a beer. They might hand you a cocktail. It was kind of
Couple
fun.
of suds with the boys.
Yeah, kind of fun.
Were you
Walking
looking for the cocktails, or perhaps meeting a somebody at the door?
You were always looking for the cocktails there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And the drinks too, right, Broadus?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Gosh, I hate you. Every day I come to this job and I'm thinking about, I was looking on my Odyssey thing, if one more period of, insurance and then I could be out of here, one more time. I could do this.
We're going to push you over the edge today.
Man, who knew that upcoming
Bring
fan
it to rage
phenom would
quit.
have such high stakes?
Rage quit today.
All right. Has your wife or have you, Wolchuk, dressed up the little one in costume? I know she's not going to go trick-or-treating or anything, but that does seem to still be like a parental rite of passage.
Yeah, she was Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
Okay,
and she went swimming.
She actually went in the pool.
We got a lot of pushback from the morning show. A lot of pushback about that mock trial.
No, it needs to happen.
I don't think Sean wants it to happen.
Would Sean be able to put his hand on the Bible? Oh, no, sir. Put your hand on the Bible. I am.
A miniature Bible.
Can we drop off like mini subpoenas for them in the morning?
They don't do that in court anymore.
Oh, do they?
There's
you don't have to swear on the Bible?
Mike knows he's been to court a lot lately.
Yeah. You just look at the judge and they say you're a liar. You swear to tell the truth or whatever. Well, they still say that, but there's no Bible to put your hand on or whatever. Oh, wow.
So it doesn't really count, I guess.
Well, obviously, if you're going against somebody that you feel like they are not telling the truth, then yeah.
Okay.
All
right. So maybe we won't have the Bible for our mock trial. I don't know. We'll ask Sean how he feels about that.
Wouldn't it be better if you actually had to swear to tell the truth? Like I effing swear, Judge.
Yeah. That would be amazing. That charge
You
is
actually
all
cuss
BS.
the whole con.
I'll bleep and tell the truth, I promise.
The lady's over there typing away.
Oh my God.
Swear to tell the truth.
If you know somebody who has
F-bomb
that,
again, F-bomb again.
if you know someone who is a stenographer or has that tiny typewriter, please reach out, because I would love to get that person in the corner to take notes for all of this.
Hey, that's how Sean was in college, little tiny typewriter.
Wait, man. What a hell of a segment this is going to be.
I was going to
Peace-a-thon
tell that
coming up.
girl tennis player yesterday we had on. Pickleball.
Jeannie Bouchard?
Yeah, I was going to tell her that we have a host here who knew he wasn't good enough to win a state championship, but knew there was a girl at his school that was really good at tennis and thought if I can team up with her, I have a chance of winning something. I'll tell you what, that's a smart move on his part, though. That's knowing your team right there. That's knowing your
Absolutely.
team. Yeah.
I agree with that. Were you guys tuned in, locked in at all on the World Series last night? Was there any part of you that was hoping for more baseball or just the downfall of the Yankees?
We're no longer champions, right?
Yeah.
We're the last AL team to win the
2023
championship.
champs now. That's what you have to say. We're done, huh? Like the Mavs are the 2011 champs. Cowboys are the Jimmy Johnson champs. Couldn't remember the year, could you? Oh, 92, 93, 95.
Correct.
There you go. There you go.
I was watching. I mean, I turned it on as soon as the blunder happened in the fifth inning. And now it's 5-3.
Yeah.
And then I had it on the rest of the game. Driving home, all of a sudden, boom, Dodgers are up big, or Yankees are up big. I'm thinking, okay, we're going back to LA for game 6. But that fifth inning was hilarious.
Did you guys know yesterday when we were cross-talking that's the 25th time a team's been up 3-0 and 21 out of the 25 times. I heard I was listening to your show the other day.
Yeah.
You did it's just amazing to me that baseball nuggets.
It's never been forced to a game 6.
It looked like for sure you score 3 runs quickly, and I'm like, Garrett Cole's on the mound. He looks good. Yeah. This is going to be the first time a team pushes this to How a do you 6th not game. cover first base, Michael?
Oh, my
Man.
How do you in a game of that importance just forget to cover first base? He was this is fall an off the mound excuse. funny? No, he immediately got off the mound. Because there were already 2 errors in the inning and he was tired. Frustrated. He couldn't run. It was just he was tired. He had thrown so many pitches. Wow. It was stupid, right? It was a stupid decision, but he took 3 hard steps off the mound. He thinks, right, assuming as a bad mistake, he's like, well, it's close enough. He'll probably do it, and I'm tired and I'm frustrated. I don't want to run anymore.
In the World Series, he decided to tap out. He was like, Anthony Richardson has something going on here.
The New York radio rants against him today.
Against Garrett Cole?
I love it. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Probably just for that play, not in general.
I mean, there was a center fielder and a shortstop who made errors also before that one.
Well, I think across the board, but that particular one, I would imagine they're not going to have much in the way of, understanding towards it, are they?
Well, I would say he's our best pitcher. He's a major reason we're in this situation. Obviously, Aaron Judge is a major reason we're in this situation too. But, I mean, I would be mad if a 12-year-old missed that ball.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, it happens every once in a while. A major mistake happens in a major situation. But, like, if a 12-year-old is in center field in that situation, I would expect for him to catch that fly ball to center field.
Yeah, somewhere Nelson Cruz is going, wow.
Well, if the Rangers can no longer be champions, at least we get a finish with one of the worst Yankee defeats in history.
That's a good point.
And can you imagine that historic franchise hasn't won since 2009?
Yeah, it's terrific. We've had a hand in it.
Don't go down that path.
They'll blame the Astros too now.
That feels like forever. Yeah. 09 was the last
half as
time
long
the
as the
Yankees
Cowboys.
won.
Oh, that's definitely what he's getting at. He's been twisting this knife all day. What do you guys got coming up on the program? Shut up, Mike. What have you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. Eric Kendricks Show, 5 o'clock.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Remember, for us, tomorrow, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine off of 114. If you want to come see us.
96, 98, 99, 2000, 09. Yankees, 5 championships.
10 a.m.
And they're in a bad stretch.
to 2 p.m. right here.
It happens.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Say trick or treat, Kevin.
Trick or treat.
But Kevin isn't a huge fan of nuts, so you got him the balls instead.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, his LSU gear. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You ready to go 5 hours flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And welcome in. You know, it's big sports night. You do have Thursday night football. You have Cowboys practicing. And you have the Mavs in action against the Houston Rockets here. So we'll talk about all that and more. I really feel just great, you know. It's probably from all the Yankee tears I've been drinking.
Oh, what a
nice
classic.
and hydrated, huh? Wow.
You're going to lose. Might as well make history, right?
5-run lead. They begin to choke. Then they totally choke. And then they go back up. Boom, sack flies in the 8th, pair of them. After, you know, they thought again they'd probably won it. And there it is, you know. So the Yankees have one of the worst losses in franchise history. And yes, maybe I'm using that as copium, trying to deal with the reality that the Rangers are no longer champs. Mm-hmm. Can no longer say we're on the home of the champs. And that does hurt, but yeah, it is amazing, you know, especially if you're really locked into baseball. You know, a lot of our fans around that age where the Yankee dynasty in the late 90s and early 2000s, it felt inevitable. It felt unfair, you know, and they'd come up with every single big hit and big play to get the job done. So when they're, you know, starting to make the comeback last night, I'm like, no, don't tell me. No, we're not going to do this. You know, now at 3-2, you definitely have a series. Rangers fans know that all too well. But, yeah, wheels came off again, and in a fashion that's just hilarious, Wolchuk.
It's like Aaron Judge doesn't have an error all year. Boom, here you go.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and drop a gimme. Obviously, we talked about, you know, I don't know how in the world you don't get over to first base if you're Garrett Cole. I think he said he misjudged it as he tried to field it and then wasn't able to get over. The whole thing just lined up to perfection. For just Yankee failure and follies. I mean, you've just got infield blunders that are going on. Garrett Cole had a chance, bases loaded, to get out of the inning. And then you've got Freddie Freeman leading off the next inning. And it could have been something that was magical for the Yankees. Instead, it's baseball follies. And it was beautiful to watch. And the Dodgers, I think, clearly were the better team. It was also pretty cool to see Walker Buehler get out there and be able to close that thing out. All the struggles that he's gone through, wasn't sure if he'd even be playing in the postseason for the Dodgers. And he's able to go and close that out. He was basically unhittable this series. So, hey, good for Shohei Ohtani. Freddie Freeman, I think, is one of the best people in all of sports. Great for him to get the MVP. But, yeah, it is fun seeing the Yankees. I mean, I get it because people probably hate watching the Yankees like we are, but they do it to the Cowboys. Like, I mean, you got Cowboys, Yankees, Lakers. Those are kind of the premier. You either love them or you hate them. But we're on the hating side of the Yankees. And the Dodgers, can't say I really love them either. But Rangers, we just got to hope we're back there in 2025. Because, gosh, I missed it. Watching this postseason, it was just like FOMO.
I mean, the Dodgers didn't sweep you 3 consecutive years in the late 90s. You know, there's so much more history there. It is a Halloween thirsty Thursday here in the G-Bag Nation. Salute to you. Crack them if you got them. Hopefully you're getting to head home and live it up. I know this is a huge night in the Chiafalo household with so many little kids preparing to trick or treat. I can't imagine the festivities that are to be had over there. My 3-year-old, one of the cutest Snow Whites you've ever seen. Oh, I can confirm that.
That's adorable.
Maybe I'll post it.
Yeah, I think they're all going with the Jasmine costume.
Jasmine from Aladdin.
So they're all going to be the same.
All Jasmine.
Character.
That is so precious.
So that'll be great. I'm excited about it. They're fired up for it, and this is going to be one of the first, because now my oldest is 4.5.
Yeah,
so it's like, okay,
she's ready.
This is really like the first, like, super excited, understanding what's going down, and we're about to tear it up.
So do you coach him up before the first time going out there trick or treating?
Yeah, a little bit. They're going to have a lot of apprehension, and a little bit of nerves. So you just go with them, and tell them what to do and what to say, and you coach them through it a couple of times, and then they realize they're getting candy. It kind of really gets going,
Yeah.
And then they're anticipating it, and she's literally been talking about going trick or treating. Like, we'll do fake trick or treating in the house because it's a game to her, where she gets candy. So she's
already dialed. She's already been putting that work in.
Yeah. She's a little bit ahead of the curve, I think, when it comes to appreciating the candy holiday.
Hayes in the barn.
She has definitely got my sweet tooth. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
I'm a little bit worried about this one. Okay.
Hope
Brian,
you like Metamucil fiber thins, huh?
I know what's in your future.
Yeah. Brian's going to preview the Falcons defense for us coming up at 3:40.
Got some chances here.
Nice.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah.
It's better than yesterday.
Yep. Got some chances.
Let me ask you this. I don't want you to give anything away, but
Yeah.
could you see yourself picking Cowboys based on what you saw with that Falcons defense?
I've given it some thought that I probably could.
Okay.
I probably could.
In a completely different world.
I mean, they almost beat the Niners.
Hell yeah.
This isn't that bad, guys.
We weren't
beat the
talking about the
Ravens.
Cowboys, right? You can see other teams beating the Falcons.
I mean, there's a world we can say they're almost one of the best teams in football. They almost beat the Ravens and Niners. Come on.
There's no way in hell, though, the last couple of weeks that you would say the Cowboys were going to win. You just weren't going to do that. But this one, I would give them a puncher's chance.
All right.
Yes.
You get this one. You get Micah Parsons back. You start to resemble that team that beat the 6-2 Steelers less than a month ago.
Micah.
No, Mike. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Mike is playing this.
It's a sprained ankle. Maybe 5 weeks at most, but
I think
eventually he'll be
high
back.
ankle sprains are just a pain
I just
in the
worry
ass.
about him and Bland right now. It just doesn't sound real favorable.
Okay.
The
Well, maybe
Bland thing's
we'll-
concerning me.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like he was going to play, and then against Detroit, and then something happened, and it's gone downhill
soreness, just soreness.
Yeah.
Was he back on the courts again today, at least?
Well, they're going to try and get him more involved in practice today, from what I heard. So we'll get the injury report here as we get going. But it's something, it's just taking a lot more time than they were thinking it was, but they want to make sure the guy's right.
What do you guys think of the season Dak Prescott is having, and how important is that in your overall evaluation of who he is? I kind of just see it as a reflection of his surroundings. But maybe it's a deterioration of his skills. Maybe there was an off-season injury that caused him to be in that boot. I don't think Dak has gotten significantly worse. Mike McCarthy was asked about it today at his press conference, like just his evaluation. He says, this system's built on making the quarterback successful. That's the way I learned it 30-plus years ago. Okay, so.
Just
it might
that
have been 30
alone,
years ago.
right there, dude.
Yeah, that one hurts. Says, but
That does.
That hurts so
we
bad.
We can stop right there. So, no, Dak is just not in a position to succeed.
30
right now.
years ago, maybe. I guess 30 years ago, you could succeed with the worst run offense in football, because that's what you have right now.
Yeah, I don't think you're succeeding in any era with what the Cowboys are throwing out there. He goes on to talk about, he says, the starting point of making a quarterback successful is running the football. We can start there. We need to get more production out of the run game, increase the action pass opportunities. From that, take it to the next step, pass protection, the pass perimeter. Yeah. It's about making him successful. If anything, I would guard against asking him to feel like he has to do more than he's already doing. He just needs to focus in on playing QB. He's a great worker. He's super diligent, and we'll get to where we need to get to. I think he's saying it's the surroundings. Well, he's definitely saying it's what's around Dak that's limiting him. He doesn't want him to try to do more because, when he does that, I think the chances of a turnover just go through the roof. And I don't know how you mitigate some of that, but there's no doubt that relying on a system that was relevant 30 years ago in a copycat league where trends are, going in different directions, we definitely like a guy that's more adaptable, Brian.
I just wonder what's happened with Dak Prescott when it comes to, and the more film I watch, and then now with the way I'm learning about reading metrics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Why does a guy go from a 66% passer against man coverage to a 47% man passer against man coverage? Why is that almost a 20% drop off?
Tyron Smith was really good in pass protection last year.
But I'm just talking about a guy throwing the ball against man coverage.
Yeah.
I think that's on your 30-year-old offense.
Yeah.
I think that's on I think when you start to really melt this thing down, you're thinking, well, Dak, not very good right now. But you can't tell me that there's almost a 20% drop off in his ability to throw the ball against man coverage. We've seen the tight window stuff. We've seen the 49ers are just as bad as you in the tight window throws, and their quarterback, they seem to moving the football okay. But the thing that you wonder, I'm looking at this quarterback, and I'm like, how has it become that he has a 20% worse completion percentage against man coverage? Why would that not triggers something in your brain that we need to do something to help him deal with this man. Because last year there was something obviously that was right, throwing against man coverage. You pretty much had that thing wired. Right now you don't. Is that the quarterback? Is that the scheme? Is that,
Isn't it personnel? Like Tyron Smith was good. Zach Martin's a lot worse this year.
Absolutely.
Michael Gallup and Brandon Cooks at least knew the offense and would run more precise routes than Tolbert and Turpin are.
Well, I'll say this. I saw this from RJ Ochoa yesterday, but talking about this tight window throw stuff, Dak on tight window throws when targeting Jalen Tolbert this year is 7 of 12, 127 yards and a touchdown.
Everyone
else.
Nobody plays better against off coverage than Jalen Tolbert. He's got 17 receptions in off coverage.
That's interesting.
He's your top receiver when they play off. Everybody else is struggling.
Yeah, the numbers are showing like Tolbert hasn't been bad. Dak on tight window throws when targeting everyone else is 11 of 47 with 2 picks. And
why so many tight window throws?
But that's scheme related.
I'm just saying
it
could be player related. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
I mean, the thing
You've got
is,
one legit wide receiver.
You can't put your finger on one thing.
Well,
but
that's why I'm asking, how much do you think Dak has fallen off?
Obviously he's fallen off because they throw the ball against man coverage. He completes 50% of his passes.
But he's the same guy.
Is he?
I think so.
Is he physically?
I don't think he's deteriorated enough. He might be 5 or 10% less, but that doesn't explain, how your offense went from number 1 to really, really bad. And I don't think Mike McCarthy's offense is totally broken. It's just not optimized. It can go out and be top 5 in the NFL if you protect, run the ball, and have weapons. What we're seeing is things that have in very, very recent history had tremendous success in the NFL with Dak and Mike McCarthy. The biggest difference is your offensive line became pathetic and your weapons fell off in a massive way.
You also saw 5 weeks of bad offensive football last year, and then they changed the offense. Yeah. And now it became a different offense, and then Dak became the best version of himself. And then by the end of the season, that new offense, now defenses knew what you wanted to do. And there was no counterpunch. And now they've just reverted back to the original McCarthy offense of the first 5 weeks from last year when they were stale and they were throwing inches at a time and they were useless across the board, couldn't score 20 points. And that's now back to the same McCarthy offense. It was like they switched things around last year, and for 8 weeks or whatever, it was awesome. And then you started getting into Buffalo and respectable defenses, and it's like you got a lot on tape now. We know exactly what you want to do, and there was no counterpunch after that from McCarthy because it wasn't really his offense.
So you think this personnel could go out and score 30?
No, I'm not saying that. The personnel is definitely a factor here, a very fair factor. But I also see, we see how much coaching matters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is he helping that poor personnel?
No, not at all.
No, he's not helping them.
That's what I'm asking.
He's definitely not helping them.
If you're not very good at something, why don't you figure out some... Remember, we had Stink on the other day talking about the running game. Find something you can hang your hat on. Find a play you can run all the time and get positive yards for. Dallas doesn't have that. They don't have plays that they could say. McCarthy's got that menu that we give him all that grief about.
Mm-hmm.
And you're thinking, bro, just find me 5 plays on there that work.
So you think he's making excuses here?
I think he is. Yeah, I do.
Well, he definitely doesn't want to acknowledge that his offense is the problem. He will never want to.
It's worked for 3 decades.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because 30 years ago it was awesome
here.
Why would we need to adjust for anything when defenses have adjusted and players are bigger, faster, stronger now? But there's always some excuse, whether it's the officiating or I'm playing with backup offensive linemen or Joey Bosa is killing us, Nick Bosa is killing us. We practiced poorly, we practiced well, we didn't practice hard enough. There's always something. It's never maybe I need to change something up here.
Your personnel isn't so bad that you should be down by double digits at halftime in basically every game that was at home this season. Your personnel isn't so bad that you should only be scoring 9 points versus the Lions. Your personnel isn't so bad that you can only get to 19 versus the Saints. Your offense is a huge problem. The way the scheme and the concepts and the design of everything, it's obvious you're watching 2 different sports when you watch a San Francisco offense and then your offense. It's completely different.
Everything is difficult.
And that's the thing that I feel worst about for Dak over the years is he's never had a stud. Because as much as the Cowboys struggle with identifying a quarterback or whatever, and it's like you get lucky with Dak, you get lucky with Romo, they also struggle with finding the coach. Bill, like you're just going a decade with Jason Garrett, dude. He was playing 30 years ago football too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's going to be tough to find a coach that's actually a good coach based on the structure of this organization as well.
Agreed.
If I've got to worry about the owner or whoever it is saying, hey, middling with whatever the personnel is, that's going to be difficult. If I'm a coach that believes in myself and my ability, what'd you hire me for? To coach the damn team, right? Don't tell me who I need to play at receiver or running back or corner, whoever it is. That's going to run people off. So now it's who's comfortable, who do we know, who do we have a good relationship with? You're stuck with Jason Garrett for a decade, right? You bring in a Mike McCarthy who wants a job but is comfortable. I mean, you've said how many times, I don't think Mike cares if he gets fired. Yeah. That's the type of guy you're going to end up with. Yeah. Not a dude like a Ben Johnson or one of these young up-and-comers who are really wanting to make a name for themselves and believe in what you're doing. No, because you don't want that guy to get the credit for when you win. The credit still has to go back to Jerry.
Well said, Wolchuk. We're off and running here in the G-Bag Nation on a thirsty Thursday. Mavs host the Rockets tonight. Houston at 2-2, dangerous ball club, very well coached. Sengun, Van Vliet, Jalen Green. It's a Dylan Brooks-Luka night. Okay, if you're wondering where Dylan Brooks was. And there should be some cool stuff, TV
Houston
first and
playing
whatnot.
well on defense, too.
With the presentation.
That's Udoka's thing.
Yeah, this will be a good matchup.
All righty, G-Bag Nation off and running here. Bill Barnwell, should the Cowboys add or subtract at the deadline? We'll give you what one of the top insiders has to say about that topic. It's coming up next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KWSecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 9 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Barnwell of ESPN has come out with which team should add or subtract at the deadline here, 877-881-1053. Where do you want the Cowboys to be on this? I did see, and I saw it yesterday, but we were at a Whataburger, which is outstanding, and we love you dearly, and I would much rather go to Whataburger than this other place. But I do admire this other place as well, and this is good news. McDonald's, one of the biggest issues, the ice cream machine's always broken.
Yeah. They're always cleaning it.
Always, right?
They're always cleaning that thing.
Well, a big problem was only the manufacturer could fix those McDonald's ice cream machines. And that would always take forever to get those things repaired. Well, now, legally, McDonald's can fix their own ice cream machine. Taylor will allow them to fix it. They don't have to have somebody out from the manufacturer to do it. So hopefully this creates, if you want your delicious McFlurry, you'll be able to get it more often than not.
Okay, wow. So it's not like they've improved the machines. They've just made it a little bit easier
to repair.
Yep. Cool.
Yep. All right, here's Barnwell.
Crawl before you walk.
That's absolutely a big win.
We're getting there. It is a win. It is a win.
Now, if we could just get some cinnamon rolls over there, wouldn't mind that.
Oh, the cinnamon roll. You were a big fan of that yesterday.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
McCinnamons.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
So he's got all the teams on here, and when it comes to the Cowboys, they got big questions, writes Barnwell. Huge questions. The positive side, well, is there one? Defense is a disaster. Now, they have been out several starters, Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, Deron Bland. Dallas ranks 30th in EPA allowed per play, 29th in QBR allowed, 29th in success rate against the run, and even without, say, a Micah and a DeMarcus Lawrence, the unit was not very good before they even got injured. Could the defense turn things around in the second half? I don't know. What do you think? Getting Micah Parsons back will help. A unit that thrived in creating takeaways under DQ the past few seasons has forced only 5 turnovers in 7 games, which should improve in the second half. Do we think it will? Coordinator Mike Zimmer's D has recovered only one of the 6 fumbles that have hit the ground on defense, which is more bad luck than anything else. So there's room for more turnovers out there if you believe that that's possible. The schedule gets a little easier from here on out after a trip to Atlanta. 4 of the next 5 are at home. If the defense doesn't improve, they might not want to face the fans for the Cowboys, though, writes Barnwell. And he says the verdict, Cowboys should subtract at the deadline, but likely will add. Do you agree with that?
I don't think they'll be adding, but I do agree that they should be subtracting. I think if you're going to be getting involved in trade conversations and you're the Cowboys right now, I think you should be doing more subtracting or thinking of big time future, big picture acquisitions for your team now. Like you guys laid out some pretty good stuff yesterday at Whataburger. It's like, yeah, you know what? If you can come up with something to where you're not sacrificing a bunch of stuff and it's not a win now move necessarily. Obviously, maybe it does immediately upgrade something for you, but also it's a 2-3 year kind of picture, then I'm open to it. But for the most part, this is a seller's team easy.
Yeah, it should be sellers, should be subtract, taking pieces that don't have a long future here and moving them for draft picks. They won't add. I just don't think a perfect enough trade is going to fall in their lap to make them buyers here at the deadline. But, really, I just hope that this team can become good enough in the second half. I hope it's there. I'm trying not to be silly, but you get Tank and Micah back, and again they did beat the Steelers. They were close against the Niners and Ravens. That's what we need. Is for this team to figure out a way in a weaker schedule to play above 500 football. If they can't, Wolchuk, what it's going to say about how far this team is away from contending. It might be multi-years. We might go into an indefinite period where we can't foresee a division title in the future. The picture's just too cloudy. So, I hope that they stand pat with what they got, and the return of Micah and Tank can reignite that takeaway defense once you get Bland and Diggs healthy on the field at the same time.
You guys have seen them play 7 games, right?
Yeah.
If you were a team, who would you trade for? Who on your team has some value that you can get picks for? I mean, and again, if you're interested,
Like, who would you like to trade away from the team?
not who I like, who
Like, would a team be interested
be a
in?
pro personnel director for another team. You've seen this team play for 8 weeks now. Give me a player, and if you're interested in 6th and 7th round picks, then we can move on to the next question.
Maybe Steele, Zach Martin.
You trade, I believe, if
Micah,
you
Trayvon.
Yeah, I like what you did. I think if you trade Zach Martin, he would retire. I think he's kind of in that mode. I think that's what you have to think. But I like what
No
you're
need
saying.
to trade him. Probably wouldn't get that much anyway.
Okay, but I like what you're trying to do. Who were the other names you gave me?
Steele, Micah, Trayvon.
Steele, Micah, Trayvon. How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I love all those names. Those all make sense to me.
Kendricks, if he wants to.
I mean, honestly, he's been really good, and I don't know that the Cowboys would want to lose him, but he's been their best corner, Jordan Lewis. A team would probably want Jordan Lewis.
You know, if you look at the metrics on Jordan Lewis,
good call.
I like, as you know, I'm into all this stuff. Your team is better with him on the field in the nickel, coverage-wise. I mean, he's one of the top nickel players in the National Football
He's been
League.
awesome this year.
Yeah. I wouldn't be in a hurry to give him up unless somebody was going to give you a really nice draft pick, and I just don't think he's
in
an
his last
expiring
year.
deal.
He's in his last year.
Yeah, I want to bring him back.
Yeah, I like what you did because I'm not interested in 5th and 6th round picks. You know, if we're gonna do this, if we're gonna sell players, let's sell players.
Right, 1, 2s, and 3s.
Let's not sit there and act like, oh well, we're gonna give up Deuce Vaughn and get a conditional 7th, and it's gonna, you know, if we're gonna do this, let's really do this.
You know, if you're going to have Dak, you owe it really to get a good line for him. You need at least one premium pick to go to a wide receiver. You're going to need another lineman, and you need a running back, you know. So, and that's going to be tough to build out. You know, you can't just snap your fingers. Oftentimes, remaking an offensive line is a multi-year process, and you got to speed that up. I'd be looking primarily to take Terrence Steele, who's underperforming for the salary, and then defensive pieces, you know, that can buy me more draft picks and make sure we got a badass offense at least for our veteran quarterback who's becoming less mobile by the year.
I just wonder if somebody on the pro personnel department would look at Terrence Steele and see an advantage there of trading for him.
I just don't think there's enough good offensive linemen in football. So you're not going to end up getting probably a day 1 or 2 pick.
Yeah.
But you're getting his contract off your books.
And you're getting the contract off, and you've kind of got a position.
If we
in
trade
place.
him, we're going to have to eat some dead money, right?
Yeah,
probably a little bit.
Yeah, he will be right there near the top of the list of like a post June 1 kind of.
I think you save
off-season.
quite a bit of money if you post June 1 him, actually.
As opposed to trade him, which one would you save the most money doing?
It's a good question.
I think money-wise, you'd probably save the most by doing the post June 1 because it splits it up a little bit or something. But you're also not getting any draft picks for him.
Yeah, I think you want guys who are great in pass pro and the run game. And at one point, he was good at one of them, and now I don't even know what he's good for. So if a team is desperate enough to think they're a Terrence Steele away, I'd definitely be looking to move on. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Gotta get comfortable up in here, you know what I'm saying? We got these new seats and whatnot.
Oh, you got a new chair over there?
The same ones you guys have.
Oh, yeah.
I still haven't got used to them. Feels like I'm sitting at a slant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right, let's see here.
Playing downhill.
Yeah. It kind of feels like that. Whoosh.
Get you that Dodger hat on today.
The Trolley Dodgers. That's right. They won the pennant, folks.
The Trolley Dodgers.
The Trolley Dodgers. All right, let's go to KMC Masterpiece, where Stephen Jones was asked about these nuts.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
How could you be the de facto GM of a team and not know that one of the greatest D's nuts in sports history just happened outside your locker room?
Yeah, seriously. Are you under a rock over there, dude?
D's nuts. That's wild stuff. All right, where should I go here? Speaking of D's. No, wait a minute. Yeah, speaking of D's nuts, there's a UFC fight this weekend. Wolchuk, Derek Lewis will be fighting, right?
Oh, yes, my balls are hot.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
So you already know what to expect from this guy. The Beast, Derek Lewis. He's not a big fan of poutine or something like that. They got a fight in Canada.
Poutine?
Oh, yeah, poutine. Is that the gravy and the fries?
Something else.
It's poutine.
Poutine?
Yeah, it's poutine.
What are your thoughts on poutine? Do you like gravy on your fries, or is that too much for you?
Let's do what?
A poutine? Have you ever had that before?
No, what is it?
Poutine.
Poutine. Poutine. I heard poutine, but I never heard no poutine.
You've had plenty of that, right?
Yeah. I still got back taste in my mouth now. I ain't seen my wife in 2 weeks.
Wow.
It's fries with cheese and gravy on it.
No, I don't.
That's amazing. Wow. My man said I ain't seen my old lady in 2 weeks, bro. Smelling my breath now. I ain't washed up since.
How can you say no to that? That sounds delightful. I've never heard of it either, but
Canadian delicacy.
French fries and gravy.
Brown gravy, yeah, and cheese.
Oh, brown
cheese
gravy.
Curds, yeah, cheese curds.
Give me a milk gravy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, hold on.
They moved my border around over here, so I'm still trying to get used to it. Feels so uncomfortable. They're fixing it though. We'll be back in a minute.
we saw the Gators lurking earlier.
Yeah. Is that what you call that man? That's not right.
Here,
His name is Chris.
His name's Chris.
No, he was.
He is somebody.
No, he was Steve Irwin in the situation.
Yeah. Oh.
He was coming to get He was coming to settle things down in there.
Oh, crummy, mate. She got me.
I'd be dying.
Oh.
That was Stings.
It's a Thirsty Thursday. Let's go to Arizona Cardinals fan. He's drunk. He goes full thirst mode when running into Kyler Murray. Full thirst mode. My God, sir.
Yo, Kyler, I love you.
Love
you
you
love
too,
me,
bro.
bro?
Love you, bro.
You love me?
I love you.
Me too.
Can I kiss you?
No. Yeah, you tripping. You tripping.
No.
Is it EMA? Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah,
What
I got you. I got you. Here, take it, bro.
Oh, man, Kyler, how much your watch cost?
You have a great night, bro.
You awesome. I love you.
Emmanuel was drunk.
Emmanuel, drunk. Baracho.
Kiss you? I like the random. How much does your watch cost?
Delicate question, sir.
I don't care about the team struggling. I want to kiss you.
Exactly.
She said, Joe. He said, oh. I want to kiss you. You are so pretty. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. All around good man right there. And Reverend Ike. Yes, I have dualities. One side of me is good and the other side is greed. Reverend Ike, shout out to you, sir. This bishop right here stopped a sermon, stopped someone's whole sermon, jumped on the sound man and had an announcement for all the people in the crowd there.
You can't manage it, give it to her. You can't fix it, give it to her.
You're going to have to pick back up, put some gain in these monitors.
Oh.
Y'all know what gain is? That's not volume, gain.
It's condescending.
We're paying, thank you, we're paying too much to not hear ourselves up here. What you hear back there is not what we're hearing up here. 2, I'm being a good bishop. If your car is parked in the roundabout, it's about to get towed.
Damn.
if you took privilege to park your car in a place where it is not a parking space, come out of the Holy Ghost for a minute. The Holy Ghost is an intelligent person. You jumping, shouting, and then say your car got stolen. The police are being nice. They said, Bishop, can you announce it before we move it? Don't wait out of embarrassment. Just walk out and move your car. Look at your neighbor and tell them, save your car. Now whatever you need.
Get right back to it. He got right back to it, bro.
There's a reason to leave church early a little bit, huh?
He got right back to it.
Yeah, that's my invitation to head home, watch some football.
Yeah, I can get out of here now.
I'll drop you a 20 in the bucket on my way out. All righty. Is it our champ, Steven, on KMC? Is it the UFC fighter, Derek Lewis, not interested in the poutine? Is anxious to see his wife. yeah.
Depending on where you're going with that.
What'd you say?
We have a Cardinals fan who ran to Kyler Murray. Madcap. Or is it your church day blessings? Okay, I'll vote for the champ today, Chief. How about you?
Samesies.
Lucius?
I'm riding with the beast. I've never felt so much seen in my life. Oh, yeah, shout out to Tolo K. Lou, man. Sent that Bishop to me. K. Lou, man. I never felt so seen in my life, too. You know exactly what I like to see, bro. I appreciate that.
Salute. Chuck.
Champ.
Brian.
Derek Lewis.
By a score of 3-2. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion, Stephen Jones.
It's a ladies' night.
KMC masterpiece. That's right. Oh, what a night. Here we go. College football super seg, Wolchuk. What's in store?
We got some audio featuring Mike Elko, Will Howard, and helmet stealing. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. We have a C-Note at 3:20. Right now, it's college football time, and here's Wolchuk.
All right, the big one just up the road. We got SMU and Pitt going down on Saturday night. Big-time ACC matchup there at Gerald J. Ford Stadium. It looks like SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings, of course, local product here, confident he's going to play against Pitt. He said, quote, "I should be fine," after he had a leg injury in the fourth quarter of their overtime win at Duke. So he said, just beat up, but that's part of the game. Got to push through it, and I should be able to be out there and play. So hopefully Kevin Jennings is available for the Ponies as they look to improve to 8-1 and give Pitt their first loss of the season. Now, Pitt on the other side also dealing with a quarterback injury, but Eli Holstein is medically cleared. He's expected to start against SMU after he was injured in the fourth quarter of their win over Syracuse. A defender landed on him while he was running towards the sideline. He's ready to go, got cleared, so that's excellent news for him moving forward. So both starting quarterbacks should be in line to play in that top 20 matchup there in Dallas. Now, Indiana, their quarterback, he's on track to play as well against Michigan State. So Curtis Rourke, who missed last week, this is probably the story of the season, is the Indiana Hoosiers. So that's good to get him back. The throwing hand, he injured the thumb on his throwing hand. He had to have surgery shortly after, but he's ready to go here for the game against Michigan State. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, quite the turnaround, huh?
It really is.
He must have been doing he must have been on the Russell Wilson finger recovery plan.
24/7, 365.
25.
You're right, 25/7.
25 hours a day, Russ was working on that finger.
There's no rest at all. Now, Will Howard is getting ready to take on Penn State. This is, of course, the game of the weekend, maybe the other one, Pitt and SMU, but top 5 matchup. We've got Ohio State and Penn State. It's going to be an 11 a.m. kick here locally. Will Howard ready.
It should be a night game, dude.
To beat the Nittany Lions. We'll get to that in just a second here, but here's Will stoked to play Penn State.
I'm stoked. I cannot wait. It's going to be a homecoming for me. I grew up a Penn State fan. I wanted to go there my whole life. They didn't think I was good enough. But I guess we'll see next week if I was.
Oof. Adding some motivation there. Wanted to go to Penn State. They said, no, thank you. We're good. If you remember, he ended up at Kansas State.
Yes,
now
he did.
He's transferred over to Ohio State. They're 6-1.
Maybe he'll end up at Penn State still. You never know.
It could be after Drew Aller. Now, Drew Aller's going to be a game-time decision for this one, but I think all indications are Drew Aller is going to play for Penn State and Ohio State. You mentioned like this should be a night game, and I agree with you 100%. In fact, James Franklin did speak to the media as well, and he's sarcastic in his reply here, but how does he feel about the 11 a.m. start?
There's nothing better than a noon game in Happy Valley against Ohio State. This place will be rocking. I've seen it all over social media. Our fans could not be more excited. Our alumni, our letterman, Jason Kabinda, we were just talking about that. Marcus, we were just talking about nothing better than a noon game in Happy Valley.
Is it still a whiteout, or it's only nighttime when they do the whiteout?
I think
deal?
they just
Can
do
you still keep those same type of vibes? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know the Penn State traditions like that. I'm sure somebody on the text 877-881-1053 can you do the daytime whiteout, but it's not the same.
No,
and this
it's
should
not.
be a primetime affair. But he's this is a big noon kickoff issue. We've come across this many times in the past with some of these big matchups, and big games belong under the lights. There is the criticism for a lot of these fans at Penn State. They're upset about it. So Franklin, a little sarcastic there, but it's what time the game is.
Do you think it has something to do with Fox carrying? They also carry Big 12 football, right?
Fox, yeah,
they do now.
They carry Big 12 football, and what happens? You got all those Big 12 teams now that are West Coast teams.
Yeah, I mean,
so now you can't really schedule Penn State, Ohio State, or doesn't NBC have also a Big Ten game that they're dealing with?
CBS does now. CBS has some Big Ten action, but
I think
it's really just because they picked that game to be their big noon kickoff.
Why do Todd Blackledge and somebody else doing Big Ten football at night on NBC at night? I wonder why that didn't get picked up that way.
Yeah, I mean, Fox.
Am I wrong about that?
I thought the NBC stuff was like the Notre Dame stuff. I thought.
No, I think please chime in if you know. But I kind of felt like I was flipping around and watching. I watched Minnesota and USC play a night game in Minnesota.
Yeah,
I thought it was
on NBC.
It
was. But this is just because Fox is playing this game, and their premiere for their big noon kickoff is that early kick.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Why all of a sudden? I think it has something to do with TV here.
Yeah, it's Fox.
Yeah,
it's exactly right. But it's a bummer. I mean, I wish that they would feature their deal as a primetime thing, like ESPN does their game day thing, and then they still have that primetime game at night.
The ESPN, the smartest thing that they've done, they bought the SEC. They now have their Saturday nights are. They have Saturday. They have an 11 a.m. game. They have a 2:30 game, and they have a 6:30 game. And they got the SEC. They got all those games locked up.
Yeah.
So they can run them all day. Yeah.
They sure do. I mean, there's definitely not a time without football during College Football Saturday, which is fantastic now. But that one, we'll get it bright and early, and then we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our day and look forward to Pitt and SMU later on. Now, the Aggies are, we talked about this yesterday. This is going to be an interesting one against South Carolina. Maybe a trap game, but Mike Elko seems like the real deal. Here is his pregame speech ahead of their big win last week that's gone viral, and it seems like A&M's finally got themselves a legit coach.
11 months ago, we sat in a room together, and we talked about this moment, that when you get into this moment, you can't just want it. You've got to pay a price to earn it. You've got to pay a price to get on this stage. When you walk down the tunnel, think about everything you've done to prepare for this moment. They have not done what you have done. They are not ready to take this thing where you're willing to take it. Your togetherness is better. Your effort is better. Your culture is better. Go put it on display for 3.5 hours and go get it.
Except you, Wegman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to sit your ass. Marcel, be ready to rock.
Yeah.
But A&M's loving this guy, and he was with them previously. Of course, did great things with Duke.
Oh yeah, he was with he came over with your coach, your $75 million man.
Seems like this is a great fit though for College Station and A&M.
Yeah.
Big story today though is the coach to player in-game communications during Power 4 college football games this season have been occurring on unencrypted frequencies, according to ESPN.
We're hacking into the helmets?
Yeah, so this was a revelation that's raised questions about whether they could have been compromised, and Tech's athletic director Kirby Hocutt said he raised the issue during a call with the Big 12 after learning that the Red Raiders helmet communications were unencrypted and accessible to anyone with a scanner and knowledge of how to locate the frequencies. So you could have had somebody like checking into their frequencies. Now you're getting the entire play and communication. I mean, this is like Connor Stallions on steroids, but
things Bill Belichick dreams of.
Yeah, it is.
Have some cybersecurity, man.
Now the Big 12 has already come out with a statement and said that it's not, at no point were any Big 12 games compromised as they've looked into this. All Big 12 communication programs now have the encryption update from the GSC, and schools may use their CoachCom or GSC for coach-to-player comms.
Yeah, I think there was a potential exploit that Tech noticed. They probably had a smart engineer on the scene, like the Ted Nichols Payne was there and like, holy cow, this is unencrypted.
Right.
And then they were like, wait a minute, we're unencrypted? But probably nobody knew, you know. Obviously, if a program had known, it would be tempting, and I would imagine there would have been exploitations. But
glad we nipped this in the bud when we did.
Yeah, although you never know. You know, this could be a cover-up at this point in the story as well. So I'll be waiting for more information. I hope the plot thickens, but I don't think it will.
I hope it does too, because this is one that we could have some issues. Like, what do we need to do? Go back and just like replay these games? I mean, it wasn't in the purity of football here.
It's like that's how Vanderbilt beat Alabama.
Yeah, what the hell?
Tech's like, listen, we know our defense is bad, but it wasn't that bad.
Come on. There's no way we should have lost these last two games. You think TCU came back on their own? Absolutely not. All right? We should have won that game. Let's line it back up and let's replay again. We're trying to win a Big 12 championship here. But that's the big story in college football today. Otherwise, if you want to get into it, I mean, we've got some of these Ashton Genty numbers compared to some of these other stud running backs that have been taken in the draft. Genty's numbers are pretty damn outstanding.
Genty, the Boise State back, who is a local
local Frisco kid?
star. Yeah, absolutely. When
his numbers compare to like Barry Sanders? Is that how far
they're
back you have to
comparing
go?
him to like the recent running backs that have come out in the draft and been really good, like Breece Hall, Joe Mixon, McCaffrey, Bijan, Saquon Barkley. And all of his numbers are blowing them out of the water. Like yards after contact, he's averaging over 5 yards. Barkley was at 3.5. Bijan was at 4.4. McCaffrey was at 2.89. Mixon 3.75. Career missed forced tackles 37%. Barkley was at 25%. Only one who's even comparable was Bijan, who had 39% career forced tackles, which is higher. Breakaway run percentage, half of his runs are breakaway runs. The only one who was slightly better was Barkley. But he is, I mean, when it comes to comparing with some of these other running backs that have come out and been awesome, his numbers show that he's well ahead of the curve here from these other guys.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is pretty phenomenal. He's playing against it's the quality of opponents is going to be the most difficult thing, I would say, when you're trying to project out. Because
he beat the crap out of. I mean, he ran all over Oregon, who's the number one team in the country right now, right? So I mean,
no, that's true, and his numbers are so gaudy that it's like he's doing what you would expect a NFL caliber player to do against these defenses. So, like, I don't want to completely poo-poo it, but that would be like the one
fair.
knock. I do wonder how he's going to measure from like a speed and explosiveness standpoint, but he is a joy to watch. His props are just as legendary as it gets when it comes to like his over-unders for a game rushing yards. It's like 190.5.
Dang. He's hitting them.
And the over is like a heavy favorite. You're like, my goodness, dude. So he's ridiculous, and I can't wait to see what this is all going to look like. Cowboys fans are going to just die for this guy.
They're already talking about him.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
I don't know
You
if
see what
they
he did against Utah State, bro.
Do you think the Cowboys would take him?
I can't put it past the Cowboys taking a running back.
He didn't even have to play in the second half versus Portland State.
I mean, we've seen him take Zeke fourth overall.
You always tell us they like to sell jerseys over there.
They do, man.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if maybe that's why they passed on one last year, because they knew they were going to get ready and take Genty this time around, because nobody else in their right mind would take a running back in the first round. They're like, oh, yeah, wherever we are in the first round, we're getting Genty next year. NFL News, sorry.
It's true, man.
Those lines are
pass on all these guys. We're getting Genty. How do you know?
I mean, truth be told, though, there was no way Boise State was going to beat Georgia Southern without him.
That's true.
Well,
Chuck, he's their team.
What's in the NFL news?
We got an irritated Tua, your players of the month, and is this the Eagles glue guy? That's next in the nation.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. As we're off and running here in the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up in just 20 minutes. They changed Lucius's board all around. I don't think I've ever heard a misfire on
Halloween
in our 14 or 15 years of working together, but so that's a rarity. Okay, remember that day. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, we did get clarity last night on Rico Dowdle. Said his temperature was at 102.4. Some risk factors is what they explained to him. That's why he did not play against San Francisco, according to Rico. We also did have Brandon Cooks and Micah Parsons working on the cords. We talked about that earlier. Probably not playing this weekend against the Falcons would be my guess. We'll talk with Stephen Jones tomorrow. And Jerry will, of course, be on with KNC. Maybe they can provide some more updates there.
So what they say about Rico now?
He had Rico said he had 102.4 fever.
No, you don't. You don't have 102.4 fever and walk around with a smile on your face, greeting fans and signing autographs. You're like, crap. Let me go lay down and get under a blanket. You know, I'm having chills with 102 fever. This is hogwash.
Hogwash.
It's
hogwash. He says
it's organizational misdirection. You know, it's a magic trick that they pull off.
Fugazi. It's a fugazi.
You know, I think the truth is, Jerry knows it's going to be a bad football season. It's going to be a disappointing and frustrating football season at times. It's not going to live up to expectations. He wants fans tuning in to see players that they recognize. And I think he's putting Zeke on the field when you have multiple candidates that could do the job better. I mean, Dowdle was breaking out as the go-to guy. The coaches had found their dude. And the next thing you know, Jerry's talking about how Zeke still has something, and then he has twice as many carries as Rico in the Lions game.
Yeah, there's a time I'd want to tell you to go believe yourself. There's no way they would sabotage themselves like that. But now, I can't fight you.
Okay, but in this theory, like, what is Rico's just playing along?
Yeah,
he's just playing along.
Yeah, you're just being a good soldier.
Yeah, be a good guy. Maybe we'll take care of you on the back end. Maybe he can get another contract.
Yeah,
but you're just not a household name. Fans aren't vibing with you that hard. So sorry, they don't know who you are, Rico. So it doesn't matter if you're literally 3 times as good as this old guy over here. We're going with him.
All right, we keep dipping back to this content well that is The Edge with Micah Parsons. He's doing a fantastic job with this podcast, and he did have Trayvon Diggs on. And they were talking about their top 10 quarterbacks. Now, this is starting to make the rounds on Cowboys Twitter. There is a noticeable omission as they discuss their top quarterbacks, and here's Micah and Trayvon.
Where would you rank him among quarterbacks right now? I would say he's definitely top 10. Higher.
You think he's top 5?
For sure. Who else you gonna put in there?
Give us your top 5 right now.
I'm gonna go him. I'm gonna go Mahomes.
Barr. Gotta have Barr.
Yeah, Lamar, Josh Allen. Jalen playing pretty good right now too.
Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback right now.
And Matthew Stafford. I love how Matthew Stafford played the quarterback position.
Sam Darnold could be in the top 5 conversation right now.
Yeah, Sam Darnold looking crazy too. So it's hard. There's a lot of good quarterbacks right now.
I can't give you a top 5 right now based on how everybody's performing.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, they started off talking Jaden Daniels. That was the lead into that clip. Like, Jaden Daniels is a top 5 quarterback. And then they went ahead and who else they thought was in the conversation. So some are taking this like, oh my gosh, they didn't put Dak Prescott in their own top 5, top 10 list. I don't think they were even personally considering like their own dudes here, but also Dak's
being honest.
Dak's not there right now.
He's not. He's not a top 10.
He's not playing well right now. So I don't really have an issue with this. I think people are kind of blowing this one out of proportion.
I feel like he said that. Somebody said it, right? Somebody said Dak was top 10. Or was he talking about the...
He's talking about Daniels.
He was talking Jaden Daniels.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So like the lead into that was where's Jaden Daniels of Washington, and then they talk. There's Sam Darnold, there's Jared Goff, there's Matthew Stafford, Mahomes, Lamar.
Okay. I just automatically assumed they were talking about Dak right there, saying top 10. Right. I'll be damned.
No, they were talking about their division rivals quarterback, actually.
Oh, Lord.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Turn their mics off.
It's crazy, dude. I mean,
this is the stuff you run into if you with the podcast.
Exactly. This is the stuff that you leave yourself open to, and maybe it was just an innocent oversight. But if Dak was on a podcast talking about the best edge rushers or corners in the NFL, even with Micah being banged up and haven't even played the last few weeks, he would still throw Micah's name out there.
He would.
Yeah. Probably not for Diggs, because that would just be completely dishonest. But otherwise, I think he'd throw Micah in there.
Yeah, I think the fact that I would want a follow-up question, like, are you talking about like just for this year because his stats aren't there, or are you talking about like overall, just like you don't think he's one of the top 10
Well, they were
guys?
just talking right now.
I would think they're talking
Today.
right now.
Yeah.
Foolish to throw in, Jalen Hurts' name or whatever, but the Dak omission is even more
I tell
bothersome.
you what, Dak's not even anywhere close to Russell Wilson, but when you do the shirt tucked in, I'm the guy with all the right answers, and then I'm Mr. Positive on top of that, like defensive guys can see that as like you're not accountable. You're fake. When you're being a pro, you're doing what the job is asking you to do, and this, as a quarterback, you're the face of the team. So I would not rule out that there could be animosity as you're over there on defense, trying to do everything that you can. And, a lot of times over the last, your careers, 4 years, offense has sputtered. I wouldn't be surprised if, that's genuine. Just doesn't pop in their head that Dak's that guy.
I mean, I'll offer covering fire. I know they want defending. And Mike has talked Dak up a lot on that podcast. So I think this was just an innocent, afterthought. We're not but also Dak's not.
We forgot that guy that we see every day out there on the field throwing the football.
We forgot the highest paid quarterback in the league that we see every day.
He asked him his top 10 list, and then he went to top 5.
No doubt.
Maybe the producers gave him like a list of like the top 10 statistical quarterbacks, top 10 MVP candidates, and they're just working off some notes, that a producer from Bleacher Report gave him.
Dawson pulling that cape out.
Like that. Yeah. Hey, Dak's my guy, I want to consider all options here. Be fair.
Yeah. Jordan Love, realistic that he's going to play against the Lions. This is a fun game. We got Packers and Lions, first place on the line there.
Lambeau or at Ford Field?
That's a good question. Where is this game being played?
And by the way, you're going to pick the Houston Texans tonight?
I know. I was looking at Texans-Jets. I feel like the Jets are kind of due for a win. This game has me scared. Like the Jets, this is the way the NFL works, and there's a reason why they're favored 2.5 at home when they have no business being favored. In no world should the Jets be favored to beat the Houston Texans, yet they are. What does Vegas know?
Trap bet.
What is going on here that is making me very hesitant? Because the Texans, I should be saying, absolutely, sign me up. We all should.
Yeah,
honestly. We all should jump on the Texans bandwagon right now. But there's something that's got me just like, ooh, I'm a little hesitant here when it comes to these Jets.
I have no idea what's happening when it comes to picking NFL games right now, Wolchuk. So
it is tough.
I'm leaking confidence in a big way.
Lambeau.
I think I'm out of it.
Oh, Lambeau. Okay.
It is in Lambeau. It is. Yeah, it absolutely is.
That's a win for Detroit. Like you get to Lambeau before November.
Yeah, it is. Weather, and I don't know what the weather report is for that one as of right now. It looks like 50 degrees. Woo.
It's a nice day.
Pretty nice day there.
Give me
Pretty
the
nice
Houston
day.
Texans tonight, by the way.
If you're going to take Houston, then I'm definitely staying away from this game.
Give me Houston tonight.
Are you doing a bet payoff?
Nope.
No bet payoff today?
Nope.
You're just not going to do it?
I'm going to do what Dawson's doing. I'm going to do it when I want to do it.
Well, Gavin's here tomorrow.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
There you go, Brian.
Yeah. I'm just going to,
Take ownership.
I'm going to take ownership of this thing.
Wow.
There you go. He's indignant about it.
Look at this.
He sounds like Tua right now.
I'm in a bad mental health spot. I'm definitely not being stubborn.
I'm with Dawson. I'm in a bad mental health spot, too.
You got some pickled pig's feet you can go eat right now if you want to. Just get it
I
out of the
really
way.
don't want to eat the pickles pig feet.
Dude, they're only like 6 weeks old.
Do they go bad?
Bro, I ain't touching those pig's feet in there.
That would imply that they were good at one point.
Well, no, but right, 100%. They weren't, but they might be off,
I might have a double bet payoff next week.
You might.
Sounds like you might, dude. You're taking the Texans are in New York?
It's in New York.
So the road Texans with
I did it last week too.
with offensive issues.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You did it last week. I guess
you did do it last week, and there's something to be
fool
said.
you twice.
Now you don't have to worry about it the rest of the week. And I was interested in taking Houston too. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
My gut's been pretty right about this.
I locked it in on the official scoreboard.
Okay.
I locked it
I'll
in.
consider. Tua is starting to get a little broadish. He's getting a little irritated here, and he wasn't happy about the question marks. I guess there was a mishandled snap that ultimately resulted in a safety in the third
It's a
quarter.
bad snap.
Yeah, and those 2 points proved to be the game winner, right? As the Cardinals win 28-27. Chad Ryland kicks a field goal at the buzzer. So Tua is asked about the mishandled snap, and this was his response.
I have pretty good vision. I have pretty good hands. I mean, I'd like to see a lot of other people go in the back there and try to catch that ball too. You've seen it wasn't Brew's best, and Brew knows he can get it better, but it wasn't my best as well. But I'm just saying, to give perspective, it's not as easy as what it looked like, sitting down on your couch eating chips.
I would say it's pretty easy.
He got the bag. He got the bag this offseason, and now he just doesn't have to care anymore.
Zero
he literally has bleep you money now, and he's kind of taking that attitude with him to the podium. It's like for personal reasons. Why aren't you wearing the Guardian cap? Just my body, my choice. Move on. Don't ask me. He doesn't want to deal with it right now. So it wasn't a good snap. It was like too much velocity on it.
It was high, wasn't it?
It wasn't high. It was just a ton of velocity. I think it was just.
Let's go to the tape.
We need to get next gen MPH like exit velo on shotgun snaps.
What was the expected points added for that snap right there?
Let's go to the tape. We can find out.
But these players, man, want to make it about like what Trayvon Diggs is talking about to Mike Leslie. Like, you can't do what I do. Tua wants to make it about the average person on the couch.
He's right.
Yes, he's right. But
he's right.
That goes without saying.
I've snapped a ball like that before, so he's right about that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a little too high.
You just keep sitting at home eating the chips and watch him play and take the snaps from Tua. We've got the rare double down must win games. I'm sure Brad Sham somewhere, he's going to love to hear this.
Jeez.
2 quarterbacks.
Is it just playing on its own?
We don't down there in the bayou.
No.
It's a Gator Fest.
2 quarterbacks have doubled down that these are must-win games this week. One of them wears the star on the side of his helmet. Dak Prescott has said Sunday's game against the Falcons is a must-win game for Dallas.
Wow.
Give me Atlanta.
Let me see this.
They're all must-win games. That's what I say.
See. Dak must win.
This is per John Mota of The Athletic. He said there was a moment in last Sunday's game where CeeDee Lamb told him, "We're back." And it was before the 2 touchdown catches. Sounds
No
like
way.
they both think they're where they need to be entering Sunday in Atlanta. Dak also said regarding his interceptions, quote, "I've got to be better, simple as that." He's absolutely right, but he's
Can't
saying
be
it's
any
a must
better.
win.
Okay? They're playing great defense on him and pressuring him. And he's seeing it as good as he can. So instead of throwing it away or running, he's throwing YOLO balls. I love the idea of it being a must-win. I love the idea of saying he's got to be better than this. But at this point in his career, he is who he is. He's not going to change into threading needles in between levels 30 yards down the field in tight window throws. He's got to make all tight window throws. He's one of the least accurate Pro Bowl quarterbacks the league has ever seen. It's not going to get any better. Okay, I want Dak to call. You got the secure contract. You call out Jerry. Damn it, you call out Steven. Say I need a freaking running game and better protection. I'm not throwing my guys under the bus, but we can't expect to have a functional offense like this. Give us some honest answers. I need to be better. It's a must-win game. No, it's not. If you do win it, congratulations. Maybe you got lucky on a watermelon kick at the end of the game onside. You got the ball back. But you're not going to go out and play well enough in any one game to change everything you've put on film for 7 weeks. It's pathetic football. You can't defend. You can't score. You're, a country mile away from being competitive. And, we don't need pretending like it is all good. We need keeping the front office accountable for being bad and for failing to take advantage of an opportunity over the last 10 years when the window actually was open. For as much heat as the Joneses get, they had the championship window open. All they had to do was pick one of those years and say, hey, what are our biggest weaknesses? Let's add an all-pro. Let's go get an Ndamukong Suh or a Jalen Ramsey. What is it that we need to stop the run and run the football better? And they turned down every opportunity saying, we have to manage for next year. We got to keep the cap in line. Well, guess what? Even when you do that, the cap's coming for you. You're going to have to take some years and get your cap back in order, whether you manage it conservatively or aggressively. They chose not to manage it aggressively, and they let that window hang open for 10 freaking years without trying to fly through it. Wolchuk drives me crazy.
Yeah, the way that they do their contracts and how they navigate the salary cap is something they really do need to look at changing.
If you don't blow the whistle on crap that's going on inside your organization, you're part of the problem, Dak. Never thought I'd say it. Blow the whistle for us. You got your money. Tell the truth.
That was
we know y'all know the truth because your brother tweets it every now and then.
Yeah.
Come on, let him have it.
You think he does
Be
that
a
behind
leader,
closed
Dak.
doors?
Manage up. Yeah, when he's hanging out with his buddies, absolutely.
No, but like he talked to Jerry and Steven and Will and like say, hey, this is the situation. I need the XYZ.
No.
Or you think he's always just towing the company line?
No, I think Jerry showed last week with Shan RJ he doesn't want anybody telling him how it is. He might listen to people that he pays for their advice, the coaches and the scouts. But I don't think he'd take any kind of player running in there and trying to take control of the philosophy of the organization.
Well, Joe Burrow also said this is a must-win game. He said we're 3-5. You go to 3-6, and you basically got to win out. Urgency is very high every week from here on out, and it's definitely a must-win for Cincinnati. The Bungholes cannot fall to 6-3. Fletcher Cox wants to fight Le'Veon Bell. I'd love to see this. They have a beef that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm. This is incredible.
Yeah, he took there was a picture, post game, or is it the Super Bowl?
No, dude, this is Fletcher Cox he was doing some stuff with Fox NFL Sunday.
Michael Strahan.
He was hanging out with Michael Strahan.
Yeah, but he posted a picture. It looks like Fletcher Cox is at the Super Bowl. And he's wearing a blouse. He said, LOL, grown man wearing a blouse. I'm done. And Fletcher Cox quote tweeted that and said, you need my number. I don't do that internet talk. I'm a real MFer. And now has challenged him to a fight.
Hey, free smoke, free smoke.
All right. And this is crazy, dude. Le'Veon Bell, we know, is down to fight.
He is.
He fought a couple of guys already, right? He fought Adrian Peterson.
He did, and he won.
Yeah.
So
he's got some
pretty good.
confidence.
Pretty good at the boxing.
He's got some boxing deal.
Well, maybe we could make this the kind of one of the early fights on the card for part of the undercard for the James Harrison and Chad Johnson fight that we're going to get before the Super Bowl.
Get it cracking then. Let's go.
just add this to the
Let's
card.
do it.
All right.
Man, final thing here when it comes to the Eagles, I guess Big Dom's got a headset on now.
What?
Yeah, he's wearing a headset, and they just scored the most points they have all season. So now he's being considered their glue guy. This is what has turned the tide here.
What's
for
Big
the
Dom
Eagles
wearing a
season.
headset for?
I don't know, but they've put a headset on Big Dom.
Official personnel, apparently. Thank you, Wolchuk. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. C-Note, is this Cowboy out injured as well now? That's next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hey there, it's Mike Bassick, and I've got something important to share with you. If you're on the hunt for an incredible deal on a diamond, listen up. I've got the inside scoop. The place you need to go to is the Diamond Factory. I've been there myself, and I can tell you firsthand, they're the real deal. I've bought plenty of things from the Diamond Factory. Why? Well, they're the only jewelry showroom in the entire United States with an on-site diamond cutting factory. That means they control every step of the process, from rough stone to sparkling gem. At the Diamond Factory, you'll be blown away by their selection of exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab-grown. And here's the best part. There's no pressure. Their true gemologists and experts are there to guide you, help you choose the perfect piece for your budget. Plus, you can eliminate the middleman, saving your hard-earned money. Who doesn't love that? So here's the deal. Head over to the Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or if you prefer, shop online, visit thediamondfactory.com. Your dream diamond is just a visit or a click away. The Diamond Factory, where quality meets affordability. Don't wait. Go shine brighter with the Diamond Factory today.
Ghost World Tour 2025. Ghost Theatrical Heavy Metal Arena Rock. Friday, August 15th, Dickies Arena. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Ghost, produced by Live Nation and FPC Live.
Good morning, Doctor. Doctor? Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, I'm concerned because we're in an election year, which is sure to shake things up. Last year was a great year in the market, and it's just not looking as good this year.
Well, yeah, the market is cyclical, and that's why it's a perfect time to diversify and lock in some of those gains. You may even qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 30% just for opening an account, and up to 12% guaranteed growth for your retirement income.
Up to 30% for just opening an account, and up to 12% per year, all guaranteed?
Yeah, and you probably won't hear many other advisors talking about this because they don't have access. I will say it's because of the high interest rate climate we're in, and this probably won't last long.
If you're concerned about what this messy election could do for your finances, call Trajan Wealth today and learn how to get up to 30% bonus and up to 12% growth per year for your retirement income. Call 469-579-3500.
Annuity guarantees are based on claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Paid advertisement.
Eric Thomason here from Blue Nail Roofing and Construction with breaking news for homeowners. Insurance premiums are skyrocketing and coverage is shrinking. If you've got storm damage, don't get caught off guard. Call us at Blue Nail Roofing today and let our trained professionals help you document your damage so you can get maximum coverage before coverages change. Call 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com, BlueNailRoofing.com.
Blue Nail Roofing. Let's go, Dallas. Let's go.
Every moment, every touchdown, every yard is a reason to celebrate. If anyone knows that, Ciroc does. From the tailgate to the touchdown, Ciroc Ultra Premium Vodka makes game day a smooth one. And with flavors that never fumble, man, game day is an instant win. This is Ciroc, made from fine French grapes, made for football. Get Ciroc and Ciroc Vodka Spritz during the next Cowboys game. Please drink responsibly. Ciroc Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with last chance Halloween deals. Looks like Mom's got the old pumpkin bucket stocked with the best candy, starting at $5.99.
Lucky pumpkin bucket. Oh, there's Dad party planning with a same-day delivery order.
Yes, it's a BOGO 50% off pizza party with Target Circle. Plus, buy 3, save 40% on soda 12 packs with Target Circle.
Nice saves, Dad.
Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Need it last minute? Get same-day delivery with Target Circle 360. Restrictions apply.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It's a Fan Thirsty Thursday, presented by the smoothness of Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening right here with you on a Thirsty Thursday, a ladies' night. LA Live coming up 5:40 every night. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the day, he replays the chant for you every night at that time. Krusty's Corner's now 15 minutes away. He's going to preview the Falcons' defense and help us decide if the Cowboys have a shot of beating this Falcons team. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Segment's also brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's a Halloween Thursday, you know, and that's awful fun. I have a heck of a sweet tooth. Although tomorrow we're starting this G-Bag Nation weight loss competition.
Yes.
Halloween to Thanksgiving. Whoever loses the most LBs, and everybody wins some accountability, I believe,
yes,
and maybe a little bit of positive health momentum going into the holidays. I'm just trying to get myself a little buffer so I don't go way over range through Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play. I'm looking forward to it. And Wolchuk was trying to put a payoff on the line for the guy who lost the least amount. Well, it's like, that feels like a lot, you know?
Yeah.
It feels like a little heavy-handed. Broadus was co-signing it.
It's like not even true. Brian doesn't do his own bet payoffs. He's not co-signing it.
Yeah.
I've just had enough of these bet payoffs, and I'm not going to do them anymore. Just not.
Wow. He's just going to flat out refuse to do them.
You know what? I'm going to pick these games, and Friday's going to come around, and I'm not doing them anymore.
That's the greatest feat of strength I've ever seen.
Yep.
We can perform. Nope. I mean, we could. Who knows?
I am. You're right.
We could just smash an egg on your head.
Yeah, just smash an egg on my head.
We could put you in a fart box real quick. You know, like there's a lot of things that we can do.
Involuntary payoffs.
Yeah, involuntary.
Tell you what, not doing the bet payoff is a worse punishment. You don't know what you have just done to yourself, sir.
I've had enough of you gentlemen. I'm not doing these anymore.
Terror lurks at every
Sounds like
corner.
somebody's a little scared of his football picks.
I picked Houston tonight, and they're probably going to lose, but I'm not doing the bet payoff if I lose. I don't care anymore.
I call cap on that, Brian.
I'm not doing these anymore. No.
You love doing them.
I'm not doing these payoffs
You've gotten a
anymore.
kick out of doing these.
No.
Feats of strength.
Yeah.
Let me show Eric I'm better than him when it comes to sitting in an ice tub.
Cool, Jay.
You're just mad we found out everything that you secretly like that aren't really bet payoffs, like getting drunk on air and eating disgusting items.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
I'm not doing this anymore.
You're at the height of your powers right now. You're at peak Broadus, like sitting 20 minutes in a cold tub, like it's nothing.
Yep, not going to do it anymore.
You're eating little nitro gummy bears like they're Tic Tacs.
That's why I'm not doing it anymore.
This is like Joey Chestnut walking away from the Nathan's contest.
I've had enough.
secretly these have been completely tearing him up from the inside out. And he's just been hiding it. He's been faking it.
The truth
whole
comes
time.
out.
He's having to see like a team of doctors to get him through these.
We had to redo my insurance today.
He was doing that.
Yeah. Raised premiums. They found out what he's doing.
60 years old, and they're like, why do you do these things? Why? Why do you do these things?
Because I suck at picking football games.
I told him that. And they said, you don't have to do it anymore. Just tell those guys you don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, they don't know what they're talking about.
I'm not doing it anymore. I've had enough.
Is Trayvon Diggs playing football this weekend? No sign of him today. I guess he was on the cords again.
Yeah, I think he sounded like that he was going to play. I didn't check. So the injury report come out yet? Did we get it yet?
I don't think so. We're probably about
He's
half hour
finally feeling like what it feels like to be like a true legit football player. This is like the first time his body's ever felt something like this after a game. He's like,
Man.
okay, so this is real football soreness. I've never experienced this. I understand.
I was over this
Honestly,
morning.
you got to give him a break for this. His first time dealing with it.
Might
Even
take him a
Toradol
couple years
can't
to get
fix that.
conditioned to it.
Yeah.
I was over there this morning, and it sounded like things were positive that way. So if he's on the injury report as a DNP, I will circle back. How about that?
Calf strain is the word with him, so we'll get the latest there. Good sign for Micah. He was getting work on the resistance cords. Might not be ready for Sunday, but looks like he's getting close to returning, was the word from Mota. McCarthy's quote about Parsons, he's here. He's in the meetings until they clear the return to play with Britt Brown. I really don't even entertain that thought, so he's not quite there yet. Nothing other than a bad sprain taking him time, Brian?
The high ankle sprain, they say you might as well break your ankle. Probably be back quicker than getting the old high ankle sprain. But yeah, this one's been tough for him.
Had a couple of bad high ankle sprains in my mid-20s that pretty much shut me down. After that, I needed ankle reconstruction, and that was history pretty much. Mike McCarthy asked about Dak today. He talked about all the things around Dak, the protection, the run game, the weapons, having to be better. And I think for you guys, we talked about in the opening segment, feel like maybe he's making some excuses here about the things around the offense.
Need to look in the mirror thing. When you're deficient in areas and your guys aren't playing well, you got to look at yourself. You got to find ways to kind of pull things together, find things they can do to win. Make things, if you have to shorten some things or make things a little, bring it together. Whatever you have to do, this is on the coach. You can sit there and talk about offenses and this is what I did 30 years ago, whatever. Doesn't matter. What matters is right now. What matters
now you got a really shaky line and one weapon.
Well, figure it out.
Looking at that on paper, would you expect Dak to be good with this?
That's his job. Figure it out. Figure it out, Dawson. Seriously.
He has figured it out for 3 straight years, 12 wins, and then his roster got really crappy, and he's like, what do you want me to do, make chicken salad out of chicken bleep? That's what you want Mike to do?
He is responsible for this roster, too. This head coach has responsibility for this roster. Mm-hmm. He can help him in the draft. He can help him in free agency, but he chooses not to. He chooses not to be a part of that way. You can ask that, like, hey, are we really good at running back? He said it the other day. I really don't prefer this running back by committee bit. You were the one. This is what we got. You're the one looking at this thing right now. You're looking at all these running backs. You sat there in the third round and listened to everybody tell you, oh, we need a linebacker right now. No, damn it, we need a running back is what we need. I'm tired of his whole, we get that's a good question. I'm tired of all that. You know what? Go out there and coach. Go out there and just and go out there and find ways to get it done. If you have to, like I say, if you have to shorten some things, if your quarterback's not throwing accurately, find some throws that he can make. Find some routes you can run. Bring some guys in motion. Work on your running game. Maybe there's one or two things. Maybe some pin and pull stuff. Just don't sit there and have that massive play sheet and sit there and not call things worth a damn. You're not helping anybody. You're the head coach. Unless you're like you've had enough of Jerry Jones and this whole thing, and you just at the end of the year when your contract's up, you just want to walk away quietly, go off into the sunset. If that's what you want to do, well, just leave now. Give it to somebody else that can maybe save this season. I'm tired of his BS. I really am.
But winning 12 games 3 years in a row, you don't think that means you're a good head coach?
What has he done? What has he done when they've really had to? And Dawson, you're the one that comes on all the time
Well, don't make this about me.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just saying this, that they don't beat anybody any good.
No, you're right.
You do say that,
Yeah.
and you're right.
Yep.
They don't beat anybody any good. And in this year, you lost to the Saints, who are absolute garbage right now, but in week 2, they were a good team. Detroit, you got demolished. I understand what happened to you against the Ravens. You know, you had a San Francisco team last week that was decimated with injuries, and you go out there, and for 2 series, you act like you were into the game. And then the last series, when you have to have it, what happens? You don't get it done.
No.
Come on.
After one of the worst quarters of football we've ever seen played in that third.
Yeah. I'm not, if this guy is done coaching, then just go. Just go and let Bones Fossil be the guy, or let whoever. But, you got to figure things out. That's your job. That's what and I'm not going to say pay, because I'm not going to watch a man's pocket. But his responsibility for, why, like I asked you earlier, why is your quarterback 66% last year against man coverage, but now he's less than 50%? Why? What happened? You talk about cross the hall. Oh, let's do this. Let's talk about that. Figure it out, bro.
I wonder if he banned across the hall because it got too much attention last year, or they didn't do it the same.
They did it. They did it again. They talked about doing it. But I agree. I mean, for 2 years, we've heard about running the football. They haven't been a good running team.
The owner sat there at the Senior Bowl and told John Machota and others 2 things he wants to do, and this is on him too. Want to run the ball better, want to play better run defense. You don't do either, sir.
He's been trying to make a physical team for 5 years.
You don't do either.
Yeah.
And that's the problem I have. Find what you can do. Maybe they can't do any, but they won 12 games the last 3 years.
Yep.
Maybe they win 12 games every year. Well, okay, great. What were some of the things you were doing there? Why is it such a disconnect right now? Why is there nothing easy with this offense? I get what's going on defense. Zimmer's not done a great job either. That defense was supposed to be buttoned up. It is not buttoned up. They can't play well at safety. Again, coaches have a say in what goes on, who they're going to play. They have an idea. They've had some injuries over there, but your offense hasn't been banged up. Yeah, you got 2 young players playing at the offensive line. A rookie, he's getting better. Your left tackle got a little better last week. He got a little better last week. I get it, but man, this is the thing that bothers me about a coaching staff, that they stand up there and they're like, well, figure it out. Figure it out. And if you don't, by the way, you could go back to the farm in Wisconsin, enjoy those days. Yeah.
It's got to sound mighty nice to Mike about now.
It probably is. Yeah, he's probably tired of me and Wolchuk being the only 2 dudes sitting in there when he's after a game talking to the media after a game.
Yeah. Why? Because everybody's with Jerry?
Yeah.
Everyone's with Jerry.
Yeah. He's probably tired of wow, Wolchuk and Broadus are sitting here on the other side of the glass.
Talking S about him.
Not even talking to him. Yeah.
Talking about how bad his game plan was.
Sorry, Mike.
For the last 4 quarters of football that we unfortunately
There's a
had
lot
to witness.
of things going wrong with this thing. A lot of things.
Former Cowboy scout, NFL executive Brian Broadus here with you in the G-Bag Nation.
Good job, Brian. Give him hell.
Krusty's Corner is coming up next, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, what's in store?
Yeah, let's see if you could take advantage of some of Atlanta's things they're poor at on defense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Every dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today at visitclassicchevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being on board with that. All right, I'm going to sell you a little hopium here for the Chief. You kind of told me yesterday that this Atlanta defense has got some poochies to it.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
It does.
It does.
At every level.
Yeah, it does. And where they really have some poochies. And tell me if you think you could take advantage of this in this football game. How about a team that when they rush 4, because you watch them rush 4 all day and they never get anybody home.
Yes.
And they're creating they create absolutely no pressure. And then they blitz and they don't create any pressure.
Oh, perfect.
Does it give you any hope as a Dallas Cowboy fan?
Gives me a lot of hope.
As somebody that maybe would like to see this football team win.
If they can blitz and they don't get any pressure, Dak Prescott in his history has been very, very effective.
Yeah. This just like I said, I started watching these games. I started watching like Kansas City. I was watching Seattle. I was just trying to kind of, some teams, these offenses. It's a little bit hard because you're watching other teams' offenses move the ball and you're thinking, well, maybe Dallas could do this. And then you kind of have to circle back and maybe not. But there's some things that this Falcon defense is very deficient at. They struggle with the pass rush. They've only generated pressure on 24% of their dropbacks, of opponents' dropbacks this year. And that's sending 4 or fewer rushers. But then when they blitz, they only have their sack rate is even smaller than that.
Their sack rate's worse in the sport.
Yeah, it's the worst. They're
2.2%.
They're the second worst and so when they don't generate pressure, and it's the third lowest in the league. But by only the Bears and the Raiders from 2 different eras or 2 different years have had a lower pressure rate than what Atlanta's dealing with right now. So there you go. There's something you kind of think about right there.
That's super nice. I mean, you've seen a lot of the bad plays happen with pressure being involved for sure.
Yeah. Matthew Judon is their best rusher, if you want to say a best pass rusher here. Grady Jarrett, I think, is as a defensive tackle is okay, but Matthew Judon is the one you're going to have to worry about. Now, the teams that I watched, how do they stop him? They double him. You know why they double him? Because nobody else can get home.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do. You find a way. He is their best pass rusher. That guy's faced more double teams this year than any other time in his career. But you watch, and people are like going, I'm not going to let this number 15 beat me. I'm not going to let this guy rush the passer. He's had very good years. New England, he's had some really good years. Atlanta, he ain't the same player. But people are double teaming him right now, is what they're doing. And so that's making a difference in that pass rush.
I feel like this is manageable there on the front end, if we can just get somebody open.
Yeah.
Dak just said, excited about this game plan. Think we've got a great one in the making. Now it's about, for us, just locking in, being focused, executing.
Falcons last year, when you watch them play, Falcons were a really big man team. This year, they don't play as much man defense as they did. Matter of fact, they're going to play about 81%, maybe 81% zone defense. And they're only going to play man defense about 19%
Well, it's good
of the time.
You just give us the DAC numbers versus man this year, and they're really bad.
All right, now, here's where you also watch when they play in coverage, how things work out for them. Because I was thinking, like, man, they allow a lot of space in their secondary. And the Falcons, because of the zone that they play, you have separation out there. So I looked at, like, okay, how much cushion are we giving these guys? Because you watch them play with all the zone, they're like 5 yards off, and you wonder why. It's a dangerous combination that they have. They have no pass rush, and they play off coverage. So they're giving you cushion. So if you protect, then they give you throws and routes. So I was looking at the numbers on that, and I'm thinking, like, damn, why are these guys playing back? Why is Terrell playing back here? Why is Hughes playing off here? Why do these guys play back? That's their deal. Like they say, 78% of the time, the snaps this season, they've played in this off coverage where they've been 5 yards or more. Okay, can the Cowboys take advantage of somebody that plays off coverage? Can the Cowboys run? And I told you guys earlier when we were talking about all this that your best option for Dak Prescott this year for somebody that's played off coverage against you quite a bit has been Tolbert.
Yeah.
He's got 17 receptions for 200 yards against off coverage. CeeDee Lamb, you would think, would be a really good off coverage player. That hasn't been the case. Where CeeDee has actually done better is when teams have played man coverage against him. So something's got to happen for you this weekend with CeeDee Lamb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what. I'm keeping him away from A.J. Terrell, the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, Terrell used to play like he was predominantly a left corner. He was they've played against each other twice. But Terrell has only carried him in like 5 routes, playing twice. Where Lamb has done all his damage was away from. So the Cowboys kept him away from Terrell's side. So you think, they played twice. They've had to match up. Well, this is what probably could be different, though, for the Falcons this week, is that they play him on both sides.
Okay.
Oh. So
he's traveling with the number one receiver?
He's traveling. He's going to travel in this game. Now, what you could do now is put him in a situation where they won't move him inside. They won't walk him down inside. Now, the Falcons have a player that's their nickel player named D. Alford.
Yeah.
D. Alford gets worked. And if you watch the Kansas City game, Kansas City's got really good weapons. Don't get me. I mean, they've got, this is before the injury and all that. So they had
Rice.
Yeah, they had some weapons. 10 for 10 on targets and receptions against the Chiefs. And he's played some other games where it's been 5 targets, 4 receptions, 6 targets, 5 receptions.
I think Chris Godwin just ate him alive.
Yeah. He's had some problems in the slot. This is where now you got to think about putting him in that slot to get him away from Terrell and make sure that he can run some routes from there. Keep him on the move and have him run some routes from there.
Okay.
That's where I would kind of, they've had some success. Number 20, it's D. Alford. He is their nickel. He plays at depth, and he gets worked. Teams have completed like 79% of the passes against him. And they keep playing the guy. They keep throwing him out there as that nickel player. So I'm making sure that I'm finding number 20 in this scheme, and I'm going to throw the football out of there. By the way, too, and I looked this up because I was curious of how much the Falcons, their secondary, 52%, Dawson, 52% of throws against their defense are wide open throws. Ooh. 52.
Okay.
That's insane.
That's going to be exciting to see what the Cowboys numbers look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on what you know about the Cowboys, what do you think the Cowboys number is going to be there?
I mean, could this be like a 200-yard CeeDee Lamb game?
No, I don't think it's going to be good. I think they will still struggle to get guys open consistently.
Even with the off coverage, even with the separation.
I mean, that's my belief about how bad things are with this team right now.
If it goes bad, is it going to go bad because all of a sudden Atlanta finds pass rush or Atlanta finds coverage?
Coverage.
I think they find coverage.
I think it'd be the pass rush.
You think it's be pass rush?
I think it would be all of a sudden Tyler Guyton struggling. They find like Judon turns the strip back to I'm New England, Matthew Judon here, and now they're getting some pressure on you. Because it doesn't sound to me that they got the horses to cover outside of Terrell.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked their safeties, but I don't think their linebackers are good either.
Yeah.
Their linebacker, I mean, over the middle of the field should be open.
They have problems just like Dallas has problems in the middle of the field.
But the thing is when you have 7 guys dropping, you don't have to be that great at covering. We're in areas and zones that's going to make it difficult for Dak to find something easy. And when that happens, he hangs on to the football.
Yeah,
and now bad defenses can look good just because of the scheme and Dak's weakness.
Sure, but they also can't get pressure with 4, so they're going to have to send extra guys, which means you're not able to clog and cover.
When they've sent guys, they haven't got home.
And that's where Dak needs to be able to capitalize on the big plays. Because otherwise, they might be able to limit it. But if they blitz, Dak's got to have to be able to take advantage of that.
Only the Cardinals allow more successful plays than these guys on defense. 4 yards or more a play. Only the Cardinals allow more than the Falcons do.
I mean, they don't stop the run overly well.
No,
they don't.
And this is the
pass.
problem with them trying to stop. This is them probably trying to stop the run. And this maybe will play into Dallas's hands a little bit. Last week against the 49ers, when you watch the tape, the successful runs that Ezekiel Elliott had in this football game were against the light box.
Totally.
This team plays almost half the time in light box.
Okay, so they're ready to surrender things in the run game.
They're ready. They feel like, well, go ahead and run the ball. Go ahead and run it. To me, if Dallas has proven that last week against the light box, I'm saying with Zeke, his most successful runs last week in that game against San Francisco were 6 or less in the box. And if Atlanta's going to play the light box in this game, or that's what they do,
run at them.
Maybe you can figure out a way to run the ball at them. Maybe now you'll see a semblance of a running game.
It kind of feels like if the Cowboys offense cannot get going to a respectable standard on Sunday, it's fair to consider that they never will be.
They never will be
for the rest of the season.
This defense can get you right if you're willing to. If you do what you are capable of doing. If you're capable of getting the ball to not just Lamb, but to Tolbert, if you find way, but they're going to allow you that avenue to maybe run the football a little bit here. And like I say, Dallas has had success being able to do that when it has been. And it was, last week it was against San Francisco. Ezekiel ran the ball, I thought, pretty effectively for him. Like half his runs were 4 yards or better.
Yeah, the first half he ran the ball well.
Yeah. How would you play this, by the way, with all these guys being active? How do you play? Do you play like teams? Do you play like every other play? You're rotating guys in there? Or do you go series to series and figure out who the hot guy is and ride that guy the rest of the way?
I'd ride the hot hand, but I'd try and ride Rico. I think Rico's still the best of the 3. But I would be down to go series to series, find the hot hand. Maybe Dalvin Cook all of a sudden shows you some juice.
Series to series or play to play?
Just Rico.
It's really just Rico. I guess in a goal line scenario, you can convince me that you can put Zeke on the field. But even for everything he did the other night versus the Niners, he had 0 rushing yards over expectation. He had nothing but light boxes. He was getting nice gains, and he was getting exactly the bare minimum of what those gains should be. I think Rico Dowdle in those same scenarios last week, if he would have played, would have had even better runs on those good Zeke runs.
Yeah, that decision. Really,
he's always leaving meat on the bone. Even a good Zeke play is a play that Rico would do better, unless it's just to get a half a yard at the goal line, and then I'll take your word for it. Give me Zeke, sure.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, Krusty's Corner every afternoon at this time. Okay, we have lots of Cowboys quotables. They're talking a lot at after practice today, and that's coming up later in the show. Eric Kendricks in an hour at 5 o'clock. It'll be time to talk to the Cowboys linebacker, but we're doing Hoop next, right?
Yeah, we'll crank open that rim sesh. Tim Legler loving these Mavs, and with the Rockets in town, we revisit one of the greatest ball sackings of all time next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's top 10's right around the corner. So is another Mavericks basketball game. They'll take on the Rockets tonight. Not going to be easy. Going to have to earn it. Here's Chief with some more basketball-related content.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get to revisit Throwback Thursday style, one of the greatest ball sackings in sports history. With the Rockets in town. We will do that, don't you worry. But right now, we start with the headline news. That is our guy Legs, Tim Legler, who has the greatest spray tan in television history.
I think it's gotten better. I think he's cut back.
He's dialing it down.
I think I've been kind of watching him a little bit, and I was worried that it was a lot of makeup. Or I didn't know if it was, but it looks like it's kind of dialed back a little.
It's a spray tan, fake bake situation.
Does he close his eyes, or does he have the little eye protection thing?
You can tell he's got the eye, like the pale eyes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that vibe.
It's sharp, man. I know. He looks great. But his basketball brain is really, really unrivaled, and he has some thoughts on what the early returns of this Mavericks offense seems to look like.
Hold on 1 second. I got a little thing
in just a moment. Once he gets out of the tanning bed, he will.
Me all day. All right, here we go.
Okay.
I'm just looking at a really complete offensive team, and I don't know that I viewed them quite that way a year ago. I thought the guys that were getting the open looks off of Luka and Kyrie weren't high enough level shooters. I didn't think they could run action for those other guys. That is just another wrinkle to your offense. They can run action for Klay Thompson, meaning simple stuff, but stuff they couldn't do with the guys that were occupying those spots. Like you weren't going to run pin down action on the weak side of the floor for Derrick Jones Jr. There's no need. You weren't going to do that for Josh Green, right? You weren't going to do that for Exum. Those are different type players. For Klay, you can do that, and it's another thing to deal with this team when you've already got so much to deal with Luka and Kyrie when they get going, and you're dealing with these lob threats and how well Lively and Gafford have played, and they're just a more well-rounded, complete offensive team.
No question about it. That was the goal in the offseason after losing to the Celtics. The offense was your biggest issue, having guys that could really stress a defense and spread the floor, and they didn't have that. They certainly look like they do now, and Klay Thompson is getting the best looks of his entire career. Shot quality's through the roof right now.
Yeah, you have him quickly moving the ball or quickly taking a great shot instead of Tim Hardaway Jr. doing whatever he was doing, or Derrick Jones Jr. really, really limited offensively. I think it's had an exponential effect on the overall basketball IQ and their ability to move it quickly and accurately to find the open shooter.
And on the other side of things, when you talk about the new additions, it's obviously extremely early, way too early even, but it's nice to see that Najee Marshall is sitting there in the top 10 when it comes to individuals' defensive ratings. So that and he had a great play late in that game right after subbed him back in, and then he forced the turnover. Boom, defense into offense. It was awesome. So that's a nice situation there as Najee Marshall's bringing the defense, and that's exactly what they were hoping for.
You have right now a luxury of really an excess of quality perimeter defenders. You're trying to figure out how you're going to get all these guys on the floor, which is massive. I mean, most teams they have one shutdown defender and then another guy who's pretty good. Between Marshall, Grimes, and PJ Washington, three of the absolute best, and not enough minutes, which is going to keep all of them fresh, whether that's in the fourth quarter or June or whatever. It's lining up. They're exceeding my expectations already in a significant way. I'm really excited. Not ready to think they could take on Boston or anything, but maybe they'll trade for Giannis or something.
There you go. Yeah, we got to mention that Giannis is that things are already. We were like 5 games into the season. Out. He's already being reported.
Well, they're
about.
1-3, and like their next 10 games are brutal. And it was reported that Doc Rivers wants to wait until 20 games before evaluating whether they're going to be buyers or sellers. So at least 14 games in, they should be totally screwed.
It's really, that's going to be a monstrous situation. The Milwaukee stuff has been a disaster. The Damian Lillard trade, it hasn't worked out. And then after an entire offseason and things just look exactly the same, if not worse.
Yeah.
There's Doc Rivers just fixing nothing, and the guy's not being able to figure it out. So there's a rising sense of confidence that if things go badly in Milwaukee, Giannis could be available for trade, would really force his way out of Milwaukee in the next year. So, and then there are reports also that it's the Miami Heat and the Brooklyn Nets that he would most likely want to go to, which of course will be difficult for the Bucks trading within the conference.
Get the interest in Brooklyn. It doesn't make sense to me. That's never worked out.
Well, Dawson's always told
they
you
got a
about
backcourt
that,
situation that's working
just
for
the
him.
basketball, like your shoe deals, your stuff like that.
You get into the big markets.
Being in New York, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, all these, like the Nets, they tried to do it with the Kyrie, KD deal. I mean, like, it just doesn't ever seem to really work out for the Nets.
They've had multiple failures. I would hope that Milwaukee would say, we're trading you wherever we can get the best return. Not getting painted into a corner.
Yeah.
Because that would be the Mavs' chance.
I'd assume they'd also want to trade him out of the conference if they had their way about it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting just to see how much Giannis tries to strong arm it. We've seen these guys do it. It's like, I won't play for that team. And then that team's like, okay, well, then I don't want to trade for you if I'm trading for a guy who doesn't want to be here. That's kind of what happened with Milwaukee and Damian Lillard. Look how that's turned out. Yep. Not to say that that's everything. Like, Damian Lillard's just pouting and he doesn't want to be there, so they suck. There's a lot more to it than that. But there's an example of Damian Lillard did not want to be in Milwaukee. And doesn't seem like you're getting the best version of him. So these guys can do some strong arming. And hey, if you're Milwaukee, do you want to try and do right by your guy Giannis? I don't know. That seems a little bit silly, but I don't think it would be the first time you've seen something like that done.
Kind of wonder who has the best trade assets, when you start to talk about these things. What team has the, I guess it's like Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they always do.
Oklahoma City.
Gosh, that would suck.
Danny Ainge has a ton of stuff going on in
Utah.
Sure,
Giannis wants to go from Milwaukee to Utah.
Yeah.
Well, tonight, Chuck, you're going just overs on all the Luka prize picks.
Yeah,
since it's the Rockets.
The more on that, yeah,
or the Moors. I'm sorry.
Mores and overs.
You had Luka. I mean, Luka versus the Rockets last year is 42-10-9. Wow. He dominates because Udoka, he's a defensive guy and he just wants to switch everything, and Luka it's like pick your poison. And he
is due for a big breakout too.
He is. Yeah, maybe he can get you get a big switched on to him. Maybe he can get the step back three going a little bit. We know that's one of his patented moves that hasn't been clicking to this point, but maybe tonight's that night that it goes off. But 3 games versus the Rockets last year, 42-10-9.
Yeah.
So I'd pound those Moors.
Hit the more.
But
hit the more.
In 4 games this year, because I brought this up, I was reading about this. The Rockets' defensive ratings and stuff like that, opponents. I mean, they got the third best. They got the third best defensive. Points against rating in the league at 107, and their defensive net rating is 6 out of 30. So they're playing a lot better defense under this guy.
Oh no, they definitely are. Yeah, they are. And that's what Udoka does. That's his calling card. So, but Luka himself, not to say that they won't have answers to other parts of the Mavericks offense, but last year Luka did have his way with the Rockets every single time, and Udoka was sort of indignant on this is the way we play. Doesn't matter. We're switching stuff. So just be hopefully a good get right Luka game offensively, and with the Rockets in town, I think it would be nice on a Throwback Thursday to revisit one of the first legendary viral ball sackings. This is 5 years ago. We go to the Fox Sports studios where Skip Bayless is debating with Shannon Sharp. The good old days.
And now I can't figure out how those two managed to stay in the same room long enough to make all those commercials together. Because the reports are this has been going on for 2 years.
Yes.
There was the one report yesterday that it got so bad in practice going back 2 years ago that Chris Paul was making fun of James' man boobs in practice to the point that he broke down in tears and had to leave a couple of practices. Okay, that's when you're hitting bottom, right?
Yeah.
And top.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
hand boobs in practice.
he was
That's when
talking,
it was over.
He was talking about the relationship fracturing between then Rockets teammates Chris Paul and James Harden. And you had the Barry on here guy doing the report and he was faking like he was Woj. He like disguised his account to look like Woj. It really is one of the first. Like I think the first ball sacking was the Kawhi Leonard Apple time story, that got me. I mean, I'll be the first to say that was the first time I ever got sacked.
Brings the apples to the steakhouse, busts them out. It's apple time. It's
apple time, baby, apple time. But the man boobs one was pretty legendary, and Skip Bayless just fell right into that trap. Poor guy. I mean, he wasn't. He had no understanding of where the world was going.
Crying.
He left practice. He bought that report that he was making fun of his man boobs. Chris Paul's mean enough to make fun of James Harden's man boobs, and James Harden is soft enough to leave practice in tears because of it. Skip Bayless at the height of his powers.
Both are kind of plausible, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can see that.
You can see
Chris
that.
Paul's a mean son of a bitch.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, just the thrill of that going on national TV. If I was responsible for that, I think I'd be addicted to butt cracking for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's like totally, dude.
Wow, bro.
You chase that high for the rest of your life if you're that guy who
Addicted to
sacks
butt
Skip.
cracking for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Can we hear? Let's hear it again, Lucius. This is the all-time first viral ball sacking ever, brought to you by Skip Bayless.
And now I can't figure out how those two managed to stay in the same room long enough to make all those commercials together. Because the reports are this has been going on for 2 years.
Yes.
There was the one report yesterday that it got so bad in practice going back 2 years ago that Chris Paul was making fun of James' man boobs in practice to the point that he broke down in tears and had to leave a couple of practices. Okay, that's when you're hitting bottom, right?
Yeah. Shannon, yeah. Sound bad to me.
Too. Couple of practices. Dude,
it's truly phenomenal. By the way, I encourage everybody to. I don't know if you guys are already following this account, and I think I have been for a while, but they're really dominating right now. Bricks Center. Do you follow Bricks Center?
Yes. Yeah.
Let me see.
It's pretty bad, bro.
It's so wonderful.
Brazil, Russia, Iran, China.
Hey! Aren't they adding more now? I think they got a whole lot more than that little coalition.
It's a committee.
They got to get us out of here.
I wasn't even familiar with that, but it makes sense. Nice acronym. No, this account is just it has they paint the picture like it's going to be a good play for whoever. Like here's so and so at the buzzer, and it's Jamal Murray just completely butchering his opportunity there. And it's like it's from the game last night. Like they're updating this constantly, and it's really funny. You fool yourself into thinking, oh, I'm about to watch like a game-winning jumper, and it's the worst jumper you've ever seen as time expires. First jumper of his career in Cleveland last night. Could you write it any better? Congratulations, Bronny James.
Best points.
Hell yeah.
They stopped the game.
Hell
the
yeah,
ball.
Bronny.
First points in the NBA happens where it all started for his father. And they had like a whole tribute video for Bronny and for LeBron. They had like welcome home Bronny signs.
It could have been written better, in my opinion. Yes, it could have.
Okay.
To answer your question.
All right, give me that.
First shot he had when his pops passed it to him, you can clearly tell they've been working on that little situation for him to come in the game. He's supposed to hit that one. He's supposed to hit that one. Yeah, because that's the image. That's the video you're gonna see. Pops passing it to him, son hitting the shot. Everybody goes insane.
Okay, you're right.
I said we seen the brick.
Yeah.
And you clearly tell everybody worked on that one all week for Bronny to get open.
Damn it, bro.
Yeah, it was the first play out of the timeout when it was time for
Three-man
Bronny.
screen.
Dude, we're going to create the widest open look possible.
Wall, yeah.
And we're going to get LeBron a freebie assist here, the easiest assist of his career.
Yeah, I wish we would have made that one.
Yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been cool.
We could reshoot it, right? We could re-edit it a little bit, make it like it went in, you know?
Yeah, we can change it.
AI
for
can do
history
anything these days.
Yeah, we can do that. History.
Well, and finally, your number one overall pick in the NBA. Do you guys even remember who that was? When?
It's a guy in Atlanta.
Rashichet or whatever.
Yeah, the Frenchman.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Yeah. I don't know how to say it either.
This is your number one overall pick, and he says that he used to be super athletic in France, and now he's just a regular dude. now that he's in the NBA.
It's a little different.
It's a completely different.
He thought it would just be the
environment for
same.
him.
He'd just dominate.
And Chet dominated the other Frenchman, Mr. Wemby, last night. So congratulations to Chet and the OKC Thunder. There it is, Rim Sesh.
Thank you, Chief. Rim session most every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation, one time or another. Eric Kendricks show is coming up now in about 45 minutes or so. We'll talk with the Cowboys linebacker. Looking forward to that. A top 10 with Wolchuk is coming up next. Zachary, what you got in store for us?
Happy Halloween, the 10 most scariest players in NFL history.
Oh.
Who's the scariest player in the NFL? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's a Fan-Thirsty Thursday, presented by the smoothness of Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Hey, buddies. Welcome back, nation. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Head online to frankelfirm.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully. This top 10.
Happy Halloween. We got the 10 scariest players in the history of the National Football League. 877-881-1053. Who do you think's the scariest player to ever play in the NFL? Big L taken, though, for Corey Majors just now, unfortunately. We heard about his love for the Almond Joy. He also
Almond Joys are awesome. I heard you talking like that.
Good.
Yeah, Dawson was really talking crazy. Like, wow, man, you need to chill out on these microphones.
Got a lot of choices.
Got a lot of choices. I'm not a coconut person. That's what it is.
The coconut, I understand, but that almond, like, how can you turn down something with an almond in it?
I'm totally. It's not the almond. It's the coconut.
Kit Kats exist.
It's the texture, the graininess of the coconut.
Okay.
I've just never enjoyed.
All right.
But Sham Charania was just doing his hit with Kay Adams.
Yeah.
And, they had a little flirtation, and, the Riz God was born when it comes to Shams. Well, he listed his top 3 Halloween candies, and he starts with Almond Joy. Kay stops and is like, wait, what, you're starting with Almond Joy? Are you serious right now?
She's breaking up with him now.
And Shams explained why, and she said, well, we never would have worked out.
Yeah.
So I guess if you're an Almond Joy lover, at least if it's number 1 for you, Kay Adams is going to say thank you, but no thanks.
It could be a deal breaker, man. I get that.
That sounds like a match made in heaven. If you have somebody willing to take all of the Almond Joys that pop up in your house.
It's actually
classic opposites attract.
It's a great point where we're not fighting over the same candy here. Shams is getting all the Almond Joys. Kay doesn't want any of those, so you can have them. Good work. But she said no thank you. If you want to know the top 10 most popular Halloween costumes for this year, Lady Deadpool. From Deadpool and Wolverine.
Chris was Deadpool yesterday.
Dude, he was killing it, man.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was. He busted into the Pimp Cup and started dancing, and I was like, what the fuck?
That's awesome.
What is this freaky dude doing?
Number 9 is Sabrina Carpenter.
I don't know who that is, but I love the gal right now on the ESPN panel show as Ray Gunn, the Australian breakdancer. That's pretty
Cronin,
amazing.
right? What's her name? Cronin?
Sarah Cronin.
Is that her name?
I think so.
Yeah.
She's number.
I think it's Ray Gunn.
Ray Gunn's the second most popular Halloween costume this year, behind the shrunken head Bob from Beetlejuice.
Hey.
That's funny. I love the Beetlejuice movie and franchise, even though the most recent movie was a disaster. It doesn't spoil it for me.
How about that guy that he was on fire, like he's been burnt up to the ashes, and he was still smoking? He's like, you want a cigarette?
Freaking classic.
That's awesome.
What would you guys do if this was a TV show and not a radio show, and they made you show up as one of these and then be an actor basically for like 30 minutes? You're impersonating, like, this dude's knocking Mad Dog Russo out of the park right now.
That's our guy Jorge Sedano.
Yeah. He had a bowl of gummies. Did you see that? He did.
He did.
He's like yelling, and he held up a bowl of gummies and just started just like powering them down.
Is he messing up names? Is he saying like Barack Obama and things
Yeah,
to really get into character?
These are the final 2.
It really is incredible.
I mean, everybody's doing it now. NFL Network, MLB Network. If you are on sports TV now, it's Halloween. You have to come in costume and then act like that dude forever.
That's the toughest part, is like really having to get into character that way. Like dressing up is one thing, but do I have to, like the one dude who was doing Cat Williams earlier?
Yeah.
And you could tell, you couldn't hear it, but you could tell he was trying to talk like Cat Williams while he's giving his sports
that's
takes.
impossible.
It's a tough deal.
You can't do that.
He was sweating like Cat Williams and everything.
I don't know what I would do. I guess I'd lean into the bit, but that'd be a tough one to maintain for 30 minutes, like in character,
be
like
Bane.
this, like what Mad Dog's doing.
Just be Bane from Batman.
It's so limited, though. I mean, it's very like it's a couple of words.
You can't. You don't think you can give me a sports take as Bane
I
right
don't
now?
think so. I really don't. I think I can just do like a line, and that's about it.
I guess
I'd have to practice. I'd have to work on it.
But you gave that up since you had a family.
I mean, I did, but some things, old habits die hard. Gavin.
I suppose.
Honorable mentions: top 10 scariest players in NFL history. We've got Jack Tatum. He's an honorable mention.
The assassin.
Bruce Smith.
Oh.
Reggie White.
Yeah, Minister.
These are honorable mentions?
These are honorable mentions. What? We've had a lot of great, scary individuals.
Scariest individuals.
Randy White, the Manster.
They are way off so far, bro.
Right?
Yeah, they're not even close.
Who you got?
Number one on the list is Aaron Rodgers all day, bro.
Dude, okay. I'm with you. Because he lives in my nightmares to this day with what he's done to the Dallas Cowboys.
Hold on. Aaron Hernandez.
Aaron Hernandez.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron Hernandez. I put the question out on Twitter. Everybody answered Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, Aaron Hernandez.
He's got to be number one.
Rodgers is.
And then
my
what's the dude trying to kill his baby mama, Caruth?
Ray Caruth.
Yeah, it's scary as hell,
Terrifying
bro.
kid. Oh my
Bad
gosh.
decision makers are scary to me.
An unborn baby.
Yeah.
And I think they went for more like on the football field instead of off of it. But I think all plays, like all's fair here. I like the off the
What
field
about that
version.
old school Steelers guy? He had like missing teeth and everything.
Jack Lambert.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Lambert.
Yeah,
that fool.
Mel Blount was pretty scary in that group, too. That safety back in the day.
Yeah, Mel Blount was on the honorable mentions.
Was he really?
Yep. So is Mean Joe Green, Ronnie Lott. I
Oh.
couldn't believe Ronnie Lott didn't make it in the top 10.
And that guy's losing his finger and
Cutting it off.
still
It's like,
playing.
I don't want to play against that guy. Charles Haley.
He's getting paid like $70K a year to do it.
I know.
It's crazy.
How different is a different time, man?
Charles Haley had to be terrifying. Look, they got Kornheiser in a full hockey uniform right over here. This is crazy.
Ovechkin. He's Ovechkin.
The number one scariest player in NFL history when it comes to on the field. It's not even close. It's Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence
Taylor's your one.
On and off the field.
Yeah. LT certainly. He's going to be
Is
very
Conrad
high on this list.
Dobler on this list?
Conrad Dobler's not in the top 10. No. I can't say I'm very familiar with Conrad Dobler.
Conrad Dobler in the 70s was pretty. He was voted the dirtiest player, one of the dirtiest players ever to play.
Well,
He adopted those two black kids too, by the way.
What was his last name?
Conrad Dobler. Conrad Dobler. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that all-time mustache.
Yeah. Yeah. He
so
was
actually like a good person, just dirty on the field.
The Conrad. What? The Conrad guy?
Yeah.
That was a joke. It was a 70s sitcom joke.
Damn it. I'm sorry, Lucius.
Dick Butkus. Put him in the top 5.
Hey, Dick Butkus, I'm sure is going to be in the top 5.
Was Dick dirty?
Excuse me?
Like, was he one of the dirtier players?
Oh yeah.
He had that reputation for
yeah.
being mean.
Yeah.
Because I know he's like a good player.
Yeah.
He's known for being a good player,
But also terrifying.
But also being, I guess,
dude. Okay, Conrad Dobler was an honorable mention.
Unsportsmanlike conduct guy.
He's on here. He's just down
the guy
list.
from the Facts of Life. Was that the show? Was that what was that show called? They lived in a high rise, didn't they, Lucius?
That was Mr. Belvedere.
No, but there was Conrad. It was the actor though. What was that show called, man?
I'm gonna let the fan text jump on in at some point. I'm gonna see if it hits somebody out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Dobler's definitely, because he passed away, I guess, last year.
Yeah.
And the headline is Conrad Dobler, one of NFL's dirtiest players, dead at 72.
My
It's
dumbass
literally
is
right
like,
there.
oh my gosh, but a good guy off the field. I guess he's adopting children.
No, but Lucius was making the sitcom show.
That's good.
That's the Facts of Life, right?
Ooh.
No, what was that? I'll think that.
Somebody's gonna text in. Don't worry.
Give me Brian Dawkins.
Okay, Brian Dawkins was one for me without question.
Todd
The
Bridges was
visor.
an actor in that show.
Yeah, there you go. You getting there, bro.
How about Vontaze Burfict?
Oh, Conrad
Vontaze
Bain.
Burfict.
Conrad Bain.
The boss, Gavin Spittle, coming in saving the day.
My man is still with us, by the way.
What'd you talk about, Mr. D? Mr. Drummond, right?
Yeah, it was, Different Strokes.
Different Strokes.
Yeah.
Just got texted in
Good
a
show.
bunch.
Yeah.
Different Strokes is taking over the fan text right now.
Okay, it did land to somebody somewhere. Thank you. I didn't know.
There we go. Yeah, Different
Conrad Bain.
Strokes. Somebody definitely had a laugh on that, Lucius. You're not alone.
I don't know.
Yeah, Vontaze Burfict is the guy who cheap hit Antonio Brown, 2-on-4. Yep, he's definitely up there. Eric Williams, certainly, I think,
Reggie
was a
White.
scary,
Reggie White
terrifying
hated
man.
playing against him.
Bill Romanowski.
Oh.
James Harrison and Dominican Sue being texted in. Somebody texted in Jay Ratliff.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to mess with Jay Ratliff.
I walked up to Jay Ratliff and felt his chest.
Said no, thank you.
At the club, I did.
Yeah.
I sure did.
Just had to do it.
Yeah, I did it. I felt his own chest. I was like, that show is big, brother. Let me touch that one time. God, dog. Hey, make them that big.
Take a couple ones.
He and Calvin Watkins almost went toe-to-toe at one time.
Calvin, stand your
Calvin Watkins literally got in his face.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's big
You give
brass.
Calvin Watkins the X-ray. The dog's right there.
Yeah.
Chest cavity.
Yeah, for sure.
Growling dog.
How did Jay respond to you grabbing his breast? He was chill.
He kind of looked puzzled at me for a second, then looked at the fella standing next to him, which I knew were probably other football players, and just said, thank you.
This interaction's over. Here's the top 10 from CBS Sports, scariest players in the history of the NFL. James Harrison at 10. Aaron Donald at 9.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, Aaron Donald did swing a helmet at somebody during a training camp practice.
Yep, bad decision. Scared me.
Jeez, I guess Myles Garrett needs to be on the list.
Yeah, Myles Garrett could be. Yeah. Deacon Jones at number 8.
Oh, the head slap.
Yeah.
Deacon Jones.
Nick Bosa is pretty scary if you ask me.
Yeah.
7 is Chuck Bednarik.
Oh, he played both ways for the Philadelphia Eagles, won the championship in 1960.
Linebacker and center. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Jim Brown at number 6.
Wow. Syracuse.
I mean, good gosh, playing against Jim Brown sounded awful. Top 5. Number 5 is Dick Knight Train Lane.
He's playing with the Detroit Lions. He led the league in interceptions one year.
Why was he just hit you in the head? Was he the one that was he?
That was
the head
Deacon.
hitter?
That was Deacon.
Deacon Jones. Yeah.
So why was
Night Train Lane was a corner?
Why was he so scary? Just because of how good he was?
Yeah,
well, his rookie season, 14 interceptions.
14 interceptions. Yeah.
That's insane. Number 4 is Ray Lewis.
No. And in a limo, you got to watch him in the limo.
3 is Jack Lambert.
There's Lucius guy, no teeth. Yeah.
Yep. 2. Yeah.
Bobby just texted us Greg Lloyd.
Oh.
Yeah, number 95 with the Steelers. He was
linebacker, or edge rusher. Yeah.
Ditka.
Mike Ditka?
I don't know.
Ditka.
Mike Singletary.
2 is Lawrence Taylor.
What? There's somebody scarier than
Number
Lawrence
2,
Taylor?
and I think it's probably just the name. People like the name. Number 1's Dick Butkus.
No.
There it is.
University of Illinois.
Another top 10 at 420 from the Woolly Bully is in the books. Scariest players in the history of the NFL here.
But it is probably Aaron Hernandez.
Very fitting for All Hallows Eve. Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron Hernandez scares the hell out of me. Like, do not confide in me anything, bro. I don't want to know anything about you personally, okay?
Wow. What a story.
I'm good, man.
So many people. I mean, the story at Florida where he was at the bar, they ended up killing the guys outside. You know, there was some sort of a confrontation in the bar. They follow him outside, like shoot him while they're driving away.
For like, then go to practice.
Yeah. Wake up like it's nothing.
It's no big deal. It's just an everyday life occurrence.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, Eric Kendricks show's coming up at 5 o'clock. So let's tap into an edition of The Finest a little bit early, Chief. What's in store?
Well, we have a jarring Cowboys stat of the day, plus we have picky eaters and contract clauses next here in the nation.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're about 15 minutes now from the Eric Kendricks Show. And in between now and then, an edition of The Finest with Eric Chiafalo. Here's the Chief.
Did you guys see John Machota? His tweet earlier? He'd been covering the Cowboys the entire time they've been at the Star.
Yeah.
Since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
The fan tours have been at an all-time high the last couple of weeks.
Business is a booming. Well, there's probably some people that didn't even know that they offered them.
Yeah, it was probably news to some people.
Now it's like, oh, damn, I can go check it out.
When that thing went super viral. I would love to know an individual that knew nothing about it, lived somewhere far away in the country, and was like, oh, I got to hop on a bird ASAP to go get some of these tours, man.
Inject the Cowboys.
A lot of times when it's a Cowboys home game, they'll come in, like they'll go to the game on Sunday and then hit the tour Monday morning.
Yeah, I like that.
Is what they do.
Smart way to do it.
Stat of the day here from RJ Ochoa.
Is the Cowboys running game?
Yeah, the Cowboys offense has the worst success rate in the NFL on first downs this season.
Yeah.
And they have a league low 23% rushing success rate on design runs that come on first down this season. So they're awful on first down. They're dead last on first down. And they're also dead last in first down when it comes to running the ball. And that particular rate is the second lowest rate by any offense in a season since 2016.
Wow.
So your early down stuff, you're setting yourself up for second and third and longs with the way that your first down offense is playing. And how many times do we see them just hand the ball off on first down? We see it all the time. And they only have a success on those plays 23% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is just like, Mike says, I installed this offense 30 years ago. So much has changed. And in the last, I'd say 10 years or so, Warren Sharp has been the best one at putting this out for the fans. Is just, this idea that we're running and somehow we get some value out of that, even if we're, getting less than 2 or 3 yards. There's actual numbers that you should be trying to hit on first down. If you're not getting 5 yards, then it's a fail. So, I think the Cowboys maybe don't understand that because they are so old-fashioned with their front offices and their coaches. So once you're at that point, the math shows just take your chance to get the first down in the passing game on first down. You're not making it much more likely at all for this to be a successful drive by running for 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, I mean the early down passing is something that you've got to do because once you're in second and long and third and long, now it's obvious passing situation. Yeah. Now you're playing right into the defense's hands. And Dak's also being asked about having we mentioned this I believe yesterday how Dak has fewer rushing yards than guys like Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers and Tua and Bryce Young, guys that have missed multiple games this season and they have more rushing yards than Dak does.
I mean, I didn't have the same surgery he did, but, just to have that area reconstructed, your body never responds the same. The quick twitch isn't there. The balance isn't there. The power isn't there. Like, it is the most debilitating surgery that modern athletes could possibly go through. And Dak's the only one I'm aware of to make it back to and perform at this high of a level. It ended Theismann. Alex Smith went through an incredible odyssey to try to get back, but he never really could. The fact that Dak is even this good is a medical miracle.
It is. Yeah, it is. And I think that's really what it comes down to. The lack of running that you see from him. It's just he's got no confidence in it. Yeah. But he did say to the fact that Rodgers and Flacco and guys like that have more rushing yards. He says, yeah, it's bad. He's like, it's a crazy stat. It's something that I don't want to say you have to practice it, but you got to put it in your mind in that sense and not necessarily prepare I'm going to run. But as I took about the risk versus reward, getting out here at practice, it's practice. You want to try to make every throw or thread the needle, this and that. So he's kind of saying like he doesn't practice it, so he doesn't do it in the games. But he's also saying like that's not something you generally practice either.
Yeah, and his instincts have gone to self-preservation instead of do everything for the first down, which is what he did right up into that moment against the Giants where the leg broke. Before that, it was like, oh, our offense isn't working today? Well, I guess I got to be Superman again, guys. Hold my beer, watch this. Oh, 3 first downs in a row, all with my legs. I'm daddy out here. That's what Jerry Jones called Dak early in his career, daddy. You know, that's why he wasn't. That's what Jerry said. We said, are you worried when Dak gets out there and has to run so much? No, not really, because he's daddy. You know, and that's
now he doesn't want him to run.
Yeah,
now he's a dad, and he's got more perspective.
He's got the athleticism of a granddad. I do think that injury probably sent his lower half forward 8 years in age as far as the athletic response.
Yeah, it did bother me to see people putting Dak's face on Giancarlo Stanton's body when he was laboring around third. Those videos were frustrating and honestly offensive. Did you guys see that there is a viral "which quarterback do you think is the biggest bust in NFL history" tweet? You didn't see that?
No,
I didn't. But I mean, I always go back to Jamarcus Russell.
Oh yeah. Well, somebody responded, definitely Ryan Leaf. He threw less touchdowns and more interceptions than Russell, who was a close second.
Okay.
Ryan Leaf saw this and he quote tweeted it by saying, "Yeah, but I did it high on crack playing versus 22 players, or at least that's what my paranoid hallucinations were telling me."
Wow.
Pretty remarkable, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I had never heard the crack angle from Ryan Leaf. I always thought it was the painkillers.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man.
That was just a couple of hours ago.
Just an
Ryan
open
Leaf
book, Ryan
tweeting
Leaf.
that out,
He was
dude.
trying to revive the White House when he got to the Cowboys, turns out.
Ooh-wee.
Gosh, that's incredible. Okay, Jalen Hurts is apparently not allowed to golf, according to his contract, because Saquon Barkley. There was a charity golf event that Eagles players were obviously invited to. Saquon Barkley was able to golf with Barack Obama, and Jalen Hurts was in attendance, but he didn't get to golf because it's apparently in his big contract that he's not allowed to. So
Wow.
Jalen Hurts, big money quarterback. I don't know if I'm sure Dak's agent didn't. Well, Dak's agent clearly didn't put that in his contract because
golf
he
with
was
his wife.
he just proposed on the golf course like 2 weeks ago. So that's just one of the. I guess Jalen Hurts is like a super avid golfer or something. I get like the basketball stuff or like motorcycles,
Skiing. Yeah.
jet skiing, but golf I thought was like one of those anybody can kind of do it games.
I mean, I wish the Cowboys had thought of this during the Romo years. He might have been able to get his game to the next level, Wolchuk. I know how much of a fan you were of him. I just think this is an Eagles organization that is willing to ask their players to sacrifice their millionaire and billionaire lifestyles to do everything necessary to win. Golf's not a risk to your body; it's a risk to your mind. It's too much of a distraction. Takes too gosh dang long. When Tony Romo called me that fateful night back in 2010, it's because I was complaining that he was too good of a golfer to also be committed enough at football.
Right.
You know, and he told me that it was just his natural athleticism that allowed him to be a scratch golfer. But we all know that's hogwash. Nobody can do that.
You gotta
You're
practice.
obsessed with golf if you're good at golf. And I don't think you can be a great quarterback at the same time.
Did the Cardinals put the video game stuff that clause into Kyler's contract?
I think that was a ball sacking, but I mean, he's parlayed it now into a Call of Duty partnership, so good for him.
Okay, so the NFL is, of course, gifting the German fans in Munich the Giants and Panthers and an MGK halftime performance coming up on Sunday, November 10th. But the players are already being asked about it a little bit, and here's one of our favorites, the rookie Xavier Legette, wide receiver for the Panthers.
He wants some good food is what he wants.
Yes, he's worried about the food situation in Germany as he's getting set to take off there sometime in the next week or so. And apparently he's a very picky eater. Listen to the way he says some of this stuff.
I just hope they got some good food. I'm a picky eater, so I just hope they got something I can eat.
They have good chocolate.
I don't eat candy like that.
But what are your no-goes? You say you're a picky eater. What are your no-goes?
Yeah, I don't eat seafood. I don't eat like peppers and onions and all that.
There you go.
I don't really eat vegetables like that.
What? So you eat like pizza?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just started eating the spears. I eat like string beans and green peas. But that's
Do
it.
they have to be cooked in bacon grease? Do they have to be cooked in bacon grease?
No. That ain't like that.
Oh, you're like that.
Pasta?
Yeah, I eat some pasta.
Okay.
Yeah, I eat some pasta.
Chicken, steak, all the regular stuff.
Yeah, all
No
the regular.
seafood though?
No, I'm allergic.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll give you that one.
His voice is the best.
Is he from Louisiana?
He was a South Carolina.
I believe he is from South Carolina.
He's a South Carolina dude.
Yeah, I think I looked this up.
Yeah, we'd have before.
I thought he was from South Carolina.
That's
yeah,
epic.
he is. Mullins.
Yeah, I thought he was, the way he sounds like he's from the Gullah Geechee Islands. He's a Gullah man.
A little French in there.
Yeah, but when Him not liking seafood.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe he's not Gullah Geechee because you got to have seafood Gullah Geechee. But then again, he said he was allergic, so I'm still stuck. But he sounded like a Gullah Geechee man.
Yeah. All I know is I want to hear more.
I do. Yes.
Anytime he talks, it's kind of must listen. It's amazing.
That's one of those players you want to get on a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he needs to start his own pod right there. But, yeah, I don't know what you eat in Germany. I think you just be eating brats like every day, right?
Schnitzels.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're just going with some brats.
We had some German friends for a while there. They were visiting my parents a bunch, and they would make like authentic German meals. Yeah. They were quite delicious. There was like a fried chicken with some noodly stuff that they called a spechtel. It was like kind of like extra thick noodle. And it was good. It was good. You know, it was kind of like, I would describe it as like Midwestern almost, you know, with their noodles and their big proteins. And it was filling, and it was delicious. Well, thank you, Chief. There it is. In addition to the finest, we'll move on to the Eric Kendricks show here on your home of the Cowboys next year. 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, please.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for the Eric Kendricks Show here on your home of the Cowboys. It's brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper, and Eric Kendricks joining us now here in the G-Bag Nation. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Well, yeah, I mean, you tell us it's Halloween. How big of a deal is that in the Kendricks household today?
I think we're gonna meet up with some family just for a little bit of Halloween festivities. I'm finding out right now from my wife texting me, but yeah, it should be fun. You know, I feel like anytime you can get the kids together a little bit, you know.
Now oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to follow up about the kids there. Have they been fired up about this deal? Do they know what to expect?
My son doesn't know at all. You know, he's a year and a half old. We got a costume for him that we picked out, so he's going to be either ticked off that it's going to be too, you know, he's not going to want to wear it, or he's going to be vibing. You know, so we'll see.
Yeah. Where are you on the Halloween candy?
You know, I feel like I used to be big into the Halloween candy. I feel like I used to be super big into it, but you know, now I'm just way more selective with what I enjoy as far as candy is concerned.
What was your favorite?
My favorite growing up was like chocolate. I would say it would be like what's the one with the caramel in it, and then it's like Rolos.
Rolos, bro.
Rolos,
yeah.
crazy.
Very underrated.
Crazy.
That's a good take.
Yes. And then obviously you have your Skittles. I mean, classic. But I'm a Sour Patch Kids guy. But you know, you're not really getting those in the Halloween pack though.
No, they are a treasure when you find them.
They're amazing, right?
Yeah. A Halloween themed show here today. We were just talking about the scariest NFL players of all time.
Oh.
Do you have a guy in mind?
Scariest NFL players of all time. Shoot. Linval Joseph has to be up in there somewhere.
Nice.
What
makes him so scary?
I feel like it's the gentle giant type of attitude. Like, you catch him off the field, like, you're like, this is the nicest guy ever. You know, this guy is, man, what a guy. and then you flip that switch on him, and you're like, this guy's crazy. But I think that's what makes the football players. I mean, that's across the league. I feel like, you know, there's guys who can just flip the switch like that.
But you've never been scared on a football field?
I've never been scared on a football field. I mean, oh yeah, no, actually, that's a lie. I have been scared on the football field when I was sixth grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, freshman year in high school. I was a little bit nervous out there. I can't lie. I feel like that's what people always ask me advice. Like, man, my son's, you know, he's not really into it. He's kind of timid. Like, well, do you have any advice for? And I'm like, what? How old is he? And they're like, you know, he's 13 years old. And I'm like, oh wait, I was scared at that time too. So he has time.
Kind of grow out of it.
Yeah, you know, it's just like I feel like my sophomore year, you know, I started to grow into my body. I finally matured, and then things started to click for me. And all of a sudden, like, I was a football player.
And since then, people have been scared of you.
Just chase people down.
Now, if you're not doing candy, what are you snacking on, like in the film room or something? You got to have something next to you, right?
It's the sunflower seeds, the pistachios. I'm a big seed guy, but I mean, shoot, I like potato chips, I guess. I don't know.
Big respect on that.
No, I'm not. I don't do like the Doritos or anything like that because the corn. But you know, I try to. If I do any type of chips, potato chips.
What about these nuts?
I'm not a big D's nuts kind of guy, you know.
How funny was that? How much have you guys talked about D's nuts in the locker room this week? You've set a record, I'm sure.
No, I don't even know what you're referring to, but I actually do know what you're referring to.
Okay.
I'm like, what are you talking about? No, we actually hasn't talked about that at all. But yeah, that was, man.
Wait,
funny.
You've never D's nuts to a reporter?
I've never done that, but you know, man, these, you know, reporters get kind of bold sometimes, you know.
I was going to ask you that, Eric. And I'm not, you don't have to say anything specific, but do you get mad at reporters occasionally? Is it something that, you know, I mean, you're a pro's pro when you handle things with, I mean, you've been great with us, but do you get mad and just kind of keep it to yourself, or, you know, how do you handle things like that?
You know, honestly, it's just when when I get upset when they take the human aspect out of it. Like, okay, you're in our you're in our locker room,
Right.
and it's like this is something that we care we care about. We work our butts off for. So it's like obviously we have a ton invested into our body. The way we feel. We're our families. Like blood, sweat, and tears into this. So we're invested into it. And then when you come to us and then you kind of take the human aspect out of that and you just kind of treat us like we're either stupid or, just blatantly kind of disrespect us. Like we don't know, what's going on. That's when it kind of like, you can get upset, you have a human reaction,
Right.
So it's like, obviously everybody has a job to do. And, I'm not sitting here saying that, some days I'm not more irritable than others, but at the same time, like, I try to treat everybody, no matter who they are, no matter, what position of power they are in, I try to treat everybody with respect, and I hope that I get the same back.
Do you find the media around the Cowboys to be overly critical? And how would you kind of break down where the Cowboys are at right now if you were to put your media cap on?
I mean, media is just going to be what it is. I feel like there's more of it, you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and say it's more critical than others, but, obviously I think it is. But, I mean, this is the job we do. This is we know what we're getting ourselves into. We got to, we know what we got to do this week. And, if we don't want to, face bad questions like that, we got to play better. So, hey, let's do it.
Does it? I mean, and this is my last question on this, Eric. Does it bother you though when sometimes when media members talk about a specific play, and they really don't know how the play should break down? That it turns into maybe some blame and hey, that they don't know. Is that more disappointing to you or is it just the like you said, the human aspect side of things?
No, I mean that definitely gets you a little bit fired up too. Twitter and things like that when it's like you're talking about a specific play and people think that you could be at fault, but you really couldn't. You're not gonna try to throw your teammates under the bus, but like it's like you have no idea who's supposed to be blitzing, who's covering who.
Right.
Sometimes it's just the closest person to that person. So there's a lot of that stuff that goes on, but that's why you try to keep things internal and the guys on the team who know that's who you kind of care about. You got to lean on that. But at the end of the day, like I said, that's the job we have, and unfortunately, things do get heated sometimes, but it's part of it.
Eric Kendricks with us on The Fan. You were all over the field against San Francisco. I was wondering what your GPS numbers were like after that, dude. I mean, you're hauling ass to take a tight end, a halfback, those wheel routes. You were all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. That's how I like to be. At the same time. So anywhere I can be to help, I'm down for it. So if I need to be doing whatever, let's do it.
Well, you congrats. You surprised us last week when you were out there after talking to you on Thursday. We were like, I don't know, this seems like a bit of a close call. How close was it?
Yeah, this game means so much, and I feel like obviously injuries come into play here and there, is when you talk about football. But I feel like if people really knew, the kind of work you put in behind the scenes to just be able to be there for your teammates, it means a lot. So I was happy I can get out there. And, just looking to stack on it.
Is pain something that you can block out as long as you have your strength, or how do you approach that?
It's, it just varies, it's something that, everybody deals with, especially, on the field. Everybody has a different level of, different tolerance, different, things that affect, maybe it affects your play more than others, maybe you can have so much pain where you're actually hurting your team, and that's when you got to reassess, and you're hurting yourself too. So, everybody's different. I don't really know how to really answer that. But
were you in pain Sunday?
My dad always used to tell me, when I got into playing, he used to, I think it was like from like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, like times where I was just explaining earlier how I was a little bit nervous and timid. My dad used to tell me as I got older and older, I got to high school, senior year, I started getting offers. He used to tell me, this game hurts, son. So are you sure? Type thing.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean. This is the game we love, though. So.
You get to play against Atlanta this week. Kirk Cousins, a guy I assume you know pretty well. What's the book on Kirk Go Chains?
Kirk, that's my guy. Not this week, obviously, but at the same time, got a lot of respect for him. He's been playing great. I feel like their offense, they have a lot of weapons, and they spread the ball pretty evenly. They run the ball pretty well. So it's going to be a good challenge. But it's a new week. Obviously things didn't go how we wanted to last week. That was last week, and I'm just trying to keep the vibes. From the vibe, I'm just trying to be consistent on my approach and how I handle things, and it'll pay off. It'll pay off eventually.
Now, I was watching the video from 2022 with him on the airplane with his shirt off dancing, and I'm trying to find you here in this video. Did you have a good view of that day?
Yeah, I think I was on the other side where the video was probably being taken. I feel like oftentimes in the league, I feel like even when Kirk first got to Minnesota, I feel like you kind of feel nervous about showing your true personality, because you don't know how the media is going to take it and this and that. So I'm happy to see that as we played there, I include myself in this because I've gotten more comfortable with the media too. But as far as Kirk, he has a lot of intention on him, so I like that his personality is now coming out for everyone to see, and obviously now all the funny stuff's coming out, so it makes the NFL fun.
How's our boy Zimmer doing right now, man? I'm curious, has he had any type of explosions, any meltdowns, anything like that?
I feel like we're just locked in right now. Everyone's just trying to get the job done and focus. So that's been the priority, and that's what no meltdowns, nothing like that. Just straight focus and back to work mentality. So we had a really good practice today. We've had great walkthroughs. Attention to detail, adjustments, all that stuff, and got to get it done.
Tough one in San Francisco. You guys really put together a heck of an effort there in the fourth quarter. We'll be rooting for you once again as you take on the Falcons, man. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate it.
Here at Kendricks Show. Yes, sir. Salute. Brought to you by Keurig and brought to you by Dr. Pepper. And another good one in the books. I mean, he's been tremendous here as we hit the midway point. We're definitely excited about more of these throughout the year and getting his perspective on things. And maybe this, season could get turned around here starting today. Brian did a heck of a film breakdown back there in the 340 in Krusty's Corner, which he does for you every Thursday. And this Falcons team is one that the Cowboys can absolutely throw on.
Yeah, you can. And Eric and them are going to have their hands full, with this offense. Quarterbacks stand in the middle of the pocket. And receivers are going to play a lot of 11 personnel. Got two quality backs they can throw it to, but you can get some pressure on their front. But where you need to really, Dallas's offense needs to find a way to put some points on the board. Got a little bit better in the red zone last week, going to have some opportunities hopefully this week. Find the coverage, find the guys to pick on a little bit, protect the front. They don't have a really, Matthew Judon is a good pass rusher, but he hasn't been as good as he has in the past. And so, just find a way to take care of him and go out there and make some plays. Go out there and find a way to keep the ball moving, to stay ahead of the chains. All the cliche things you want to say really apply to this game, because you can move the ball on the Atlanta Falcons. But if you don't and you flop around and lose this game, well, then that's on you, and that's kind of who you are for the for what we've seen. And unfortunately, that's how the discussion will continue to be.
Am I a schmo? Because I'm kind of just like thinking I might end up going to pick the Cowboys for this game. No. Dak's calling it a must-win. You're giving us the report on how vulnerable their defense is.
I'm just saying their defense.
Dak is very excited about this particular game plan that they got going. Like this could be a game that they find a way to win.
It's definitely a winnable game for them. There's no question. It'll be, can you get any pressure on Kirk Cousins? Because we know throughout his career that can be an issue for him. And they might, it might end up taking blitzes. I mean, you've talked about the overshown. Maybe you're able to get a plus matchup for him. Maybe it's Eric Kendricks. We haven't really seen him have success there outside that Cleveland game when it comes to a blitz. But, I mean, I thought Mike Zimmer was showing a lot of different looks against San Francisco. Unfortunately, the third quarter, things kind of broke a little bit. But it's definitely a winnable matchup. I mean, Atlanta is a team that is beatable.
Yeah, and it's in Atlanta, right?
Yep.
It is.
Cowboys better on the road than at home this year. What's the point spread? A couple of points?
Let's see. I mean,
there it is, 2.5. in favor of the Falcons. I'd feel pretty good about betting the Cowboys with the points here this week, but the injuries are a significant factor. We'll get you the latest on Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland, and more as we hit the expressway. We're going commercial free to the top. LA Alive's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with more here in the G-Bag Nation.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and time now to hit the expressway. We're taking the commercial free to the top every night of this time. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Expressway, we take a look at everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day. Stephen Jones was back on the San Antonio Sports Star this afternoon, said Micah Parsons is a shot to play Sunday at Atlanta, but I would call it a long shot. See, I just think these injuries have mounted so much, Wolchuk, that it's very difficult. You know, once these Cowboys get 100% healthy, we can talk about them being good enough to beat playoff teams, possibly if they play well, but right now it's just way too much, isn't it?
It's a lot. I mean, it certainly is. I guess I would feel better if I had seen the defense perform well with Micah in the lineup, and they didn't. So I guess it's a little bit hard for me to talk myself into that's going to fix things. But, hey, Micah plus Deron Bland, right? I mean, Bland certainly will help things a lot. And he's going to be fresh. I guess that's one thing when you look at this injury with Micah. We've talked about later in the season, maybe his body getting worn down. Now he's going to have had about a month off trying to heal from this high ankle sprain. Maybe that could help out him being a little bit more of a disruptive presence at the back half of the season.
Now, what do we know about Deron Bland? He's good to go?
I would keep an eye on that one. They're still kind of working through some things there, so I'd keep an eye. Just like I say, the injury report has not yet come out, right?
I know it is out.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah, that's a DNP for Deron Bland.
I would say then they're kind of trending to him not playing then.
And a DNP for Trayvon Diggs, who's got that calf. This is a second day in a row.
Yeah, I've circled back with some folks. Let's see if we can.
I mean, this is candy from a baby. You can't rush the passer. You can't stop the run, and your corners are out. Your safeties are bad.
Yeah, both your corners are out. That's going to be that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a situation with Diggs where he's legitimately injured here, and this isn't one of those rest things. This is something that they're going to have to work through.
I've said the last couple of weeks, got to score 30 to win here. Got to score 35 to beat Detroit. I think this is 40, man. You're going to Atlanta. They have a good offense. You're not playing in prime time, so it's going to be a good version of Kirk Cousins.
Totally, yeah.
And I just don't know how you're going to make any stops. You know, I think this might be a no-punt game for the Falcons. Okay, Dak Prescott said Sunday's game against the Falcons is a must-win game for the Cowboys. You guys agree with that?
Yeah, their season's kind of at that fork in the road right now, and you just can't. You kind of feel like that the Commanders are going to go and take care of business against the Giants, and that'll be their 7th win. And you can't keep falling back. I mean, the way to get in, I think, is you're going to have to win the division.
Yeah, that Hail Mary was huge.
Yeah, so
and Philly's playing well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The best game of the season.
Yeah, you could be in a situation where it's just. Yeah, you can't give away. I mean, you can't just keep having games, taking losses, because what's going to happen is your schedule doesn't get any easier. I mean, it really Atlanta, Philadelphia, Houston, Commanders. I mean, it does. By the time you get to Thanksgiving, you could be 3-6.
Yeah, yeah. Because if they win the game, then you probably think the offense got going to some extent, especially with the status of the defense here. If they win the game, they probably scored at least 30 points, as you mentioned. So that would be something that could make you feel like, okay, because if you can't get your offense going in this game,
right,
with the scouting report that you just gave us about this Falcons defense. Right. Then if you can't put up at least 25 to 30 legit points, not when the game's out of hand and then you go put up a couple of touchdowns to make it look better. If you can't put up a legit 25 to 30 points against this team, then I think you can totally put to rest the idea that your offense will get it together at any point this season.
Yeah, you need to keep your head above water at least till Thanksgiving. I mean, if it's to stay 500, you can't go 2-3 games.
No, I mean, you can't drop
500.
You drop to 3-5. It's, to me, you're pretty much done when you look at the rest of the NFC.
I mean, I look at left tackle and center and some of these young wide receivers and say, can we just build and be better by the end of the year? Can we get better today? It's a must get better week. We have to start evolving so we can look at 2025 and 2026 like this organization is going to pull out of this little soft rebuild that they're in and start being credible. If they can't stay in games, if they can't move the ball, if they can't get first downs, and their defense is trending in the wrong direction by the end of the year, I think I'll pick them to be the worst team in the division next year. That's the way it is headed. That's the way they've looked for way too many points this season. Prescott on his picks, I've got to be better. Simple as that. Says there was a moment in Sunday's game when CD told him we're back. And they were having a party, weren't they? I mean, right before they took the field, it looked like they were celebrating a win, like they just got the clinching touchdown. They're up 2 scores with 5 minutes to go, not needing to force a punt and then go down the field and score another. But they were very confident, and I don't think they have a right to be. In retrospect, a couple of good drives against a team that's up 20 points. That's not really it. But as far as Dak saying, I got to be better, how do you want him to handle these situations? He's back to pass. He doesn't want to run. Is it just throw it away? Are we okay with Dak throwing it away more?
Yes. I can't recall in his entire career that's ever been really a part of his game. If it's not there to be made, and I get it, he's probably feeling like I've got to be Superman, because that's kind of what they're asking him to do right now. With a lack of help, a bad scheme, whatever you want to call it, he's probably pressing at times. And he is throwing some forced balls where, hey, last year maybe that worked for him, but it's not working for him now. So, yes, live to play another day. Because, I mean, turning the football over and now putting your defense, who's already hobbled on possibly a short field, is a recipe for disaster. So just play smart, play within the game plan, play within yourself. I mean, it's hard. If you had all of your parts, maybe here and there you can pick your places, be a little bit risky. But some of the decision-making was just awful. He can't have that. In year 9, he knows that. He can't be forcing some of these foot throws that he's trying to make.
Yeah, two years ago when every national program was leading their broadcast with talking about Dak interceptions, maybe 60% not his fault. Right now you're looking at quite a every one you're looking at is pretty much ones that he's got to be better at. And so that's it was a time where we were like, well, let's look at the interceptions. There were 15 of them. You're trending in the wrong way. You've got 8 right now as you speak.
You don't want to have a 24 interception season, and that kind of stuff is possible, I think, if you continue to play bad defense and try to force the ball into situations. At the same time, you don't want to give up as a player. You don't want to do what Eli Manning did in his mid-30s and just be like, okay, I guess we're not very good. I'm throwing the ball away again. That's another kind of horrible. Anyway, Zach Martin on the Cowboys' offensive challenges this season. I think our former Cowboys weekly guest might be trying to tell us something here. He says everything starts with a running game, and I think a lot of our struggles have been because we haven't been efficient in the run game. Totally agree. He says we have the guys. We just have to take ownership of it, and we've got to go. I think he's telling us we have a good running back, but the owner won't let us play him. What do you think, Brian? You think Jerry would give a code Zeke?
Well, I think that the one thing that he does have the right to do, and owner I think is different, but the fact that he does have the title of general manager, it makes it a little bit different. If it's owner walking down the hall and saying, hey, by the way, we need to do this. I've seen that before, but the fact that he is the general manager of the team, I've seen general managers make a lot of suggestions. Could he be doing that? He absolutely could be. He could absolutely be walking down the hall and saying, listen, we need to play Zeke. I feel like we need to play Zeke. And as the head coach and as the coaching staff, you serve to the pleasure of the general manager, and that's the way football works. So I think that's different than maybe if Jerry did not have the general manager's title and he was walking down there as owner and saying, hey, we need to do this. I think that's different.
Yeah, maybe because of the title, but with the principality of how it occurs,
he is the general manager, though.
Yeah, I know. By title.
Yeah, by title. Well, that's he's been the general manager since really 1994.
It hasn't been a good one, and I think this is the problem.
That's not the question. The question was, the question.
Well, no, you're choosing it to answer just from, well, that's his title. He's the general manager. And he's just like any other NFL GM. He's not. Well, it's a major problem if he's doing that for business reasons. This is the problem, Brian. This is the problem. This is the problem.
Yeah.
Is the old guard will not call him out for this. You're sitting there making excuses for him.
I've gone plenty much after this the way I just went on a rant about what's going on with this head coach and trying to figure things out. I think I've been more than critical of that about it. I'm just telling you.
So if Jerry Jones is going to the coaches and saying we need to play Zeke, not the guy getting 2 more yards per attempt, that's just his right. That's your take.
Yes, I am, because he is the general manager of the team.
Yeah, well, also something you can do in sports radio is say you're doing a horrible job.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be happening. That's a fair thing to say as well.
You know what? And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just giving you an answer of why he, as the general manager, I'm just saying from my own personal experiences, as a general manager, they have the prerogative to go and tell the head coach who they think should play. And, the head coach and them talk about it. So if you don't want to believe me for that, then I can't help you.
Well, I do believe you for that. I know that's how that happens.
But, and so that's how it works.
Yeah.
And, is he a horrible general manager? In your eyes, yes. To a lot of people.
Because he doesn't do the work as a GM. He just has the title of GM because he's the owner. He wants to play GM. The real GMs are Steve and Will.
Yeah. Well, maybe Steve and Will and they're telling them the same thing. I'm just telling you, if you asked me the question, is Jerry Jones, you think he's doing that? And I said, yes. As a general manager, yes. I think so. I do believe that. That's all I could say. That's my experience.
I mean, you also tell us he's great at listening. This wouldn't be an example of Jerry listening to the smart people who would be making a decision like this in his organization.
You continue to call back everything I've ever said about Jerry Jones, then, if that's what you want to do. And I'll say, yeah, I did say that. Yep, you're right. I said that too. I just had experience working with him. I'm just trying to convey that to you as well. I mean, I've sat in that chair where you haven't.
To me, it felt like, well, I know, and I appreciate your perspective, Brian, but to me, it felt like I was saying, hey, here's something that's wrong with why you can't run the football.
Yeah.
And you're choosing to take it a completely different way. Like, well, that's Jerry Jones right as the GM.
I just said my experience is general managers all the time. I never said that's his prerogative to do. I said, as a general manager, other general managers around the league suggest players to play. That's all I said.
And why would you say they're doing that? Why are they suggesting players?
Maybe that they feel like that the coaches aren't playing the right guy.
Yeah.
That maybe they feel like that. But
and if Jerry was doing this with Zeke,
you'll take it as he's selling jerseys. Big.
Yes.
And
TV ratings.
And TV ratings.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I don't particularly agree with that.
So you think Jerry really believes Zeke is better than Rico Dowdle?
I think he does.
I think he does too.
I think he does. I think that, and you could say, my goodness to me, but keep the pressure on Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, as my experience of working with the man, that that there's certain things that he believes. He believes that, there's hey, I got to do this, and I got to do this, and I got to do this. I'm just telling you my experience, and and I get it. You think it's entitled, and you're right. He's not your traditional general manager. He doesn't go on the road and scout. He doesn't do things that other general managers do. But what he does is his responsibility is like, we need to do this or we need to do that. And as the general manager of the team, you serve through the pleasure of the general manager. That's the way it works. That's the chain of command.
Coaches never say, GM, man, you're crazy.
You know what? Mike McCarthy could say, okay, fine. Yeah, sure. Mike McCarthy could have done that in the Detroit game when Jerry maybe asked him to play him more. He could have said, yeah, you know what? I'm going to play him, and I'm going to show you this guy can't play. I'm going to show you that he can't play. That's maybe Mike's doing that right now. Mike's fine. Fine. You want to play this? You want to keep playing this guy? Fine. We'll keep playing him, and I'll show you he can't play anymore. And then Jerry at the end of the year could say, listen, Mike, hey, thank you very much. I'm going to go get another head coach here. That's a general manager right there. He is not your traditional general manager, but trust me, he will make suggestions on what needs to be done.
Well, if I was Mike, I might send him Ed Werder's tweet from this afternoon. The Cowboys are last in the NFL in rushing at 74 yards per game. The only time Dallas has finished last in the NFL was their inaugural season in 1960. Yep. That's how long it's been, and maybe it's due to perhaps the worst GM in the history of the league force-feeding a running back on the coaching staff. And I just don't get it. If you're the coaching staff, Mike McCarthy, you know where this is going. Put your foot down. you know it's frustrated you. You talked about it very early in your run as Cowboys coach that nobody else has to deal with this in the rest of the league.
There might be some quit in your head coach right now when it comes to having to deal with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, and I would feel that quit.
It's like,
and
listen,
I would say, okay,
I got 10 more weeks.
I'm going to burn the thing down before I quit.
And
fire me.
That would be
the best thing he could do for Cowboys fans right now.
If the team quits on him, Jerry Jones has fired a head coach for a team quitting on him. I don't think this team will quit on Mike McCarthy. I just don't. I think Mike McCarthy has their respect. I don't think they're playing particularly well. I don't think he's coaching particularly well. There's a lot going on here. I mean, a lot going on with that. But, if Mike McCarthy's like, fine, Jerry, whatever you want to do. Mike's probably closed his door and goes, honey, we got 10 more weeks of this.
Yeah.
Get the house ready. We're going to get at it. We're probably not coming back. They're like, hey, whatever you want to do, Jerry, whatever you want to do. You want to hold press conferences after the game? Sure. Go ahead. You want to talk on the radio twice a week? Keep doing that. Just keep doing what you want to do. That's fine. As long as the check comes every Tuesday, I'm just good.
Yeah, I could see that. Just playing out the string.
He
maintaining relationships.
I don't think he knew what he was getting into when he took this job. I think right now he fully understands what this job
Help
is.
us out, Mike. Please blow the horn on your way out and spell it out for everybody. So maybe we'll have a fighting chance.
I love that. He's just like he's giving the ball to Zeke on 1st and 10 just to spite Jerry.
You like that up there? Hey, good. Like that? Another two.
What'd you think, bud? That was a great suggestion.
2nd and 11. Here we go,
He
boys.
said it today. He doesn't like running back by committee, but that's what they are right now.
Yeah,
they are running back by committee. And so, yeah, Mike's
except for one game, right, against Pittsburgh.
Sure.
Where they fed Rico Dowdle, and that was their best rushing game of the season. 100%, right?
Agreed.
I think Mike told you there that's the guy he wants to rock with. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think GM Jerry does, and that's the problem. And that's where I think a lot of fans are pissed off about is he does have every right to do that. You're 100% right. And other GMs do that. But with him, it gets to be personal, and you have the owner bleeding into the GM. Well, who's really talking? Is it the owner? Is it the GM? And it does come back to that seems to be an issue.
I think the owner in Indianapolis said, I don't want to see Richardson playing anymore. Chris Ballard, I do not want to see Richardson playing anymore.
Made his football team better. More than Jerry can do with his
I think
meddling.
You're right about that, too. Yeah. And Irsay also seems kind of dysfunctional.
Mavs game night. You got the Rockets in town. I'm just hoping for more great defense by the Mavs. Maybe Luka gets his way out of a slump, but rebounding advantage, low turnover, all the things you can control. I think this team is laser focused. I can't wait to watch them tonight, perfecting the small things as they try to make this team incrementally better month in and month out. Hopefully be good enough to get back to the finals and win it this time. All righty, time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has an addition. I wanted to give you a little buffer.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Go Mavs. Go get Rangers.
And the Mavs will pay tonight. Just wiping off the blood from his knuckles.
From my nose. Feel battered over here.
That too.
Haven't felt this attack since Sandler.
That's a slugfest, boys. Bravo.
I felt the same way.
Yes,
I got to wipe the blood out of my nose.
Yeah. Hey, Woolchuck, can you do some Buffalo Wild Wings conversations?
Yeah, let's do it because we just had a nice football talk.
Yeah.
And guess what? That 5 o'clock football talk and this entire hour is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where beat-ups is football.
Half off boneless wings at Buffalo Wild Wings tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Tonight.
They do this twice. One is the whole wings. Well, not the whole wings, but like the
bone in.
The bone in. Yeah, thank you, bro.
Maybe more. I'm stopping on the way home last night to get fat before I went.
now.
Yeah, we got the weigh-in tomorrow, right?
Don't sleep on that Beat-Ups burger either. Beat-Ups is messing around with the burgers
Listen,
right now.
man, every time I go to a wing spot, whether it be Hooters, Beat-Ups, whatever, I look at the menu. I'm like, man, I'm going to try this burger. It looks pretty good, that photo does. But then I'm like, I'm at a wing spot. I got to get the wing.
Yeah, and I get that.
I got to get the wing.
You've had the onion rings, though, right?
Yes, I've had the onion
They
wings.
are damn good. I did not expect them to be good. They're good there.
These wings places that, like you say, the Buffalo Wild Wings, when they do like the burger but with the blue cheese on it, I mean, I'm like,
you're in.
I'm totally in because I think they've got enough. They understand the grease content with the wings, and they're going to make it kind of like
blue cheese with the bacon.
With the bacon and the greasy burger.
And then you get it. Just ask for like a side of buffalo sauce or whatever that they have for their wings, and now you're dipping. It's pretty impressive.
All right, let's get into a ladies' night edition of LA Live, Thirsty Thursday, Halloween.
All right, you squares.
fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Hey, it'll make you dance, some of everything. Everybody get high. Ladies!
What is it? You got me chocolate.
Yep, your favorite.
I love chocolate.
I know. All girls love chocolate.
Wait, how do you know all girls love chocolate?
It's just a thing.
Have you bought another girl chocolate?
That's not what I was insinuating when I said about
But have you bought another girl
No, that's
chocolate?
not what I was trying to say when
But
I
have
said
you bought
Yes,
another
yes,
girl?
I've probably
But
bought
I don't
another girl
want it.
chocolate. What? I've dated in the past.
Okay, I don't want anything that you bought for another woman, Gus.
I've gone on dates, but I've bought lots of
Gus?
food.
Okay, don't buy me any
Okay,
of the
cool.
same
So
food.
no tacos, no pasta, no wings, no pizza, no Mexican food, no nothing, Ray. No nothing then. No boba? No nothing, exactly.
Not the boba.
Pretty sure I bought someone coffee before. It's a little dramatic. That was a little dramatic.
Well, that was handled well.
I think he handled that well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, she backed off.
Yeah.
She backed off.
Yeah.
Most times they don't back off.
No.
They'll find another angle to poke you with.
Damn, you said
If
no
they
boba?
can't re-raise, they'll be like, "Oh my goodness, you're so hurtful and mean."
Yeah, come on. They're so manipulative, dog.
They are, dude.
So manipulative, man. I've never heard my girl apologize to me one single time in my life.
Me too.
Never heard her say sorry. She starts doing things. That wall over there in your little room needs another TV. What do you think? I seen one on Amazon.
Wow. Starts buttering you up
Like
that
you
way.
were such a bee yesterday, bro. You tried to break my phone. All right, it's a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Happy Halloween, people.
Yeah.
Ladies, special happy holiday to you as well. This is your holiday to shine. You hear me?
A lot of effort out there.
Holiday to shine. I cannot wait to scroll down the timeline and see what you guys did.
Yep.
I will be taking the dogs out for a walk so they can see the kitties in their little uniforms and whatnot, all their costumes. I'll try to put on the dogs' costumes, but they don't be sitting still.
No.
I ain't got the time. Did you guys do any Halloween parties?
Back in the day.
No, I'm talking about this season right here.
No, sir. No,
No?
sir.
Sean's.
We went to Sean's and we had the
Still paying for
unfortunate
it.
Wolchuk spill into the pool.
Halloween parties or fall festivals, whichever one you want to
Yeah.
fall into. Cedar Springs had theirs last week.
Oh, geez.
The whole street was full with a whole lot of people out
Yeah.
there. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Good stuff out there. Is Saturday too late? This Saturday too late for a Halloween party?
No.
I don't think so.
It's fine.
You get into the weekend for sure.
Yeah.
But he going with the
I don't know.
same
I think
costume?
last week was Halloween weekend, man. I mean, it's
Right.
November now.
Right. Like it's
All
a
of
whole
sudden,
different
the
month.
vibes have changed.
Yeah.
It's a tough call. At that point, you're just having a costume party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Which is
You
cool. We're adults. We all get it.
Yeah.
But it is a whole nother month.
It
2
is.
days
Yeah.
past the holiday.
Yeah, but are you going in the same costume you went out in? I mean, like if you're going to another party, I mean, are you dressing up something?
If it
different?
won me money, definitely
Yeah.
running that thing
There
back.
you go.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to. Because if it's Saturday, all the little Halloween places are closed, right?
Yeah.
And these costumes these days are expensive. I mean,
Yeah.
to put together a nice one,
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, you're right about that.
I don't know if I can do two.
Bring back the plastic mask
Yes.
with the little,
Superman face with the holes cut out.
with the hole in the little mouth there.
Yeah.
Just make one out of a paper
Well,
plate.
Yeah, who are you? I'm Superman, lady. Can't you tell?
Dude, I think the coolest mask of all time though is the scream mask that you like squeeze the blood pumper and then the blood rushes into the face or whatever. I think from a mask standpoint, that's got to be the one seed, dude.
Shout out to that dude that was in the gym today with a Pooh Shiesty mask on while he was working out.
Oh wow.
You talk about nerve wracking every once in a while. You see it in the mirror. You're like, oh hey, oh. Okay.
Dude.
Was he doing a bit like on a live stream?
Nah, he had I think possibly maybe. He had a guy
Possibly,
following
maybe.
him. I don't know, but he had a guy following him with a camera, and every once in a while he was talking to it. But he had a whole Pooh Shiesty mask on while working out. Jarring. If you don't know it's there, all of a sudden you just look over and see a guy with a Pooh Shiesty mask on. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm about to
Lucius.
get robbed.
Lucius, I'm thinking of a new idea for a weight room thing. What if you had people that you hired out to film you while you're working out? Like you had people like they were part of the weight staff, or like they were content
the
creator.
gym.
The gym provides somebody to follow you around.
Like a production
You gotta,
team?
you gotta pay. You gotta pay. It's part of your membership.
Your package. You get the influencer package.
Yeah, you get to. Yeah, you have somebody. They kind of follow you. They edit it and then they give it to you, kind of a thing.
I can see that happening because the gym that I go to, it's basically for influencers. The vibe in there, like the lights,
the music,
neon lights, everything, all these mirrors and stuff.
Yeah.
It's basically made for them, so they should make a package happen.
Yeah.
What age did you guys start learning how to drive?
15. Not until 15 and a half.
15,
My dad was.
Like you started at 15? Like this is the first time you touched the steering wheel?
I had gone up and down the driveway maybe at 14 a couple of times.
Wow.
Drove a go-kart at 12 really well, but my dad was just like paranoid that we were going to run into something. The insurance was going to have to get involved. We could lose the house, you know?
Okay.
So he's still that way.
14. How about you, Wooly?
Yeah, probably about 14, 15.
14, 15. Eric seems like he's a little young.
No,
Really?
I mean, like my dad would let us like sit on his lap or whatever when we were younger, like drive through the neighborhood, steer.
Yeah.
You know, but I never was like, hey, 13 years old, tall enough to touch the pedal and go ahead. Never did it.
I let Abby drive home. She's 12 right now.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
She's good at it.
There we go.
You know,
And,
I get a little worried when we're pulling in that she's going to run it right into the garage door like her mom.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother story.
I had a mini bike before I had a car. So I was already,
I used to beg my dad to buy me a mini bike.
Yeah, we went to
Beg
the
and
old
beg.
Kmart, and we were going to get a football. And Dad saw the mini bike. We didn't buy the football. We bought the mini bike.
It's like a little crotch rocket kind of deal.
Yeah, it was a little,
That's bad.
no helmet, no nothing.
How
man.
long did it run for?
Oh, it got stolen. Got stolen out of the backyard. I parked it out back, and it got stolen. And then I had it for a couple of years. But
Nice.
yeah, I was 12
A little
years old.
foreshadowing with your Chevy pickup.
So when did you start being a wheelman? At what age did you start?
14.
14.
Yeah.
Okay, damn. All right. I guess I'm the youngest in this game.
Yeah, I was like, we would go to the lake or the ranch or something, and I would drive truck and stuff like that. That's where I learned to kind of drive a little bit. Yeah.
Lucius?
Yeah, I was about 12 years old when I started driving big dualies. That's when maybe like 11, 12 years old, around that age.
Were you parking those things, Lucius?
Parking, yeah, man. I'm talking
Backing
about
up trailers?
Yoking it. Yeah, 4-horse slant trailer.
There you go. That right
4
there.
horses to a slant. I got a long gooseneck trailer behind me, brother. And I'm 12 years old in a big ass dually.
Yeah. Dad told you to jump up there.
Drunk Cowboys in there.
Yeah.
Can you drive?
Yeah, that's how I learned how to drive.
That's impressive.
Hey, boy, you better get us home. And don't scratch my truck while you're at it. Yeah, that's how I learned out there,
Heavy
man.
pressure, bro.
Yeah.
It made me hone some skills.
Yeah, that's how you stay composed in the
Backing
pocket
up that
right there.
trailer would.
Yes, and then you got those hips on the dually.
Yeah.
So you got to watch it turn, make sure you don't rub against anything
Little
right
wide,
there, man. Oh my God.
That was the CB handle on our dually, was the one tight fit. That was my dad's. Like that when everybody was talking CBs in the 70s.
One tight fit.
My dad's CB handle was the one tight fit. One tight
Come
fit.
back.
One tight fit. Okay. I got to investigate that a little bit. Sounds sweet, though. Check out this story right here. This 8-year-old girl.
Sack on that?
No, I just want to. Is it a code for something?
I don't know what you're saying.
Usually, it's
No,
like
he's talking about the blue dually, man.
okay, yeah, I'm just making sure. Usually it's like
you're talking about those little fins out, the little sides.
Okay, I get it.
My mom was just went right over the top of my friend's bicycle in it.
Okay, that
Just
could-
like
that could've
ran
gone
right.
a weird
She'd had
direction.
100 beers and just went right over the top of it. Yeah. It was all mangled and it was bad.
Whiskey dents.
Yeah, whiskey dents.
Yeah, we got an 8-year-old girl, 8 years old, with some wheel skills. Listen to this.
Police outside of Cleveland, Ohio, spotted a white Nissan Rogue, perfect name, driving erratically Sunday. Behind the wheel, folks, an 8-year-old little girl, 8 years old. She grabbed 400 big ones from her family.